The head of a mental hospital transmigrates into a little kid with no pants and even finds a virus-like devil fruit. The 3-year-old child runs around the beach singing a modified version of a sailor song with absurd lyrics. This kid's name is Yunfeng. 3 days ago, he got zapped while watching One Piece and ended up on this broken island that in his previous life, he was the boss of a mental hospital and all the patients listened to him. With just one command, they would all go on a hunger strike. He intentionally stayed in the mental hospital to avoid the constraints of work and to eat for free. After starving for 3 days on the island, he survived on wild fruits and surprisingly didn't get sick. Looking down at the strange mark on his chest, he studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was, so he decided to ignore it. As he walked into the forest, he stumbled upon a fruit that looked like a giant virus. Isn't this a devil fruit? Yunfeng got excited. In this world, the strong dictate everything, and there are no rules to follow. But then he had doubts. What if this fruit has a useless ability? Then he thought, if Luffy's rubber can turn into a sun god, what do I have to be afraid of? If he doesn't eat it, he might starve to death. If he eats it, he might get cheat. This little kid with no pants was drooling over the devil fruit, unsure whether to eat it or not. After eating the Qiongqi fruit, the mental hospital boss, 3 years later, could drag a wild bull and roast it. Yunfeng shouted to the sky, I want to live as the freest person. After shouting, he swallowed the devil fruit in one bite, and 3 years later, he had wings on his back and horns on his head, dragging a 2-meter-tall wild bull, and suddenly transformed into a 10-year-old kid. Wearing just a tiger skin skirt, he held onto the wild bull like it was a small car, his face calm and breath steady. When he reached the riverbank, he took out a stone knife and skillfully processed the beef like a professional butcher. When starting a fire by drilling wood, his hand speed was so fast it left afterimages, and as soon as the fire was lit, he sat nearby, waiting for the beef to roast. This fruit was incredibly powerful. In its Qiongqi form, with wings on his back, he didn't have to transform his arms into wings like Marco. He could have 2 extra hands during fights. Plus, it had flame abilities. The average burning fruit was not deceiving me. But he was still drilling wood for fire. Who understands this operation? One of the 4 great fierce beasts from the classic of mountains and seas, a being that punishes the good and promotes the evil. Yunfeng didn't care about that. He only knew that this fruit could fly, could fight, and had flames. It was more useful than Kaido's Azure Dragon. Now he just had to wait for the beef to finish roasting. He wondered if the Qiongqi's flames would give the meat any special effects. With this power, wouldn't he stir up a storm in the East Sea once he left the island? But he didn't know if his mental hospital boss attribute would make Qiongqi even crazier. Just as he left the island, he ran into Kaido. The Qiongqi form of Yunfeng was pinned down on Flower Island and beaten up. Yunfeng's flames were actually ice. It burned things without smoke, freezing them into ice sculptures. After staying on the island for 3 years and being able to drag a wild bull with one hand, he finally decided to leave the island. After transforming into Qiongqi and flying for just 3 hours, he spotted a flower-covered island and couldn't help but recite a poem. Hey, that poem's not bad. That a sudden voice startled him, and when he turned around, a Chinese dragon was floating next to him, not the Western kind of big lizard, but a proper dragon with whiskers. What the heck? Kaido. Before he could react, he was grabbed and thrown onto Flower Island. Kaido transformed into a giant 7 or 8 meters tall, looking down at him. You look like a mythical beast too? Let's fight. Yunfeng swallowed hard, his mind filled with the plot of Let the Bullets Fly. I just left the island, and I'm already being robbed by the bandit. The frozen beef in the deerskin bag dropped to the ground, and Yunfeng didn't dare to pick it up. Seeing Kaido, who looked like a little giant, he braced himself and shouted, Why are you grabbing me, big guy? Kaido grinned. You'll find out what kind of fruit you have after we fight. This wasn't a fight, it was clearly one-sided crushing. No matter how fierce the Qiongqi form was, in front of Kaido, wasn't it just like a little kitten? Yunfeng thought. If I had known, I wouldn't have recited that stupid poem. Wouldn't it have been better to fly quietly? Kaido wanted to kill him, and he instantly backed down. Then he turned around and scratched Kaido's face. This operation was amazing. If you don't fight me, I'll kill you. Kaido grinned. That Yunfeng instantly surrendered. Fight. Let's fight now. Kaido was confused. Didn't you want to save face just now? Those who accomplish great things don't care about their face. He spat out icy flames, and Kaido blocked it with his hand, the ice forming a layer that was then shattered. Ha ha ha, you really are a mythical beast. Kaido released his aura, mixed with Conqueror's haki, and Yunfeng felt all his hair stand on end, his legs shaking like a sieve. Useless legs. Charge. Scratch his face. With a tiger's roar, he charged up against the pressure. Kaido was shocked. This little kid didn't faint? Still dared to counterattack? At that moment, he clearly felt the shadow of Conqueror's haki. This wasn't a soft, this was a madman. Mu Yunfeng was clear in his heart. Even if I can't win, I have to go up otherwise. How can I get Kaido to teach me hockey? With the Qiongqi Fruit and the strongest biological mentor, this was a blood prophet. He just didn't know if one claw down would get him slapped away by Kaido. A 6-year-old kid biting through Kaido's skin. And he even dared to ask Kaido's daughter to be his wife? He was directly knocked out. Mu Yunfeng flew over and hugged Kaido's arm, biting down hard. He actually pierced the skin. Although there were just 4 little blood spots, Kaido hadn't used hockey. Before he could feel smug, he was grabbed by the tail and thrown to the ground. How was that performance? Haha, not bad. Kaido invited him to join the Beast Pirates, and this guy directly flirted. Have a daughter, and let her be my wife, then we'll be family. Kaido was stunned. I really have a 6-year-old daughter. Perfect, let's get married as soon as we go back. Boom. Kaido punched him on the head. After transforming into human form, he wrapped a tiger skin skirt around himself, and Kaido looked at him. Why aren't you wearing clothes? If I had clothes, would I not wear them? Are you stupid? Boom. Kaido used haki to smack his head, causing a big bump to form. Call me captain. Then I'll call you father-in-law. Boom. Another hit, and tears came out. This little kid really dares to talk. After biting Kaido, he still wanted to be his son-in-law. The Beast Pirates were going to have a new live treasure. He just didn't know if Yamato would swing her kanabo at this fiancé when she saw him. Mu Yunfeng cried with a big bump on his head. Boss, I was wrong. Then he turned and rode on Kaido's back, shouting Dragon Rider. Kaido was drinking, and Mu Yunfeng quickly handed him the frozen beef. Boss, hey Ray, something to drink with. When will you teach me to cultivate? Let Jin teach you. If I teach you, we'll have to commit suicide together. Don't. Jin is fine. Am not worthy to die with you. Lying on Flower Island for a nap. Mu Yunfeng burst out laughing. In his dream, Luffy turned into Ho-E, shot through a Kainu with an arrow, and then made a peace sign at him. Nico and I? Kaido punched him awake. What are you laughing at? We're going to Wano. Mu Yunfeng jumped on Kaido's back. Him directionally challenged. Can you carry me? You want to be a dragon rider? Kaido glared at him. Of course not. Him showing you respect. In his heart, he shouted. Who doesn't have a dragon riding dream? As they flew, Mu Yunfeng suddenly said, there's a dragon knight in my hometown named Yunfeng, and I want to be like him. Kaido was baffled. Never heard of him, but there's a dragon horse in Wano. Mu Yunfeng chuckled. He doesn't ride an ordinary dragon. Is this kid thinking something inappropriate again? Once they reach Wano, will Oden confront him directly? After all, one wants to be a dragon knight, and the other wants to be Kazuki Oden. Just after scolding Kaido for being uneducated, he was flung away. This little kid, the poor Chi, went straight to Onigashima and made Queen cry. Kaido asked, what's your dream? Mu Yunfeng looked up at the sky. To defeat the heavens, no. I want to be a salted fish, raising flowers and walking birds. Useless. Come and overthrow the world with me. No way, I want freedom to do whatever I want. Oh, so you'll eat 1 second and jump into the sea the next? That was a metaphor. You uneducated. Before he could finish his sentence, Kaido whipped him away with a tail swipe. Mu Yunfeng transformed into poor Chi and howled. He'll die if I fall into the sea. Who told you to say I'm uneducated? I was wrong, boss. That idiot is me. At 8 o'clock, they arrived at Onigashima, and as the skull's eyes flew in, a party was happening inside. Queen rolled over, circling him. What's this thing with wings? Mu Yunfeng glanced at him sideways. Little flower, what are you? So round? The pirates below were dumbfounded this newcomer dared to confront the 3 disasters. Queen's face turned green with anger, but he didn't dare to act, grumpily rolling back. Kaido laughed nearby. Oh, this kid is interesting. Just arrived at the Beast Pirates and already dared to provoke Queen. Is Mu Yunfeng here to stir things up? Next, will it be Jinbe in Jack's turn? The peace of Onigashima is likely to be disrupted by this poor Chi. A 6-year-old poor Chi kid refuses to stay in the dormitory and wants to move into Kaido's mansion as a son-in-law. Jack is 6 years old and 4 meters tall. Kaido announced. This is Mu Yunfeng. He's one of us from now on. Everyone cheered, but Mu Yunfeng had a bitter face. Boss, give me some clothes. I can't go around naked, can I? Jinbe handed him a 3-meter-long vest, and he wrapped himself up like a mummy. Can I wear this? Jinbe called over Jack. You're both 6 years old. Get to know each other. Mu Yunfeng looked at Jack, who was over 4 meters tall, stunned. This is called 6 years old? I don't believe it. Jack nodded foolishly. I'm 6 years old. This comparison is just too absurd. I won't stay in the dormitory. Mu Yunfeng directly threw a tantrum. I want to live in Kaido's mansion. Why? He'll help you take care of your daughter. Be her rival to inspire her ambition. Kaido glared. Try mentioning my daughter again, then he'll go wander. Do you think the Beast Pirates is your home? Jack suddenly said. The dormitory is a single room. Mu Yunfeng was stunned. Why didn't you say so earlier? This move left Jinbe beside him dumbfounded, Oh, all this fuss was just for single room. This little kid has more tricks up his sleeve than poor Chi's fangs. A 6-year-old kid uses a tantrum to move into Kaido's mansion. Jinbe's training plan turns out to be the same as wild training on a deserted island. Yunfeng stared at Jack and asked, "Does the dormitory have servants? Is there a bathtub? Can I cook for myself?" Jack shook his head. "None of that. Kaido's mansion has it, right?" "Yes." "Then why wouldn't I live there?" Kaido actually agreed. The pirates were dumbfounded. What kind of magic does this little kid have? Jinbe was shocked. Since when has Kaido been so easy to talk to? When he asked Jinbe about training, the answer was absurdly straightforward. "Train yourself. Come for exams on the 1st of every month. If you pass, they'll teach you hockey." "Plan? Just run with stones. Start with 100 pounds and increase to 500 pounds. Yunfeng was bewildered. "Is there any difference from my aimless practice on the deserted island?" But then he was amused. "Isn't this perfect? I'm most self-disciplined." Looking at the female pirates dressed lightly at the banquet, he was even more excited. Living in Kaido's house, with servants to wait on him, and he could secretly watch the white-haired loli. This is a big win. Just don't know, when he meets Kaido's daughter Yamato, will he be knocked out with a stick? After all, one wants to be a salted fish, and the other wants to be Odin. Kaido's mansion unexpectedly has a white-haired loli. Yunfeng, wrapped in a bedsheet, barged in. Just left the banquet, and a pirate in his 20s chased after him. "Big brother, he'll take you to Kaido's mansion." Yunfeng grinned. "Sure, from now on call me Brother Wind. Stick with me, and you'll eat meat. It'll give you bones to chew on." This little brother was smooth as could be, directly leading him to the courtyard door. Kaido's courtyard surprisingly had no guards. The little brother explained. "Who dares to target Kaido? Only his daughter and servants are here." Yunfeng pushed the door open and entered. And in the living room, there was a white-haired little loli chewing on a leg of lamb. Her pink little horns very eye-catching. The maid panicked. "Who are you? Get out. Kaido told me to live here. You'll serve me from now on." The little loli walked over holding the leg of lamb, circling around him. "You dress so weird. Why did my dad let you live here?" Yunfeng looked at this kawaii Yamato, thinking to himself, "What a score. She is Kaido's precious daughter, and she's calling him dad. Just don't know, when she sees this future son-in-law, will she throw a leg of lamb at him?" Wrapped in a bedsheet, Yunfeng stood in front of the little loli. The scene was simply absurd. Next, will they fight for the leg of lamb? Or will they directly acknowledge each other? This operation even left the maid beside them dumbfounded. For the white-haired loli, Yunfeng liked her the most, like Izumi Satomi, like Sora, like the white-haired witch. This one isn't a loli, she's a white-haired big sister. After ending the wild thoughts in his mind, Yunfeng was ready to answer Yamato's question. Kaido said, "From now on, he'll treat you as my wife, so we're all family, and he'll naturally live here." Yamato is only 6 years old now, and she hasn't interacted with many people, unlike Jack, who is always hanging out with a bunch of people although she knows the word wife, she doesn't understand its meaning. She just innocently asked, "Why does my old dad want me to be your wife?" Of course, it's because I'm handsome, talented, and multi-talented. So your dad is thrilled to have talent, and has promised you to me. Yamato couldn't understand the idioms Yunfeng used, and just shook her head saying, "I don't want to." "Why not? I don't even know you. Why would I want to be your wife?" Seeing that the little girl was not falling for it, Yunfeng was also preparing to come up with a new strategy. After all, Yunfeng had an adult mindset and completely outsmarted both Day and the little girl on an intellectual level. Then, Yunfeng suddenly thought that Day seemed to yearn for freedom and adventure. It was for this reason that she had turned against Kaido. So Yunfeng tempted her. "By the way, your name is Day, right? Would you like to hear a story about adventures in the outside world?" Upon hearing about stories and adventures, Day clearly stepped into Yunfeng's trap. I want to hear, please tell me a story." Yunfeng's eyes twinkled. "But this story can't be told casually. Our family has a rule. Stories can only be told to my wife. If you agree to be my wife in the future, then I'll tell you." Day thought for a moment and said, "Are you trying to trick me? Campos and Sharp have told me stories too, and they never said it had to be told to a wife." Yunfeng naturally wouldn't be stumped by the little loli's question. "It's different. The story I'm telling is an overseas story. Are you going to listen to it?" Finally, under the temptation of the story, Yamato gave in. "All right, you tell me the story, and I'll be your wife from now on." "Okay, but you can't back out later." I won't back out. Hurry up and tell me." Suddenly, Yunfeng felt 2 disdainful gazes staring at him, and then he realized where the gazes were coming from. It was the maid Campos and Sharp. Their eyes were very strange, and under such scrutiny, Yunfeng felt like he had become a creepy uncle trying to abduct a little loli, even though he had indeed lured the little loli. Yunfeng directly ignored the disdainful gaze and took a leg of lamb from the table, then began to eat heartily. Daho, at this moment, was unwilling, as that was his roasted lamb. Daho, you need to learn to share. You have to share your roasted lamb with me first before I can share my story with you. Oh, then tell me a story. As for the story, I'll tell it later. Let me eat something first. Flying with your father has almost starved me. After eating his fill, Mu Yunfeng turned his gaze to Daho, estimating that Daho's height was about the same as his, both around 1 meter 40. Then Mu Yunfeng said to Daho, Daho, you must have some extra clothes, right? Lend me an outfit. I'm dressed so strangely just because I don't have any clothes. Daho then said to the two maids, you guys go get one of my outfits for him. Upon hearing this, the maids left, and Mu Yunfeng called out, by the way, help me tidy up a room. Just put the clothes in my room. At this moment, Daho looked at Mu Yunfeng and asked, are you full now? Hurry and tell me a story. All right, I'll tell you this story. In the East Victory Divine Continent, in the Sea of the Proud Country, there is a flower fruit mountain. On the top of the mountain, a celestial stone nurtured a stone monkey. The stone monkey found a cave called Water Curtain Cave at the source of a stream, where he lived and was crowned king by a group of monkeys. At this time, in a secret room within a house inside a skull, there were only Kaido and Jin, and Kaido was the first to speak. Jin, feel free to ask any questions. Jin, without much hesitation, said, what is your relationship with that little brat? I feel like you have a special connection with him. That's right, special. Oh, am I that obvious? But you're my most trusted subordinate, so it's fine to tell you. That little brat has great potential. He possesses the same talent as I do. He is a mythical Zoan-devil fruit user, and his abilities are not weak at all. At the very least, he can fly, which surpasses most devil fruits. However, this is just one of the reasons I value that little brat. The most important reason is that he has the qualifications of a king. He possesses Conqueror's Haki, and as long as he doesn't slack off, he will probably awaken Conqueror's Haki soon. Jin was also somewhat shocked at this moment. Mythical Zoan fruit, Conqueror's Haki, and that little brat shows no fear under your might. No wonder you take special care of him. With such talent, he might catch up to me in 20 years, or perhaps even surpass me. All right, that's all you need to know. His abilities only indicate that he has the qualifications and advantages to become strong. But not every genius can become a strong person. Whether he can truly become a powerful individual depends on how he utilizes these advantages in the future. If he is lazy and indulgent, what use is his talent? Meanwhile, in a room inside Kaido's mansion, Mu Yunfeng was lying in bed, covered with a blanket, sleeping soundly. He had told Daho 2 segments of Journey to the West yesterday, and as one of the 4 great classics, Journey to the West had instantly captivated the little loli, demonstrating the immense charm of the story itself. Although Daho kept pestering Mu Yunfeng to tell her more, he refused, merely deferring it to the next day. When Mu Yunfeng returned to his room and saw the bed, he felt his eyes moisten slightly and muttered to himself, ah, the bed. The last time I slept in a bed was quite a while ago. Ha ha ha, Mu Yunfeng. Have finally begun a happy life with a bed to sleep in, a blanket to cover me, clothes to wear, and maids to take care of me. Initially, Mu Yunfeng was worried that he might not adapt to suddenly sleeping in a bed, but as soon as he lay down, he fell asleep, and he slept until 7 o'clock the next morning. Suddenly, in his dream, Mu Yunfeng heard a voice by his ear, get up, it's time for breakfast. After breakfast, continue telling me the story. When Mu Yunfeng opened his eyes, he saw a white-haired loli standing by his bed with her hands on her hips, calling him. It was none other than Daho. However, before Mu Yunfeng could respond, Daho pulled his hand and dragged him outside. Although Daho had not yet eaten a devil fruit, she inherited the bloodline of Kaido's Oni clan, and her strength was undeniable. Hurry up and eat. Today's breakfast has stewed meat. Sharp stewed meat is especially delicious. Hearing about the food, Mu Yunfeng instantly became energized. What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. During breakfast, Mu Yunfeng found that sharp stewed meat was indeed very good. Fragrant but not greasy, and the rice was plump. After not eating rice for 3 years, Mu Yunfeng devoured 4 large bowls. After breakfast, Mu Yunfeng planned to train. He knew that although Kaido valued his talent, talent was ultimately just talent, not strength. He needed to show effort commensurate with his talent, allowing Kaido to see his progress and strength so that Kaido could value him more, and he could learn more from Kaido. However, upon seeing Mu Yunfeng preparing to train, Daho pouted, looking unhappy as she stood aside, wanting him to tell her a story. Training so early? Didn't you say you would continue telling me the story today? I want to know what happened to that monkey. Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato and shook his head helplessly. Yamato clearly had the mindset of a normal 6-year-old, which was not what she should have at this moment. Unlike Mu Yunfeng, Yamato didn't have any ulterior motives, nor did she have the traumatic experiences that Jack went through. Therefore, she didn't have an urgent desire to become stronger. Obviously, stories were more appealing to her than training. However, in the manga, Yamato awakened her conqueror's haki at the age of 8, which indicated that she had excellent talent and could be considered a little genius. But this 6-year-old, white-haired girl with horns clearly showed no enthusiasm for training. No wonder she was on par with Luffy at the age of 28. So, Yunfeng decided to help Yamato enhance her desire for training. If you want to hear stories, that's fine. How about this? If you keep up with my training today, I'll tell you a story. If you win against me, you can have me tell you stories for as long as you want. Yamato's enthusiasm was ignited by Yunfeng. Really, if I win against you in training, you have to tell me stories for as long as I want. Of course, I'm not lying to you. So let's race. Okay, we'll run around the entire island until the other person can't run anymore. Sure, I'm really good at running. Jack and Maria are no match for me. Yunfeng was quite confident about this competition. He had been training hard for his body for the past 3 years and didn't believe that his peers could surpass him. Moreover, he didn't plan to take it seriously against Yamato. Considering the size of Onigashima, it was generally the limit for an average person to run 2 laps at full speed, and even though Yamato was good at running, she was only 6 years old, so 3 laps would probably be her limit. Yunfeng saw the area of Ghost Island from the air yesterday. He estimated that running a lap would be about 15 kilometers, and for the 6-year-old Yamato, 50 kilometers would be about the limit. Then, the two of them directly set off from Kaido's mansion, running clockwise around the entire Ghost Island. During the run, Yunfeng realized he had underestimated Yamato's strength and endurance. In terms of physical fitness, Yamato might even surpass him. They spent about 30 minutes running a lap around Ghost Island, a speed that, in his previous life, could have set a long-distance running record. However, in the world of One Piece, that speed was just average. For hours later, Yunfeng glanced at Yamato beside him, who had fallen into deep thought. He initially thought that if they ran at full speed, Yamato would tire out in just over an hour. Yet, they had been running for 4 hours, and this was their 6th lap. They had already run over 100 kilometers, a staggering number that made Yunfeng's legs feel as heavy as lead, each lift requiring significant willpower. Yamato beside him was so exhausted that his tongue was sticking out. But it seemed that to hear stories, Yamato gritted his teeth and persevered. Their pace had slowed considerably. At first, they could complete a lap in half an hour, but now it might take them an hour or more. Inside the skeletal building of Ghost Island, it was noon and everyone was having lunch. Kaido was eating grilled meat while asking Jin how long those 2 kids had been running. Jin quickly swallowed his food and replied that it had already been 4 hours. It was said that they had made a bet. Whoever stopped first would lose. Should I go stop them? They can't keep this up. After all, they're only 6 years old. Oh, don't worry. That kid named Yunfeng is a Mythical Zoan user, and Yamato is my son. They won't break down. Let them run. At that moment, Yunfeng looked at Yamato, who was desperately holding on, and sighed. It was already noon, and the temperature was rising, making running even more difficult. Finally, Yunfeng compromised. Sigh, Yamato, how about we call it a draw? Let's stop running. I'm starving, and you're hungry too, right? But Yamato ignored him and continued to struggle forward. In the fiery gaze of Yamato, Yunfeng saw the words, I want to win. Then, Yunfeng decided to concede. He could just say he didn't agree later. If they kept running like this, they would probably end up exhausted. People are like that. Once they have thoughts of giving up, they tend to slack off. Yunfeng was no exception, and the strength in his legs was suddenly drained. Bang! Yunfeng directly lay down on the ground and shouted to Yahiro, Yahiro, you won. No need to run anymore. Upon hearing this, Yahiro also breathed a sigh of relief. And with a thud, he fell down beside him. Although the match had ended, neither of them got up. Their stamina had reached its limit, and they didn't even have the strength to rise. Yunfeng directly slapped himself in the face, realizing for the first time that trying to show off could lead to being slapped back. He actually lost to Yamato, this white-haired loli. If it had been a battle, he would have won without a doubt. After all, in his Qiongqi form, he could break Kaido's defenses. So he thought that even if it came down to stamina, he wouldn't lose. After all, the Zoan-type's passive ability is to enhance physical attributes. But reality gave him a slap in the face, and he realized he needed to put away his arrogant attitude. Otherwise, he might find himself in trouble at any moment, no matter who it is or what battle. Underestimating your opponent is a big taboo. From now on, Yunfeng embarked on the path of being cautious. Just as Yunfeng and Yamato were lying on the ground eating dirt, Jin flew over, grabbing both of them with one claw and flying towards Kaido. Jin brought them to Kaido and set them down, but for Yamato, and Mu Yunfeng. It was just a change of location. They still didn't get up. At this moment, Kaido let out a laugh, or rolo lo lo lo. What is wrong with you two kids today, running wild outside? Hearing the voice, Mu Yunfeng instinctively lifted his head, focusing on the meat in Kaido's hand. He didn't even hear what Kaido said because he was starving. Food! Hurry up and give me food. I'm going to starve to death. Give me the meat. Give me the meat. Upon hearing about the meat, Yamato also regained some strength, and the two rushed towards the meat in Kaido's hand. Seeing the two rushing towards him, Kaido simply raised the meat above his head. Although Kaido was sitting, it was still something that Mu Yunfeng and Yamato couldn't snatch. Orolololo. This is my meat. Come and try to steal it if you dare. However, Mu Yunfeng was always someone who knew how to adapt. He couldn't snatch Kaido's meat, and he couldn't even get the meat from the ordinary pirates. Then, Mu Yunfeng charged directly toward the pirates below. Yamato understood Mu Yunfeng's intention and also ran down. A half-beastman in the shape of a weasel was about to taste a large piece of meat when he realized that the meat in his hand had disappeared. He looked down and found that the meat was now in Mu Yunfeng's hands. He instinctively wanted to grab it back, but Mu Yunfeng just glanced at him, which scared him, because the way Mu Yunfeng looked at him was almost the same as how he looked at the meat. He even doubted whether Mu Yunfeng would eat him if he tried to take the meat back. Thinking that Mu Yunfeng was someone Kaido valued, he immediately chickened out. If you're hungry, you can eat it. I'm not hungry. Mu Yunfeng completely ignored him, finishing the meat in his hand in just a few bites. Then he turned his gaze to a roasted fish in the hands of female pirate. The venue then became lively, as Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were crazily snatching food to eat. That's right, they were grabbing food, and the ones being robbed didn't dare to complain. One was a person favored by Kaido, and the other was Kaido's daughter. Who would dare to voice any complaints? Mu Yunfeng and Yamato looked like starving ghosts reincarnated. The little food they had in the morning was long digested after running over 100 kilometers. Mu Yunfeng always thought Luffy's eating habits were exaggerated, but he realized that he and Luffy were not much different when they were starving. The food consumption of people in the pirate world has always been a mystery. This meal left Mu Yunfeng very satisfied, but quite a few pirates are going to go hungry. However, Mu Yunfeng didn't care at all and comfortably laid down on the table. Next to him, Yamato also had an impressive appetite, eating from the first row to the last row. Their bellies now looked like inverted pots, stretching their clothes tightly. At this moment, Kaido looked at the two who were enjoying their meal and said, "You two brats come over here and answer my question from earlier." Mu Yunfeng and Yamato had no choice but to walk up to Kaido's side, and then Mu Yunfeng directly looked up at Kaido and acted cute. Question, Kaido. Did you ask a question? Bang. Kaido directly punched Mu Yunfeng on the head. I told you before, call me Kaido the boss or Captain Kaido. Who said you could just call me by my name? Mu Yunfeng held his head and looked at Yamato. Did your father ask us any questions? Yamato shook her head directly, looking at Mu Yunfeng with her confused big eyes, in which Mu Yunfeng saw the words, I don't know, reflected. Seeing the exchange of glances between the two, Kaido had no choice but to ask again, why were you two running around like crazy? I heard you even made a bet. Yamato immediately replied, that's right, we were racing. If I win, he has to tell me a story. Oh, telling stories. It seems you get along well with this little brat. Why does he have to tell you a story? Upon hearing Kaido's question, Mu Yunfeng realized something and began to retreat quietly little by little. Yamato cutely said, I promise to be his wife in the future. So he has to tell me stories. After hearing this answer, Kaido's gaze instantly locked onto Mu Yunfeng, who had already retreated 10 meters away. With a whoosh, Mu Yunfeng transformed into a winged tiger and flew out from the eye socket of his skull. Watching Mu Yunfeng fly away, Kaido shouted, little brat, come back here. Humph. Do you think I'm stupid? If I go back, I'm definitely going to get beaten. You think not coming back means you won't get beaten? Then Kaido swung the spike club in his hand. Just as Mu Yunfeng was about to retort, he saw a spike club rapidly enlarging in his vision like a rocket. Bang! The spike club directly smashed into Mu Yunfeng's tiger head, causing him to fall to the ground. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng, who had returned to his human form, was rolling on the ground in pain, holding his head, with an exaggerated bump on his head and tears streaming down his face. A few seconds later, Mu Yunfeng stood up with a determined look, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and stared steadfastly in Kaido's direction. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young and weak. Damn, Kaido, if I ever achieve great ambitions, I will definitely beat you 3 times a day. After venting his frustration, Mu Yunfeng lay down on the grass, planning to take a nice nap in the warm sunshine. After all, he had just gone through intense exercise and a binge, and drowsiness hit him right away. As the saying goes, eat well, drink enough, and take a nap. Around 4 in the afternoon, Mu Yunfeng finally had a good sleep. After waking up, the first thing he did was touch the big bump on his head caused by Kaido's hit. Then he sighed helplessly. Although the bump was no longer as exaggerated as at first, he could still feel pain when touching it. Kaido's blow was indeed quite powerful. This further solidified Mu Yunfeng's idea of wanting to beat him 3 times a day in the future. After doing some simple stretches, Mu Yunfeng let out a comfortable groan. This was all thanks to his Zoan-type ability, which provided him with an abnormal recovery boost. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be exhausted after such high-intensity exercise, and it wouldn't be possible for them to recover just by taking a nap like he did. Looking at the position of the sun, Mu Yunfeng figured out the approximate time. It should be more than 2 hours until mealtime, so he decided to train a bit longer. However, today he didn't want to run anymore. He was close to throwing up from the morning's run, so he planned to start with some push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 998, 999, 1,000. Awesome. Exercising is the best. After finishing 1,000 push-ups, Mu Yunfeng shook his arms and continued with sit-ups and some other basic strength training. After enjoying 2 hours of training, Mu Yunfeng headed back to his residence. As it should be almost time for dinner, when he returned to his place, it was already past 6, and Yamato ran up to him upon seeing him back. "Where have you been today? Why haven't I seen you for so long? Did you run off to play by yourself?" Mu Yunfeng helplessly glanced at Yahiko. "Where did I go to play? I was knocked unconscious by your old man with a stick, and I just woke up." At this moment, Yahiko was also looking at Mu Yunfeng with her cute big eyes. "Why did my father hit you? That bastard of a father is jealous of my looks and my talent. That's why he was so harsh with me. But next time, don't tell your dad about how you want to be my wife in the future." "Why? Don't you want to? Why would I refuse something given for free? The main thing is once your dad hears that, he'll be jealous of me, so just don't mention it to him." Yahiko nodded seriously. "Oh, I understand. Then tell me a story. You said yesterday that Sun Wukong has set sail. All right, since the food isn't ready yet, I'll continue telling you the journey to the west. Sun Wukong set sail, determined to become the Pirate King and find One Piece. No, wait. He was looking for a master to learn the art of immortality. After going through many hardships, he finally crossed the sea and learned from a woodcutter about Lingtai, Fengsun Mountain, and Shiue, Sanshin Cave, where immortals teach their methods. After telling Yahiko a story for a while, the maid informed them that the meal was ready. The two immediately rushed to the dining table, turning into eager eaters. After finishing their meal, Yahiko clung to Mu Yunfeng again, insisting on continuing the story. "Did I not tell you this today? How about I tell you 1 chapter a day in the future? If I tell you too much, I'll get bored too." Yahiko shook her head vigorously. "No. You said today that as long as I win against you, you'll keep telling me." Seeing this, Mu Yunfeng sighed helplessly. It seemed this little loli remembered their bet. Mu Yunfeng could only say sorry in his heart, because according to Yamato's current personality, talking about it would really go on endlessly. At most, he could just compensate later. The bet from that morning was actually a lie to you. Upon hearing this, Yamato was struck as if by lightning and froze on the spot. After a few seconds, she reacted. At this time, the little loli's eyes were already filled with mist, looking at Mu Yunfeng in disbelief. "Are you saying that what you told me this morning was all a lie?" Yes, it was a lie." Hearing this, Yamato also thought about it. Today she fought so hard to win this match, only to receive a lie in return. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and finally, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Looking at the little loli in front of him crying, Mu Yunfeng stepped forward to comfort her. "Yamato, you don't have to be so sad. How about I tell you a chapter every day from now on? That way, you can finish it in 3 months." Mu Yunfeng didn't comfort her, and as soon as he spoke, Dave felt even more aggrieved, bursting into tears. Looking at the little girl crying because of him, Mu Yunfeng really couldn't bear to watch, so he decided to look away and went out for a walk instead. While walking, he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, not going to the dorm with Jack was the right choice. If I were surrounded by these little kids who cry at the drop of a hat, it would drive me crazy." Mu Yunfeng didn't even realize at this moment that the reason Dave was crying was because of him. After Mu Yunfeng left, Dave wiped his tears and returned to his room, lying on the bed and sulking. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Mu Yunfeng's face, he comfortably stretched and got out of bed, heading towards the living room. Upon arriving in the living room, he noticed that Dave was already sitting there waiting for breakfast. But when Dave saw Mu Yunfeng, he immediately turned his face away. "Oomph." Mu Yunfeng walked over with a cheerful smile and rubbed Yamato's hair with his hand. "Good morning. Yamato, why didn't you wake me up for breakfast today?" Smack. Yamato directly swatted away Mu Yunfeng's hand that was messing with his hair. Liar, idiot, fool, annoying brat. I won't talk to you anymore, and I won't wake you up for breakfast in the future. Seeing Yamato's threat that lacked any intimidation, Mu Yunfeng burst out laughing. Uffed. Ha ha. Can you stop being so childish? Who are you threatening with that? I'm a child, and you're a child too, so why can you say I'm immature? How about this? If you don't talk to me or wake me up in the future, I won't tell you stories anymore. Yamato hesitated for a moment before conceding. Then if I wake you up for breakfast, will you still trick me? Of course I will. You bastard, you still plan to trick me. Mu Yunfeng's eyes twinkled as he devised a plan. Yamato, actually, I'm tricking you for your own good. You're too naive, and this personality will only get you into trouble later. I'm just letting you experience the harshness of society in advance. Really? Of course it's true. Then will you still tell me stories in the future? That depends on whether you behave or not. Yamato hesitated for a moment and then nodded. I will behave. Then come over here and let me rub your head. Yamato walked in front of Mu Yunfeng and sat down, then lowered his head. Looking at the obedient little girl who had been trained well, Mu Yunfeng placed his small hand on Yamato's head like a victor and rubbed it freely. All right, I'll tell you stories for a while, after dinner, every day from now on. After rubbing for a while, Mu Yunfeng finally let go. He didn't want Yamato to become bald from his rubbing. He then lay down on the floor, waiting for dinner. Children are easy to coax. After finishing breakfast, Mu Yunfeng quickly tricked Yamato, and he completely forgot about being deceived yesterday. After eating, Yamato and Mu Yunfeng lay sprawled on the living room floor like two dreamless salted fish. By the way, Mu Yunfeng, you turned into a tiger yesterday. A tiger with wings. Are you a devil fruit user? Of course. But you, little fool, actually know about devil fruit users. It seems I've been guessing wrong all along. You're actually quite smart, aren't you? Of course. I know a lot of things. What kind of fruit do you have? Mu Yunfeng said proudly. That's my Qiongqi fruit. The strongest phantom beast type among the devil fruits. Qiongqi is like a big tiger with wings, meaning to add wings to a tiger. I've never heard of the Qiongqi fruit, but Jack's fruit is a big dumb elephant. Who's stronger, you or his fruit? Of course I'm stronger. I could take on 10 of someone like Jack. Suddenly, Mu Yunfeng sat up and looked at Dave. Were we training today? By the way, do you have a training ground here? Dave shook his head. Today is Sunday, and I'm going to learn writing from Teacher Luxage. Mu Yunfeng was also curiously looking at Yamato and said, does your pirate crew have cultural classes? By the way, who is Teacher Luxage? Yamato thought for a moment and replied, I heard that Teacher Luxage was a very powerful pirate before, but he got injured in a battle and can no longer go to the battlefield. With his free time, he teaches illiterate pirates to read and write every Sunday. By the way, Mu Yunfeng, do you want to join me in learning? After thinking for a moment, Mu Yunfeng decided to go together. Since he was destined to roam the seas in the future, it would be troublesome not to know how to read. He wouldn't even be able to understand bounty posters, which would be quite embarrassing. Sure, Yamato, let's go learn together. By the way, does Teacher Luxage only teach reading on Sundays? Yes, he only teaches on Sundays. And sometimes if he drinks too much, there won't be class. After hearing this, Mu Yunfeng felt helpless. Having class only once a week meant at most 4 days of cultural lessons in a month. Moreover, it seemed that Luxage sometimes skipped work, indicating that education was not considered important in the eyes of pirates. After deciding to learn how to read, Mu Yunfeng followed Yamato southward until they entered a large warehouse. Inside the warehouse was a very large blackboard with some strange characters written on it, which should be the writing of the world of One Piece. In front of the blackboard stood a man about 4 meters tall, around 40 years old, but his right sleeve was empty, indicating he had lost his right arm in some battle. This person should be Glavin Luxage, who now serves as a language teacher, teaching some illiterate pirates how to read. Mu Yunfeng looked around at the people present. Besides Luxage, there were probably more than 30 others, ranging from young kids to elderly folks. Among them, Mu Yunfeng immediately spotted Jack. After all, the ship King Jack was too recognizable. At that moment, they also saw Jack and directly pulled Mu Yunfeng towards him. When they reached Jack, Dave pointed at him and said, this is the big dumb elephant I told you about. Mu Yunfeng also mentioned to Yamato, Jack, I know him. We've known each other even longer than you've known him. However, I didn't expect you, Jack. A big and sturdy guy with a face that looks like a rogue and an illiterate would come to learn how to read. Jack proudly lifted his head and said, I'm going to become Lord Kaido's right-hand man in the future. How can I do that without knowing how to read? After Jack finished speaking, a tall little girl walked over from behind him. Why call her a tall little girl? Because she was over 3 meters tall. But her appearance and figure clearly belonged to a child. That is why Mu Yunfeng referred to her as a tall little girl. The girl walked up next to Jack and looked towards Mu Yunfeng, saying, Yamato, you're here too? Yeah, this person next to me is called Mu Yunfeng. He is currently living at my house. I know, everyone has been talking about that name these days. Black Maria, 7 years old this year. You could just call me Maria. After speaking, Black Maria extended her right hand towards Mu Yunfeng, clearly wanting to shake hands. And Mu Yunfeng graciously extended his hand as well. Mu Yunfeng noticed that this Black Maria seemed a bit mature. She was just a year older than him. However, her tone and behavior did not resemble that of a 7-year-old child. After shaking hands, Mu Yunfeng said, My name is Mu Yunfeng, nice to meet you. You could just call me Brother Feng or Fongo from now on. Haha, I'm 7 years old, and you're only 6. So I will call you Brother Feng in the future. I didn't expect you to come to Teacher Luxage to learn writing as well. Mu Yunfeng sighed, feeling helpless. If he didn't know how to read and write, how would he survive at sea in the future? He wouldn't even be able to understand a bounty notice or order a dish at a restaurant. Then, the 4 of them started chatting, but although it was 4 people talking, only Mu Yunfeng, Day, and Maria were actually speaking, while Jack just occasionally grunted to make his presence felt. Suddenly, Ruzig, who had been writing on the blackboard, stopped and turned to face everyone. You bastards, shut up. Why are there so few of you today? Only a little over 30? Seems like some idiots are unwilling to attend Teacher Ruzig's class anymore. Huh. Truly short-sighted folks. Not knowing how to read will make life very inconvenient in the future. Alright, today I will continue teaching you how to recognize characters. After that, Mu Yunfeng and the others attended class for the whole day. Mu Yunfeng noticed that although Ruzig had a bad temper, he was very serious when teaching. He explained how to write each character, how to pronounce it, its meaning, and the origins of the characters very clearly. At least Ruzig was serious when he was teaching. In the afternoon, after Ruzig left, Mu Yunfeng, Day, Maria, and Jack all walked out of the warehouse together. At that moment, Jack's demeanor had changed. He looked exceptionally haggard. Mu Yunfeng also teased, Big dumb elephant. Do you not like learning characters? Since you don't like it, you don't have to come. Why force yourself? Stop rambling. Didn't I already say that I want to become Lord Kaido's right-hand man in the future? How can I do that without knowing characters? It's simple. Just find a little brother who knows characters to keep by your side. I don't want that. I must learn it myself. If I don't even have this bit of perseverance, I won't be able to become Lord Kaido's right-hand man. Mu Yunfeng sighed. It was clear that Jack was now a fan of Kaido. He never expected that Kaido's burly figure could attract such a little admirer. Looking at Jack, who had already wilted after just 1 day of class, Mu Yunfeng couldn't imagine what would happen if Jack were to go to his previous world, where he would have classes 5 days a week. Jack would probably end up with autism. After walking a distance together, they parted ways. After watching Jack and Black Maria leave, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato returned to their own residence. In the following days, Mu Yunfeng's life was quite regular. During the day, he trained in basic physical fitness with Yamato, and at night, he would tell Yamato stories for a while, attending a class at Ruzige's once every 7 days. However, what surprised Mu Yunfeng was that Yamato actually kept up with his training. Mu Yunfeng was able to hold on because of the passive recovery ability that the fruit provided. However, Yamato had never eaten the fruit, which also demonstrated the strength of Kaido's Oni clan bloodline. This way of life continued for more than 20 days, until Mu Yunfeng was once again awakened from his dreams by Yamato. Idiot Mu Yunfeng, wake up quickly. Today is the 1st. We need to go to Uncle Jean to have him check our training results. At 8 in the morning, 5 people were standing in an open area on the east side of Onigashima. The 5 were Yamato, Mu Yunfeng, Black Maria, Jack, and Jean. Jean only glanced at the 4 people present and then said to them, All right, let's not waste time. It's the same as before. Who will be the first to test? At this moment, Mu Yunfeng turned his gaze towards Day. Hey, what's this old way? Day replied in a low voice. It's just that we use all our strength to hit Uncle Jean once, and then Uncle Jean will determine if we meet his requirements. Hey kids, what are you whispering about? I don't have time to drag this out with you. Who's first? I'll go first. Jack stepped forward, legs slightly bent, pulling his right fist back to his head and then striking Jin's chest with a powerful punch. Bang! Jin blocked Jack's punch with just one hand, then pondered for a moment. Not bad. Jack, you've increased your strength this month. It seems you haven't been slacking off. You can go now next. Then it was Black Maria's turn to step up and test her strength, delivering a punch to Jin as well. Maria, have you been slacking off? Maria lowered her head. I've been learning songs and dancing lately, so I've had less time to train. Jin didn't scold Maria, but merely glanced at her. I don't care what you want to learn, but if you don't meet my requirements, I won't teach you anything. The third to test was Day, and, at this moment, Jin squatted down. Seeing this action, Mu Yunfeng suddenly felt a bit humiliated. Although Jack and Black Maria were young, they were nearly 4 meters tall. So when they stood, they could reach Jean easily. On the other hand, Mu Yunfeng and Day were only a little over 1 meter, which is why Jean squatted down to match their height. This made Mu Yunfeng feel inexplicably that he had lost something. Oh, Day, you made a lot of progress this month. Is it because you're competing with that kid? Of course. I've been training with Mu Yunfeng every day without missing a session. After Mu Yunfeng also threw a punch, Jean simply remarked, "You still don't meet my requirements. Go back and continue training," and then he left. Watching Jin's back, Mu Yunfeng's resolve to become stronger grew firmer. He thought he was strong now, but when he threw his full strength at Jin's palm, he couldn't make Jin budge even a bit. It felt like an ant punching an elephant, which made Mu Yunfeng realize that the strong in the pirate world were much more numerous than he had imagined. To set sail one day and gain freedom in this world, he had to train hard and become stronger. After Jean left, Maria and Jack walked away together, while Mu Yunfeng planned to continue running laps around Onigashima, and Day naturally followed him. 2 years later, Kaido was sitting in a chair drinking, and Jean walked directly to Kaido's side. "Lord Kaido, I have something to report." "Oh, is it something secret? If not, you could just say it here." "Understood." The physical fitness of those 4 kids can now attempt to learn hockey. Especially Mu Yunfeng and Day, their progress in these 2 years has been terrifying. 2 years ago, their physical fitness was about the same as the other 2, but now Mu Yunfeng and Day have already surpassed Jack and Maria. Kaido laughed happily upon hearing this. "Ororororo. Bringing that kid back was indeed the right decision. I didn't expect Day to train like him crazily in these 2 years. That's an unexpected gain. But since they have met the standards, let's teach them hockey. As for how to teach, you can decide that yourself." "Okay, I know what to do." After speaking, Jean left again. In the evening, by a small river on Onigashima, there was a young boy bathing in the river, with a barbecue grill on the shore roasting a sheep. The person in the river was Mu Yunfeng, whose muscles were well-defined, clearly showing the results of 2 years of training. His training in these 2 years had been much more effective than the 3 years he spent alone on the island, because he had been training at his limits, constantly breaking through them. Moreover, having Day training alongside him provided a competitive partner, making it much more interesting than training alone. Suddenly, while bathing, Mu Yunfeng noticed movement in the nearby bushes, thinking it was some small animal approaching. With the idea of adding to his meal, Mu Yunfeng picked up a stone from the riverbed and threw it forcefully towards the bushes. As a result, when the stone flew out, a figure rolled out from within, and Mu Yunfeng recognized who it was. "Day, how did you end up here? Shouldn't you be back preparing dinner by now?" "Oomph, I saw you weren't back for dinner. So I figured you were out here making something delicious, so I came to find you." In these 2 years, Mu Yunfeng hadn't always returned home for dinner. He was bound to go to sea in the future, and since he yearned for freedom, he didn't want to deal with a bunch of troublesome crew members. But if he didn't recruit crew members, he had to learn more skills, like cooking. So he had been trying to cook for himself over the past 2 years. In his past life, he had also experienced the ups and downs in society, tasted various delicacies, and had a habit of cooking, so it wasn't a difficult task. However, Day on the shore had no intention of leaving, sitting directly next to the barbecue, ready to eat. Mu Yunfeng could only helplessly say, "If you want to eat together, I don't mind, but could you please leave first and give me a chance to get dressed?" However, Day slyly smiled and replied, "I won't leave. If you're embarrassed, then you could just soak in the river. I'll finish this roasted lamb by myself." It was obvious that Day was a bit more cunning now compared to the original story, all thanks to Mu Yunfeng. Over the past 2 years, Mu Yunfeng had been teasing Day, and after being teased so much, Day naturally learned a lesson. However, Day's essence hadn't changed. He was still a bit silly. After hearing Day's words, Mu Yunfeng chuckled. "So you're saying you want to see me after my bath? But do you really dare to look?" "Oomph. If you dare to come out, I dare to look." Without any hesitation, Mu Yunfeng walked straight out of the river and sat down opposite Day. Day immediately turned his head away. "Are you a flasher? Why don't you go get dressed? I'm so wet. If I put on clothes, they'll stick to me, and that would be uncomfortable. Besides, didn't you want to see? I'm satisfying you. So look to your heart's content." After hearing this, Day turned his head away in a huff, while Mu Yunfeng showed a smile and made a peace sign. "Is it good? Are you satisfied?" Day only held out for 2 seconds before turning back. "You're shameless. Don't you have any sense of shame?" "Sorry, but I really don't." Looking at Day, who didn't dare to turn back, Mu Yunfeng smiled victoriously and thought to himself, "Little girl, you still have a long way to go if you want to compete with me." Seeing Day's reaction, Mu Yunfeng decided to stop teasing and walk to the shore to get dressed. "All right, you can turn back now. I've already gotten dressed. Let's eat." Then the 2 of them each tore off a lamb leg and started to feast. After the meal, Mu Yunfeng lay by the riverbank and began telling Day the story of the investiture of the gods. As for the journey to the west, that story had long been finished, including the sequel. The next morning, when the sun rose, Mu Yunfeng and Day, who had slept by the riverbank, opened their eyes. After finishing their meal the previous day, the two had been chatting happily and ended up sleeping by the river. They knew that today was the first day, the day they would go to Jean for the test. After returning to their residence for breakfast, they headed to the training ground. What surprised Mu Yunfeng today was that Jean had arrived at the training ground before them. In the past, Jean would always arrive late or just on time, never early. After Mu Yunfeng and Day arrived, Jack and Maria also showed up. Once everyone was present, Jean took action. After scanning the crowd, he said, "All right, there's no need for testing today. You all passed. From today onwards, you need to come here every day, and I will teach you how to cultivate Haki." Although the four of them were not very old, in such an environment, it was impossible for them not to know what Haki was. Jean directly sat down on the training ground. You can sit for a while too. Before I teach you Haki, you need to first understand what Haki is. There are 3 types of Haki: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. The ability to strongly sense the presence of others is called observation Haki. Once this ability is enhanced, you can read the location, number, and the actions that an enemy will take in the next moment, even outside of your line of sight. Armament Haki is a powerful ability that can enhance both defense and attack, acting like an invisible armor. It can even evolve into an attack power to counter those with Devil Fruit abilities. Users of Armament Haki can touch the physical forms of Logia Devil Fruit users, which is considered one of the means to counter Logia-type Devil Fruit users in the world. Conqueror's Haki is a kingly quality. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki can intimidate and daunt their opponents, even causing weaker opponents to faint. Unlike Observation Haki and Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki is innate. It cannot be learned later or inherited through generations. It can only be determined by one's own fate. In simple terms, Haki is the power that exists within a person's body. However, some people have poor physical fitness and cannot bear the enhancement of Haki. Others may have passed the physical fitness standards but lack the mental strength and willpower to mobilize the Haki within them. To cultivate Haki, one must first have a body capable of withstanding the enhancement of Haki. The body acts as an energy station, solely for providing energy. Then, one must train their spirit and willpower, allowing the spirit and will to guide the Haki. Only if your will and mental strength are strong enough can you unleash the full power of Haki. Therefore, if you want to use Haki, you must first meet 2 points. 1. A body that can bear Haki. Only when your physique is strong can your aura be strong, and the quality of Haki within you will be greater. 2. A will that can mobilize Haki. This is necessary for using Haki. Those with weak will cannot unleash the true power of Haki. Jean spoke a lot in one breath, and the 4 people present fell silent, beginning to slowly digest this knowledge. Mu Yunfeng also seemed to have an epiphany. He had already guessed what Haki was like, and Jin's explanation was straightforward and clear, giving Mu Yunfeng a feeling of seeing the light after the fog clears. Just as Mu Yunfeng was thinking about this, Jack excitedly stood up and said, "Brother Jean, how can we learn Haki?" Jean replied, "I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. At that time, I will teach you Haki based on my own experience. For today, you all go back and prepare well. Starting tomorrow, you have to come here every day, and we will officially begin training in Haki until you learn it." After Jean left, Jack and Day cheered directly, with Day grabbing Mu Yunfeng's shoulders and shaking him excitedly. "That's great. Haki. We can learn Haki now." Mu Yunfeng was forcefully shaken into a stutter by Day at this moment. "Why are you so excited? Stop shaking me." Bang Mu Yunfeng forcefully shook off the hand gripping his shoulder and took a deep breath before speaking again. "Why are you so excited? We've only qualified to learn Haki. We haven't actually learned it yet. You can get excited when we actually master it. Okay?" Although Mu Yunfeng tried to act indifferent, he was actually very excited inside. After all, the intense training over the past 2 years was all for the purpose of learning Haki. At that moment, Mu Yunfeng felt a sense of relief, as if the heavy burden he had been carrying had finally lifted. Jack also came to Mu Yunfeng's side. "Mu Yunfeng, I'm so excited right now. Do you want to train together? Let us run some laps." After 2 years of getting to know each other, Jack and Mu Yunfeng had become friends, which is why he wanted to share his joy with Mu Yunfeng. Mu Yunfeng shook his head directly in refusal. "Tomorrow we're going to study hard. Why train today? Isn't it better to conserve our energy?" "No, I'm really excited right now. I need to do something to distract myself. If you guys don't come, I'll go by myself." After saying that, Jack started running excitedly, clearly very thrilled. After Jack left, Maria also said to the two, "I have things to do, I need to head back. See you tomorrow." At this point, only Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were left. Yamato turned to Mu Yunfeng and asked, "What are we going to do? Should we continue training?" Perhaps because their goal had finally been achieved, Mu Yunfeng, for the first time in a long while, wanted to take a break. After all, he hadn't rested in the past 2 years. Training? What a joke. I've been training for 2 years straight. I've been here for over 2 years and haven't had any fun yet. How about we go to Wano today? Sure. Let's go have fun in Wano together. After deciding on their destination, the two set off together. However, the direction they took was not towards Wano, but towards the center of Onigashima. Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng in confusion. "Are we going to Wano? Are you lost?" "Of course not. Who would get lost in such a small place like Onigashima? I'm going to borrow some money." "Do you expect me to just wander around without any money? Borrow money? Who are you going to borrow it from?" "Who I borrow from depends on fate. I'll borrow from whoever I run into." Just as Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, he spotted 3 pirates chatting and walking shoulder to shoulder in the distance. Recognizing a target, Mu Yunfeng walked directly over to them. "Hey, you 3, wait a minute." When the 3 turned around and saw Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, they respectfully said, "Lord Mu Yunfeng, Lady Yamato, what can we do for you?" "It's nothing much. Just wanted to borrow some money. We're planning to take a stroll in Wano, but we found out we don't have any money. Look at this." Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, the 3 immediately took out all the money they had on them and handed it to the 2. Mu Yunfeng glanced at the roughly 80,000 berries, which was far from enough. So, he and Yamato specifically chose crowded places to drill. After borrowing a few more times, the 2 of them had about 500,000 berries, which is roughly equivalent to over 20,000 yuan. Due to Kaido and the others, Wano country is currently also collecting berries, with the exchange rate being 1 platinum 10 million berries, 1 gold 100,000 berries, and 1 silver 300 berries. Although this money may not be enough for major matters, it should be sufficient for eating, drinking, and having fun. Mu Yunfeng directly transformed into the Qiongqi form, and Yamato sat on my back. "Today we're going out to eat, drink, and have fun." "Great, let's go to Huadu. I heard it's the most prosperous place." After the cheers, Yamato also directly climbed onto Mu Yunfeng's back. The gigantic Qiongqi flapped its wings on its back, taking Yamato directly into the air, flying towards the land of harmony. Mu Yunfeng's flying speed in his Qiongqi state was quite fast. He and Yahiko arrived at the flower capital in a very short time. Suddenly, Mu Yunfeng spotted a familiar face, one of those one-sided acquaintances. He recognized the person, but the person did not recognize him. It was a tall man, nearly 4 meters high, with a top-knot hairstyle, who was currently dancing comically with his bare bottom exposed. Who else could it be but Kazuki Oden? Kazuki Oden is a character who has been the subject of much controversy among later generations. Some people think he is great, while others find him disgusting. Opinions are mixed, with both good and bad aspects. Mu Yunfeng doesn't really like or dislike Keigetsu Oden. He thinks Keigetsu Oden is a foolish person. Moreover, Mu Yunfeng feels that Keigetsu Oden is somewhat contradictory. Before setting sail, he didn't want to bear the burden of Wano country, but was solely focused on going to sea and living freely. However, after returning to Wano and learning about his father's death, he took the responsibility back onto his shoulders, which ultimately led to his demise under that burden. Mu Yunfeng knew why he was here dancing naked. It was because of the conspiracy between Orochi and Kaido. They deceived Oden into believing that if he danced naked here for 5 years, they would return Wano to him. Oden believed such an obvious lie for the sake of a so-called bloodless resolution. Thus, he appeared here until he completely tarnished the reputation of the Kazuki family, which ultimately led to his defeat in the struggle against Kaido. At the beginning, Kaido's influence here was not stable, and the reputation of the Kazuki family was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of Wano. However, 5 years was enough for Kaido to consolidate his power, while Oden's actions diminished the Kazuki family's prestige. As one rose and the other fell, the scales of victory naturally tilted towards Kaido and Orochi. If Oden had rallied the people at that time, many would have been willing to follow him. Facing a weakened Kaido, perhaps the outcome could have been changed. Yet, for the sake of that so-called bloodless war, he gave up such a great opportunity, wasting a good hand of cards. Oden seemed not to realize that he did not represent only himself. He had a family. He never considered what consequences his actions would bring to himself and his loved ones. Even if he could gamble with his own life, he could not gamble with his family's lives. At the very least, he should have arranged a safe retreat for them. Oden was undoubtedly an idealist. But Mu Yunfeng really couldn't understand why Odin, who had been a pirate for so many years, did not comprehend that there is no victory in war without bloodshed. In this pirate world, such bloodless wars should not exist. The conflicts of ideals and positions must be bridged with blood and corpses. Yamato also saw the scene below and exclaimed, "Look, there's an exhibitionist dancing down there, just like you." After hearing Yamato's words, Mu Yunfeng started shaking his body, scaring Yamato into grabbing the pair of horns on Mu Yunfeng's tiger head tightly. "Hey, you're the one riding on me and calling me an exhibitionist. Do you believe I'll throw you down and let you fall to your death? Besides, when did I become an exhibitionist? Don't you remember? You sat across from me last night with your bare bottom. Isn't that being an exhibitionist?" Mu Yunfeng teased. "Isn't that what you want to see? If you feel like you're a loss, next time you can strip down and let me have a look, then we'll be even." He stuck out his tongue. "You wish. But did you stop specifically to see that person? Do you know him?" Mu Yunfeng sighed. "Sigh, I didn't expect your thoughts to be quite delicate. To me, he is an idiot who thinks he is a hero. Do you know this self-proclaimed hero, idiot well, Mu Yunfeng?" It was obvious that Yamato was now interested. I find him a bit repulsive, I dislike his methods, and I dislike that foolish idea of seeing himself as a hero." "You're strange, Mu Yunfeng. Don't you want to be a hero? Heroes are so cool." After pondering for a moment, Mu Yunfeng said, "I don't want to be a hero. Not at all. Heroes bear too much. It limits my freedom. And Yamato, you have to promise me that you won't become a hero either. Being a hero requires sacrificing too much, even the lives of oneself and one's companions." Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng in confusion. "I don't understand what you said, but why shouldn't I become a hero? Isn't it cool to be respected as a hero?" Upon hearing Yamato's words, Mu Yunfeng realized that Yamato was different from him. She was a genuine 8-year-old child, and this was too obscure for her. "Let me put it simply. You are a pirate, Kaido's daughter. Even if you do heroic deeds, your name as a hero won't spread. The world government won't recognize your achievements. Instead, they will tarnish your reputation. So, it's very difficult for you to become a hero with this identity. Moreover, being a hero comes with a heavy price. Freedom is one of them. There are things that ordinary people can do, but heroes cannot, like standing by and watching. Don't you want to go on adventures at sea with me in the future? Then why not give up the idea of being a hero? Wouldn't it be better for us to be the freest people together?" After saying all this, Mu Yunfeng waited for Yamato's response, wanted to hear her thoughts on his viewpoint. However, Yamato just laughed and replied, "Even though you said it simply, I still don't understand." Disappointed, Mu Yunfeng said to Yamato, "Yamato, you must be an idiot." "I'm not an idiot. I'm very smart." Then a typical childlike argument ensued. "You still say you're not an idiot? I made it so clear, and you still don't understand. You're an idiot, Yamato." "I'm not an idiot. You're the idiot, Mu Yunfeng." "Idiot Yamato, idiot Mu Yunfeng." Mu Yunfeng bickered while leaving the sky above Kazuki Odin, flying over the city walls with Yamato, and arriving on the streets of the flower capital. When the passers-by saw Mu Yunfeng in his Qiongqi form, they all retreated a little distance. However, although the onlookers stepped back, they were not panicked. It seemed that animal-type users often came here to shop, and they had gotten used to it. Once on the streets of the flower capital, Mu Yunfeng was captivated by the scenery, as it was much more prosperous than he had imagined. Firstly, the streets were very clean, and the people here were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, with no garbage or beggars in sight. Secondly, the surrounding buildings were quite distinctive. Although they were not modern skyscrapers, these classical architectures had their own charm. Finally, the flow of people on the streets was very high, which also proved the prosperity of this flower capital. Overall, it could be considered a very nice city. To an uninformed person, they would surely think that Orochi was a wise ruler. However, seeing the prosperity here made Mu Yunfeng want to laugh, as it reminded him of a segment from Gang's crosstalk, Fear of Wealth. In it, it is said that Lord Yu, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear to see the poor, so he drove away all the poor people within a 100-mile radius. Wasn't that exactly what Orochi had done? The people here were all neatly dressed and bright, not because there were no poor people, but because the poor were not worthy of being here. They had all been driven away. Of course, Mu Yunfeng naturally wouldn't bother about where those poor people went. He had no time to fight for justice. If he could help others effortlessly, he would be happy to do so. But if it required time and effort, he definitely wouldn't get involved. Mu Yunfeng just wanted to know if the food here was good, and if it could let him and Yamato have a great time. And then he was pulled away by Yamato. "Odin, stupid Mu Yunfeng, look. There are SA shops selling Odin here. Maria said this Odin is especially delicious." Okay. I got it. Do you want to eat Odin?" "I want to eat it. I really want to eat it," Yamato nodded while looking at Mu Yunfeng with big eyes. Looking at the unintentionally cute Yamato, Mu Yunfeng really had no resistance. The invisible cuteness was the most lethal, and at that moment, Yamato was simply adorable. But Yamato, I remember we just had breakfast not long ago. I'm hungry again. I really can't do anything about you. All right, let us go try it. Then the two headed towards the Odin shop. As soon as Mu Yunfeng and Yamato entered the Odin shop, a staff member came over to introduce the shop specialties. The two began to pick out their favorite items. Mu Yunfeng had never eaten Odin before, but after taking a glance, he gave his evaluation: not spicy skewers. The method of making Odin is similar to that of skewers, but the core of skewers is spicy, while the core of Odin is fresh. Fish balls, fish tofu, small seaweed, and all kinds of small meats. The two picked out a whole bunch, and then found a spot to start eating heartily. Yamato was very happy while eating, her eyes squinting into crescents. This octopus ball is really delicious, and this tofu is also nice. You should try it. As she spoke, she brought the fish tofu to Mu Yunfeng's mouth. You don't need to worry about me. Just eat your own. I have plenty here. After finishing their food, the two started shopping. The street had everything: performers, street artists, and musicians singing. They walked and stopped, pausing to watch anything lively for a while. And when they felt it was about time, they moved on to other places, having a great time. Suddenly, Mu Yunfeng saw a clothing store, and, judging by its scale, it seemed to be a high-end one, so he directly pulled Yamato inside. Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng with confusion and asked, "Are you going to buy clothes?" "No, we're going to buy clothes. I don't want to. These clothes are very convenient for training. I can just wear them." Mu Yunfeng shook his head. This clothing store looked quite upscale, and I felt it was necessary for us to buy a nicer outfit, of course not to wear during training, but we could wear it during breaks and in teacher Luxage class. They looked reluctant, saying it would be too troublesome to keep changing clothes, and that I could go by myself. He preferred to watch the performance. "Sai, I just think you're really cute, Day. So I want to help you pick out a nice outfit. Can you buy one for me, at least?" "Really? You really think I'm cute?" "Of course, super cute. And also very smart, both clever and cute." "Ha ha. Since you want to see it so much, then I'll go with you." Under Mu Yunfeng's flattery, they cheerfully walked into the clothing store. It's human nature to enjoy being praised, regardless of age. Upon entering the store, a beautiful woman came over to greet them, and there was no scene of looking down on them for wearing shabby clothes. Otherwise, Mu Yunfeng wouldn't mind causing a scene to liven things up. Then, the sales assistant began to help Day pick out clothes. Although Mu Yunfeng also had a decent sense of style, he was confident that his taste was definitely better than Day's. He chose a white tank top and a light green jacket to complement Day's white hair, and then picked a light blue knee-length skirt. Next, he selected a checkered shirt for himself, paired with a dark gray trench coat and black trousers. Then they both went to change clothes. After changing, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim that indeed people rely on their attire, just as Buddhas rely on gold adornments. Day transformed into the girl next door look immediately. However, that was limited to Day standing silently. "Hey, stupid Mu Yunfeng, are you targeting me? Your outfit looks pretty cool, but why does mine look completely uncool?" Mu Yunfeng continued to flatter. "Daiha, you're a girl. Being cute is enough. Miss Shop Assistant, doesn't my Daiha look super cute in this outfit?" This young lady does indeed look very pretty in this outfit." "Okay, I trust the shop assistant's judgment. Let's settle the bill." After picking out clothes, Mu Yunfeng and Daiha ran out to have fun again, playing until 7 in the evening. After nearly 10 hours of effort, they had explored Huadu. They had almost spent all of the 500,000 berries. However, Mu Yunfeng felt no pain because they were spending someone else's money. Spending someone else's money is certainly enjoyable. By the time the two returned to their accommodation, it was already 9 in the evening. After taking a shower, Mu Yunfeng lay down on the bed. However, neither of them fell asleep. It was clear that both were experiencing insomnia. The first reason was that they had so much fun today, so they were still quite excited. The second reason was their anticipation for the academic competition the next day. Even Mu Yunfeng took 2 hours to fall asleep. The next morning, after a hurried breakfast, Mu Yunfeng and Daiha headed to the training ground, arriving half an hour early on purpose. However, from a distance, Mu Yunfeng noticed a figure in the middle of the training ground, and judging by the body shape, it was undoubtedly Jack. Mu Yunfeng directly approached Jack and said, "Oh Jack, you came so early. What time did you arrive?" Jack scratched his head and smiled. I woke up really early today. As soon as I thought about learning hockey, I couldn't help but come over. I've been here for several hours already." Mu Yunfeng glanced at Jack with disdain. "Look at you, so useless. No matter how early you come, it's pointless if Brother Jean doesn't come. No one will teach you." While Mu Yunfeng was speaking, Maria also arrived, and the four of them sat in a circle. Just as they were sharing their excitement and joy, Jean flew over from a distance and landed in front of the four. "Oh, you little ones came quite early. Are you so eager to learn hockey?" Upon seeing Jean arrive, the four immediately stood up. However, Jean said, "No need to stand up. I'll first share my insights on cultivating hockey and your training plan, so please sit back down." Jean then began to impart his insights and experiences on cultivating hockey, speaking earnestly without holding anything back. After finishing, Jean commented, "Given your current physical condition, awakening the armament hockey might be a bit difficult. However, awakening the observation hockey shouldn't be a problem. As for the conqueror's hockey, it depends on your talent. Each person awakens it in different ways. Do you have any questions?" "I do." Mu Yunfeng raised his hand to ask, "How should we practice hockey? Is there a systematic way to train?" "I don't have a systematic training method, but I have a simpler approach." "What is that method?" "For you right now, the simplest way to practice hockey is through combat. Only by fighting on the brink of life and death can you master hockey the fastest. In battle, a person's focus instinctively sharpens, and being in a heightened state of tension means that every attack or response to an opponent's attack keeps your mind in a state of fluctuation and tension. This makes it easy to awaken observation hockey. If during a fight, you suddenly find it easier to see through your opponent's moves, congratulations. You may have unknowingly awakened observation hockey. The same goes for armament hockey. When you're in danger, your body's potential will be maximally stimulated. An instinct will help you awaken armament hockey to protect yourself." Hearing this extremely simple training plan, Mu Yunfeng asked in confusion, "Does it have to be awakened in battle? Isn't there a more reliable way to awaken it?" Jean glanced at Mu Yunfeng dismissively. "Of course there is, but I don't have the patience to teach you slowly. Combat is my teaching method. If you're not satisfied, you can choose not to learn." Mu Yunfeng sighed helplessly. "Well, that means our training plan from now on is to keep fighting until we awaken our Haoshiku." "Smart," Jin replied. "All right, the training officially begins." After Jin finished speaking, a group of pirates brought a lot of weapons and threw them onto the training ground. There were swords, guns, clubs, and everything in between. It seemed Jin had prepared well in advance. Once the weapons were brought out, Jin shouted, "Kids, choose a weapon you like. Then fight me, and let me see where your skills are at." Jack was the first to run over, picking up 2 knives from the pile, swinging one in each hand, and then nodding in satisfaction. Maria, on the other hand, chose a huge long-handled axe, waved it a couple of times in her hand, seemed pleased, and then stepped back behind a few others. Yamato, as expected, chose a slender wolf fawn club, indicating that Yamato still wanted to use the same weapon as Kaido. Mu Yunfeng looked at Maria and Yamato's weapons. One wielded a long-handled axe, and the other a spike club. He thought to himself that the girls in the pirate world were quite tough. However, Mu Yunfeng hesitated for a long time because he had never dealt with cold weapons before. After some deliberation, he finally chose a knife. But the knife he chose was not like Zoro's katana. It resembled an ancient Chinese double-handed broadsword. The knife was approximately 170 centimeters long, with a 50-centimeter handle and a 120-centimeter blade, clearly suitable for cutting people. After the four had chosen their weapons, Jean walked into the arena and stood beside them. "All right, kids, you've all got your favorite weapons, so let's fight. Remember, it's a fight, not a spar. You must approach this battle with the mindset of wanting to kill me, and I will also unleash an appropriate level of killing intent toward you. Did you hear that? You must be prepared for a real fight. The sense of crisis between life and death will accelerate the activation of your potential, making it easier to awaken hockey. If you don't have the intent to kill, then the fight is meaningless." After hearing Jin's instructions, Mu Yunfeng and the others stood around him, surrounding him. "Sorry, Jin," Jack said as he was the first to strike, swinging his dual blades toward Jin's back with a powerful blow that created a whistling sound in the air. Jin immediately turned around, both arms enveloped in hockey, directly meeting Jack's dual blades. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Jack's blade struck Jin's arms, causing him to recoil a few steps back. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng, Maria, and Yamato exchanged nods and simultaneously attacked. Yamato swung the spike club at Jin's knee, while Maria aimed her axe at Jin's shoulder. Mu Yunfeng, gripping the knife tightly against his chest, jumped up and stabbed toward Jin's waist. Although it was their first time working together, their coordination was seamless, as if they had trained for it. This was their combat talent. They all possessed high levels of combat aptitude. Facing the trio's attacks, Jin did not dodge or evade. He simply took the hits. Clang, clang, clang. All three weapons struck Jin, but they did not harm him in the slightest. clearly indicating that Jean had covered himself with armament haki. Then, Jean reached out and grabbed the axe on his shoulder, pulling Maria toward him. He then seized Maria's arm and forcefully swung her toward Jack, causing them to collide and tumble together. As Maria was thrown, Jean turned and kicked Yamato with a whip-like leg, sending him flying like a soccer ball. When Mu Yunfeng realized he couldn't injure Jean with his knife, he began to retreat, creating a 5-meter distance between them. However, Jean simply shot a glance at Mu Yunfeng and coldly snorted, "Your little tricks are of no use to me." With that, Jean suddenly increased his speed, reaching Mu Yunfeng in just 2 seconds. He extended his right hand to grab Mu Yunfeng's neck. To avoid Jin's hand, Mu Yunfeng had no choice but to leap up with all his strength. But as he jumped, he regretted it because a fist appeared to magnify before his eyes. Bang! Mu Yunfeng was directly sent flying, rolling on the ground like a soccer ball for over 10 meters, kicking up a cloud of dust. From the moment Jack struck to the defeat of the four, it took less than 30 seconds. Looking at the immovable figure of Jean standing in the center like a mountain, Mu Yunfeng began to have thoughts of giving up. "Hey, what's wrong with you kids? Have you lost the courage to fight again just because you were knocked down once? If that's your mindset, then you shouldn't bother training. I don't want to train useless people." Mu Yunfeng shook off the thought of giving up in his mind, got back up, and touched his nose, only to find blood flowing down. He shouted dissatisfiedly at Jean, "Uncle Jean, this is too unfair. You even used haki. How can we possibly defeat someone using haki? I've said before, this is a battle, and there is no fairness in battle. Besides, who knows, you might awaken haki after getting beaten by it a few times. And your goal isn't to defeat me, but to unleash your potential. So get up and continue the attack. Unless you all can't stand up anymore, keep attacking." Yamato roared and charged forward with his wolf fang, but despite his impressive momentum, he was kicked away by Jean. After Yamato was kicked aside, Jack had already reached Jin's side, and Mu Yunfeng and Maria didn't hesitate much either, launching another attack. Then the sound of clanging metal echoed as the four of them kept attacking Jean, but none of their attacks had any effect on him. They were all dodged or blocked. They simply charged in, got knocked back, charged in again, got knocked back again, and repeated this cycle. The four of them had sustained quite a few injuries, but their fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. An invisible competition began, centering on who among the four would give up first. The atmosphere ignited their determination. At this moment, they could only fight to the death to show their attitude. None of them wanted to lose. While it was impossible to win against Jean, they also didn't want to lose to the others. No one wanted to be the first to give up. The battle continued for over half an hour, and the consumption of energy during this time was terrifying. Mu Yunfeng felt that the exhaustion had already matched the training he usually did in half a day. Thinking about the pirates in the pirate world who could fight for days and nights, he couldn't even imagine what kind of physical monsters they were. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng's back was soaked with sweat, and the other three were also panting heavily. The only one in the arena who remained calm and composed was Jean. Moreover, all four of them had sustained injuries of varying degrees, but Jean was very measured in his strikes. He wouldn't leave them with hidden dangers, nor would he injure their bones to the point of losing their fighting capability. He would only make them feel pain, just pure pain. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng's face was already bruised and swollen. He was confident that his body must also be covered in bruises. In contrast, Jin's clothes were not even dirty. At this moment, a number of pirates had gathered in the distance to watch the commotion and even began to whisper among themselves. "Pirate A, speaking of which, isn't Lord Jean being a bit excessive? Those few are just kids, yet Lord Jean can be so ruthless." Pirate B, "Hey, stop being a worrywart. Do those guys look like kids in terms of combat power? You probably can't even beat them. Lord Jean is like this simply because they have great potential. All three of them have strong devil fruit abilities, and one even has the bloodline of Lord Kaido. Why should you be worried? You should be more concerned about when you can stand out." Pirate C, "I'm dying of laughter. They're destined to become big figures in the future, while you'll just be an unknown junior until you die. What face do you have to point fingers here?" After being knocked away once again, Mu Yunfeng was almost in tears. No matter how he attacked, Jean effortlessly beat him to the point of despair. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng had the thought of transforming. However, he estimated that even if he transformed into a Qiongqi to bite, it would probably be in vain, as he didn't have the confidence to bite through Haki's defense. He had broken through Kaido's defense because Kaido hadn't used Haki. But Jean, this guy, was clearly using Haki to bully a child without any martial ethics. He even shamelessly claimed that getting beaten by Haki would lead to awakening. How shameless and low could he be? After Jack was knocked away once more, he finally got angry. "Mu, With a loud trumpet sound, Jack transformed into a giant elephant and charged towards Jean. Jean looked at the charging Jack without any intention of dodging, extending both hands to grab Jack's tusks, forcibly stopping him. However, Jean was still pushed back a small step by the impact from Jack. Seeing this situation, Yunfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time Jean had retreated today. While Jean and Jack were in a stalemate, Maria also transformed into her half-beast form, with 8 spider legs extending from beneath her. In her half-beast state, Maria shot out several strands of spider silk from her hands, wrapping around Jin's waist, and then began to pull him backward, with Jack pushing from the front and Maria pulling from the back. Even someone as strong as Jean began to be gradually shaken. Yunfeng instantly transformed into the Qiongqi form, which was slightly larger than it had been 2 years ago, reaching about 3.5 meters. However, Yunfeng chose not to unleash the ice flame, as it might not affect Jean, but would definitely impact Maria's spider silk. Subsequently, Yunfeng leaped onto Jin's back and opened his mouth to bite down on Jin's wings. There was no other reason for this choice. It was simply easier to bite the wings. Compared to biting the shoulder, biting the wings allowed for better leverage. But one bite nearly knocked Yunfeng's teeth out because Jin's shoulders were also covered in domineering energy. Nevertheless, with Yunfeng's efforts, he managed to pierce through Jin's domineering defense, leaving a few blood spots on Jin's wings. After the 3 of them used their devil fruit abilities, it finally caused a bit of trouble for Jean, no longer just being a punching bag like before. However, no one noticed that Yamato felt a bit disheartened at that moment. If they were all unable to deal with Jean, she would feel a bit better, as they would all be in the same boat. But after the other 3 activated their devil fruit abilities, it was clear that they could affect Jean, while Yamato, without a devil fruit, could do nothing, making her feel like she was lagging behind. Although Yunfeng and the others caused some trouble for Jean, it was really just a little trouble. Perhaps because Jean was hurt by Yunfeng's bite, he directly kneed Jack under the chin, lifting him up and throwing him into the distance. Jack flew like a cannonball towards the pirates watching from afar, scaring them so much that they fled in terror. The fallen Jack fainted and then reverted to his human form. After seeing Jack being thrown away, Yunfeng released his bite, intending to create some distance. However, just as he turned and flew about 2 meters, he found his hind legs grabbed by Jean. Then, Jean forcefully slammed his 2 hind legs down to the ground. Bang! Yunfeng was directly thrown into a human shape, a trace of fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He didn't know if this was Jin's revenge for biting his wings, but this hit was clearly much heavier than the one he had given Jack. After dealing with Yunfeng and Jack, Jean also reached out to grab the spider web wrapped around his waist, beginning to pull Maria over little by little. Although Maria's half-beast form had 8 legs, she was clearly not as strong as Jean, who had 2 legs and was being pulled over gradually. Yamato, watching Jack and Yunfeng lying on the ground, also wanted to help, but her attacks were completely ineffective. Even without the devil fruit ability, I wouldn't just stand here. Watching Maria being dragged over bit by Jean, Yamato suddenly burst forth with a momentum and jumped up, swinging her spike club toward Jin's head. Jean was momentarily stunned by Yamato's leap. Conqueror's Haki. Jean was not surprised that Yamato had Conqueror's Haki. He was surprised that she had directly awakened it. At this moment, Yamato was unaware of the changes in her body. She only wanted to prove her worth and didn't want to lose to the other 3. Jean could only free one hand to block his head, as Yamato, who had awakened her Conqueror's Haki, delivered a blow that clearly carried some of that Haki, making it much more powerful than before. At that moment, Yunfeng, lying on the ground, looked at Yamato in the air and felt a special sensation from the momentum emanating from her. Yunfeng could sense a familiar aura coming from Yamato, and he couldn't help but wonder why it felt familiar. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He realized why it felt familiar. 2 years ago, when he fought Kaido, he had also unleashed such an aura. Just as Jean was still amazed by Yamato's sudden awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, another aura began to rise from beneath his feet. Jean looked down and discovered that Yunfeng had also stood up, entering his half-beast state. This left Jean even more astonished, muttering to himself, "Another Conqueror's Haki? When did it become so common that it can awaken in groups?" At this moment, Yunfeng's mind was a bit confused. He wasn't thinking about anything else, only how to attack. Then, his beastly fingers extended a few claw blades, directly aiming for Jin's groin. This startled Jean, who definitely didn't want Yunfeng to sneak a claw at his peaches. Not to mention whether his domineering aura could block it. Even if it could, he didn't want anyone touching that area. Jean quickly used flames to burn through Maria's spider silk, freeing his right hand. He then crouched down and grabbed Yunfeng's head, pressing his face down into the ground. At this moment, Maria, who had been tugging at Jean, was also thrown off balance due to the severed spider's silk and stumbled. The battlefield was now completely under Jin's control. Jack had fainted in the distance, and Maria lay on the ground, too exhausted to get back up. In the center of the arena, Jean had his left hand across his head blocking Yamato's Wolf Fawn Club, while his right hand pressed Mu Yunfeng's head into the ground. Oro, is it lively here? What do I see? Conqueror's Haki, and 2 of them. Jean, you did well. Upon seeing Kaido arrive, Jean released Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. Alright, today's training is over. Your stamina has reached its limit. After Jean finished speaking, Kaido transformed back into his human form and walked up to Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. Oro, it really is the little ghost Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. You two are really impressive. Hearing Kaido's praise, Yamato was quite happy. One could tell from her expression that Kaido rarely complimented people. However, Mu Yunfeng did not appreciate it. You specifically flew over just to say this? Can you give me something practical? Little ghost, what do you want that's practical? Is there a devil fruit user here with healing abilities? Or can you find me a doctor to get some medicine for bruises? Jean went too hard on me. He knocked out a tooth. Then, Mu Yunfeng opened his mouth, revealing that one of his front teeth was missing. He was already at the age of losing teeth, and when Jean pressed his head into the ground, he knocked it out. At this moment, Yamato ran over. Ah, your tooth really got knocked out. What should we do? Will it not taste good when you eat in the future? Mu Yunfeng stared at Yamato with a strange look. As soon as she spoke, Mu Yun realized that Yamato was also missing a front tooth on the upper jaw, probably knocked out during a battle. Yamato, don't talk about me first. You've lost a tooth too. Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Yamato touched her mouth in shock and exclaimed, Really, I've lost my tooth too. Watching the noisy Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, who were fussing over their missing teeth, Jean finally couldn't hold back anymore. Hey, stop shouting, it's just a tooth that fell out. Drink more milk and it will grow back. Mu Yunfeng silently thought that if a tooth falls out, drinking milk can make it grow back, but generally, mammals' teeth, once lost, do not grow back. Then he remembered Luffy. It seems that in this world, teeth really can grow back just by drinking milk. But what about Blackbeard's teeth? Kaido clearly had no idea what Mu Yunfeng was thinking. After learning about the origin of Conqueror's Haki, he lost interest and then transformed into a dragon and flew away, not knowing whether to go drink or commit suicide. Jean also told the 3 who were awake, wake Jack up, then go back and rest. Adjust your condition well, and come back to fight with me tomorrow. After Jean left, Mu Yunfeng approached Jack and, without saying a word, started slapping him. After a few hard slaps, Jack woke up. Once Jack was awake, Mu Yunfeng conveyed Jin's words to him and then went home with Yamato. However, on the way home, Mu Yunfeng noticed that Yamato seemed a bit distracted. He roughly knew why, as he had vaguely heard Yamato shout, even without devil fruit powers, I won't just stand here. It was likely that Yamato felt a bit left behind after seeing the 3 showcase their powers with the devil fruits. But as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Perhaps it was precisely because of Yamato's sense of helplessness that she directly awakened her Conqueror's Haki. It was also due to Yamato's sudden awakening that Mu Yunfeng benefited from it. He knew that his own awakening of Conqueror's Haki was largely due to the resonance with Yamato's. Although Mu Yunfeng wanted to comfort Yamato, he certainly couldn't say it directly due to her personality, or else she would feel even more disheartened. However, over the 2 years of getting along, Mu Yunfeng had understood Yamato's character very well, and he could easily think of dozens of ways to deal with her, enough to avoid repeating himself for a month. Yamato, why are you unhappy? Is it because your tooth was knocked out? How about this? Let's play a game. Mu Yunfeng's strategy is to play games. He wants to subtly guide Yamato during the game. For a childlike person like Yamato, as long as you play games with her, her attention will be immediately diverted. This tactic has worked wonders for Mu Yunfeng over the past 2 years. Alright, let's play a game, but what game should we play? We are all tired today, so let's not play any physically exhausting games. How about this? Let's each say 3 wishes. Upon hearing the game rules, Yamato's interest suddenly dropped significantly. This game sounds really boring. How is it boring? It's actually quite fun. I'll go first. My first wish is to learn Conqueror's Haki as soon as possible. I don't want to be beaten by that guy Jean every day. Yamato, I've finished, now it's your turn. What is your first wish? I want a devil fruit. Specifically a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit like yours. After hearing Yamato's words, the comforting phrases that Mu Yunfeng had prepared in advance finally found their purpose. Yamato, did you want the devil fruit because you saw our battle today? Uh-huh. After you transformed, you became so powerful. Jack even knocked Uncle Jean back, and you bit through Uncle Jin's wings. Yamato, you don't need to envy Jack. you have already awakened Conqueror's Haki. You will have a devil fruit in the future, while Jack may not necessarily have Conqueror's Haki. So don't be discouraged. Yamato, you are no worse than anyone else. But Mu Yunfeng, don't you also have a devil fruit and Conqueror's Haki? Mu Yunfeng said proudly, I am a genius. All right, let's continue the game. My second wish is to find a devil fruit for Yamato, and it must be a Mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. At this moment, Yamato also replied, Mu Yunfeng, you are so cunning. This is obviously my wish. Mu Yunfeng said seriously, that's right, although this is also your wish, it is also my wish. My wish is for your wish to come true. As long as you are happy, I will be very happy. After hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Day immediately hugged him tightly, saying, Mu Yunfeng, you're actually a good person, right? I won't call you idiot Mu Yunfeng anymore. Day had clearly come out of his previous disappointment and was very happy. But at that moment, Mu Yunfeng felt a sense of guilt, as if he were a creepy uncle deceiving a little girl. In fact, it was true. If you add up the ages from both lives, Mu Yunfeng was already almost 30, an adult flirting with an 8-year-old girl. In the previous world, he would definitely have been imprisoned for this. However, this time, his flirting with the little girl was not out of any evil intentions. He just wanted to make Day stop feeling down. All right, Day, let go of me and tell me your second wish. After releasing Mu Yunfeng, Day began to express his second wish. My second wish is to gain my father's approval, just like you, Mu Yunfeng. My father clearly values you a lot. Hearing Day's second wish, Mu Yunfeng was stunned. Day, who was now completely a good child, a child who was desperately trying to gain his parents' approval. Mu Yunfeng couldn't imagine that the current good child Yamato and the future Thanos Yamato are the same person. What exactly happened that made Yamato grow so differently? Suddenly, Mu Yunfeng realized that it wasn't that Yamato had become distorted. Rather, the values of future Yamato were quite normal and could be considered as a righteous partner. However, in this survival environment, how did Yamato end up like that? While he was lost in thought, Yamato began to urge him, I've finished stating my second wish. Now it's your turn to say your third wish. Hey, hurry up and say your third wish. Mu Yunfeng was also pulled back to the real world by Yamato from his delusions. My third wish is to go out to sea. I want to explore every corner of this world and be the freest person. Yamato seemed to be attracted by Mu Yunfeng's third wish, grabbing his arm and starting to shake it. Great, our wishes are the same. My third wish is also to go out to sea. I want to have adventures in every corner of this world. Can we go out to sea together then? Of course. In order to realize our wishes as soon as possible, we need to work harder to become stronger. Without strength, we can't even think about going out to sea. We might get killed out there. Ah, is going out to sea that dangerous? Then to avoid being killed and to go out to sea together, I will work hard to become stronger. Seeing Yamato's serious expression, Mu Yunfeng extended his right hand and raised a pinky finger. It's a deal. We will go out to sea together, be the freest people, and fulfill our wishes together. Yamato had been with Mu Yunfeng for more than 2 years, so he naturally knew the gesture of hooking pinkies, and he extended his pinky to hook with Mu Yunfeng's. It's a deal. We will go out to sea together and fulfill our wishes. All right, then for the sake of fulfilling our wishes in the future, Yamato decided to change his second wish. How about changing it to make Kaido jump high out of anger? Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng in confusion, wondering why he wanted to change his wish. Because your second wish conflicts with your third wish. I guarantee that Kaido won't acknowledge you're going out to sea. To gain Kaido's acknowledgement, you can't go out to sea, and vice versa. Well then, I'll change the second wish. Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato speechlessly. Is your wish so unsteady? I said I would change, so I changed. Because it was Mu Yunfeng who said it. Then the two of them played around as they headed home. And Yamato's sense of loss had long been thrown to the back of their minds. On the training grounds of Ghost Island, a winged tiger was staring intently at a tall figure in front of it, focusing on the wings of that tall figure. The winged tiger was, of course, Mu Yunfeng, and that figure was Jean. It had been 6 months since Jean started teaching them hockey training. In these 6 months, the four of them had not missed a single day, showing up at 8 a.m. every day to take their beatings. Sometimes the training ended at 11 a.m., sometimes at noon. The ending time depended on how well they could endure the hits. It could be said that during these 6 months, Mu Yunfeng and the others were beaten from bloom to wither, and under such intense combat, their hockey had all awakened. The first to awaken armament hockey was Yamato, while the first to awaken observation hockey was Mu Yunfeng. Yamato's body had been trained the best. She thoroughly tapped into her physical potential. Yamato awakened observation hockey in the 2nd month of special training and armament hockey in the 3rd month. Although Mu Yunfeng, Jack, and Maria were slightly stronger than Yamato due to their devil fruits, it also meant that their awakening would be more difficult, as they had not pushed their bodies to the extreme. Yunfeng awakened his observation haki in the first month of special training. His talent for observation haki is very high, which may also be the reason why his spirit is stronger than his peers in his 2 lifetimes. He awakened his armament haki in the 4th month. Both Jack and Maria awakened their observation haki in the 3rd month and their armament haki in the 4th month. Therefore, all 4 of them have awakened dual-color haki, with Yunfeng and Yamato awakening 3-color haki. The armament haki technique Black Fang is Yunfeng's application of armament haki, covering his teeth with haki to increase their sharpness and hardness. Originally, his biting force and tooth sharpness in his Qiongqi form were already quite monstrous. After applying armament haki, the power is further multiplied. After awakening armament haki, each person researched their unique techniques. Jack can apply armament haki to his weapons or parts of his beast form, making him more resilient. Maria can infuse her threads with haki to enhance their toughness. Yamato was the first to awaken armament haki, and her application of it is slightly stronger than the others. She can apply haki to her Wolf Fang club. Additionally, Yamato has practiced a technique called Thunder Bagua, but without the thunder, its power does not reach the level of Bagua. This technique is naturally a mimic of Kaido's. Jin has also commented on Yamato's Thunder Bagua. Compared to Kaido's Thunder Bagua, the power of Yamato's technique is around 0. For Bagua, when Jin noticed Yunfeng, he intended to turn around and strike him back, as Yunfeng's sharp teeth are the only thing that can break through his defenses. Although the 4 youngsters have awakened haki, the strength of their armament haki cannot compare to his. None can break his defense, except for Yunfeng's armament haki, Black Fang. If Yunfeng's armament color Black Fang bites its wings, it can break through its defenses. Although his haki is stronger than Yunfeng's, the wings won't be pierced but will be bitten through. After coming up with this move, Yunfeng kept biting the same spot on Jin, resulting in 4 inconspicuous scars where he was bitten. Just as Jin was about to turn around, Maria's spider silk wrapped around Jin's left arm, which is a common move used by half-beasts for Maria. At the same time, Beastified Jack also wrapped Jin's other arm with his long nose. Although they couldn't hold Jin for a long time, restraining him for a few seconds was still possible. Yunfeng seized the opportunity and bit down on Jin's wing at the same spot. Then Jin suddenly exerted strength, breaking free from Jack and Maria's restraint, intending to turn back and caress Yunfeng, only to find that Yamato was already swinging a wolf-toothed club towards his groin. Thunderous 8 trigrams, Jin had no choice but to set Yunfeng aside for the moment and press down with both hands to block Yamato's Thunderous 0. For trigram, Yunfeng also seized the opportunity to create some distance. However, what surprised him was that Jin did not pursue him. Usually after he bit, Jin would chase him down and give him a good beating. Yamato, who taught you this move to hit the groin? Yamato replied seriously. This move was taught to me by Yunfeng. He told me that as long as you hit Uncle Jin here, he'll definitely defend. Upon hearing this, Jack instinctively squeezed his legs together and glanced at Yunfeng. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if he were hit in the groin by Yamato's club. Sigh. It really is that little rascal Yunfeng's dirty trick. Alright, today's training is over. At this moment, Yunfeng has also transformed into a human form. It's over. Why so soon? Wasn't it supposed to end after Uncle Jin knocked us down so we couldn't get up? What do you think of me, you little brat? Am I the kind of person who finds amusement in beating you up? Although beating you up is indeed quite fun, my main reason for doing so is to awaken your domineering spirit. Now the 4 of you have clearly mastered the domineering spirit. Your talents are impressive. I didn't expect that in just half a year, you would reach this level of cultivation. I originally planned to continue training you for another 2 months. But recently we have things to do and no time to waste on you little brats. You can practice the remaining training on your own. Since you've awakened your domineering spirit, just keep strengthening your training in it. Once your domineering spirit reaches a certain intensity, you can learn advanced applications. After hearing Uncle Jin's words, the 4 of them felt a mix of disappointment and happiness. The disappointment was because they could no longer train with Uncle Jin. With a master like Uncle Jin as a sparring partner, their progress was very fast. The happiness came from not having to take a beating anymore. Although they all had high potential, fighting against Uncle Jin was not really a fight. It could only be considered as being a punching bag. Yunfeng had been injured constantly over the past 6 months. However, Yunfeng noticed another point. Uncle Jin mentioned he had things to do, and those things during this time period should be related to Getsu Waita. After Uncle Jin left, Maria and Jack were also about to leave. But Yunfeng called the 2 of them. We won't train together tomorrow, so to celebrate our completion of special training today, How about we go out for a meal? It's on me. Sure, let's go eat together. What should we eat? When it comes to eating, Yamato is the happiest. It doesn't matter. You can eat whatever you want. I'm just suggesting a meal and treating you, but it mainly depends on what you want to eat. Odin, I want to eat Odin. The last time we had it was half a year ago. It was Yamato who suggested this, and Jack and Maria didn't object. So the place for the four-person gathering was decided to be Ing Tung Odin in Huadu. After confirming the destination, Yamato asked Yunfeng, by the way, do you have money? If the four of us eat, it might cost a lot. Yunfeng looked at Yamato, gently rubbing the top of her head and saying, silly, we are pirates. Pirates don't have to pay for food. That's common sense. But you borrowed money last time. Last time we were still weak. But now we have the strength to eat for free. Why should we pay? Maria also chimed in, you're planning to eat for free. And yet you say you're treating us. Ha ha ha. That's right. I'm the one treating, but I just don't plan to pay, he replied. At a large table in Ing Tung Odin. For people were feasting. Yunfeng, Yamato, Jack, and Maria. After taking a bite of delicious food, Yunfeng grabbed a jug of alcohol and took a hearty swig. That's right. These four kids, all under 10, were drinking. However, this was quite normal in the world of pirates. In his previous life, Yunfeng hardly drank because he had no friends and didn't have to deal with drinking parties. In the past 2 years, every time he saw Kaido, Kaido was drinking, which piqued his curiosity about alcohol. However, Yunfeng wouldn't drink out of curiosity. He didn't want to waste time enhancing his strength on a hangover. But he was here to relax today, so he ordered several jugs of alcohol to enjoy himself. Yamato stared at the drink in her hand and wrinkled her nose. Ah, what is this? It tastes so strange. Yunfeng, you seem to be enjoying it. Is it good? Well, for me, it's acceptable. This is an adult beverage. Kaido usually drinks this. Hey, Yunfeng, how can you just call Kaido by his name? Don't be so formal. Today there are only the four of us here. It doesn't matter how we address each other. Jack, why don't you try calling him Kaido? Jack immediately shook his head in refusal. I won't. Kaido is my benefactor. I must respect him. He then took a big gulp of his drink. Seeing Jack's familiar action, Yunfeng asked, Jack, have you ever drunk before? Of course. I'm going to be Kaido's right-hand man in the future. How can I not know how to drink? Yunfeng looked at Jack with a face full of black lines. No one stipulated that Kaido's right-hand man must be able to drink. Jack said with admiration, Boss Kaido has such a good drinking capacity. How can I become his right-hand man if I can't drink? All right, I won't ask anymore. And you should stop saying become Kaido's right-hand man. You've said it several times already. Then Yunfeng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Kaido's drinking ability is indeed impressive, but his drinking behavior is not. Every time he gets drunk, he causes a ruckus. Gulp, gulp. Ah, this drink is strange, hic. While Yunfeng was lost in thought, Yamato had already downed a full glass of alcohol, and even Yunfeng couldn't help but marvel at Yamato's drinking capacity. Although they were drinking beer, the alcohol content was similar to that of beer from his previous life. However, the cups here were large, with one cup containing more than a pound. For an 8-year-old girl like Yamato who had never drunk before, to down a glass in one go without turning red or gasping for breath was truly a remarkable talent. No wonder she was Kaido's daughter. Then the group relaxed and indulged in food and drinks, with drinks being down one after another and dishes being served on the table. Yunfeng felt that things had quieted down a bit, so he decided to bring up a topic. Uncle Gene said he has something to do recently. What do you think it could be? Shall we guess? Yamato mumbled with a mouthful of food. All right, Yamato seems to want to say you don't know, right? So, Jack and Maria, do you know? Could it be that Uncle Gene has something to do back home? Upon hearing Jack's answer, Yunfeng couldn't help but think Gene probably has no family. No, it seems that his race has only him left. If Gene dies, Lunaria would be extinct. Their answers were also within Yunfeng's expectations. After all, these were the only things children could think of. Then he planned to show off and share his guess. I think it's because of the war. Yunfeng's pretentious plan was interrupted, and the one interrupting him was Maria, who mentioned the word war. Oh, Maria, it seems you know some insider information. How do you know that a war is about to happen? I don't know any insider information. I just often go to Wano to watch performances. That's why I have such a guess. But it seems like you know something, Yunfeng. Why are you so sure of my answer? Because your answer is correct. This time, what Uncle Gene and the others are going to do is most likely war. A war with Wano, a war with Qiongqi Odin. Qiongqi Odin, I think I've heard that name before. All right, that exhibitionist uncle who was like you the last time we came to the flower capital, right? The one who said this was clearly Yamato. And it was obvious that Yamato had drunk a bit too much, speaking incoherently and inappropriately. But her words clearly caught Maria's attention. Yunfeng, why does Yamato say you're an exhibitionist? Could it be that you did something to Yamato at home? I'm really curious about how you usually get along to make Yamato say that about you. Hey, Maria, please don't randomly imagine me as a pervert. How could I be that kind of person? And Yamato is clearly drunk. She's just talking nonsense. I wasn't drunk. That day you were by the river. Before Yamato could finish her sentence, Yunfeng stuffed a string of octopus into her mouth, interrupting her next words. This scene made Maria even more curious. Hey, Yunfeng, what did you do to Yamato by the river? Why didn't you let her continue speaking? Yunfeng directly changed the topic. Nothing happened by the river. But the focus of the issue isn't the river, right? The focus is on war and Kazuki Oden, isn't it? Maria burst out laughing. Ha, you're changing the topic. Did you really do something to feel guilty about? You two are really interesting. I just can't understand what you usually do. But you're right, compared to your matters. I'm indeed more curious about Kazuki Oden. How do you know this person? In my impression, he's quite a strange person. Yunfeng sorted through his memories and began to talk about Kazuki Oden. I know of Kazuki Oden. He was indeed a very strange man. But he was also an incredibly powerful one. So powerful that even Kaido had to take him seriously. That's why King had to halt our training. In Yunfeng's memory, Kazuki Oden should have been around the same age as Kaido. And if the two were to fight at this stage, it was hard to say who would win. At this point, Yamato leaned in closer. You're saying Kazuki Oden was someone even father had to take seriously? Then how strong do you think he was? I don't know the specifics, but he was probably no weaker than Kaido. Jack, who had been listening, was so shocked he even forgot to eat his Oden. No weaker than Boss Kaido. Then if he fought Boss Kaido, who would win? I really can't say for sure, but I'd guess it'd be a 50-50 chance. Yamato hated vague answers like this the most. Drunk, she walked behind Yunfeng and sat down, then started drumming on his back with her fists as if it were a drum. As she drummed, she whined, "You're so sneaky." That answer is as good as saying nothing. If you had to pick, who would you say wins? Ow, stop hitting me. All right, I'll tell you. It depends on how you look at it. If we're talking about the outcome of a war, Kaido would definitely win. But in a one-on-one fight, I don't think Kazuki Oden would lose. Hearing this, Yamato got even more upset, increasing the force and speed of her punches. I'll beat you to death. You big idiot. That still doesn't explain anything. First, you say father would win. Then you say Kazuki Oden wouldn't lose. I don't get it. Feeling Yamato's fists on his back, Yunfeng had no choice but to give these kids a proper lesson. Otherwise, he was afraid the drunken Yamato might start causing trouble. After all, she was Kaido's daughter. She probably had the genes for drunken rampages. Taking a deep breath, Yunfeng began analyzing the upcoming war. There's a reason I say this. A fight and a war are two different things. A fight is between two people, but a war is between two factions. Even if we assume Kazuki Oden and Kaido are evenly matched, or even if we exaggerate and say Kazuki Oden is slightly stronger than Kaido, what difference would it make? Don't forget, Orochi is on our side too. Our forces are far stronger than Kazuki Oden's. Even if Kazuki Oden managed to defeat Kaido in battle, do you think the rest of our crew would just stand by? Would King and Queen just sit around? Would Orochi do nothing? After defeating Kaido, how much stamina would Kazuki Oden even have left? Could he still fight King and the others? That's why, in this war, Kazuki Oden is destined to lose. Yunfeng actually had some things left unsaid. It's not unheard of for one person to challenge a pirate crew in the pirate world. However, Kazuki Oden could not do that because his responsibilities have always bound him. Now, Kazuki Oden has lost the people's hearts, while Orochi, who has gained the people's hearts, is a despicable person. Even if Oden drives away Kaido, he might not be able to deal with Orochi. Over these 5 years, Orochi has clearly become more popular than Kazuki Oden. What would happen if Orochi incited the residents of Wano to drive away Oden and his family? Could Oden really bring himself to kill the people of Wano? So, this battle had a result from the very beginning. Kazuki Oden is not a match for Kaido and Orochi. Just as Yamato and Jack were pondering Yunfeng's words with their not-so-bright heads, Maria asked a question. Listening to you, Yunfeng, you seem to know Kazuki Oden quite well. However, you have only been in Wano for just over 2 years. How could you possibly know more than us? It's a secret. I didn't know Kazuki Oden, but I won't tell you how I know him, so don't ask about that. Maria pressed on. Since it's a secret, I won't ask, but could you explain a bit about Kazuki Oden? Hearing you say this makes me a little curious about him. All right, we don't have anything else to do right now, so let's take this topic as a side dish. Yunfeng's little drama is about to officially begin. Kids, are you ready? Ready. Due to having drunk a bit too much, Yunfeng also showed a childish side. Jack, why aren't you shouting? Don't be shy. Shout with Yamato and Maria. I'll ask again, are the kids really ready? Ready. 3 okay. Then I'll start the lecture. The stories of Kazuki Oden's childhood are very legendary. At 0 years old, he threw the nanny away. At 2 years old, he caught 2 rabbits at the same time. At 4 years old, he threw rocks to fend off a bear. At 6 years old, he spent the castle's money in brothels. At 8 years old, he broke into a casino and fought fiercely with the hot-blooded gamblers. By 9 years old, he was already on the blacklist of the underworld, and in a fit of rage, he set the casino on fire and resisted the underworld. After that, he was arrested for violent incidents. At 10 years old, as a criminal, he worked in a quarry and was promoted to leader. At 14 years old, Kazuki Oden turned over a new leaf. To do good and solve the water crisis, he diverted a river with rocks, causing a great flood. Kazuki Oden has always been a strange person, a powerful freak born to be strong. There are too many stories about him to recount one by one. However, everything Kazuki Oden did almost surpassed what a child of his age could do, proving that Oden's talent is extraordinarily high. At 15, he did something that shocked Wano. He threatened and occupied a temple, using it as a base. And every night he would bring beautiful women from the flower capital to establish his own harem. However, these women came willingly because they were infatuated with Kazuki Oden and did not want to leave. This is why the men of the flower capital hurriedly hid their wives and daughters when they saw Kazuki Oden. Those women as husbands and parents, as well as the strong warriors who disapproved of Oden's ways, formed teams to attack him. Yet, he happily fought back against those who came to cause trouble. This was the famous harem disturbance over 20 years ago. After some time, Kazuki Oden set his sights on Kuri, known as the lawless land of Wano. He single-handedly entered Kuri and defeated all the villains with his powerful strength. Subsequently, Kazuki Oden transformed the lawless land of Kuri into a livable village, becoming the lord of Kuri and accepting the first batch of retainers, the Red Scabbards. However, Kazuki Oden was not a person to remain settled. He wouldn't stay obediently in Wano. At 29, he met Whitebeard, who had accidentally arrived in Wano. The two became acquainted without fighting, and he eventually boarded Whitebeard's ship, becoming the captain of the 2nd Division. At 33, Kazuki Oden met Roger and traveled to Raftel with the Pirate King, Roger. This is what I know about the things Kazuki Oden has done. After listening to Mu Yufeng's words, Maria and Jack fell silent, while Yamato looked at Mu Yufeng in shock. So Kazuki Oden, is that amazing? He might really be able to defeat my father. What an extraordinary life. Hey, Mu Yufeng, will we also become that powerful in the future? Will we have such an exciting journey? Of course, our future will definitely be more exciting than Kazuki Oden's. And I also know many people who are even more impressive than him. Who are they? You idiot. Mu Yufeng, just say it. Mu Yunfeng did not respond to Yamato immediately, but instead looked at Jack and Maria. Do you want to hear it too? We want to hear. Jack and Maria nodded crazily. It's fine if you want to listen, but you have to promise not to tell anyone else what we talk about today. We promise. 3. Seeing their reactions, Mu Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction. This world has many legendary figures, such as Yamato's father, the old Captain Rocks, the Roger known as the Pirate King, Kapu who has repeatedly forced Roger into desperate situations, and the East Sea Mountain bandit King Shiga. Maria asked in confusion. I've heard of Rocks, Roger, and Kapu, but who is this Shiga, and why is a mountain bandit mixed in here? Good question. Mu Yunfeng was very pleased with Maria's inquiry. If she didn't ask, he wouldn't be able to continue the story. There is no doubt about Shiga's strength. As far as I know, he has single-handedly killed 56 strong men of Kaido's level. Yamato was shocked and opened his mouth. Really? Of course it's true, but I don't know much about the rumors surrounding Shiga. So let me talk about something else first. Then Mu Yunfeng, fueled by alcohol, started boasting. 1 dared to boast, and 3 dared to believe, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. In a magnificent palace, Mu Yunfeng was sitting on the dragon throne in the main hall, dressed in a dragon robe, with all the civil and military officials bowing their heads, not daring to raise their eyes to meet his gaze, perfectly embodying the aura of a ruler. Suddenly, a guard rushed in. Your Majesty, the envoy has arrived, and he has brought a gift, the city defense map that your Majesty has been longing for. Let him in. With this map, I can certainly unify the world and sweep through the 6 kingdoms. After Mu Yunfeng gave the order, the guard brought in a very handsome man who was holding a scroll. The man then knelt before Mu Yunfeng, presenting the scroll with both hands. I am Qiongqi, here to present the city defense map of Yin Kingdom to your Majesty, to assist your Majesty in unifying the world. City defense map shouldn't be a map. Just as Mu Yunfeng was puzzled, Qiongqi began to open the scroll in front of him. On the scroll was a fortress, and Qiongqi was pointing at the fortress while explaining to Mu Yunfeng. Your Majesty, this is the fortress of Yin Kingdom, with minefields on both sides. Therefore, we can only break through from the front, but there are 2 heavy machine guns on top, imported by the Yin Prince from Germany, intended. Listening to Qiongqi's explanation, Mu Yunfeng was completely confused. Fortress, machine guns. Am I not Qin Shi Huang? By the way, does this era have these things? No. If I am Qin Shi Huang, then this person Qiongqi, isn't he here to kill me? Just as Mu Yunfeng thought of this, the scroll had been fully opened, and indeed, hidden at the bottom of the scroll was a dagger. Qiongqi grabbed the dagger and lunged at Mu Yunfeng. In an instant, Mu Yunfeng understood. This was the story of the dagger revealed at the end of the scroll. Just as Mu Yunfeng was considering whether he should run around the pillar, he instinctively grabbed Qiongqi's hand. Then Mu Yunfeng forcefully threw him away, and with a loud crash, Mu Yunfeng opened his eyes. He then saw who he had thrown out. It was a person dressed in a samurai outfit with a sword, who had already smashed through the wall, half of his body appearing on the street. Lord Takashima, it's them. Not only did they eat without paying, but when I asked for money, they threw me out. Look at how fierce they are. They don't look like children at all. You must teach them a good lesson. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng's memories began to surface little by little in his mind, and he now understood the situation. He, along with Yamato, Jack, and Maria, had been drinking and boasting, and then they all got drunk and fell asleep on the table. The man complaining was the owner of Eagle Rising Odin, Takataka Ichiro. Mu Yunfeng vaguely remembered that he had tried to settle the bill, but was thrown out by his drunken self. After recalling these memories, Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato and the others beside him. Because of the commotion Mu Yunfeng had just caused, they gradually woke up. At this time, there were still many armed samurai surrounding them, blocking them in the shop, and the leader walked directly to within 3 meters of them, presumably the Lord Takashima mentioned by the owner. You little brats, I don't know who you are, but how dare you cause trouble on Bing Yi's turf, eat without paying, and even hit the boss? Do you know what you will face next? Mu Yunfeng's reaction was still quite slow at this moment, and he subconsciously replied, Captain Hanazono Bingu. That's right, it's Hanazono Bingu. Now you all quickly pay the money, cover the boss's medical expenses and the repair costs for the shop. I can forgive you this once for the sake of you being a child. Money? No money? Have you ever seen pirates eating without paying? After hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, the leading Lord Takashima was also angry. Pirates, becoming a pirate at such a young age, is truly a downfall. Mu Yunfeng has never suffered a loss when it comes to confronting others. At such a young age, becoming a pirate is a sign of degradation. Unlike you guys who think being in the underworld brings glory to your family. Damn little brat, you are quite arrogant, huh? Let's see if you scream for your mommy when I capture you. After saying this, Lord Zhudao reached out to grab Mu Yunfeng by the collar. Just as Mu Yunfeng was about to counterattack, a spike club knocked Lord Zhudao flying. No matter who you are, Hick, you're not allowed to take Mu Yunfeng away. He is mine, Hick. At this moment, Jack also raised his dual blades, daring to attack my friend. Just watch as I, Lord Jack, chop you down. Mu Yunfeng also stepped forward to stop Jack and Yamato, who were planning to cause trouble. Let's forget it. After all, we didn't pay for the food and broke the store. There's no need to kill anyone. Jack, turn into an elephant and take us away. Then, under the astonished gaze of the samurai, Jack transformed into a huge elephant. The 3 of them jumped onto Jack's back and charged through the wall. It was clear that Jack was also drunk. He couldn't run in a straight line and staggered, barely managing to run in an S shape, knocking over many innocent shops around him. Yamato, sitting on Jack's back, complained, "Why are we running? We could just knock them over directly." Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato in front of him and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is this really the Yamato I know? Full of a sense of justice. It was obvious that Yamato's personality had changed under Mu Yunfeng's influence. However, seeing the puzzled expressions of the few people, Mu Yunfeng began to explain, that person just now was a subordinate of Flower Warrior Guru, who is not someone to be underestimated. Although he may not be as strong as Kaido, he should have no problem dealing with us. So it's better to run for now. It's best to avoid trouble. After running for a while, when Mu Yunfeng confirmed that the samurai were not pursuing them, he called Jack to a stop. The 3 of them directly dove into the woods and found a place to sleep. Although the weather was relatively cool, the physical condition of the 4 was quite extraordinary, so they wouldn't catch a cold. In fact, apart from Mu Yunfeng, the other 3 didn't even know what catching a cold was. The next morning, the 4 of them gradually woke up. Yamato was rubbing his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache, wondering what was going on. Just a hangover, it's normal. However, the trouble we caused yesterday was not small. We probably destroyed half a street in Flower City. Alcohol really is something people both love and hate. But in the future, I need to control the amount I drink. If I get as drunk as I did this time again, it would be too dangerous. I wouldn't even know if someone slit my throat. After that, the four of them returned to Onigashima. Upon returning, Yunfeng clearly felt that the atmosphere on Onigashima was different from usual. It could be seen from the expressions of the pirates coming and going. In the past, these people always appeared carefree, but in the last couple of days, most of them seemed particularly excited, as if they were anticipating something. Yunfeng certainly knew what they were looking forward to. They were eager to openly rule the country soon, at which point they wouldn't have to hide on this cursed island anymore. Watching their behavior, Yunfeng couldn't help but sigh. This was the pirate image he had in mind, compared to Luffy and his crew, who could be described more as adventurers than pirates. They really hadn't done many things that resembled piracy, except for flying the pirate flag, of course, not including the incident at Impel Down. But when it comes to pirates, one must mention Blackbeard, sly and treacherous, profit-driven, and ungrateful. He was the epitome of a pirate, a benchmark for wickedness. After the special training of Jean was over, Yunfeng and Yamato returned to their usual training mode, deciding for themselves when to train and what to train. However, even someone as straightforward as Yamato realized that something was off with Kaido's pirate crew during this period, and this state of affairs lasted for about a week. Early morning, Yunfeng and Dai were, as usual, conducting weighted running training around Ghost Island. They discovered that there were many more ships along the shore, and the ships were loaded with weapons and armor. After seeing this, Yunfeng had a rough idea of what was happening. If nothing unexpected occurred, the battle between Odin and Kaido would likely start tonight. Hey, Yunfeng, did you see that? There are many more ships along the shore, and there are lots of weapons on them. Is the battle you mentioned about to begin? Yunfeng unexpectedly glanced at Yamato and asked, Yamato, are you very clever today? You figured this out. After guessing Yunfeng's affirmation, Yamato excitedly said, should we tell father and ask to go with him? Didn't you say that Yutian's strength is very strong? His battle with father will definitely be exciting. You don't have to say it. Kaido probably won't agree, Yunfeng replied. After all, we are still young. On the battlefield, we wouldn't be able to do anything and might even cause trouble. Oh, Yamato said dejectedly, and Yunfeng felt that Yamato's enthusiasm for training had diminished a bit. Yamato, you're feeling down too early. I didn't say we wouldn't go, even if Kaido disagrees. We can sneak along. After all, I can fly. But didn't you say that we would cause trouble on the battlefield? Don't worry about it. If trouble arises, Kaido and Uncle Jean will handle it. Worst case, we'll just get a beating when we come back. That night after dinner, Yunfeng and Yamato didn't return to their room to sleep. Instead, the two of them sneaked out under the cover of darkness and hid in the jungle by the shore. Watching group after group of pirates leave Onigashima by boat, Yunfeng was also very excited, as it was his first time on the battlefield. Yunfeng and Yamato had excellent eyesight. They could see the scenes on the ship hundreds of meters away. The two clearly saw Kaido, Jean, and Queen sitting on the largest ship. Moreover, it seemed that Kaido hadn't been drinking this time. It had been a long time since Yunfeng had seen a sober Kaido, indicating that Kaido was taking the matter with Kazuki Odin very seriously. Of course, Yunfeng wouldn't foolishly follow them, as Kaido was not an ordinary person. His observation haki was certainly strong, and recklessly following them could easily lead to being discovered and then beaten up and thrown back to Onigashima. Hey, Dad, they've left. What should we do? Should keep quiet. It's Kaido. I can't follow too closely. Just obediently listen to my instructions, or I won't take you with me. Oh, I understand. Then Yunfeng waited until the ship was almost out of sight before transforming into his Qiongqi form and flying low over the water to follow. He didn't dare fly too high in front of Kaido and Jean. At the moment Yunfeng transformed into Qiongqi, Yamato jumped onto his back, a testament to the tacit understanding they had developed over the past 2 years. They followed for 6 hours, from dusk to night, until Kaido, Jean, and Queen finally stopped at the top of a small mountain, and the pirates also found places to hide. At this point, Yunfeng retracted his wings and claws, returning to human form. He and Yamato stealthily advanced toward the small mountain where Kaido was located. When they were about 500 meters away from Kaido, Kaido suddenly glanced in Yunfeng's direction. Kaido's gaze today was different from usual, resembling that of a man-eating beast, and, after being swept by that gaze, Yunfeng instinctively took a step back due to his beastly instinct from Qiongqi. Crash! A soccer ball-sized stone was bumped by Yunfeng and rolled down from the hillside, the sound echoing clearly in the dark, quiet night. Idiot Yunfeng, why are you so clumsy? Yamato, are you stupid? Keep your voice down at this time. The noise they made naturally caught Kaido's attention. With a gesture from Kaido, Jean flew directly toward the two of them. Although Kaido's observation haki was strong, he couldn't detect the two who had no killing intent 500 meters away. he had merely turned his head casually. Of course, this was a passive effect. If Kaido actively used his observation haki to probe, he could even cover the entire Onigashima. Upon seeing Jean flying over, Yunfeng pulled Yamato back and ran away. Yunfeng didn't want to be caught in front of Kaido, especially since Kaido had been prone to beating him up recently. If they were caught, Kaido might not mind loosening up his muscles before a battle and beat him up a bit for relaxation. However, both Yunfeng and Yamato were still relatively weak and had no hope of escaping from Jean's pursuit. Their speed was simply no match for Jean, so they were quickly caught. Kaido, seeing Yunfeng and Yamato thrown in front of him, asked in confusion, "Why are you two brats here? Shouldn't you be sleeping at home at this hour?" At this moment, Yunfeng patted his chest and said, "I know that Boss Kaido has a battle tonight, and I am very grateful for his mentorship. So I want to contribute in the battle to repay his kindness." Then Yunfeng saw a scene he might never see again in his life. As Kaido rolled his eyes, "You have this heart. Of course, I respect Boss Kaido very much. Usually, I pray to the gods in private, praying for your success in everything, including suicide. Oh, tonight's enemy is indeed not simple, but I don't plan to let the kid go to the battlefield this time. However, if you really want to go to the battlefield, I will give you a chance in the future. For now, just roll back. I don't want anything to go wrong against Kazuki Oden. Boss Kaido, we've come all this way, and you said today's enemy is strong. Besides, observing the battles of the strong is also a good form of training. How about this? I can fly, so I'll take Yamato to fly high and watch. We absolutely won't cause any trouble." After hearing this, Kaido nodded. "If you want to watch, then watch. Anyway, it's too late for you to leave now. The enemy has already appeared." "Appeared? Does that mean?" Kaido pointed to a mountain directly in front of him. Yunfeng and Yamato turned to look in the direction pointed by Kaido. Both of them had excellent eyesight, and the moon tonight was particularly bright, with a clear sky full of stars, allowing them to see far into the distance. Soon, Yunfeng spotted several figures on a distant peak. Upon counting, he realized there were exactly 10 people. At that moment, he understood why Kaido said they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. "All right, you two kids, stay back. Today's battle is not something you can participate in. Don't worry, boss will definitely keep Yamato far away. I'm someone who values my life. I wouldn't recklessly lose it in a place like this." After that, Yunfeng transformed into his Qiongqi form, and Yamato instantly jumped onto his back. The two quickly soared into the sky. Yunfeng planned to enjoy this battle in the air. He wanted to see how strong the top combat power of the pirate world really was and to understand the gap between him and the true strong. Yunfeng took Yamato and flew to a height of nearly 100 meters. He knew the level of his own strength right now. He couldn't even defeat the Red Scabbards, let alone Kazuki Oden. However, at this height, he wouldn't be in danger. Even if Kazuki Oden went mad and tried to slash him, he was confident he could dodge before the sword energy reached him. Hey, Yunfeng, aren't you flying too high? I can barely see the people below," Yamato said. "Ah, Yamato, do you think it's too high? Should I just throw you down?" "No, falling from this height would definitely kill me. You're bullying me." "All right, I was just joking. But if we get too close, accidents could happen. This distance is the safest." At that moment, Kaido transformed into his dragon form. "Ororo, I've been waiting for you, Kazuki Oden." Upon seeing Kaido, Oden shouted back, "Kaido, I didn't intend to match forces with you, but your preparations are a bit too thorough. How did you know we were coming? Ororo, maybe there's a spy among you. I don't want to turn my newly built house into a battlefield, so I came personally. 5 years ago, that agreement between us, was it all a lie, Kaido?" "That's right, it was all fake. I thought the situation was a bit unfavorable. If you teamed up with Bingwa upon your return, then all the samurai and warriors of Wano would become our enemies. At that time, my subordinates were still very limited. If you were still the kind of madman who wouldn't waver in the face of any sacrifice as rumored, it would probably lead to a bitter battle. But you believed Orochi's words and chose a path that wouldn't harm anyone. Whitebeard and Roger were indeed like that, although strong. They were a bit too naive in certain aspects, and you're just like them. As a result, you fool kept dancing, stripped bare and laughed at and despised by others. Ororo, now you have lost all the dignity of the Kazuki family. But Oden, although you're a fool, I don't look down on you. On the contrary, I really admire you, but you are destined not to become my friend. So come tonight and let me in all of this." After hearing Kaido's words, Kazuki Oden suppressed his anger and said, "That day, my judgment was correct. Let's talk about the future." With Kaido's roar, the pirates all over the mountains began to roar, creating an overwhelming momentum. Kazuki Oden also shouted in anger and charged down the mountain. His momentum was no weaker than that of thousands of pirates. The red scabbards followed Odin down the slope. In the air, Yamato, who was riding on Mu Yunfeng's back, said, "This Kazuki Odin's momentum is terrifying, even scarier than Uncle Gene." Of course, Odin personally cut off his own intelligence to boost his spirit, so his momentum is naturally not something ordinary people can compare to. While the two were chatting and joking in the air, the ground below was like a battlefield. Kazuki Odin's strength was indeed formidable. The pirates in front of him were either slain by the twin sword in his hands, or, more accurately, severed. Mu Yunfeng remembered watching anime when those pirates who were slain turned into cherry blossom petals floating down, which actually looked quite beautiful. But reality is not like anime. Those slaughtered pirates do not transform into cherry blossoms, but rather into chunks of flesh and scattered entrails. Wherever Kazuki Odin passed, the ground was stained red with blood. Fortunately, Mu Yunfeng was not an ordinary person. Although it was his first time witnessing such a scene, he did not feel like vomiting, just a bit uncomfortable. After seeing Kazuki Odin's formidable strength, the lower-ranking members of the Beast Pirates all showed fear, yet no one attempted to flee. Instead, they took a stance to block Odin's advance. The Akazuya 9, who followed Kazuki Odin, were no ordinary characters, although they were not considered strong. Each had strength exceeding 100 million, making it easy to deal with the small fry. Kaido, seeing the one-sided situation, could not sit idle and directly opened his mouth to spit out several fireballs, which landed beside Kazuki Odin, causing a huge explosion that engulfed the ground in flames. Father hit him. Does that mean we've won? Yamato, you underestimate Kazuki Odin too much. If it were that easy to defeat him, do you think Kaido would have prepared for so long? As expected by Mu Yunfeng, Kazuki Odin charged out from the flames, finally reaching Kaido. Looking at Kazuki Odin standing in front of him, Kaido sighed, "You're quite a tough one, huh? But do you really think that just 11 people can take down my army? If you want to fight me, bring it on." The reason there were 11 people was that the beautiful girl version of Shinobu had also joined the battle midway. "All right, I'm coming." Suddenly, a conqueror's haki erupted from Odin, causing the pirates blocking his path to faint. However, they also saved their lives by fainting. "Kaido, no matter how many troops you have, I don't care. The only thing I want to take is your head, Tao Yuan Bai Long." Jumping up, Kazuki Odin struck Kaido's dragon claw with his dual swords, the blades clashing with the claw, creating a series of metallic ringing sounds. Kaido seized the opportunity and used a tail swipe to knock Kazuki Odin back to the ground. Kaido looked at Kazuki Odin on the ground and said, "Kazuki Odin, I've been waiting for someone like you." "Kaido, you will no longer be able to do as you please in this country. Get out of my country." Kazuki Odin coated his swords with haki and took a stance, while Kaido took a deep breath in the air. Tao Yuan 10 fists. Scorching breath. Kaido spat out a torrent of flames that directly hit Kazuki Odin, who withstood the flames and charged towards Kaido. Then, with a flash of the sword light, Kazuki Odin appeared behind Kaido. With a scream, Kaido fell to the ground. Suddenly, Yamato on Mu Yunfeng's back grabbed the horn on his head and started shaking it. Kazuki Odin did well, cut him a couple more times. Mu Yunfeng, Father was killed. Father is dead. Yamato, hearing Yamato's words, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but smile and said, "Stop shouting. Kaido isn't that easy to kill." "That's good. But why are you cheering for that guy, named Kazuki Odin? Isn't he our enemy?" "It's nothing, just thinking about how Kaido usually beats me up. Seeing him getting beaten by someone else feels refreshing, so I shouted it out." Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng with a strange expression and said, "But if you shout like that, aren't you afraid Father will beat you up again when he goes back? Who cares about that? It's just a beating from Kaido. What's the big deal? Just grit your teeth and get over it." When Kaido stood up again, he was already in his human form. Mu Yunfeng knew that Kaido in human form was stronger than in dragon form. Moreover, Mu Yunfeng could clearly feel that although Kaido's body had shrunk in human form, his aura had not diminished at all. Instead, it was even more terrifying. The momentum of Odin and Kaido clashing made even Mu Yunfeng, who was 100 meters in the air, feel his hair stand on end, his instincts warning him of the danger in that area. However, there was one person on the field who was unaffected by Kaido's aura, Kazuki Odin, who was facing Kaido and was currently gathering strength for his next attack. After a brief pause, Kaido and Odin charged at each other, their combined momentum creating an illusion for Mu Yunfeng, as if two savage beasts were battling below. When Mu Yunfeng shifted his gaze to behind Odin, he indeed saw a giant snake with a strange old woman on it. The old woman gradually transformed in Mu Yunfeng's eyes into a character quite popular in the One Piece world, Kazuki Momonosuke. Upon seeing Momonosuke, Mu Yunfeng felt an impulse to jump down and cut him. Momonosuke was one of the characters the fans most wanted to kill. and Mu Yunfeng had naturally thought of strangling this little brat before. However, Mu Yunfeng knew this was not the time to dwell on such things. He couldn't help but marvel at how incredible the devil fruit was, comparable to Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. He just didn't know if the gender would change during the transformation. Suddenly, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but fantasize. If the gender changed too, wouldn't that be double the fun? At this moment, Yamato on Mu Yunfeng's back sensed something. Her intuition was exceptionally strong, and since she was riding on Mu Yunfeng's back, she easily noticed his abnormality. Hey, what is wrong with you? Are you thinking about something weird? I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. By the way, aren't you sitting on my back? Plus, I'm in the Qiongqi form. How could you tell? Don't tell me you can read animal expressions. Of course, it's intuition. That's quite an unreasonable explanation. As the two above leisurely watched the show and chatted, Kaido and Odin below were fiercely battling. Kaido swung his kanabo at Odin, who retaliated with Inma and Tengu's feather slash. Just as Kaido's kanabo was about to clash with Odin's sword, Odin suddenly turned around. This turn caused Kaido's kanabo to smash heavily onto his head, taking Kaido's full force strike. Even Odin couldn't withstand it and was directly knocked down to the ground, losing his ability to move. At this moment, Yamato on Mu Yunfeng's back was still puzzled. Huh? Why did Kazuki Odin suddenly get knocked down? Mu Yunfeng. Did you see what happened? Mu Yunfeng certainly knew why Kazuki Odin was suddenly defeated. However, he had no intention of telling Yamato. After all, he did not want Yamato to have much interaction with Odin. I don't know, maybe he just suddenly ran out of strength. How would I know what happened in a battle of that level? Yamato, however, seemed to ponder and said, but I feel like he didn't just suddenly lose strength. Odin must have been affected by something. His momentum just now was incredibly terrifying. It's useless to dwell on that. A loss is a loss. We should head down now. As far as I know, there's usually a banquet after a victory in battle, so we can probably have a big feast tomorrow. Due to Kazuki Odin's defeat, the Red Scabbards were momentarily stunned. Ashura Doji and Kinemon also lost focus and were defeated by Jean and Queen. The remaining Red Scabbards, although somewhat capable, ultimately fell to the overwhelming numbers and were captured. At that moment, Mu Yunfeng also landed on the ground and walked directly to Kaido, starting to flatter him. Kaido, you really are brave and resourceful. You can be said to be unmatched in wisdom and strength. I'm already infatuated with you. Kaido, you'll be my idol from now on. Kaido laughed heartily. Oh ho ho ho. Is that really how you feel? But I heard someone shout, Kazuki Odin did great. Chop him a couple more times. I know. That must have been shouted by the Red Scabbards. They're all a bunch of short-sighted guys. I'm different from them. I've always believed that Kaido would win. Mu Yunfeng, is that what you think? Didn't you say a few days ago while eating Odin that Odin was strong, even crying about it? Before Yamato could finish speaking, Mu Yunfeng covered his mouth, clearly worried that Kaido didn't intend to take issue with what he just said. If Yamato let slip what he had said while drinking a few days ago, he might end up getting beaten after dodging it this time. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng was starting to doubt whether Yamato was naturally naive or cunning. After the battle ended, the remaining tasks were to clean the battlefield and determine the casualties. But Kaido clearly had no mood for these matters and directly transformed into a dragon, flying towards Onigashima. Jean and Queen stayed behind to handle the aftermath, tallying the numbers and escorting Odin and the Red Scabbards. Mu Yunfeng didn't need to stay here any longer, so he took Yamato back to their residence. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed and began to replay the scenes of Kaido and Odin's battle in his mind. Is this what true strength looks like? I thought I was strong enough, but it seems my perspective was too narrow. By the way, is that really a power that humans can possess? Just as Mu Yunfeng was deep in thought, someone pulled open his door and walked in. Yamato, how many times have I told you to knock before entering my room? Hey, stop getting hung up on that. I have something to ask you. Oh, so you can think things through too? Yamato, tell me what you're struggling with. Yamato directly sat down by Mu Yunfeng's bedside. I was thinking about what would happen to Kazuki Odin. Mu Yunfeng quickly replied, that's simple. Kazuki Odin will probably be executed. I estimate the news will spread across Wano tomorrow. Mu Yunfeng, if I plead for Odin with my father, will he not kill him? After hearing Yamato's words, Mu Yunfeng didn't answer but curiously asked, Yamato, why do you think that? You have no connection with Odin, do you? I found his story really interesting when you told it, and he's also a powerful guy. It's too sad for him to be executed. Yamato, you should give up on that idea. You won't succeed, and if you really do it, you're sure to get beaten. Why not? Looking at the naturally Navi Yamato, Mu Yunfeng had to explain, because for Kaido, Kazuki Odin is someone who must be eliminated. Yamato nodded and no longer brought up the topic. By the way, I heard you talking outside the door. What were you saying? I was lamenting today's battle. Odin's strength is indeed impressive. And although Kaido loves drinking and has a bad temper, his strength is also quite real. Of course, my father is very powerful. By the way, you haven't told me a story today. All right, I can't help you. Today I'll tell you a new story. There was a village called Konoha, and in it lived a boy named Naruto. The next morning, when the sun shone on Mu Yunfeng's face, he stretched his body as usual and then froze. Because his left hand felt different from usual. Mu Yunfeng's left hand touched a soft object. He instinctively reached up, only to find long hair and a cold horn. At that moment, Yamato, who was sleeping beside him, was also awakened by his touch. Good morning. Hey, why are you grabbing my horn? Mu Yunfeng also quickly recalled what happened last night. He was very excited after witnessing the battle between Kaido and Odin. So he told Yamato stories until late and fell asleep unknowingly. When Yamato asked, Mu Yunfeng did not answer, but instead asked back, Yamato, how did you end up in my room, sleeping on my bed? That's because you fell asleep while telling me stories yesterday, and I was also very tired. So I didn't go back to my own room and just slept here, Yamato explained. Hearing Yamato's explanation, Mu Yunfeng felt quite helpless. Yamato, you should know that girls shouldn't just sleep in the same bed with boys. You need to be careful in the future, and don't sleep in the same bed with any man other than me. So does that mean I can sleep in the same bed with you? Yamato asked. I don't mind that, but I actually hope to sleep in the same bed with you 10 years from now. That would make me very happy. Yamato casually replied. Since that would make you happy, let's promise to sleep together 10 years from now. Mu Yunfeng shook his head helplessly, thinking that this agreement should be forgotten. Why? Didn't you say you would be very happy? I always feel that if I make this agreement with you, I will lose something called integrity. Although my bottom line is very low, I still can't bring myself to trick a little girl into making such an agreement. What is integrity? Mu Yunfeng, do you have integrity? Can you show me your integrity? Looking at the innocent expression of Yamato, Mu Yunfeng knew that Yamato was just purely curious and had no other intentions, but those words still sounded harsh. For both Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, today was no different from any other day. They had breakfast together and then trained together. However, while they were running today, they found that everyone was discussing one thing. Hey, I heard that Keigetsu Odin will be executed in 3 days. Of course I know. And today, there will be a huge feast held in Onigashima to celebrate the complete victory of this war. After completing their morning training, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato went directly to the skull-shaped building in Onigashima to attend today's celebration feast. Mu Yunfeng had just walked into the venue with Dea when he saw Jack waving at them. They had obviously already found their seats. The banquet soon began, and Jack, now familiar with Mu Yunfeng, directly complained to him. You two actually sneaked off to the battlefield. Why didn't you tell us? Aren't we good brothers who have drunk together? Why didn't you invite me? Jack, stop complaining. I actually wanted to take you with us. But your size is too big. I couldn't carry you while flying. However, I could tell you everything I saw, Mu Yunfeng replied. He then started to recount the events that took place on the battlefield. Just as the four were enjoying their conversation, Quinn walked up behind Mu Yunfeng and Dea. Hey, how did you two little brats end up on the battlefield yesterday? Who said you could sneak along? Mu Yunfeng turned his eyes and said to Quinn, Isn't it because of you, Quinn, that we would go? Because of me? What does that have to do with me? Yes, what does that have to do with you? After Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, he burst into laughter, and Dea, Jack, and Maria also joined in the laughter. However, Quinn's expression became rather unnatural. He realized he had been played by this little brat again. Although he had been tricked, Quinn couldn't really take it seriously with the little brat, so he could only shake his head helplessly. What a truly unlovable little brat. But why does it seem like your attitude towards me has always been unfriendly? This is simple to explain. Who told you to call me small when we first met? Is it just because of that? That was over 2 years ago. You're being too petty. Don't worry, I've already forgiven you just now, and we can get along well from now on. Quinn didn't stay long, leaving after saying a few simple words. However, Mu Yunfeng heard Quinn mumbling as he walked away. This little brat is so scary. He remembers something from 2 years ago so clearly. He really holds grudges. I need to keep my distance from him in the future. After the banquet ended, Mu Yunfeng and Dea went for a walk, but Mu Yunfeng noticed a prison vehicle being transported from outside Ghost Island. Inside, which was the old woman who had turned into Momonosuke at that time. Mu Yunfeng exclaimed, Kaido is quite serious, isn't he? If he cares so much, why not have a rematch? Is he not confident in defeating Odin? Killing this old woman is just to apologize to Odin? That's unnecessary. Mu Yunfeng's words were heard word for word by Yamato, who curiously asked, What are you talking about? Why does father want to apologize to Odin? Haha, I'm just joking. Don't worry about that. Let's have a competition instead. How about we see who can get home first? Sure, let's compete. I will definitely get home before you. After returning home, Yamato suggested going to see Kazuki Odin, but Mu Yunfeng directly rejected this idea. He didn't want Odin to have too much contact with Yamato. Kazuki Odin was indeed a good person, but Mu Yunfeng had no reason to visit him. First, he didn't want to develop any friendship with Odin. Second, he wasn't bored enough to humiliate Odin for fun. The aftermath of Kazuki Odin's incident was resolved much faster than Mu Yunfeng had anticipated. Everything was settled in less than 2 days, and soon it was the day of Kazuki Odin's execution. In the center of the square outside the Flower Country's royal palace, a pot of boiling oil was set up, and standing by the pot were Kazuki Odin and the Red Scabbards. In contrast, at the steps of the palace entrance, Kaido and Orochi were sitting under a sunshade, indicating that they were the true victors of this war. Mu Yunfeng also took a morning off for himself. He didn't train as usual. Instead, he squeezed into the crowd to watch the execution, and naturally, his little tail Day followed him. However, even if Mu Yunfeng hadn't come, Day would have been there anyway. After all, the one being executed was the famous Kazuki Odin. Kaido also spotted the 2 kids in the crowd at a glance, but he didn't stop them from watching the spectacle. On the contrary, he was quite pleased to see the situation. He wanted to use Kazuki Odin's case to teach Mu Yunfeng and Day a lesson, to show them the consequences of failure, thus urging the 2 kids to become stronger. After some effort, Mu Yunfeng and Day quickly pushed their way to the front row. Seeing the scene before them, Day curiously asked Mu Yunfeng, why is there a pot on stage? Mu Yunfeng and Day have not been paying attention to Yutian's situation these past 2 days. Mu Yunfeng, with his memories from his previous life, naturally knows that Yutian is to be punished by boiling. However, Day does not know this. She only knows that Yutian is to be executed. As for the method, she is still unclear, which is why she is curious about what the pot is for. Mu Yunfeng smirked at this moment. Day, don't you know? Today we're going to deep fry Odin in oil 3 times in total. The first fry will set its shape, and the last 2 will make it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and then we can take it out to eat. These people are all here to eat Odin. I want to eat Odin's right hand. It looks very strong, so it should taste good. Day, where do you want to eat? I'll go grab it for you. At this moment, Day was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, quickly shaking his head and backing away. I don't want to eat. You guys are going too far wanting to eat Odin. Seeing Day's panicked expression, Mu Yunfeng was very pleased with his prank and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I'm just kidding. Deep frying is a kind of punishment. Do you remember the story I told you about Journey to the West? Didn't Jinyuan Daxian also throw Sun Wukong into the oil pot? I remember Sun Wukong escaped later. So, do you think Odin will also run away? Mu Yunfeng shook his head. Impossible. Sun Wukong is the main character. He has a powerful background. Otherwise, if Xinyuan Zai really wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. He could just bury him under the ginseng fruit tree as fertilizer without using an oil pot. But Yutian is not the main character, and he hasn't rested at all these past few days. His condition is too poor. I estimate that Yutian hasn't even eaten anything in the last 3 days, and he was already seriously injured. In his current state, it's impossible for him to escape under Kaido's watch. Just as Yamato was about to say something, an unpleasant voice came from beside them, a middle-aged man's voice. Get out of the way, you little brat. You're blocking my view of the show. By the way, what are you kids with no hair doing here to watch an execution? Shouldn't you go home and find your mommy? The voice came right next to Mu Yunfeng's ear. Without any hesitation, Mu Yunfeng turned around and punched the man in the stomach. The man, who looked to be around 30, curled up on the ground, holding his stomach, with veins popping out on his forehead, indicating just how powerful Mu Yunfeng's punch was. Although Mu Yunfeng was only 8 years old this year, he and Yamato were obviously taller than their peers, both nearly 1.60 meters, and the force of Mu Yunfeng's punch far exceeded that of an adult. Damn it, that hurts. What are you doing, you little brat? Nothing much, just found you unpleasant. There aren't many people in the land of Wano who dare to call me a little brat. Whose chain wasn't tightened properly to let you out, garbage. The man who was knocked down was still a samurai, and upon hearing Mu Yunfeng call him garbage, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as his right hand moved toward the sword at his waist. Such a move could not escape Mu Yunfeng's eyes. Hey, garbage-kun. Let me remind you, you'd better not touch that sword until you're ready. If you draw that sword, it means you're ready to fight me, and I will definitely kill you. Mu Yunfeng's tone was devoid of any emotion, as cold as ice, indifferent and impassive. Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's icy words, the middle-aged man instinctively looked up and met Mu Yunfeng's gaze, only to find that his eyes were even colder than his tone. Mu Yunfeng's gaze was like a sharp sword pointing directly at his throat, sharp and cold. He knew that what Mu Yunfeng said was true. As long as he dared to touch that knife, Mu Yunfeng would not hesitate to kill him. Under Mu Yunfeng's gaze, The middle-aged warrior ultimately did not dare to draw his sword. He could only struggle to get up and turn to leave the crowd, not even daring to utter a harsh word before he left. The dispute between the two was merely a small episode of the day. Therefore, not many people focused their attention on Mu Yunfeng, but rather on Kazuki Oden on the execution platform. After Kaido's order, Kazuki Oden was escorted to the cauldron of oil. However, Oden did not jump into the oil. Instead, he turned to Kaido and Orochi and shouted, "I hope you can give me a chance. I must survive." Orochi certainly would not agree, saying, "What are you babbling about? Who would give you a chance?" But Kaido, curious, asked Kazuki Oden, "What are you thinking? All 10 of us will enter the oil pot. If someone can hold on until the specified time, then let them go immediately." Orochi laughed wildly. "Haha, are you an idiot? That's a torture that will kill you instantly. Are you crazy, Oden?" But Kaido ordered someone to bring a clock. "Oh, this is a stage specially prepared for you. Since you've spoken, let us make it 1 hour. Let us see if you can hold on. You won't go back on your word, right?" "Of course." Then Oden jumped directly into the oil pot in front of everyone. Although Mu Yunfeng did not enter the oil pot, he knew that the temperature of that hot oil would not be less than 500 degrees. In this instant deadly hot oil, Oden not only did not die, but also picked up a huge wooden plank, carrying all 9 of the red scabbards on his shoulders, bearing the weight of all of them alone. Watching the scene on screen was completely different from witnessing it live. Even Mu Yunfeng, who did not like Oden, was shocked into silence. Although Oden's feat amazed many, some were secretly criticizing him as a fool, saying that Oden's actions were too embarrassing. Seeing the attitudes of these people, Shinobu rushed out, announcing in front of everyone the agreement between Orochi and Oden, revealing the reason why Oden jumped into the oil pot, and finally shouted angrily at the crowd, "Lord Oden has been silently protecting this country. Who is the real fool here? Speak up." The crowd, now aware of the truth, was stunned into silence, and the entire square suddenly fell silent. However, a slightly immature voice broke this quiet atmosphere. "Oden is a good person, a hero, but I still think he is a fool. He has ruined a good hand of cards, and that is a fact." Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw Mu Yunfeng slowly walking to the front of the crowd, standing opposite Shinobu. This time, Yamato did not follow Mu Yunfeng. It was clear that Yamato did not agree with Mu Yunfeng's words, which was why he did not walk out with him. "Take back what you just said. Otherwise, I will not forgive you, even if you were just a child. Whether you forgive me or not is of no concern to me. I don't need your forgiveness. You should take care of yourself first. There's a bald-headed guy with long ears coming to catch you." As soon as Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, Felucio appeared behind Shaoran and grabbed her arm, restraining her movements. After Felucio seized Shaoran, Mu Yunfeng directly ignored her and walked towards Yutian. Several ninjas behind Felucio stepped forward and blocked Mu Yunfeng's path, preventing him from getting closer to Yutian. Mu Yunfeng had no choice but to stop, turn to shout at Kaido and Orochi, "Boss, can I go talk to Kazuki Oden?" Before Kaido could respond, Orochi interjected, "Hey kid, who are you and why do you want to talk to Oden?" Hey, my boss is Kaido, and I'm asking Kaido. So you have no place to butt in here." Before Orochi could get angry, Kaido laughed. "Oh ho ho ho. Sure, go ahead and talk to Oden if you want. Otherwise, you won't have the chance later." After receiving Kaido's approval, Mu Yunfeng said to the ninjas blocking his way, "You guys better step aside quickly. Didn't you hear what Boss Kaido said?" Oden looked at Mu Yunfeng, who had come before him, and was somewhat puzzled. "Kid, you just called Kaido boss. Since you were a pirate, what is there to talk about with me?" "Ah, it's nothing. I just want to see if this oil pot is really as it seems. How come you've been in there for so long without dying?" Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, the serpent's eyes changed instantly. "Kid, how dare you speak to Lord Oden like that? Do you believe I can eat you?" Although the serpent was very angry, Oden did not get mad. Instead, he laughed. "Ha ha ha, you didn't come here just to say that, did you? Of course not. I just have some things I want to discuss with you. If I don't say them now, I probably won't have the chance later." Then, Mu Yunfeng covered his feet with haki and jumped directly onto the edge of the pot. Since Oden was nearly 4 meters tall, standing on the edge of the pot made Mu Yunfeng about the same height as Oden. "Kid, just say what you want to say. Kazuki Oden, I want to ask you, do you regret your decision back then?" "Ah, I have no regrets. I never regret what I do. But Kaido and Orochi deceived you. You danced naked for 5 years. You got nothing out of it. Nothing changed. Why don't you regret it? How could I have gotten nothing? Every time I danced, I saved 100 lives. And during these 5 years, no one has died because of the war, right?" Hearing Oden's response, Mu Yunfeng was momentarily stunned, then sincerely said, "Oden, to be honest, I find you quite disgusting. You've gone through so much, yet you're still so naive in the end. It's really disappointing. Then Mu Yunfeng laughed again. Ha, but you are indeed interesting. Are you really going to stick to the fool's way until the end? You're truly a strange person. Afterwards, Mu Yunfeng lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only he and Odin could hear. Odin, you understand, right? 5 years ago, Kaido and Orochi did not keep their promises. And today, they won't keep their promises either. Even if you last an hour, they won't spare you. Odin did not respond or show any expression, as if he hadn't heard Mu Yunfeng's words. Mu Yunfeng sensed something was off from Yu Qian's attitude, and then he had a guess. Could it be that you, Yu Qian, the fool, are still playing tricks? You never really hoped that Kaido and Orochi would spare you. You're just looking for an opportunity, a chance to let them escape. How does that little brat know my plan? After hearing Yu Qian's words, Mu Yunfeng showed a look of realization. You already know that you are doomed, yet you still endure such pain to save others. Truly, you are hopelessly foolish. However, you, the fool, have been dumb your whole life, and only before dying, you suddenly became smart for a moment. But your intelligence is still limited. A person like you cannot save anything. I've said what I wanted to say. Goodbye. Then Mu Yunfeng jumped down from the hot oil pot and walked toward the crowd. But just before he blended into the crowd, Mu Yunfeng turned back and said to Yu Qian, I don't like you as a person. In fact, I somewhat dislike you. However, Yu Qian, you are quite impressive today. It's a pity that relying solely on momentum won't allow you to survive. Sometimes, you still need to use your brain. Mu Yunfeng walked up to Yamato's side and said, Yamato, let's go. There's no need to stay here any longer. However, Yamato showed no intention of leaving, remaining rooted to the spot. Mu Yunfeng had no choice but to stop. Come on, Yamato, there's really nothing left to see. I want to take another look. Maybe Odin can hold on for an hour, then he can survive. Yamato, you're still too naive. Odin might be able to hold on for an hour, but he won't survive today. Yamato asked in confusion why. Didn't father say that as long as Odin holds on for an hour, he would let him go? Kaido said 5 years ago that he would leave Wano. Remember? Just a couple of days ago, you wanted to plead for Odin and ask Kaido to spare him. But I stopped you. Of course I remember. How could I forget in such a short time? Then tell me, what did I say to you when I stopped you? Yamato thought for a moment and replied, you said father would never spare Odin because, to him, Odin is someone who must be eliminated. Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato and asked again, do you understand now? Yamato remained silent, simply following Mu Yunfeng's lead as they walked out of the crowd and left the square. Just as they were leaving Floral City, Yamato suddenly spoke up, Mu Yunfeng, how about we go out to sea? We've already learned hockey, so we wouldn't be afraid of bad guys anymore. No, Mu Yunfeng replied. First, even though we've learned hockey, our strength is still very weak. Second, Kaido won't agree to it. After that, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato left Floral City and walked east until they reached the seaside. Mu Yunfeng lay on the beach to sunbathe, while Yamato stared at the sea in a daze, clearly still not having given up on the idea of going out to sea. Mu Yunfeng noticed this, but he didn't say much. Mu Yunfeng knew Dai's personality, deep down. Dai was quite stubborn, and things she was determined about couldn't be easily persuaded. So Mu Yunfeng didn't plan to waste his breath, and simply closed his eyes to get some good sleep, intending to forget about Yu Qian and return to his daily life. When the sunset fell on Mu Yunfeng's face, he slowly woke up and stretched. After getting up, he found that Dai had already left, and of course, he guessed what she had gone to do. He patted off the sand sticking to him and helplessly said, sure enough, she's just a kid, willful and doing things that seem foolish to me. Perhaps this is what a normal child is like, acting without considering right or wrong, just doing silly things because of a sudden idea. When he returned home, the meal was already prepared, but Dai was not in the living room. So Mu Yunfeng had a look at the maid sharp. Has Dai come back? She has, but as soon as she returned, she locked herself in her room. It seems she had a quarrel with Lord Kaido, which is why she didn't come for dinner. Sigh, I'll go call her for dinner. Kaido doesn't understand a child's world. With that, Mu Yunfeng headed towards Dai's room. However, Sharp reminded him it's best not to call Dai right now, because she got beaten, right? Don't worry. I often get beaten by Kaido, so I have common ground with Dai. When he arrived at Dai's door, Mu Yunfeng had no intention of knocking and directly started to pull the door. Click, click. Just as Sharp said, the door was locked from the inside by Dai. In the usual way of opening, it simply wouldn't work. Fortunately, Mu Yunfeng didn't plan to use the usual method of opening doors. Bang! Boom! Mu Yunfeng kicked the door open without any hesitation, shattering it completely. The door, which had accompanied Dai for 8 years, met its end under Mu Yunfeng's full force, turning into fragments that scattered throughout the room. Dai, why aren't you going to eat? You're at an age where you need to grow, and not eating properly will affect your development. Seeing Mu Yunfeng burst in, Day immediately hugged his head with both hands, hiding his face in his legs. I don't want to eat anymore. You go eat by yourself. Mu Yunfeng did not hesitate at all and directly crouched down in front of Yamato. After careful observation, Mu Yunfeng understood why Yamato was hiding his face. They were on Yamato's head, and his left eye was a bit swollen. Moreover, when Yamato spoke, his voice sounded somewhat off, indicating that his face had probably been swollen from being hit. Mu Yunfeng knew what Yamato was thinking. It was nothing more than the fact that she had been scolded by her parents and didn't want her friends to know, that kind of childish pride. However, Kaido really was too much. After all, Yamato was a girl. How could he hit her in the face? That would hurt her self-esteem so much. Seeing Yamato like this, Mu Yunfeng could only find a way to comfort her. But fortunately, Yamato was quite simple-minded, so it wasn't too troublesome to comfort her. You got hit. Let me guess who did it. Was it Kaido? Yamato still hit her head like an ostrich, only softly responding with an got it right? Now let me guess why you were hit. Did you go to Kaido to talk about wanting to go to sea and then got rejected? So you two ended up arguing, and you even mentioned Odin, which is why you got hit. Then, Mu Yunfeng pulled Yamato's arms away from her head. Is that all? I thought it was a big deal. Yamato, you don't need to hide from me. Getting hit by Kaido is nothing unusual, right? This time he went easy on you. When Kaido hits me, he really goes all out. Seeing that Yamato's mood still hadn't improved, Mu Yunfeng decided to use Teacher's method to comfort Yamato, which was the self-destructive comfort method, hurting himself to prevent others from being hurt. By the way, Yamato, do you remember what happened 6 months ago? At the banquet, I secretly put a snake in Kaido's wine gourd, and then Kaido knocked me out. You were the one who carried me back. Yamato seemed to recall the image of Kaido being bitten on the tongue by the snake after taking a sip of wine, and let out a soft laugh. However, Yamato quickly reacted and seemed to be angry now, so she suppressed her smile again. Mu Yunfeng started to voice Dea beside me. Sigh, I couldn't help but laugh. Oh no, once I laughed, there was no reason to be angry anymore. No, I have to hold it in. I can't laugh again. Damn it. How did that idiot Mu Yunfeng say what was on my mind? His imitation of the way I talk is so funny. I can't hold it in. What should I do? Right, I'll hide my face and laugh secretly. Ha ha. Mu Yunfeng, you look like a big fool. See, isn't it true that laughing makes you feel better? Okay, let's go eat. Not eating enough will affect your growth. Mu Yunfeng, let's go out to sea. Let's sneak away. Mu Yunfeng rejected Yamato without any hesitation. It's not possible for now. You should understand, after witnessing the battle between Odin and Kaido, that our strength is insignificant on the sea. Moreover, you're Kaido's daughter, and your identity could lead to trouble if you venture out to sea recklessly. But you did say you wanted to set sail. Mu Yunfeng organized his thoughts and explained to Yamato, of course I want to go to sea, but not now. I will only set sail when I have the ability to protect myself. I'm not the main character. Not everything can be turned from danger to safety. I also don't have a Revolutionary Army father or a Navy grandfather, so I must have strong power before going to sea. Yamato seemed to hesitate for a moment and then said dejectedly, Jean Uncle is over 30 this year. Are we supposed to wait until we are over 30 to go to sea? I'm saying we need to be as strong as Jean Uncle to set sail. I'm not saying we have to be as old as Jean Uncle to go to sea. Maybe we could be stronger than Jean Uncle by the time we're 20. 20 years old is still too long. Mu Yunfeng directly placed his hand on Yamato's head and said, how about we make a pact? Let's go out to sea within 10 years. If you want to set sail as soon as possible, then you should strive to become stronger. 10 years then. All right, let's shake on it, but you mustn't go back on your word. Of course I won't go back on my word. However, Yamato, you need to remember, from today onwards, don't mention going out to sea in front of Kaido. If Kaido asks you again, just say you don't want to go out to sea. Why can't I say it? Journey to the west, remember? After Sun Wukong finished off the bandits, he also wanted to part ways with Tang Sung. But why did he ultimately send Tang Sung to obtain the scriptures? Yamato thought for a moment and replied, I know, because the Bodhisattva put a tight-fitting cap on Sun Wukong. So he had no choice but to go with Tang Sung to obtain the scriptures. Mu Yunfeng rubbed Yamato's head and said, that's the thing. If you keep insisting on going out to sea, Kaido might put a spell on you, making it impossible for you to leave Wano. At this moment, Yamato was stunned. The spell, his father also has a spell. Didn't you say that story was fictional? Why does his father have a spell? Mu Yunfeng helplessly covered his face with his hand. Yamato, that was a metaphor, okay? The tightening spell I mentioned isn't really a tightening spell. Maybe Kaido will put a bomb collar on you, one that explodes as soon as you leave Wano. Oh, really? My father shouldn't put a bomb collar on me, right? Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But if you listen to me, he definitely won't. You just need to focus on getting stronger during this time. Once we have the strength to protect ourselves, we'll set sail. Okay, I will definitely get stronger. To get stronger, you need to eat. Are you going to eat? Yes. I want to eat more than anyone else. Yamato stood up and rushed towards the living room. The earlier gloom and annoyance couldn't catch up with her. Looking at Yamato rushing out, Yunfeng revealed a satisfied smile and couldn't help but sigh. That Yamato running in the sunset, that's my lost youth. Indeed, children are the easiest to deceive. Yunfeng is now confident. Even if he sells Yamato, Yamato will be on the side counting money for him. And might even help him negotiate. 3 days after Kazuki Oden's execution, 4 men gathered in a place in Wano Kuni, plotting a major event. They wanted to eliminate Kaido and Orochi. These 4 men were none other than the 4 daimyos, excluding Kazuki Oden, the daimyo of Wano Kuni. Daimyo Haimai, Daimyo F. Getsumyu, Daimyo Amatsuki Tempura Shiro, and Daimyo Shimatsuki Kanki no Kazu. In the center stood 2 men. One was of medium build with light blue hair, styled in a bun and a stern expression. The other was much shorter, with fluffy blue hair and a serious demeanor. The 2 men on the edges were one tall and thin, the other short and stout, both with grave expressions, hands resting on the hilts of their swords. Shimatsuki Kankyu was the first to speak. That fool Oden, does he really think he can bear everything alone? If he intends to fight Kaido, why didn't he inform us? F. Getsumyu chuckled wryly. There's nothing we can do. Oden is just that kind of man. But even if Oden is a fool, he should have been the shogun of this country. We can't let this matter slide. Daimyo Shiro of Amatsuki Tempura shook his head helplessly. It's unfortunate that the situation has worsened to this extent. Oden's home was burned, and there is no news of his retainers or family. They might be. At this moment, Amatsuki Tempura, who had been silent, stepped forward, although Oden has failed. He has done a good thing by revealing the true faces of Kaido and Orochi to everyone. The hearts of the people in Wano Kuni are once again turning towards us, so we must seize this opportunity to fight Kaido and eliminate both Kaido and Orochi. Shimatsuki Kankyu patted Amatsuki Tempura on the shoulder. You should understand, even if we go to war, we cannot defeat Kaido. It's already too late. Just when everyone thought Shimatsuki Kankyu was afraid, he suddenly changed his tone. But even if we are destined to lose, we must fight this battle. Everyone has seen Orochi's true colors. We cannot act like turtles at this time. We must ignite the spark in the hearts of the people of Wano Kuni with our deaths. Perhaps this is where our lives end, but there is still a future, a next generation. As long as they carry that spark in their hearts, the flames will one day reignite and consume Orochi and Kaido. Shimatsuki Kankyu laughed heartily. I didn't expect you, Kankyu, to say something so profound, just a guy who knows only how to fight. Kankyu continued, that's right. Oden has paved the way for us. What are we still afraid of? Oden may be on the road to the afterlife, preparing a pot of Oden for us to drink and celebrate. F. Getsumyu, feeling displeased, said to Shimatsuki Kankyu and Shimatsuki Kankyu, Hey, you two have said enough. It's my turn to talk with Tempura now. I'll go first. We need to let everyone know our attitude and determination through this war, and show those villains what a true samurai is. Amatsuki Tempura laughed. That's right. Even if we don't resist, we will eventually be killed by Kaido and his men under various pretenses. It's better to fight fiercely before we die, to fight for freedom. Then Amatsuki Tempura drew his sword and held it above his head. Amatsuki Tempura. F. Getsumyu. Shimatsuki Kankyu. Shimatsuki Kankyu. Fight for Wano Kuni. Amatsuki Tempura. Fight for Wano Kuni. 4. The 4 blades clashed in the air, signaling the beginning of war, and they began discussing how to conduct this battle. In the skeletal structure of Onigashima, Jin was also reporting this matter to Kaido. Lord Kaido, we have gathered intelligence that the samurai of Wano Kuni seem to be moving. Tonight, they appear to be splitting into 2 groups heading towards Flower Capital and Onigashima, led by the daimyos of the other regions. However, the exact numbers and which group will come to Onigashima is still unclear. Oro. There's no need for further investigation. They won't stir up any trouble. I will guard here in Onigashima, and you and Queen will block the entrance to Flower Capital. Jin curiously said, Actually, we don't need to support Flower Capital. That's Orochi's territory. Why not let him deal with those people? It can also give Orochi a hard time, letting him know he has nothing without Lord Kaido. Oro. That's an interesting idea, but unnecessary. I want you to go to Flower Capital to confront those samurai, to let everyone in Wano Kuni know that it is I, Kaido, who defeated the samurai, not Orochi. Through this battle, I want to deeply imprint the terror of our pirate crew into their hearts, so they won't even think of resisting. Jin nodded. I see. I was short-sighted. I will immediately organize the troops and head to Flower Capital tonight. Kaido suddenly remembered something and stopped Jean. By the way, Jean, take those 2 kids with you. Don't they like the battlefield? This time, they don't have to sneak along. I'll give them a chance. Jean hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his opinion. We don't need to send the kids to the battlefield. Although they are strong, there is still a possibility of accidents if they go to war now. It would be better to let them train for a few more years. Before Jean could finish, he was interrupted by Kaido. Jean, do you think my strength comes solely from training? True strength is stained with blood. Kids who have never killed anyone cannot become strong in the future. Just relying on training won't get you to the top of the world. But Lord Kaido, aren't they still too young? Isn't it too early to let them go to battle and kill? Kaido nonchalantly replied, aren't they 8 years old now? I had already killed a double-digit number of people by the age of 8. You don't need to say anything more. This matter is decided. Seeing Kaido's attitude, Jean knew that there was nothing he could say. Before leaving, he asked, Lord Kaido, do you need me to protect them? No need. Just take care of your own matters. Don't overly protect them. Their strength is enough to ensure their safety against those ordinary samurai. If they get hurt, they can only blame themselves. After Jean left, Kaido took out a wine flask and took several big gulps. Galugulu hic. Oh hot do. Samudai, hu. You seen one on my head. I'm right here. If you have the ability, come and take it. Once I clear away this last batch of flies, Wano Kuni will be completely under my control. Mu Yunfeng looked at Hikolosi in front of him and nodded, I understand. You go back and tell Jean that we will gather on time. Hikolosi quickly bowed respectfully and said, then I'll take my leave, big brother. By the way, do you have any instructions for me? Actually, I do. Help me find out if there are any craftsmen who can forge sea stone, and have them create a few pairs of handcuffs mixed with sea stone for me. The purity of the sea stone should range from 10 to 60. And make 2 pairs of each, without iron chains in between. All right, then I'll head back now. I'll immediately send my subordinates to inquire about craftsmen who can forge sea stone. Seeing Hikolosi's attitude, Mu Yunfeng was very satisfied. This was also the reason he valued Hikolosi, because Hikolosi never questioned the reasons for doing things. Who wouldn't like a subordinate like that? However, Mu Yunfeng was still quite surprised and said, hey you, with such average strength, really have subordinates following you. Hikolosi scratched his head awkwardly. It's really thanks to your prestige, boss. Once they know I'm your subordinate, they're willing to follow me. I have no prestige at all. There are many who are stronger than me. Boss, that's not right. You have this level of strength at such a young age, and even Kaido respects you. As long as you're not foolish, everyone knows you will definitely be a core figure in our pirate crew in the future. There are countless people wanting to follow you. Well, Hikolosi, you're getting better at talking. All right, you can go now. After Mu Yunfeng returned to the house, Yamato approached, curious. Hey, who was that guy? What did he want from you? That guy is a subordinate of my underling, and he came to deliver a message from Jean. Oh, I see. What does Jean want from us? Mu Yunfeng simplified the message brought by Hikolosi and recounted it to Yamato. On the battlefield, why did Brother Jean say that we shouldn't send kids to fight? Are Jack and Maria going? It seems like Jack and Maria don't have to go. That is Kaido's intention. Kaido said that since we like the battlefield, he gives us the opportunity to go openly without sneaking around. Is it because that big fool father was angry about us secretly following him last time? So he asked making us go to war. Hearing Yamato call Kaido a big fool, Mu Yunfeng knew that Yamato hadn't gotten over the beating he received 2 days ago. Mu Yunfeng smiled and explained, I don't think so. Kaido doesn't seem like the type to hold a grudge for so long. When he's angry, he usually takes it out on me right away. It should be that our strength has gained his recognition, which is why he asked letting us go to the battlefield for training. So who are our opponents? Hikolosi didn't say, but I estimate that we'll be facing the samurai of Wano. Although they don't have anyone as strong as Odin among them, there must be some who can threaten us. Once we're on the battlefield, try to stay close to me. After saying this, Mu Yunfeng returned to his room. He originally planned to take a nap to rest, but thinking about going to the battlefield made it hard for him to calm down. After tossing and turning a few times, Mu Yunfeng saw the knife placed by the wall, picked it up, and went to the yard. He found a stone, sprinkled some water on it, and began sharpening the knife. The sound of the knife being sharpened helped to calm his restless heart a bit. Mu Yunfeng wasn't sharpening the knife to make it sharper. Rather, he didn't know what to do, so he needed to find something to distract himself, which is why he was sharpening the knife to pass the time. Although he had long been mentally prepared for the battlefield, even with his character flaws. Suddenly being told to take a knife and kill made him feel a bit flustered. After all, his past life experiences, while somewhat legendary compared to others, meant that he had never even seen a corpse before, and now he was about to create corpses on the battlefield. At that moment, Yamato came up behind Mu Yunfeng and exclaimed, "Wow, you're sharpening a knife. It seems like you really want to go to the battlefield and cut people." "I'm not sharpening the knife because I want to cut people. I'm just feeling a bit uneasy, and the sound of sharpening helps stabilize my emotions." "But it seems like you're not uneasy at all. Didn't Tzu say that our strength shouldn't be injured by those ordinary samurai? So why should I be uneasy?" Mu Yunfeng had no choice but to explain, "What I meant is not the kind of unease for being injured, but rather that we are about to kill someone. Are you mentally prepared for that?" Yamato replied directly, "No. And why should I prepare mentally? Aren't we going to the battlefield to kill?" "Yes, we are indeed going to the battlefield to kill. So why am I feeling inexplicably anxious?" Looking at the very cute white-haired loli in front of him, who doesn't even blink at the mention of killing, Mu Yunfeng once again realized that the world of pirates might not be as beautiful as it is in comics. Even though Yamato is a bit silly and cute, she grew up in a pirate den, and killing is something Mu Yunfeng never encountered in over 20 years of his previous life. However, for Yamato, death is a very common occurrence. At 7 p.m., Mu Yunfeng and Yamato arrived at the port of Onigashima, where Jin and Queen, along with 500 pirates, including Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, were heading to ambush the samurai of Wano outside of Flower Capital. Jin was also conducting a pre-battle mobilization for everyone. The intelligence we received indicates that the enemy's total number is just over 2,000. Considering they're splitting their forces, we are likely only facing about 1,000 this time. "You bastards are pirates who lick blood off the blade. Tell me, what do you plan to do against those samurai who only know how to swing their swords at wooden targets?" A 5-meter-tall pirate wielding dual axes laughed cruelly. "Ha! Of course, we will slaughter all those who do not surrender." With that, the tall pirate's words ignited a frenzy among all the pirates, who cheered, "Yes, yes. Those who disobey should be killed or captured to do hard labor." And, just as Kaido said, Jin had not looked out for Mu Yunfeng and Yamato at all. He simply tossed them into the pirate crew. After more than 4 hours of travel, they arrived near Flower Capital, and it was already past 11 p.m., with everyone finding places to hide. Around midnight, Mu Yunfeng heard what seemed to be noises coming from the distance, but strangely, it felt like the sounds were coming from all directions. Mu Yunfeng directly transformed his head into that of a beast, and a creature with a human body and a tiger's head, complete with horns, appeared before Dave. Before Dave could ask, Mu Yunfeng covered his mouth with his hand. Then, Mu Yunfeng crouched down to listen, and after that, he climbed up a nearby tree to look into the distance. Because the vision of animals is generally very good, he could clearly see what was happening in the dark night. Moreover, the weather today was excellent, with not a cloud in the sky. The silver moonlight spilled onto the ground like a giant streetlight. Therefore, Mu Yunfeng easily spotted the samurai of Wano country. However, those samurai did not come from in front of them, but surrounded them from all directions in a circular formation. The number of samurai was not the over 1,000 that Jin had mentioned. In fact, there were at least more than 3,000, even more than their own number. After jumping down from the tree, they approached Mu Yunfeng and asked, "What is wrong? What did you see?" Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato with a bitter smile and said, "Not good. We've been set up. It seems that we are the ones ambushed, not the samurai of Wano." Just as Yamato was about to ask Mu Yunfeng what he meant by being ambushed, torches lit up in the distance, surrounding them in a circle. A man with fluffy blue hair stepped forward, laughing. "You pirates, stop hiding. Aren't you here waiting for us? What are you hesitating for now?" As the commander of this group, Jin had to step up. "Qiongqi, it seems I've been set up by you. Looking at the troop situation here, splitting our forces was just a trick to deceive us. You actually want to take us down with you." No. We really did split into 2 groups. Yuji, Tempura, and Beefball are responsible for sneaking into Onigashima and secretly cutting off Kaido's head, while I am here to exterminate all of you." Upon hearing Qiongqi words, Quinn couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, secretly cutting off Lord Kaido's head? Are you stupid? They can't possibly succeed. It doesn't matter. Even if they fail, it's fine as long as I wipe you all out here. We never intended to win from the start. We just want you to see what a true samurai is." Jin sneered. "Wiping us out is just a matter of having more people. Does having more people guarantee victory? You are facing pirates who have survived countless battles. Don't underestimate us. Then don't underestimate the samurai either. Bastards, charge. Let these samurai see what pirates are made of. Drive those bastard pirates out of Wano." After Jin and Qiongqi gave their orders, the slaughter began instantly. The samurai started to tighten the encirclement, while the pirates fought desperately to break free. Limbs were scattered everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. Since Yunfeng and Yamato were at the very center of the battle, no samurai had reached them yet. At this moment, Yunfeng had tightly gripped his large knife in hand. Yamato was not much better off than Yunfeng, and came to his side to ask, "They have more people than us, right? Can we win this time?" Yunfeng comforted, "War has never been won by the side with more people. Otherwise, why even fight? We could just compare numbers. For example, with these more than 3,000 people, if your father had enough time, he could handle them all by himself. Jean and Quinn are also very strong. As long as we hold on, they will support us. Even if we can't win, it's okay. I can take you to escape through the air. The most important thing now is to ensure your safety. Do you understand?" "I understand." As Yunfeng's words just finished, the fighting had already spread around them. The two of them picked up their weapons and stood close together, watching their surroundings, not daring to relax at all. Right in front of them, 7 or 8 warriors charged over, one of whom was quite strong. With just 2 strikes, he severed the heads of 2 pirates. Blood sprayed directly from the severed necks. Although Yunfeng had seen such scenes before, the last time was from 100 meters in the air, and the sensation was completely different from what was happening around him now. A pirate's head rolled by Yunfeng's feet, and the blood stained his shoes. He recognized this head. The person had spoken to him not long ago, but now he could never speak again. Yunfeng looked at the head at his feet and realized that he was not experiencing the expected panic and unease. Instead, his heart was surprisingly calm. He then casually kicked the head aside. At this moment, the warrior also noticed him and Yamato. "Ah, how can there be a little ghost on the battlefield? Were you forced to come here? You should leave. I don't like to kill little ghosts." With that, the warrior turned to leave, showing no concern for Yunfeng and Yamato. "Hey, warrior uncle, let me remind you, once we're on the battlefield, we are no longer little ghosts. We are enemies. If you dare to turn your back, I will definitely launch a sneak attack on you. Although I was indeed forced to come to the battlefield, I don't need you to let me off the hook. I advise you not to lose your life because of underestimating me." "Ha ha ha. All right, since you say so, don't blame me for being ruthless. I won't go easy just because my opponent is a little ghost. Then that's for the best." With that, Yunfeng charged forward with his knife, executing a powerful downward strike aimed at the warrior's crown, seemingly trying to split him in half. Seeing the momentum of Yunfeng's strike, the warrior did not dare to underestimate it, and raised his own sword to block. When Yunfeng's large knife collided with the warrior's blade, the warrior reversed his arm and redirected the force of Yunfeng's strike toward the ground. Although Yunfeng's strike was deflected, his forward momentum did not stop, and the warrior showed no mercy, swinging his knife back at Yunfeng. Without considering the option of enduring the blow with his haki, Yunfeng had not practiced the arm color for long enough to confidently withstand the warrior's attack. Abandoning the idea of taking the hit, Yunfeng let go of the knife in his hand and turned his body in an extremely exaggerated manner, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, he did not completely evade it. His abdomen was still sliced open with a 10-centimeter wound, though it was not deep enough to affect the ensuing battle. "Not bad. Kid, you actually managed to dodge that blow. Looks like Uncle has to get serious. But you've thrown away your weapon. What are you going to fight me with? Without a knife, I still have my fists." Yunfeng exerted force with both feet and charged towards the warrior, throwing a punch aimed at the warrior's chest. Of course, this punch was full of openings. "Ha ha, a little brat is still a little brat. Without a weapon, you should retreat or find another one. What does it count for you to rush out and throw me a punch?" Although the warrior appeared completely unconcerned, he still swung his katana towards Yunfeng's right hand, intending to sever Yunfeng's wrist directly. Just as the warrior's blade was about to cut through Yunfeng's wrist, Yunfeng's palms transformed into long-haired tiger claws, with a layer of faint black aura covering his right claw. Although Yunfeng's aura was not very strong, concentrating it in his palm, combined with the enhancement from his beast transformation, made it not too difficult to block the strike. When his right hand grasped the edge of the warrior's blade, Yunfeng's killing move was also revealed. His left tiger claw extended 5 10-centimeter long claw blades, reaching for the warrior's chest. At this moment, it was too late for the warrior to dodge. Once Yunfeng had grabbed his blade, their bodies were already pressed together, leaving no time for the warrior to react. Rip! The warrior's clothing was torn by the sharp claws, and simultaneously, the flesh and blood in front of the warrior's chest were also ripped apart. The warm blood sprayed out, instantly dyeing the warrior's clothes red, as well as Yunfeng's. At this moment, the warrior's chest was like a zongzi that had been peeled open, with internal organs and intestines severed by the claw, and his life had begun its countdown. Yunfeng seized the opportunity to kick the warrior away, and after steadying himself, rushed towards the place where the warrior landed, picking up the large knife that had fallen from him along the way. By the time Mu Yunfeng reached the warrior, he had already lost so much blood that he lacked the strength to stand, lying in a pool of blood and gasping heavily. However, the warrior, on the brink of death and coughing up blood, showed no fear of dying. Instead, he began to chuckle bitterly. Ha ha, cough, cough, ha ha. I never expected that my ghost blade would die at the hands of a child. But that's fine, little brat. Why do you want to be a pirate at such a young age? Mu Yunfeng thought for a moment and said, actually, being a pirate wasn't my choice. I was captured by Kaido, but I don't dislike being a pirate. If I could choose, I would want to be a celestial dragon. After all, once you're a celestial dragon, you don't have to worry about anything. Unfortunately, that's not something I can decide. However, compared to the carefree life of a celestial dragon, I actually enjoy being a pirate now. I like the feeling of fighting on the battlefield. Uncle Warrior, do you know? This is my first time on the battlefield, and you'll be the first person I kill. But Uncle Warrior, even though you lost, you're not weaker than me. In the end, you underestimated me. If you had been a bit more cautious and thought about why I rushed in to fight with my fists without weapons, maybe you wouldn't be lying here now. Hearing Mu Yunfeng's response, the warrior sighed. Yes, in the end, I was deceived by your appearance, you little brat. If I had been more careful, perhaps the outcome would have been different. But I have no regrets. I don't feel any bitterness in losing to you. But I agree with what you said. Sometimes, the path we take isn't something we can decide for ourselves. Little brat, since I'm the first person you've killed, you should remember my name. Yunfeng Blade. Yinggu Wu. Don't forget me. Don't worry, Uncle Yinggu Wu. Even if I wanted to forget, I probably couldn't. After all, today is my first kill. People always remember their first time well. Like first love, or that first time, you know what I mean. In short, I'll remember you. As long as I'm alive, someone will remember you. Ha ha, little brat. If you're saying that, then I have to thank you. You're welcome, Uncle Yinggu Wu. You should hurry up and die. It must be painful to hold on like this. I wish you a swift journey to the Western Paradise. As Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, the breathing of Shanggu Wu slowly came to a halt, his life coming to an end at that moment. From now on, there would be no more Shanggu Wu in this world. Perhaps someone named Shanggu Wu would appear, but that would not be Ghost Blade Shanggu Wu. Looking at the lifeless body of Shanggu Wu, Mu Yunfeng glanced at his left hand, stained with blood, and thought about how a life had slipped away in his palm, which made him momentarily lost in thought. Is this what it means to kill? I've reached this point. Suddenly, a warning from his observation, Haki, snapped the distracted Mu Yunfeng back to reality. No, I'm really such an idiot. Is this the time for me to be lost in thought? This is a battlefield, and losing focus could cost me my life. Mu Yunfeng discovered through his observation Haki that a warrior was stabbing a knife towards his back. This was the price he had to pay for just now losing focus. In an instant, Mu Yunfeng's instincts told him that he could not dodge this strike. He could only cover his back with his domineering aura and then turn around with all his strength to avoid the fatal blow. If all went well, the knife would miss his heart and stab into his lung instead. Undoubtedly, he would be severely injured, but it would not be fatal. However, just as the warrior's knife was about to pierce Mu Yunfeng's body, a wolf-toothed club appeared between the two, knocking the warrior away. When the warrior landed, his neck was twisted in a strange way, clearly broken, and he had already gone to accompany the valley's enlightenment. Idiot, what are you dazed about? You almost got killed just now. The owner of the wolf-toothed club was none other than Yamato. Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake again. But really, thank you. Otherwise, I would have been hurt. Mu Yunfeng, you really are foolish. This is not the time to say thank you. A lot of guys are already eyeing us. After taking down the ghostly sword, Valley Enlightenment, the warrior who witnessed this scene no longer regarded them as children and began to plan an ambush against them. Mu Yunfeng and Dai stood back to back, becoming each other's strongest support. At this moment, both of them felt very calm inside, fully focused on the opponents in front of them. As the samurai charged forward, Mu Yunfeng and Dai also picked up their weapons to fight. The individual strength of these samurai was not as strong as that of Shanggu Wu, but they had the advantage in numbers. The saying, 2 fists cannot match 4 hands was not just a joke. Facing the siege of the samurai, their situation was not optimistic, and they could only passively defend. As the saying goes, a long defense will surely lead to a loss. Because Mu Yunfeng had slain Shanggu Wu, it was clear that he was more popular than Dai, and he faced more enemies. Suddenly, the samurai broke through Mu Yunfeng's defense and launched an attack towards Dai, who was behind him. Roar! Mu Yunfeng instantly transformed into a 3-meter-tall Qiongqi form and bit off the arm of the samurai attacking Yamato. The immense biting force cleanly severed the warrior's arm. With a swift shake of his head, the samurai was flung away, but his sword-wielding arm remained in Mu Yunfeng's mouth. As Mu Yunfeng transformed into Qiongqi, his larger body made him clumsier, and he was hit several times in an instant, forcing him to revert to his half-beast form to continue fighting. After transforming, Mu Yunfeng's height surged from over 1.5 meters to over 1.8 meters, but he did not have the wings from his beast form, as he had used them to escape with Yamato in a life-or-death situation, not wanting to risk injury to them. Spitting out the severed arm, Mu Yunfeng swiped at a nearby samurai with his claws, directly crushing his throat. Of course, the battle was not only taking place between Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. The entire battlefield was filled with fighting and screams, resembling a hell on earth. Jean and Quinn were being restrained by dozens of samurai, clearly among the strongest, whose goal was to pin down the strongest pirate forces. Before the battle began, there were 500 pirates versus 500 samurai. After 1 hour of combat, the numbers dwindled to 500 pirates and 300 samurai. After 3 hours, there were only 800 pirates left and 300 samurai. The intense 3-hour fight had left everyone present, except for top-tier fighters like Jean and Quinn, nearly exhausted, whether they were samurai or pirates. Around Yamato and Mu Yunfeng were numerous corpses of those who had come to kill them, but now they lay dead. However, the situation for both of them was dire as well. Their haki had been depleted, and their stamina was nearly gone. If they weren't still in battle, they would likely have collapsed to the ground. Yamato no longer had the strength to wield his spiked club, while Mu Yunfeng, thanks to the enhancement from his devil fruit, had a slightly stronger recovery ability than Yamato, allowing him to still fight. But it wasn't just them who were exhausted. The samurai were also struggling to lift their swords. A strange scene unfolded as the pirates and samurai seemed to reach some sort of agreement, temporarily laying down their weapons to recover stamina in preparation for the next clash. However, Mu Yunfeng knew that the next fight would be the final one, and it was uncertain how many would still be standing afterward. As the battle continued, the battlefield was divided into 2 zones, the expert zone and the novice zone. For those in the expert zone, 3 hours of continuous fighting was not a big deal. Each of them would find an opponent evenly matched with themselves. First, it prevented the other from attacking the novices. Second, since the opponents were evenly matched, it was likely that no one would die. Thus, their casualties were not severe. They could continue fighting until the end without a clear victor, both surviving to boast afterward. That guy was really strong. I didn't expect it to end without a winner. Next time, I will definitely slay him myself, and similar bragging rights. So, despite the heavy casualties in the battle, most of the dead were weaklings and novices, while the truly advanced fighters suffered minimal losses, represented by Jean and Quinn. Jean and Quinn had been entangled with those samurai for 3 hours, sustaining only minor injuries, while only a few samurai had died, and their fight continued. Mu Yunfeng and Yamato are in the newbie zone, so although many people regard them as targets, they have all been counter-killed by them. In the end, it is because there are no real experts among those people. However, the battles in the newbie zone are also the most frenzied, with everyone infected by blood and death. Although they're all out of stamina now, once they recover, the final clash will take place here. But Mu Yunfeng has no intention of participating in that last fight, because once these people recover, their fighting style will definitely be even crazier than before, and Mu Yunfeng does not want to die here with Yamato. Mu Yunfeng originally planned to wait until the battle started again, by which time he estimated his stamina would have recovered enough, and then he would simply take Yamato and fly away. As for whether Kaido would beat him or punish him upon his return, it didn't matter. It was better than dying here, as he didn't have much stamina left, and facing the numerically superior samurai could very likely lead to his demise. However, plans often change, and the arrival of one person altered Mu Yunfeng's thoughts. Or a ho-ho-ho, Jin, Queen, what is going on with you two? My lovely subordinates are down to just this few. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw the beast-formed Kaido appearing in the sky. The bright moonlight casting a massive shadow of Kaido, adding a sense of pressure. Upon seeing Kaido, all the samurai felt a weight lift off their hearts. They knew that Kaido's presence here meant something significant. It meant that Wind Moon Yuki, Rain Moon Tempura, and Frost Moon Jimuru had failed, and Kaido would turn the tide of the battle here. Or ho ho ho, samurai, those 3 who ambushed me have already been thrown into the prison by me. You have completely failed. Drop your weapons, and I want to kill you. After all, I do appreciate samurai. Just as Kaido finished speaking, the gates of the flower capital opened at the same time, and Orochi, along with his personal guard and ninja corps, arrived on the battlefield. Mu Yunfeng whispered after seeing the giant snake, "That bastard Kudo. It seems he has long discovered the battle here. Of course, with such a large-scale fight. How could he not notice? He has been hiding away just to preserve his forces. Now that Kaido has arrived and victory is assured, he comes out to reap the benefits. Truly despicable, Orochi. Since you've been watching the show from inside, don't blame me for going after you. Kaido treating me this way is understandable. After all, I can't defeat him. As for you, Orochi, I've noted this grudge down. Why get the chance? I will definitely chop off this guy's head and see if you really have 8 heads. Yamato also heard Mu Yunfeng talking to himself, but couldn't catch the content clearly, so he asked, "What are you saying? Whose head do you want to chop off?" "I want to chop off Orochi's head. I just can't stand this guy." I agree. I also hate this guy. Orochi did not hear their conversation, but was laughing arrogantly at the distant Shimatsuki family. Kakakakaka, Shimatsuki family, you've already failed. Give up your feudal resistance. As long as you are willing, I can still give you a chance to submit to me. The Shimatsuki family was not affected by Orochi's words. Now that we have stepped onto this battlefield, we have not thought about walking out alive. Surrendering means we won't be killed? Ridiculous. Who will be afraid of death? Those who are afraid of death wouldn't come here. The words of the Shimatsuki family resonated with the samurai, who echoed, "That's right, we are not afraid of death," and similar sentiments. Kakakakaka, I hope you don't change your mind later. Bring them up. As soon as Orochi's words fell, his personal guard brought up many people. These people looked like civilians. They were tightly bound, and their mouths were gagged, unable to make any sounds. Kakakakaka, those who are still alive. Take a good look and see if there are any familiar faces among them. They're all people I've painstakingly captured from various places. Upon seeing these people, the samurai on the battlefield panicked instantly. Those who would rather die than surrender were now in a state of panic. "Sister, you bastard. What have you done to my sister? Wife, how did you end up there? What about our child? Father, it's my fault for dragging you into this. This is all my mistake. Child, don't worry. Dad will definitely save you." Watching the panicked samurai, Orochi laughed even more happily. "Kakakakaka, I just want to remind you, each of you has family, right? Parents, relatives, sisters, friends, wives, and daughters. You may not fear death, but what about your loved ones? Are they not afraid of dying? If you dare to resist again after you die, I will kill all your family members. Choose now, surrender and lay down your weapons. Or fight to the end and let your families accompany you to the grave. Let me see your determination, Kakakaka." Although these samurai were not afraid of death, each of them had family, and familial ties would be an unbreakable bond for them. They could die for their beliefs, but their families should not pay the price for their beliefs, and they would not let their families die because of them. Clang! A samurai threw down his weapon, and his action triggered a chain reaction, like dominoes falling. Bang, bang, bang. All the samurai threw down their weapons and sat down on the ground one by one. Kakakakaka, it seems you have given up resistance. Felusho, take people and capture them all, lock them up for future labor. Understood. Felusho responded and began to capture people with Orochi's personal guards. However, Mu Yunfeng looked toward the recently vacated position of the Shimatsuki family and did not find his figure. Among the people crouching on the ground, there was no Shimatsuki family member. It seemed that this guy had taken the opportunity to leave here and had not given up on resistance. After all the samurai were taken away, Jin began to regroup and led the surviving pirates back to Onigashima. As for those who died here, Jin had no intention of burying their bodies. While Jin was counting the number of surviving pirates, Kaido also approached Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, glancing at the two before bursting into laughter. "Orolololo, that is right. That's right, you two brats have changed. It seems you've gained quite a bit this time." Yamato directly turned his head away from Kaido, clearly still sulking from being beaten a few days ago, and Mu Yunfeng also didn't give Kaido a good expression. "Changed, indeed changed. There are more wounds on our bodies. Brat, from your tone, you're not happy, huh?" "No. I just simply don't want to see you. But the two of us are now like blood gourds. Which of your eyes saw that we have changed?" "Arolo lo lo lo, I'm not talking about superficial things. You may not have noticed, but there is something extra in your eyes, something called killing intent." Mu Yunfeng rolled his eyes. Whether or not to kill was still unclear to him, but the two of them nearly died here. "You really are heartless. After all, Day is your daughter, and you actually sent her to such a place. Aren't you afraid of accidents? I have a lot of confidence in you all. You won't die here. You, Mu Yunfeng, will definitely escape with Day before you're completely exhausted. You wouldn't really fight to the death here. However, if an accident does occur, it can only mean that you're not that capable after all, and there will be many dangers you have to face in the future. So you need to learn to survive with your own strength." After saying this, Kaido left, but he didn't head towards Onigashima. Instead, he went towards Flower City. Mu Yunfeng currently had no mind to care where Kaido would go. He used the little strength he had left to transform into the Qiongqi form, flying towards Onigashima with Yamato. After returning to their residence, the maid Sharp was stunned to see the two covered in blood. Moreover, due to the recent battle, both of them were still filled with a terrifying killing intent. This aura made the maid, who usually only did housework, too afraid to approach. Seeing the maid's fear, Mu Yunfeng had to take the initiative to speak. You don't need to be afraid. Please help us prepare hot water and medicine for our wounds. And also get us a set of new clothes in the bathroom. Okay, we will prepare it right away. After the maid left, Mu Yunfeng collapsed in the yard, looking at Yamato, who was like a pile of mud, and sighed. War is indeed a terrifying thing. The lives of the weak in war are just numbers. Numbers that can disappear at any time. Fortunately, the two of us are relatively strong, and we both survived. Yamato also said, still feeling a bit shaken, yes, it's over now. I didn't know before that the battlefield could be such a terrifying place. After about 10 minutes, the hot water was ready. While cleaning his body, Mu Yunfeng discovered that he had 8 knife wounds. However, they weren't too serious. Most of the wounds were concentrated on his arms, which were left from deliberately blocking the enemy's blades, with only 2 wounds on his torso. One was on his abdomen, cut by Valley Wugao, and the other was on his back, left by a samurai who broke through Yamato's defense. After treating the wounds and changing into new clothes, it was already past 6 in the morning. The sun had risen again, and the warm sunlight made Mu Yunfeng momentarily forget the terrifying and bloody experiences of the previous night. At that moment, Yamato also appeared in front of Mu Yunfeng, with their arms similarly bandaged. However, neither of them had injuries on their faces, so they wouldn't be disfigured. Although they had fought all night, Mu Yunfeng felt no sleepiness. He knew this was because his mind was still in a tense state. When he truly relaxed, fatigue and drowsiness would sweep over him. Looking at Yamato walking towards him, Mu Yunfeng took the initiative to greet her. Hi, Yamato, you fought all night too. Aren't you tired? Why don't you rest for a bit? Actually, I don't want to be alone right now, so I came over to chat with you. Seeing Yamato's shy expression, Mu Yunfeng understood what was going on. She must have been a bit scared by last night's experience, which was why she didn't want to be alone. Mu Yunfeng certainly wouldn't mock Day or anything like that. As he recalls last night's battle, he feels a bit horrified. Yesterday, Mu Yunfeng basically danced at the gates of the underworld for an entire night, going in and out of the ghost gate countless times. He dares to assert that Zhao Zilong's 7 entrances and exits at Changban Slope couldn't compare to the thrill he experienced last night. Although Day's upbringing is somewhat harsher than that of an average person, she is still young, and after experiencing such a terrifying battle, it would be abnormal for her not to be scared. Just right, I wanted to chat with you too. Let's go to my room, he suggested. Are your injuries serious? The injuries are not a big deal, just a bit of serious fatigue, she replied. After all, those guys targeting us aren't very strong, so I didn't really get seriously injured. After returning to the room, the two lay down on the floor and neither spoke. As their bodies relaxed, their eyelids became particularly heavy. Unconsciously, they both fell asleep. The battle had drained not only their physical strength, but even more of their mental energy. Exhausted in body and mind, they slept for over 20 hours, and when they opened their eyes again, it was already 7 o'clock the next morning. Having had enough sleep, they looked at the clock in Mu Yunfeng's room and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Did we only sleep for an hour? Why do I feel like we slept for a long time?" Mu Yunfeng rubbed his belly, feeling the state of his body. It didn't make sense. After just 1 hour? I shouldn't be this hungry, and my stamina has mostly recovered. This doesn't seem like something that could be achieved in just 1 hour. But Mu Yunfeng, look at the time. It has clearly only been a little over an hour. Perhaps it hasn't been just 1 hour, but rather a day and an hour, meaning a total of 25 hours has passed. At that moment, Sharp, who had heard the noise, came over and knocked on the door, saying, "Yamato, you two must be hungry after sleeping for a whole day and night. I've already prepared the meals." Hearing that the food was ready, Yamato jumped up and pushed open the door, running towards the living room. Mu Yunfeng also didn't hold back, running to eat without even putting on his shoes. While they were eating, Sharp reminded them, "Actually, Lord Kaido sent someone yesterday to invite you two to the banquet on Onigashima this noon." Mu Yunfeng confirmed again that the banquet is at noon today, not yesterday noon, right? Yes, it's at noon today. After breakfast, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato also went for a walk. They were both wrapped in bandages, which was not suitable for training. So the two planned to go to the eastern side of Onigashima to watch a geisha performance. When they arrived at the flower street on the eastern side of Onigashima, Mu Yunfeng noticed that it had become the most crowded place on the island, bustling with people. Just a month ago, it was still a wasteland. This flower street was established about a month ago, and it wasn't just the flower street. Recently, many new buildings have been added to Onigashima, including taverns, restaurants, clothing stores, and tailor shops. This country had been completely controlled by Kaido and Orochi, so Kaido had become increasingly reckless. Most of the geishas performing were almost forced to do so. In this era of scarce entertainment, watching opera performances had become a hobby for most people. Therefore, the geisha houses on this flower street were naturally packed with people, and the brothel next door was equally full. However, Yunfeng keenly noticed that since he and Yamato arrived here, everyone's gaze was focused on them, and they would avoid his eyes. As they walked toward the stage where the singers were performing, people in front would subconsciously make way for them, allowing them to pass through easily to the front row. The behavior of these people made Yunfeng very uneasy. Although they usually respected the two of them, there wouldn't typically be such a sense of distance. But now, Yunfeng truly felt that distance. Even in the crowded geisha house, there was no one around them. These people would rather squeeze together with others, or simply go to the back to watch the performance than stand beside them. It was as if they were carrying a virus or a bomb. Yamato was slow to react, but even he noticed the strangeness of these people and curiously looked at Yunfeng. Hey, why do I feel like they have been staring at us? And they're avoiding us? Is this my illusion, or do we smell strange? Yunfeng was now as confused as a monk who had lost his way. He had discovered things much earlier than Dao, yet he still couldn't find the reason. It's not your illusion. They're indeed deliberately avoiding us. However, we took a very thorough shower yesterday, so there shouldn't be any smell. I also don't understand the current situation. Sigh, Yunfeng. Do you have things you don't know about? Of course, I'm not a deity who can predict everything. There are definitely things I don't understand. Just as Yunfeng was about to lift his sleeve to check if he really had a smell, a familiar voice came out. Wow, boss, you're here too. But boss, you actually came to watch the opera. Is your injury better? The speaker was none other than Yunfeng's sycophant, Zikalisi. After seeing Zikalisi arrive, Yunfeng immediately pulled him in front of him. Tell me, do Dahu and I have a strange smell? No. Then do we have anything strange about us? Aside from the bandages, boss, you're just as handsome as before. I don't want to hear your flattery right now. I've noticed that everyone is deliberately distancing themselves from us. Did something happen? Zikalisi thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I know. They're not distancing themselves from you, boss, but are actually afraid. No, it's respect. Boss, you don't know? You become quite famous in our pirate circle these past 2 days. Famous for what? Why hasn't anyone told me? Faced with Yunfeng's triple questions of confusion, Zikalisi began to organize his words. Boss, you didn't go out yesterday, right? No, because I was almost exhausted during the battle. I slept until now. Daho, who had been listening to Zikalisi's long explanation without getting to the point, became impatient. Hey, that Yunfeng's little brother. If you know the reason, just say it quickly. If you don't get to the point soon, I'll beat you. Hearing Daho's words, Zikalisi instantly softened. I understand, Lady Oni. I will tell you what I know right away. Everyone is avoiding you two today because of your achievements on the battlefield. The pirates who survived this time say that you two were like gods in battle. Although I didn't participate in that fight, I've heard that you two killed the most enemies, and the corpses of those warriors piled up like a mountain at your feet. That's why people instinctively distance themselves from you. They must be afraid of inadvertently angering you too. After all, big brother, you're known as the Mad Tiger. After hearing Zikalisi's words, Yunfeng could only smile bitterly and shake his head because what those pirates said was indeed true. If the yesterday's war were ranked by the number of kills, he and Daho would undoubtedly be at the top. They had killed more enemies than Jean and Quinn. In high-level battlefield combat, it was mostly one-on-one due to evenly matched strengths. It was relatively difficult to kill the opponent. Jean and Quinn were also entangled by many experts from start. Although the warriors they killed were strong, their numbers were not as many as Yunfeng's. And those ordinary pirates might have just killed one warrior, only to be knocked out by someone the next second. Yunfeng and Dahu have the strength to battle against experts. However, those warriors have their own dignity and are unwilling to duel with a little kid, which is why the two have been continuously bullying weaker opponents. Upon hearing Akali's words, Daho was also shocked and asked Yunfeng, how many people did we kill yesterday? Was it really that many? Yunfeng said uncertainly, maybe, after all, I wasn't in the mood to count people yesterday. All my attention was focused on the battle. However, we fought for several hours continuously, and there were constantly warriors attacking us, so I think the number shouldn't be too small. Suddenly, Yunfeng realized something and asked Zikalisi, you just said I am called the Mad Tiger. What does that mean? That's the nickname given to you by the surviving pirates, Sikalisi replied. Mu Yunfeng immediately understood the origin of this nickname. It was truly a nickname without any depth. Crazy tiger, a mad tiger. Is it because I fight like a crazy tiger? Only you uncultured, stinky pirates could come up with such a nickname. I told you guys to be a bit more thoughtful with your nicknames. I'm a Mythical Zoan user. This nickname sounds like it's for a regular Zoan user, which is quite demeaning. If you lack culture, go learn from Teacher Ruxage. What kind of ridiculous nickname is this? By the way, Kaido drinks every day. Why hasn't anyone given him the nickname Drunken Dragon? Is it because they are afraid? Faced with Mu Yunfeng's complaints, Shikalis didn't dare to speak up, while Yamato burst out laughing upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's grievances. Ha, crazy tiger is not bad. It sounds pretty good. When you used to call Jack Big Dumb Elephant, he secretly called you Fly. So I think this title suits you. From now on, you shall be called Crazy Tiger. Looking at the laughing Yamato, Mu Yunfeng had already thought of her future nickname, White Wolf. After watching the performance for a while, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato left, as they had a banquet to attend at noon. As they were leaving, Mu Yunfeng spotted a large frog at the entrance and casually grabbed it, putting it in his pocket. During these 2 years in Wano country, Mu Yunfeng had deeply realized that pirates had a natural affinity for holding banquets. Whether it's kind-hearted pirates like Luffy or ambitious pirates like Kaido, they all love to hold banquets. They celebrate with banquets when happy, relieve their feelings with banquets when sad, boost morale with banquets before battles, and celebrate victories with banquets afterward. In short, any excuse will do for a banquet. For pirates, banquets can happen anytime, anywhere, whenever they feel like it, sometimes without any reason at all, and suddenly a banquet is just underway. When Mu Yunfeng and Yamato arrived at the venue, they found that Kaido was not there, and Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng curiously. Hey, didn't my father ask us to come to the banquet? Why isn't he here? Maybe Kaido has something to do, Mu Yunfeng replied. But even though Kaido isn't here, that idiot Jack has already arrived. Not far to Mu Yunfeng's right, Jack was waving at the two of them like a fool. Mu Yunfeng, Yamato, there's a spot here. Mu Yunfeng was not polite either and directly sat down beside Jack and Maria. Maria looked at the bandaged arms of the two. Showing a feeling of your pain is my pain. Then, Maria began to lead Day around by the nose. Mu Yunfeng looked at Maria and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl, clearly only 9 years old, had already started wearing a mask to disguise herself. She would surely become a master at playing with people's hearts in the future. Just when Maria expressed sympathy for their situation, Jack also began to make his presence known. However, he didn't care about their injuries. Instead, he was still sourly making sarcastic comments. Lord Kaido is really biased, only letting you two go to the battlefield. I want to go to the battlefield and achieve merit too. Seeing Jack's constant complaints, Mu Yunfeng felt quite helpless. He wanted to tell this clueless child that the battlefield was not a playground. Jack, are you really that foolish? Do you think going to the battlefield is a good thing? Do you even know? If it weren't for our decent strength, you'd have to prepare offerings for me. Offerings? What offerings? Jack was momentarily taken aback, and Maria had to lean closer to Jack to explain the meaning behind Mu Yunfeng's words. Mu Yunfeng looked at this scene helplessly. He never expected that after 2 years of being with Jack, he still needed to provide a translator for their daily conversations. After ensuring that Jack understood, Maria also looked at Mu Yunfeng helplessly. Jack's mind doesn't work in a straightforward way, so next time you want to communicate with him, try to make your words as clear as possible. Mu Yunfeng had a shocked expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. It wasn't just a matter of whether he could think clearly. He really seemed foolish. What I just said was something even Day could understand. Day kicked Mu Yunfeng under the table in dissatisfaction, saying, "What does this have to do with me? Don't compare me to Jack. I'm much smarter than him." In that moment, it seemed like a hierarchy had formed among the four of them, like a pyramid. At the top of the pyramid was naturally Mu Yunfeng, who viewed the other three as mere kids. The second tier was occupied by Maria, who could easily manipulate Jack and Day, but had no power over Mu Yunfeng. The third tier was Day, who was sometimes clever, but most of the time was at the mercy of Mu Yunfeng and Maria. Jack was at the bottom tier, the fourth level of the pyramid, simply because he was genuinely foolish. Of course, this wasn't the final ranking. If more friends joined the group, the rankings could change. However, it was likely that Mu Yunfeng and Jack's positions would remain the same. After Day finished speaking, Jack finally reacted. "Ah, so that's what offering means. Don't worry, Mu Yunfeng. If one day you really die, I will definitely offer you the most offerings." Bang! Mu Yunfeng punched Jack in the kidney with considerable force, but Jack showed no reaction. Instead, Mu Yunfeng felt a bit numb in his hand. Looking at Jack's impressive defensive capabilities, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he was known as Ship King Jack. Not only did he manage to dismantle 2 warships right under Fujitora and Sengoku's noses and escape unscathed, but even getting hit by the Elephant Master didn't seem to faze him. His defense was truly remarkable. As for why Mu Yunfeng didn't hit Jack in the head, it was because Jack was too tall. Even sitting down, he was over 3 meters tall, and Mu Yunfeng would have to jump to reach his head. Jack, clearly feeling a bit wronged after being hit, said, "Why did you hit me? I didn't say anything wrong." "You haven't said anything wrong? What do you mean by saying that when I die, you'll offer me the most tributes? Are you cursing me to death? How about this? If you die, I'll offer you the most tributes. All right, if I die, you mustn't forget to offer me tributes." After hearing Jack's words, Mu Yunfeng lowered his head. Indeed, Jack was a natural-born schemer. He was Mu Yunfeng's nemesis. Mu Yunfeng can outsmart someone as clever as Maria, but he cannot outsmart a true fool like Jack. You never know what a fool will do next. If it were a game of 3-card monte, Mu Yunfeng would have 3 aces, Maria would have a flush, Dazai would have a single card, and Jack would have a 2, 3, and 5. Mu Yunfeng wins against everyone, but cannot win against Jack, who loses to everyone, but not to Mu Yunfeng. Over the past 2 years, Mu Yunfeng has suffered losses because of Jack. Once, he got beaten up by Kaido because of Jack, and he could only lament that the thought process of the King of Beasts is different from that of ordinary people. Looking at the silly and adorable Jack, Mu Yunfeng sighed deeply, thinking that life is truly wonderful. You would never expect your nemesis to be such a silly fool. Just as Mu Yunfeng was reflecting on life, a dragon flew in through the eye socket of a skull, followed by devilish laughter. "Oh ho 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 ho! You bastards can revel to your heart's content today, because this country is now completely under our control. And there's another thing today. Kaido had said before that after I helped him conquer Wano, he would offer me a treasure." Kaido then took out a box, opening it to reveal a display stand made of crystal. On the stand was something that Mu Yunfeng found oddly familiar. It was a yellow-orange fruit that looked like an orange but also like a persimmon. At a glance, Mu Yunfeng recognized it because he had eaten something similar a few years ago. Devil fruit. It was not uncommon for devil fruit users in Kaido's pirate crew. So when Kaido showcased this fruit, the pirates below began to get excited. It was a shortcut to becoming powerful. Quinn also looked curiously at the fruit in Kaido's hand. A devil fruit that the boss calls a treasure must be extraordinary. Could it be a very powerful devil fruit, perhaps a Logia type? Oh ho 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 ho! This is indeed not an ordinary devil fruit, but it's not a Logia type. It's a rarer Mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Upon hearing the words, Mythical Zoan, the entire venue fell silent for a moment. Everyone here knew how powerful Mythical Zoan fruits were, as evidenced by Kaido himself. Mu Yunfeng also looked at Yamato beside him, noticing that Yamato was staring wide-eyed at the fruit in Kaido's hand, with a face full of "I want it" written all over it. Since Mu Yunfeng is a Mythical Zoan-type ability user, Yamato, who has lived with him for more than 2 years, also deeply admires Mythical Zoan devil fruits. Of course, there's also a bit of a competitive mindset involved. It's like father has a Mythical Zoan fruit. Mu Yunfeng also has a Mythical Zoan devil fruit. I want to have a Mythical Zoan devil fruit too. When Kaido mentioned that this fruit was a Mythical Zoan, Mu Yunfeng already knew what kind of devil fruit it was. The Mythical Zoan devil fruit that appeared in Kaido's hand at that moment could only be the Inu no Mi model. Okuchi no Makami. Oh ho 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 ho. It seems you guys are already tempted upon hearing Mythical Zoan. Does anyone want to get this devil fruit? Although those pirates indeed wanted this devil fruit, who knows if Kaido was really going to give it away? After all, it is a Mythical Zoan fruit. So they hesitated for a moment and did not step forward immediately. But Mu Yunfeng was not as reserved as they were. As soon as Kaido finished speaking, he used his legs to jump onto Jack's head. "Kaido, I want it." Jack, who was being stepped on, shook his head in dissatisfaction. "Get down, idiot. What are you doing standing on my head?" "Jack, stop shaking. I can't stand still. I'm standing on your head because it has more presence to speak from above. Just consider it a favor for me, and later I'll treat you to a meal." Kaido was unconcerned about the situation between Mu Yunfeng and Jack, just looking at Mu Yunfeng and saying, "You want it. You're also after this devil fruit. Huh? Oh ho ho, kid, you really are greedy. But a person can only eat one devil fruit. Even if I give it to you, it would be a waste." "Kaido, you misunderstood. I don't want to eat this devil fruit. I know someone who would be perfect for this devil fruit." "Kid, who is that person you're talking about?" Mu Yunfeng pointed to Yamato below him, then looked around at everyone present and said, "It's her, Yamato. Yamato is more suited for this devil fruit than anyone else here. Boss, you know that while the devil fruit is a treasure that can enhance a person's strength, You should also understand that the devil fruit is just a type of ability. What truly makes someone powerful is the person themselves. The same fruit can make one invincible in the hands of a strong person, but in the hands of a useless person, it amounts to nothing. Ultimately, whether the fruit is strong or not depends on the person. That's why I recommend Yamato. Although she may not be the strongest here right now, her potential is definitely greater than anyone else's, including mine. Yamato is only 8 years old this year, but she has already awakened all 3 types of haki, and her performance on the battlefield is something everyone has witnessed, which proves how great her potential is. I firmly believe that this devil fruit can only reach its maximum value in Yamato's hands, and besides, good things should naturally be kept for one's own children. Mu Yunfeng's last sentence was not directed at Kaido, but rather at the others present. Mu Yunfeng was reminding them that the owner of this fruit had already been predetermined. This was not a baseless claim. In the original work, it is stated that Yamato accidentally ate the devil fruit because he was hungry, a reason that Mu Yunfeng certainly did not believe. Kaido is a user of a Mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, and he could not possibly be unaware of the value of such a fruit. There is no way he would neglect to safeguard it properly. It is evident that this devil fruit was prepared by Kaido for Yamato, but at that time, due to the situation with Odin, Kaido and Yamato were at odds. That is why Kaido didn't directly give the fruit to Yamato, but instead let Yamato accidentally consume it. Mu Yunfeng has been brought back by Kaido for 2 years. Although Kaido often beats him and throws him onto the battlefield to fight against samurai, Mu Yunfeng has truly learned a lot of skills here, and he lives very comfortably in Kaido's household. Overall, he feels grateful to Kaido, even if Kaido is nurturing him because he values his talent. Is there really anyone who would selflessly dedicate themselves to you? Mu Yunfeng is not a partner of justice. He doesn't care whether Kaido is a good person or a bad person. He only needs to know if Kaido has been kind to him. That's why Mu Yunfeng suggested that Kaido give the fruit to Yamato. Over the past 2 years, due to Mu Yunfeng's efforts, the relationship between Kaido and Yamato hasn't been as antagonistic as in the original work. Currently, Yamato does not harbor hostility towards Kaido. As long as Kaido takes advantage of the situation to give the fruit to Yamato, Yamato will definitely be very happy. Mu Yunfeng's proposal to give the fruit to Yamato did not receive any opposition. Of course, no one dared to stand up against it. After Mu Yunfeng's reminder, they all realized that Kaido had clearly already decided to give this fruit to Yamato, and they had nothing to do with it from the beginning to the end. Mu Yunfeng has already said so much, and Kaido didn't hold back anymore, directly waving to Yamato to come forward. Oh, la, Yamato. You're my bloodline. Of course, I will think of you when I have good things. Now let me ask you, do you want this devil fruit? As Kaido waved, Yamato had already made a move, and by the time Kaido finished speaking, Yamato had walked up to him. Father, I want it. All right, then this devil fruit is yours. This is a rare, mythical Zoan-type. Don't let it go to waste. I will use it well. I want to use it to become stronger than Mu Yunfeng. Oh, la. Good, then use it to become stronger than that little brat, and then give him a good beating. However, Yamato shook his head. I don't want to beat up Mu Yunfeng. I want to become stronger to be with Mu Yunfeng. The conversation abruptly stopped here because Yamato remembered Mu Yunfeng had advised him not to mention going out to sea in front of Kaido. Kaido also looked at Mu Yunfeng curiously, seemingly wondering what they planned to do together. Seeing that Yamato almost let it slip, Mu Yunfeng laughed and saved the situation. Haha, so Yamato, you still remember? We agreed to become members of the pirate crew together, but there is only one spot for the calamity, and I want to give it to you. Oh, la. So you two want to be members? That's not hard at all. As long as you both have calamity level strength in the future, I will change the calamities from 3 to 4. Seeing Mu Yunfeng smooth things over, Yamato also took a bite of the devil fruit in his hand. Then his expression changed to a strange one. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Yamato forced himself to swallow the devil fruit completely, seemingly unaware that he only needed to take 1 bite. Seeing Yamato eat the fruit, Kaido laughed heartily. Oh, la. Now the banquet officially begins. Everyone let loose. After the banquet started, various delicacies were served, and Kaido took off the now empty wine gourd from his waist and casually handed it to a pirate. The pirate certainly knew what he was supposed to do and ran to the back with the wine gourd. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng also jumped down from Jack's head and left with that person. Crazy, no. Mu Yunfeng, what do you want from me? Mu Yunfeng waved his hand to indicate that the other party didn't need to be nervous, saying, It's fine. You're going to get drinks for Kaido, right? Yes, I'm going to get drinks for Lord Kaido. Perfect, I'm just passing by the tavern. Just give me the wine gourd, and you can go enjoy the banquet. How can that be? This kind of trivial task should be left to me. How can I let you, my lord? do such a thing. Just give it to me. No need for so much talk. Hurry up and hand it over. Seeing that Yunfeng was getting angry, the pirate had no choice but to hand over the wine gourd and turned back to the banquet to enjoy the food. After the pirate left, a large frog appeared in Yunfeng's right hand, and then the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Kaido, I haven't forgotten how you threw me onto the battlefield. Today, I'll give you some side dishes to go with your drinks. Just as Yunfeng went to get drinks for Kaido, Yamato returned to her seat and began looking for Yunfeng's figure. When Yamato came back, Maria immediately hugged her, saying, "Congratulations on obtaining a mythical Zoan fruit. You will definitely become stronger in the future." Yamato was not modest at all, replying, "Of course. I won't let this fruit bring shame to me. Where did that guy Yunfeng go?" At that moment, Jack also looked up in surprise, saying, "Yeah, where did Yunfeng go? He was just on my head a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear?" Maria sighed as she looked at Jack. "I really don't know what you think about all day. Did you only just notice that Yunfeng left? Is there no brain in that big head of yours?" It's not that he has no brain. He's just simply foolish. When Yamato saw Yunfeng return, she ran over to question him. "Where did you just go? Why didn't you wait for me to come back?" "I just went to prepare some side dishes for Kaido, to thank him for sending us to the battlefield for training a couple of days ago." "Yamato, you're already a devil fruit user now, right?" Of course. And like you, I'm also a mythical Zoan-devil fruit user." "Congratulations. But do you know what fruit you've eaten?" This question caught Yamato off guard, and she shook her head, saying, "I don't know. Father only said this is a mythical Zoan fruit, but didn't say what ability it has." "You don't need to worry about that. For Zoan fruits, you will know what it is as soon as you transform. I only found out that my fruit was the Qiongqi form after transforming." "Yamato, try to feel it yourself. Don't you feel like something has increased in your body? As if you've suddenly grown an extra hand?" Yamato immediately closed her eyes to start feeling. "Wow, really? I can really feel something extra in my body, but it doesn't feel like an extra hand." Yunfeng helplessly explained, "What I mean by hand is a metaphor. Imagine the excess things in your body as a hand, and then use your mind to shake hands with that hand." The example given by Yunfeng is very vivid. Deo also did what Yunfeng said, and then Deo transformed into a pure white wolf right in front of Yunfeng. Upon seeing Deo's transformed appearance, Maria immediately hugged her and exclaimed, "Wow, Deo, you look so cute after transforming. I really want to take you home and cuddle with you while sleeping." Yunfeng also mentioned that Dae's transformed appearance is indeed very cute, but I won't let you take Dae home to hug and sleep with. Otherwise, you should consider me. My beast form is also very cute. Maria looked at Yunfeng with disgust. "I definitely don't want to take you home. Your beast form is not cute at all, but rather looks particularly fierce. What about Jack? His beast form isn't fierce, right? Just a big, silly elephant. Jack is also not an option. My bed isn't that big." The commotion over at Yunfeng's place naturally didn't escape the notice of others, but all they could do was envy. Kaido also noticed the situation there and asked his companion, Jean, "After seeing Yamato transform, do you have any thoughts? Want to guess what kind of fruit that is?" Jean decisively shook his head. "There are too many types of devil fruits, and I know even less about Zoan-type fruits, so I really can't guess. But since Lord Kaido asked, does he have an answer in mind?" "Orohorohoro, I wasn't too sure at first, but after seeing Yamato's transformation, I already know that fruit is the Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan model, Okuchi no Makami." Quinn also ran over to flatter him. Indeed, as expected of Lord Kaido, knowing the name of that devil fruit, Orohorohoro, but I only know the name. The specific abilities are still unclear. Developing this fruit will still rely on Yamato himself. However, the abilities of this devil fruit are definitely top tier. If developed well, it should be on par with my fruit, and of course, Yunfeng's fruit is the same. I've already guessed the second ability of that little brat Yunfeng. Besides being able to control that strange flame, he seems to be able to control the wind as well. Jean asked in confusion, "Wind? That little brat has the ability to control wind? How come I didn't notice it while training him? He didn't show it during our battle either." "Orohorohoro, maybe he's hiding intentionally, or maybe he hasn't mastered it yet. But I wouldn't be mistaken. The wind around him is different from yours. I also have the ability to control wind, which is why I noticed that the airflow around that little brat is quite unusual. He can indeed influence the wind around his body." After saying this, Kaido picked up the wine gourd that Yunfeng had returned and started drinking heartily. Glug, glug, gulp. Suddenly, Kaido's expression changed, and he spat out the wine he had in his mouth, and of course, what he spat out wasn't just wine, but also a very fat green frog. Everyone present was stunned. They didn't need to think to know whose masterpiece this was. Only one person in the entire Onigashima would dare to do something like this. Then everyone turned their gazes in unison towards the direction where Mu Yunfeng was, because only he would do such a thing. Moreover, Mu Yunfeng had done this once before. But last time it was a snake, and that snake even bit Kaido. That little brat. How dare he waste my wine? This time I'll definitely break your legs. Mu Yunfeng had been paying attention to Kaido's situation. When he saw Kaido spit out a mouthful of wine, he immediately turned and flew away. After seeing Mu Yunfeng leave, Yamato also ran out after him. After flying for a few seconds, Mu Yunfeng looked back to see if Kaido was chasing them, but Kaido didn't notice them. Instead, he spotted a wild white wolf. Confirming that the danger had passed, Mu Yunfeng landed and transformed into his human form. Yamato, why did you come out too? I saw you leave and followed you. Besides, I want to see the abilities of this fruit more than I want to stay at the banquet. What are we going to do next? Are you going back to the banquet? If I go back, it won't be to attend the banquet, but to find Kaido and give him a beating. Yamato, let me ask you, what comes after knowing there are tigers on the mountain? I know this one. You told me before. The next line is to venture into the tiger's mountain, which means knowing there are difficulties, but still facing them head-on without retreating. Am I right? Seeing that Yamato remembered what he had said, Mu Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction. However, he couldn't let Yamato guess correctly, so he made an X gesture with his hands in front of his chest. Wrong, completely wrong. Yamato, today I'm teaching you a new saying, knowing there are tigers on the mountain, but not going to the mountain. It means if there is danger ahead, we should take a detour and avoid it. Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Yamato instantly became unhappy. You're lying. That's not what you said last time. What I said is correct. Sorry, the final say belongs to me. As long as our opinions don't match, you're definitely the one who is wrong. Yamato knew that reasoning with Mu Yunfeng was impossible, so she began to act cute, using her little wolf fawn club to tap Mu Yunfeng's head. Seeing that Yamato had started to get physical, Mu Yunfeng had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. I was just joking with you. I've been feeling a bit bored with all these banquets lately, so I ran out. Let me take you somewhere. Where are we going? Just follow me. Don't worry. I want to sell you out. Then Mu Yunfeng transformed into a mount and took Yamato away from Onigashima, flying towards Kuri. Kuri, in Wano country, has a village called Tengu Village. Although the name of this village sounds a bit strange, it is home to many skilled swordsmiths who have mastered the forging techniques of sea stone. A few days ago, Mu Yunfeng asked Hikolosi to inquire about the swordsmiths of Wano country. Hikolosi is very efficient, and in just a few days, he found out a lot of information. There are many swordsmiths in Wano country. After all, it is a land of samurai, and being a swordsmith is a mainstream profession here, with no worries about selling their swords. However, there are distinctions within the swordsmithing industry. Wano country has two families recognized as the best swordsmiths, the Shimatsuki clan and the Tengu Mountain clan. Zoro's Wado Ikemonji and Inma were forged by Shimatsuki Kozaburo of the Shimatsuki clan, and both swords are ranked among the great grade 21, which is enough to demonstrate the strength of the Shimatsuki clan's swordsmiths. The swordsmiths of the Tengu Mountain clan are not inferior to those of the Shimatsuki clan. The Cursed Sword series, Y-Taket, is a masterpiece of the Tengu Mountain clan, and the sword in Odin's hand, Aim no Habakiri, was crafted by Tengu Mountain's Feiching. The Shimatsuki clan left Wano country for unknown reasons 30 years ago. Fortunately, the Tengu Mountain clan did not leave, which gave Mu Yunfeng the idea of having them forge a weapon for him. Although the Tengu Mountain clan's greatest masterpiece is the Cursed Sword series, Mu Yunfeng scoffs at this notion, believing it is merely an excuse for their inability to control the Cursed Sword. In the original work, Shimatsuki Kozaburo also mentioned that the so-called curse swords are weapons that weak swordsmen cannot wield. They're called curse swords because they possess immense power. Therefore, Mu Yunfeng wants the Tengu Mountain clan to forge a unique weapon for him, a cursed halberd, and he desires them to use the same forging method as they did for Y-Taket to create a great halberd for him. Mu Yunfeng's desired weapon is the halberd. He does not like Japanese katanas. Otherwise, he could just go and steal the sword left by Yutian. Of course, he does not look down on swords. He simply dislikes the combat style associated with them. He prefers the bold and forceful combat style of the halberd, which can break through all techniques with sheer strength. Mr. Lu once said, a real man fights with a halberd. Speaking of real men, one cannot help but mention the greatest warrior of all time, king of Western Shu, Xiang Yu, and the greatest general of the Three Kingdoms, General 1, Elbu. One wielded the celestial dragon's city-breaking halberd, while the other used the Fangtian Huaji. This supports Mr. Lu's statement that a real man fights with a halberd. Mu Yunfeng had always been interested in cold weapons in his previous life and was familiar with their titles. The The knife is known as the gall of 100 weapons. The spear as the thief of 100 weapons. The sword is called the king of 100 weapons. The staff is referred to as the ancestor of 100 weapons, and the halberd has the title the leader of 100 weapons, meaning the foremost among weapons. After arriving at Tengu village, Mu Yunfeng followed the address given by Hikari's and directly found the village chief's house. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Yunfeng politely knocked on the door. But it was not the village chief who opened it, but an elderly woman over 50. Upon seeing two small children, the woman looked a bit curious. Where are you two little ones from? You're not from his village, are you? What brings you here? Would you like to come to Grandma's house for something to eat? Faced with this kind and gentle elder, Mu Yunfeng naturally did not show any malice and smiled politely. We are indeed not from this village. We are looking for the village chief, Takuya from Tengu Mountain. Is he home? Looking for the village chief? He's holding a sealing ceremony at the blacksmith shop behind the village. If you want to find him, just follow the small path on the left, and you will find him. Hearing the old woman's words, Mu Yunfeng curiously asked, sealing? Does that mean they want to forge knives anymore? Most people in this village are blacksmiths, right? How will you make a living after sealing? The old woman helplessly replied, I don't know about that. I don't pry too much into the men's affairs. If you want to know, you should ask them yourself. After bidding farewell to the old woman, Mu Yunfeng and Dei walked along the small path towards the back of the village. He wanted to see what Takuya from Tengu Mountain was planning. Along the way, Dei curiously asked Mu Yunfeng, so this is the place you were talking about? Do you want to come here to forge a weapon? It's not just me who wants to forge a weapon. We all need to forge weapons. A good weapon enhances our strength. But didn't they just seal it? I will make them reopen it. Oh, Mu Yunfeng, why do you think they want to seal it? Who knows? Maybe it's because of the recent sword prohibition issued by the Great Serpent, or perhaps they don't want to forge weapons for pirates. But there's no need to dwell on this now. We can just ask them directly later. Mu Yunfeng and Dehi walked to the back mountain of Tiango village, and the scene before them came into view. There was a group of people bowing to a stove. Over 20 men were worshipping at a pavilion, and in the center of the pavilion stood a beautifully carved stove. Both of them knew that this was likely the so-called sealing stove ceremony. Mu Yunfeng and Daong did not hesitate and walked towards a group of blacksmiths who were bowing to the furnace. However, those blacksmiths did not pay attention to the two of them and continued with their work. After about 5 minutes, it seemed that the furnace sealing ceremony had ended. And finally someone turned their attention to Mu Yunfeng and Daong. A blacksmith in his 30s approached the two and asked, Whose children are you? Don't you know you can't come here? No, that's not right. I know everyone in the village. Who are you two? Mu Yunfeng took a step forward and approached the blacksmith, as this kind of confrontation could only be handled by him. If Yamato were to come, things would definitely get messed up. My name is Mu Yunfeng, and we are here to find village Chief Takaya of Tengu Mountain. I have something very important to discuss with the chief. Could you please tell me which one is Chief Takaya? Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's intention, the blacksmith did not make things difficult for the two. After all, who would unnecessarily make things hard for children? The blacksmith led them to an elderly man with gray hair. Mu Yunfeng spoke first upon seeing the white-haired elder. You must be village chief Takuya, right? My name is Mu Yunfeng, and I specifically came here to find the village chief. Mu Yunfeng, I don't believe I've met you before. Could it be that I was friends with your parents? Why have the two of you come to find me? Has something happened at home? Village chief Takuya, you don't need to guess anymore. We don't know each other. However, I heard that you are holding a sealing furnace ceremony here. Is it for that small furnace? That's right. This furnace is a symbol of our Tengu Mountain clan's knife making. As long as there are knife makers in this village, this furnace must always burn with fire. Today, by extinguishing this fire, it signifies that there will no longer be knife makers in this village. Mu Yunfeng understood, after hearing Tengu Mountain Takuya's explanation, that this furnace was used to bring good luck to the blacksmiths, similar to worshipping the god of wealth or Guangong. After hearing Tengu Mountain Takuya's words, Mu Yunfeng said somewhat dejectedly, Sigh, I really came too late. I originally wanted to use the unique forging method of the Tengu Mountain clan to create a weapon similar to the demon sword Guiche. Tengu Mountain Takuya looked at Mu Yunfeng with some curiosity and asked, Since you know that Guiche is a demon sword, why would you still want to forge such a weapon? Aren't you afraid it will bring misfortune? The so-called demon swords are weapons that weak swordsmen cannot wield. They are referred to as demon swords precisely because they possess extremely powerful abilities. It's just that some swordsmen cannot handle the power of Guiche, so they use the demon sword as an excuse to cover up their own incompetence. In my opinion, Guiche is not a demon sword, but a very powerful famous sword. Mu Yunfeng's words were very skillful, subtly flattering the Tengu Mountain clan, and it was clear that Takuya from Tengu Mountain was quite pleased to hear it. Ha, that's right. Little ghost, you are absolutely correct. The name of the demon sword is just a way for incompetent swordsmen to cover up their own inability by finding excuses. Mu Yunfeng also asked Tengu Mountain Takuya in a puzzled tone, so you really won't forge swords for people starting today? Of course, this is the custom of our village. At this moment, Yamato, who was following Mu Yunfeng, spoke up. Hey, old man with white hair, why aren't you forging weapons anymore? I heard from Mu Yunfeng that you are quite skilled as a blacksmith. Although Yamato directly called Tengu Mountain Takuya old man with white hair, the other party didn't mind at all and instead smiled kindly. Our Tengu Mountain clan forges weapons to protect the land of harmony. But now, Orochi has issued a ban on swords, allowing only his personal guard to carry blades. So, we blacksmiths no longer have any purpose. Mu Yunfeng tentatively inquired. But your forging skills are excellent. As long as you are willing to continue, your swords will definitely sell. If you give up this craft, how will you live? Takaya from Tengu Mountain said with some sadness. Even if we continue forging, those swords will only fall into the hands of those despicable pirates. Our swords should exist to protect Wano, not to be tools for plunder and slaughter in the hands of pirates. You are being a bit idealistic. You only need to focus on forging swords. Whether the swords are used by heroes to save people or by villains to kill, it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, even if you stop forging, will the pirates have no swords? No, they will still get sword from other blacksmiths, so there is nothing wrong with you forging swords. Maybe you are right, kid, but we have already decided to close the forge. Discussing this is meaningless. Mu Yunfeng retorted. Is discussing this really meaningless? Then let me talk about something meaningful. If you don't work as blacksmiths, what else can you do? If you don't rely on the craft of forging swords, how will you make a living? I know you're all renowned blacksmiths and must have saved some money over time. But if you just sit and eat away at your savings, how long can that last? 5 years, 10 years? If your children don't have this skill, what can they do? Tengushi and Takuya burst out laughing. Haha, clearly just a kid, yet behaving like an adult. But I believe that even without this skill, we can survive. As long as we work hard, we won't starve. We can still be hungry. All right, let's talk about your purpose here. You must not have come to chat with me. Hearing Takuya's words, Mu Yunfeng wanted to say, you will starve, as in the original story. It was not uncommon for people to die of hunger in Wano country 20 years later. Moreover, the Tengu Mountain clan did not appear there. Perhaps they all starved. However, it was clear that Takuya did not want to continue this topic. So Mu Yunfeng simply stated his purpose. I am here to collect something. A few days ago, a person named Hycolus came here, right? He was here to forge sea prism stone handcuffs, and I just wanted to check on the progress. After Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, the village chief's expression also became strange. Someone named Hicolisi came here and asked us to forge sea stone handcuffs. But that Hicolisi is a pirate. So what is your relationship with him? Mu Yunfeng had no concealment. We are also pirates. Hicolisi is my little brother, and I asked him to help me find a craftsman who can forge sea stone. Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng say that the two of them are pirates, the attitude of the blacksmiths behind them instantly shifted from friendly to hostile, all of them glaring at the two with unfriendly eyes. Mu Yunfeng naturally noticed the gaze coming from behind, and he turned around to glare back, using a sharp and cold gaze to look at everyone. Just as Kaido said, ever since he stepped off the battlefield, Mu Yunfeng's eyes had changed. They now held a hint of killing intent. This killing intent might not be something he was aware of, but the blacksmiths who made eye contact with him all felt it. A cold and suffocating sensation slowly rising from their spines. Faced with such a gaze, the blacksmiths instinctively turned their heads to avoid it. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be intimidated by the gaze of a child, their instincts forced them to turn their heads aside. Of course, Mu Yunfeng had no intention of actually killing anyone. He just wanted to scare the blacksmiths a little to prevent them from making any small moves. However, there was one exception. He was not intimidated by Mu Yunfeng's gaze, and that person was Tengu Mountain Takuya. As the leader of a village, his psychological resilience was clearly stronger than that of the others. Tengu Mountain Takuya looked at Mu Yunfeng and curiously asked, "You say that Hicolisi is your subordinate?" "That's right. It's a bit unbelievable, isn't it? But in the world of pirates, strength is what matters, not age. I'm stronger than him, so I'm his boss." It was clear that although Hicolisi was much older than him, he did not possess the terrifying aura that Mu Yunfeng had just shown. A person like him would not be ordinary even in the world of pirates. Mu Yunfeng smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to try to extract information from me. I'll make it clear that we're not small players. I am a future big star of the Beast Pirates, and Yamato is Kaido's daughter." Upon hearing this, all the blacksmiths on the scene gasped. Of course, Mu Yunfeng didn't say this to show off. he had deeper intentions. However, despite Mu Yunfeng's astonishing self-introduction, Texan Takuya did not show any signs of fear. I see, you came here for those sea prism stone handcuffs, right? Then follow me. The handcuffs are at my house. Once again, they returned to the village chief's house, but Mu Yunfeng and Yamato did not go inside. They waited outside. Soon, Texan Takuya came out carrying a package, personally handing it to Mu Yunfeng while explaining, "These are the sea prism stone handcuffs you wanted. Each handcuff has a number. 1 represents 10 purity of sea prism stone, and 6 represents 60 purity." Looking at the package in front of him, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the Texan clan. To forge so many sea prism stone handcuffs in just 2 days, that speed is truly terrifying. Texan Takuya replied, "It's not that we're particularly fast. It's just that this is the last batch of items forged by the villagers. More than 20 people worked together to create these 12 pairs of handcuffs. And 2 days is enough time." After receiving the handcuffs, Mu Yunfeng asked, "How much do these handcuffs cost?" Texan Takuya waved his hand generously, saying, "No charge. This is the last batch of works from the village. Consider it a gift for you as a keepsake." At this moment, Yamato also happily patted Mu Yunfeng, saying, "Good thing they don't want money. Neither of us has a penny this time." Mu Yunfeng gave Yamato a backhanded slap on the head and said, "Yamato, even if we don't have money, you don't need to say it out loud. It makes it seem like we never intended to pay from the start." Yamato replied, "Mu Yunfeng, didn't you say that pirates don't have to pay for things? Just say less." Mu Yunfeng retorted, "That's just how it is. But it doesn't sound good when said out loud. From now on, you're not allowed to speak. Otherwise, I'll leave you here and fly back by myself." When Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were tearing each other apart, Takuya from Tengu Mountain did not intervene, but waited until Yamato stopped speaking before he spoke up. "Once you have the handcuffs, you should leave here. This village does not welcome pirates, and your presence will cause unease among the people. It's clear that you have no intention of hiding your disdain for pirates. However, I have one question for you. Village Chief, is it really impossible to forge weapons for me using the method of forging demon blades? No, we do not want to forge weapons of slaughter for pirates. And we have already sealed the forge. Even if you're not a pirate, we will not forge anything anymore." Mu Yunfeng showed a look of disappointment and sighed. "Ah, that's really too bad. However, Village Chief, you must remember what I am about to say. My name is Mu Yunfeng. If one day your village encounters any trouble, you can come find me. Just mention my name in Ghost Island, and someone will bring you to me. I can assure you that I have the ability to solve any problem. But in return, I will need you to help me forge 2 weapons as payment." After finishing his words, Mu Yunfeng transformed in front of Takaya from Tengu Mountain, and Yamato jumped onto his back at the same moment. Mu Yunfeng then took off into the air with Yamato, leaving Tengu village. While on the way, a plan began to take shape in Mu Yunfeng's mind. Mu Yunfeng had considered using force to threaten the Tengu Mountain clan into forging weapons for him, but he dismissed that idea. Since the Tengu Mountain clan had the ability to forge demon blades, they would surely have ways to tamper with the weapons. That's why he chose this method, allowing the other party to voluntarily forge weapons for him. Mu Yunfeng was not worried about Tengu Mountain Takaya coming to find him, because soon, a prisoner quarry would be built in the nearby Tujin, and it would require a lot of labor. As long as Mu Yunfeng could manipulate things a bit and have those young blacksmiths captured to do the hard labor. When the time came for Tengu Mountain Takaya to save the village, the only way would be to come to him. At that point, he would come forward to protect Tengu village, and with both kindness and power, he wouldn't have to worry about them not obediently listening to him, allowing him to forge a Fong Tian Huaji version of the Oni chopper. Thinking of this, Mu Yunfeng happily slapped his hind leg with his front leg, a gesture that in human form would be slapping his thigh. "Ha ha, I really am a mastermind. As long as the path I envision unfolds, it won't be long before Tengu Mountain Takaya will be begging me to forge weapons for him." Yamato was puzzled by Mu Yunfeng's inexplicable laughter and grabbed the double horns on Mu Yunfeng's tiger head, started to shake them. Hey, what are you laughing about? Is there something happy going on? Tell me, so I can be happy too." Mu Yunfeng had no intention of revealing his plans to Yamato. He didn't want Yamato to misunderstand him as a petty person who was just making excuses. "I wasn't laughing at anything, I just suddenly thought of something happy. By the way, Yamato, is there anything you want to ask me?" The naive Yamato didn't notice that Mu Yunfeng was changing the subject and asked curiously, "I've been wanting to ask, what do you need these handcuffs for? I'll tell you when we get home. Are you ready now? I'm going to speed up." After returning to the courtyard, Mu Yunfeng explained to Yamato the purpose of the handcuffs, saying that he actually prepared them for future training. Yamato clearly didn't understand what Mu Yunfeng meant and tentatively asked, "Training? Do you want to train with these handcuffs on?" "That's right. I want these handcuffs for training in the future." "Really?" Seeing Yamato's skeptical expression, Mu Yunfeng directly took out a pair of Sea Prism stone handcuffs from his bag. However, the moment he grabbed the Sea Prism stone handcuffs, Mu Yunfeng felt that a large portion of his strength was drained away. But since these handcuffs were made of 10 purity Sea Prism stone, they wouldn't render Mu Yunfeng completely powerless. He then put them on Yamato's wrists. The moment the handcuffs were secured, Yamato's body clearly swayed for a moment, then steadied himself and looked at Mu Yunfeng in shock. I feel like the strength in my body suddenly disappeared. Is it because of these handcuffs?" "That's right. Since you weren't a devil fruit user before, you naturally don't know that Sea Prism Stone is specifically designed to restrain those with powers. It makes devil fruit users unable to exert strength or use their abilities. However, if you train while wearing Sea Prism Stone handcuffs regularly, it might have unexpected effects, and the gains could be much greater than ordinary training." After speaking, Mu Yunfeng prepared to take off Yamato's handcuffs. But after Yamato learned that these handcuffs could enhance his strength, he actually didn't want to take them off in order to go to sea sooner. "Didn't you say that wearing them can make me stronger faster? Then why take them off?" Mu Yunfeng had to explain that there was no need to wear this for now. When you one day discover that no matter how much you train, you can't reach your limits, then consider wearing these Sea Prism stone handcuffs for training. The method of training with Sea Prism stone handcuffs is not something Mu Yunfeng made up. In the original work, teacher Kaido used this method to train Luffy. At first, when Luffy wore the Sea Prism stone handcuffs, he was also somewhat unaccustomed. However, after Luffy took off the handcuffs, his strength had clearly improved, and quite a bit at that. Sometimes, Mu Yunfeng even doubted that Kaido was Luffy's true teacher. Rayleigh spent 2 years teaching Luffy the basic use of haki, while Kaido directly caused a qualitative change in Luffy in just 3 hits. The first move, Thunder Bagua, stunned Luffy, making him realize his own weakness. Then, he was sent to the mines to hone his physique, helping Luffy solidify his foundation. The second move, Inherited Destruction, stunned Luffy again, allowing him to instantly comprehend the use of Conqueror's haki, and his strength rose another level. The third move, Roaring Thunder Bagua, left Luffy dazed and directly opened up his meridians, awakening his abilities from the Paramecia-type rubber fruit to the Mythical Zoan-type Nika fruit. With a serious and responsible attitude, Teacher Kaido would continue to refine Luffy until he could learn all the abilities required to be a top-tier powerhouse in the world, allowing him to graduate smoothly. Of course, this was all just Mu Yunfeng's wild imagination, and this time, he had no intention of letting Luffy and the others cause trouble in Wano. If Luffy insisted on coming, Mu Yunfeng would not hold back. The following period went by very peacefully. Since Wano had been completely under control, Kaido also began to relax, spending his days either drinking or going out to play. Although the captain of the Beast Pirates was Kaido, most of the trivial matters were managed by Jin and Queen, with Kaido only making decisions on major issues. Otherwise, he acted like a hands-off manager. Moreover, recently, every time Kaido returned, he was usually drunk. Drunk Kaido was completely different from Kaido in a normal state. Usually, Kaido was very dignified and imposing, but a drunk Kaido would become particularly emotional, easily throwing tantrums and destroying things, and sometimes even crying over trivial matters. One incident that particularly annoyed Mu Yunfeng was when he was running around Onigashima with Yamato, and a drunk Kaido suddenly landed next to him. Without saying a word, he just started beating him up for no reason. This relatively calm life lasted for 3 years, and today, the training ground on Onigashima was filled with countless people who came to enjoy the spectacle, watching the two figures fighting in the center. These two people were Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. Over the past 3 years, they had fought once a month, but it wasn't a life-and-death struggle. It was merely to check how much they had both progressed in strength. During these 3 years, the strength gap among the 4 of them had widened. 3 years ago, Mu Yunfeng, Yamato, Jack, and Maria were all at the same level. Now, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato's strength was clearly much stronger than Jack and Maria's, which led Jack to train desperately over these 3 years. Maria was still about the same, occasionally taking time to watch geisha performances. She wasn't as concerned as Jack. So now, the 4 of them ranked by strength were Mu Yunfeng, Yamato, Jack, Maria. Today's battle was somewhat special, not because of Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, but because the audience was somewhat special. Besides the spectators on the ground, there were 2 people in the air watching, Kaido and Jin. Although Mu Yunfeng and Yamato noticed the 2 people watching, neither of them paid any attention and instead focused on their battle. At this moment, The half-beast Mu Yunfeng stood nearly 2 meters tall, wielding an iron spear resembling a Fong Tianhua, his tiger-like eyes fixed on Yamato. The half-beast Mu Yunfeng looked like a standing fierce tiger, with a pair of black wings on his back and 2 dark horns growing from his tiger head, resembling a demon from hell to some extent. The half-beast Yamato was also around 8 meters tall, covered in white fur, and had a wolf head with a pair of pink horns. Additionally, there were 2 tangible masses of frost on Yamato's shoulders, extending from her shoulders down to her back, resembling the cloaks worn by ancient fairies. In terms of appearance, Yamato was clearly much more attractive than Mu Yunfeng, which made many female pirates and fans of Furuikong unable to resist her charm and turn into her fans. However, Mu Yunfeng also had quite a few fans. Although his half-beast form was somewhat terrifying, many pirates liked his imposing image, finding it incredibly powerful. Thus, at some point, the battle between Mu Yunfeng and Yamato became a spectacle akin to an outdoor movie, with many people coming to watch each time, and the fans of both sides cheering for their idols. Perhaps for those pirates, watching the two battle became a way to pass the time. But Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were not affected by them. They both fought with all their might each time. After another exchange, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato each pulled back a distance to prepare for their next attack. After a brief moment of adjustment, Yamato unleashed a large amount of frost from her mouth, intending to directly freeze Mu Yunfeng with her no samurai ice fong. However, they had been fighting for 3 years, and after 36 battles, Mu Yunfeng had long since figured out all of Yamato's moves, and of course, Yamato was no different. When Yamato prepared her no samurai ice fong, Mu Yunfeng naturally did not stand still. The tip of his spear ignited with a faint white ice flame. At the moment Yamato released her no samurai ice fong, a gust of wind surged around Mu Yunfeng, and then the wind flowed along his arm to the tip of the spear. When the wind and ice flame made contact, a qualitative change occurred. The wind borrowed from the fire, and the fire borrowed from the wind, complementing each other. The two energies merged into one, with fire in the wind and wind in the fire, creating a whirlwind of flames. Ice Warrior Sai. The raging wind, carrying the ice flame, then collided with Yamato's frost. After no samurai ice fong and ice warriors Sai met in the air, frost began to spread outward from the point of contact, quickly covering the entire training ground with a layer of frost. As the saying goes, historically, the left side loses in a wave. Perhaps it was due to their positions. After a struggle, Mu Yunfeng's ice warrior Sai overwhelmed Yamato's no samurai ice fong, and the wind carrying the ice flame directly engulfed Yamato. When Yamato was hit by Ice Warrior Sai, Mu Yunfeng flapped his wings and soared into the air. Although Ice Warrior Sai could instantly freeze an ordinary person, it was ineffective against Yamato. Her fruit ability granted her great resistance to cold, making it unrealistic to expect the ice flame to freeze her. Mu Yunfeng merely intended to use this move to distract Yamato's sight and prepare for his next attack. Yamato had countless experiences battling Mu Yunfeng, so she did not pay attention to the ice flames but continued to lock onto Mu Yunfeng with her observation haki. Seeing that Yamato ignored the ice flames, Mu Yunfeng did not wait any longer. He flapped his wings and dove toward Yamato, using the inertia from the dive to swing the spear down at her with all his might, breaking mountains and rivers. Seeing Mu Yunfeng diving down, Yamato did not intend to dodge. Instead, she covered her wolf mace with haki and frost, swinging it with both hands to meet Mu Yunfeng's spear head-on, shattering mountains and valleys. With a loud clashing sound of metal, the ground beneath Yamato's feet was shattered, and Mu Yunfeng was sent flying back into the air. But neither was injured. After landing, Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato and thought, "This is fine. This time it counts as a draw. We are both too familiar with each other. Unless it is a real fight to the death, it is hard to determine a winner." Yamato, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, said that this was the 36th draw, and since we still have energy, why not continue fighting for a while? Mu Yunfeng waved the iron spear in his hand, and saw that the spear was already covered with fine cracks. It couldn't be used anymore. This weapon couldn't withstand it either. The quality of these weapons was too poor to bear the enhancement of the ice flames. I'm really fed up with disposable weapons like this. The weapon in Mu Yunfeng's hand was just an ordinary weapon. If it only had the enhancement of dominance without the ice flame, there wouldn't be any problem. However, once the ice flame was added, these weapons would become consumables. Mu Yunfeng really enjoys adding ice flames to his weapons during battle. Not only does it deal higher damage, but it also adds elemental damage to his attacks, essentially enchanting them. However, ice flames are a double-edged sword. They have very high requirements for the quality of the weapon. Although it can increase the weapon's power, it also places a greater burden on it, due to the extremely low temperature of the ice flames. When they are applied to ordinary iron weapons, the weapons become very brittle and often break during combat. Over the past 3 years, Mu Yunfeng has replaced his halberd more than 10 times. In contrast, Yamato, while also covering her mace with frost, finds that the durability of her mace is significantly higher than that of the halberd. At this moment, Yamato walked away, looking at the heavily cracked halberd and chuckling. "Your weapon is broken again. Why don't you just stop using that and join me with a mace?" Mu Yunfeng smiled mysteriously. "No need. I should be able to get a new weapon soon, one that can withstand my ice flame enhancement." "Wow, really? Of course it's true. And you need a new weapon too." Yamato hesitated, "But Ajien isn't broken yet. I don't want to change weapons." "I know you don't want to part with Ajien, but haven't you noticed that as your body grows, your Wolfang club has become smaller? In a few years, you won't be able to use it anymore. So it's necessary for you to prepare a new weapon for your future self." "All right then. My new weapon should be just like Ajien." "Understood. I'll make you a larger version of Ajien." As for why Mu Yunfeng said he needed a new weapon, it's because 3 days ago, all the young men in Tengu village were captured and taken to the prison quarry in Udon. They would become the first batch of prisoners there. After 3 years of development, Kaido and Orochi's control over Wano country had become more solid. The prisoner quarry plan in Udon had finally begun construction. The one in charge of the quarry was Queen, but to establish a prisoner quarry, they needed enough labor. And those pirates naturally wouldn't do the hard work themselves, which is why they needed to conscript strong men. Given Mu Yunfeng's current status, manipulating things to have them capture strong men from Tengu village was as easy as pie. Just as Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were about to leave, a pirate who hung out with Shikalis approached Mu Yunfeng. "Boss, there's an old man named Takuya Tengu looking for you. Should I chase him away?" "No. Take me to see him." Speaking of Takuya, he's just arrived. After Mu Yunfeng and Yamato left, those who were watching the commotion also dispersed, and Kaido and Jin landed from the air. Looking at the ground where the two had fought, Kaido laughed joyfully. "Oh ho ho! The growth rate of these two kids is truly beyond my expectations. In just 3 years, their strength has nearly multiplied several times." Upon hearing Kaido's words, Jin also sighed. Yes, their speed of becoming stronger is indeed astonishing. But I'm not surprised because they haven't taken a single day off in 3 years and have been training hard. "Lord Kaido, actually I don't quite understand why these two kids have such determination. What reason could make them work so hard to become stronger?" "Oh ho ho! Is there really anything to not understand? Why must there be a reason to work hard to become stronger? Is it impossible to work hard without a reason?" At the port of Onigashima, an old man was standing there, looking very nervous and scared, only daring to lower his head to look at the ground beneath his feet. Afraid to raise his head and look at the passing pirates, fearing to attract trouble. When Mu Yunfeng arrived at the port, he immediately noticed Takuya Tengu. This time, Mu Yunfeng came alone. Yamato did not accompany him. Seeing Takuya Tengu standing there alone, looking anxious and uneasy, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but murmur, clearly scared to death. Yet he still forces himself to come here to find me. This is responsibility, the responsibility of being the village chief of Tengu village. That's why I don't want to bear such things. Mu Yunfeng then quickened his pace, taking 2 steps at a time to reach Takuya Tengu. "Village Chief Takuya, I didn't expect you to come here to find me. Have you encountered some trouble?" Mu Yunfeng spoke without a hint of guilt. He wasn't afraid of Tengu Mountain Takuya knowing anything. Besides, even if Takuya found out, what could he do about it? Could he really tear their relationship apart here? Forging 2 weapons and the lives of the villagers. Could he really let the villagers die? After hearing Mu Yunfeng's voice, Tengu Mountain Takuya finally dared to lift his head. "Lord Mu Yunfeng, you finally come. You once told me that if our village encountered trouble, we could come to find you directly, right?" "Yes, I said that. And you don't need to call me Lord. You're not my subordinate, so there is no need for such formalities. You can call me Xiaofeng, or just my name. Is that so? Then I'll dare to call you Yunfeng, old man that I am." "That's fine. But since you come to find me, is it because the village is facing some trouble? Just tell me directly." "Well, you mentioned 3 years ago that as long as we had trouble, we could come to find you, and you would help us." "That's right. That hasn't changed. As long as you have trouble, you can come to me anytime. However, there are additional conditions attached to that statement." "No problem. As long as you help me rescue the people from the village and stop those pirates from bothering us. I will use our Tengu Mountain clan's special forging method to create 2 weapons for you." Hearing Tengu Mountain Takuya say this, Mu Yunfeng revealed a satisfied smile. "Village Chief Takuya is indeed straightforward. I agree to this matter. Tell me who captured your people and where I need to go to rescue them." Although Mu Yunfeng knew in his heart where the Tengu village blacksmiths were located, this act still needed to be performed. Whether Tengu Mountain Takuya knew that Mu Yunfeng was the mastermind or not, the two of them needed to play this act to the end. Mu Yunfeng wanted the Tengu Mountain clan to forge weapons for him, so he needed to give them a reason to do so. After hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Tengu god Takuya no longer hesitated and told Mu Yunfeng about the plight of their village. The story is like this. 2 days ago, pirates came to our village and captured all the able-bodied men, taking them to a place called Rabbit Dien to build some kind of prisoner quarry. Before leaving, those pirates even said that I shouldn't wait for them because they wouldn't be coming back. Once the quarry was completed, they would become the first batch of prisoners inside. After hearing Takuya's words, Mu Yunfeng pretended to think for a moment and then acted as if he suddenly understood. I see, I know about the prisoner quarry, and rescuing them is quite simple. So, should we set off now, or should we go to my house for some tea and snacks first? Let's go now. The sooner we get there, the safer the villagers will be. I don't have time to eat right now. All right, let's set off now. As soon as he said set off, Mu Yunfeng transformed into his beast form, and a massive tiger, 2 meters tall and over 5 meters long, appeared in place. This sudden change startled Takuya, causing him to take a step back and sit down on the ground. Fortunately, the old man didn't have any heart issues. Otherwise, this shock might have sent him away. Seeing this, Mu Yunfeng awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have let you know I was going to transform. But don't you want to rescue the villagers as soon as possible? Come on, I'll take you to the prisoner quarry. Takuya got up and dusted off his clothes. Walking directly to Mu Yunfeng's side, he needed to reach the quarry as quickly as possible for the sake of those people in the village. However, an awkward scene unfolded. Mu Yunfeng's beast form was 2 meters tall, while Takuya was only a bit over 8 meters, and given his age, Mu Yunfeng would have to crouch down for Takuya to climb on. This was something Mu Yunfeng overlooked, as the only person who had ridden him on the entire Ghost Island was Yamato, who could easily jump up due to her height. Seeing Takuya struggling to get on, Mu Yunfeng had to bend down to let him climb on his back, but he could clearly feel Takuya trembling. To prevent the old man from getting too scared, Mu Yunfeng took the initiative to speak, trying to distract Takuya. Takuya, you could just smile secretly. Right now, there are only 2 people who have ridden me. One is Yamato, a cute white-haired loli, and the other is you. You were the first man to ride me. But as soon as those words came out, Mu Yunfeng regretted them, as they sounded strangely awkward. Calling Takuya the first man to ride him felt oddly philosophical. However, thanks to Mu Yunfeng's diversion, Takuya's nervousness noticeably eased. Once Mu Yunfeng noticed that Takuya was no longer trembling on his back, he flew toward the prisoner quarry. Mu Yunfeng's flying speed was very fast, and given that Wano country was quite small, it didn't take long for the two to arrive at the mining site of the Rabbit Rice Bowl. Looking down from the sky, the situation below was clearly imprinted in Mu Yunfeng's eyes. The prisoner mining site was still in the early stages of construction, with many buildings only having a rough shape. It would take at least a few more months to complete. After roughly counting, Mu Yunfeng found that there were about 700 people below, more than 100 of whom were pirates, whipping the laborers. The number of laborers was around 600, all of whom were civilians captured from nearby areas. After identifying who the leader was, Mu Yunfeng descended with Takuya Tengu. Mu Yunfeng's actions naturally didn't escape the eyes of the people below. Everyone looked up at the slowly descending tiger. Many laborers were shocked by this scene and instinctively wanted to find a place to hide. But soon, whips crackled against their bodies. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get to work. That's Lord Mu Yunfeng. He won't eat you. The overseers, who were pirates, naturally didn't react like the laborers. They had seen Mu Yunfeng in this form countless times on Ghost Island, and among them were quite a few fans of his. Mu Yunfeng had just landed with Takuya from Qiongqi Mountain when the local underboss approached with his men. Mu Yunfeng recognized this person, whose name seemed to be Qiongqi, and he was considered one of the few subordinates valued by Quinn. Otherwise, Quinn wouldn't have entrusted him with the task at the prisoner quarry. Qiongqi curiously asked Mu Yunfeng, Lord Crazy Tiger, what brings you here? Is there something going on? Indeed, in the current Kaido pirates, only a few of Mu Yunfeng's friends and acquaintances called him by his name. The others all referred to him as Lord Crazy Tiger. Mu Yunfeng had once told others not to call him that. However, the spread of this nickname was so rapid that eventually too many people used it, and he grew too lazy to explain. After hearing Qiongqi's words, Mu Yunfeng revealed his intentions. I came here just to take a few people away. I know this is under Quinn's management, and I'll explain it to Quinn afterwards, so it won't put you in a difficult position. Not all, Lord Mad Tiger. You can take as many people as you want. Boss Quinn won't mind such small matters. Just tell me their names, and I'll have someone bring them over right away. Mu Yunfeng glanced back at Takaya from Tengu Mountain and said, Village Chief Takaya, do you have a list or something? If you do, hurry up and bring it out, so that Frankie can take them here. Takaya waved his hand, saying there was no need for a list, as he had all the villagers' names in his mind. There were a total of 38 people. After Takaya named them, Frankie also brought everyone over. These people looked a bit tired, but did not seem to have any serious injuries. Mu Yunfeng then led the blacksmith from Tengu village towards the village. But the atmosphere was eerily quiet along the way. The released blacksmiths knew that Mu Yunfeng was the kind of person they couldn't afford to offend, as he was able to free them with just a word. They were afraid of saying anything that might anger him, so they chose to remain silent. Upon returning to Tengu village, Mu Yunfeng found all the villagers waiting at the village entrance. It seemed they had been waiting there for a whole day. Not knowing when the village chief would return, they stayed there to greet their family as soon as they arrived. Among them were parents, wives, children, brothers, and sisters. Seeing this scene, the blacksmiths, who had been tense all the way, finally broke down, their eyes brimming with tears as they rushed to embrace their families. Mu Yunfeng was somewhat moved by this scene, even though it was all part of his own planning. Takaya took this opportunity to mention the deal he made with Mu Yunfeng and brought up the matter of reopening the forge. After learning that Mu Yunfeng would protect them from pirate harassment in exchange for forging 2 weapons, everyone agreed to the reopening of the forge. Not wanting to experience the pain of separation from their families again, Mu Yunfeng took out a small notebook from his arms, which had a drawing of a wolf-tooth club and a halberd on it. This was the weapon design he created with Day. Over the past 3 years, Mu Yunfeng had taken the time to perfect it whenever he could. Every pattern on the halberd and every protrusion on the wolf-tooth club was designed by him personally. This blueprint was only completed a month ago, and it was drawn very meticulously, with annotations for length, width, and weight. An experienced blacksmith like Takuya from Qiongqi Mountain could tell how to make it just by glancing at the blueprint. Therefore, he did not raise any questions and simply nodded at Mu Yunfeng, saying, I know how to do it. Just looking at this blueprint, I can tell you put a lot of thought into it. I will give you a satisfactory result, but you really do think outside the box. Mu Yunfeng chuckled lightly, wondering where Takuya, the village chief's words were coming from. You've been talking about the ghost blade all along, and I thought you wanted a knife. Instead, you gave me a wolf-tooth club and a drawing of a halberd. I've always said I wanted to forge 2 weapons, but I never said I wanted 2 knives. Seeing that the matter was settled, Mu Yunfeng planned to leave the village when a little girl approached him, handing him an apple. Big brother, thank you for bringing my dad back. I'm giving you this apple to eat. Mu Yunfeng stared at the apple in front of him for a moment. If he truly was as the little girl said, he could accept the apple without any guilt. However, the problem was that he had been manipulating everything behind the scenes. His act of saving someone was a lie, but the little girl was genuinely thanking him. Mu Yunfeng does not mind accepting others' malice, as he will repay it with even more malice. However, he is not accustomed to accepting others' kindness, especially when it is obtained through deception. He would never deceive the kindness of a little girl. Nevertheless, this scene indeed healed Mu Yunfeng. A pure little girl smiled as she presented an apple as a token of gratitude, which was a very heartwarming moment. When the girl's parents emerged from the joy of their reunion, they realized that their daughter had run outside and quickly approached Mu Yunfeng to apologize for their child's recklessness. Mu Yunfeng smiled kindly and said, Don't worry about it. How could I be angry over such a thing? On the contrary, I'm quite happy right now. After taking the apple, Mu Yunfeng squatted down and patted the little girl's head, saying, Then Big Brother will accept this apple. Now tell Big Brother your name. The little girl replied in a sweet voice, My name is Shui from Qiongqi Mountain, and I'm 5 years old this year. Shui, what a beautiful name. Since Big Brother accepted your apple, I'll also give you a gift. With that, Mu Yunfeng reached out and pulled off a button from his clothes, placing it in the little girl's hand. This button is a gift from Big Brother. As long as you bring it to me in the future, I can help you with one thing, something that won't harm my interests and is within my ability. Seeing the little girl staring blankly at the button in her hand, Mu Yunfeng smiled. Shui, don't underestimate this button. Big Brother is destined to become a renowned person in the world, and its value is much higher than you might think. After rubbing the little girl's head, Mu Yunfeng transformed into his Qiongqi form and flew away, while the little girl remained on the spot holding the button. At that moment, no one present would have thought that this button in the little girl's hand would cost the life of the black charcoal great snake years later. Upon returning to his residence, Mu Yunfeng saw Day lost in thought, holding a pair of sea tower stone handcuffs, seemingly contemplating whether to put them on. Mu Yunfeng walked directly behind Yamato and asked, What's wrong? Do you want to wear it for training now? Yamato turned around and nodded. I've noticed that I don't feel very tired during training lately. Didn't you say that if I don't feel tired while training, I can wear it? Yunfeng carefully recalled that it seemed he hadn't felt that exhausting sensation from training for quite some time. After all, the training volume over the past 3 years had been terrifying. The two of them, with the incredible recovery ability granted by the beast-type devil fruit and their almost insane enthusiasm for training, had seen their strength soar like a rocket. It seemed that they felt it was time to put on the handcuffs. Yunfeng directly took the handcuffs from Day's hands and put them on his own wrists. That's right, it was time to use them, but wearing them would make training even harder, and you would once again experience that feeling of exhaustion. Day. Are you ready? Click. Day didn't say anything. She simply took out another pair of handcuffs and put them on her hands, demonstrating her choice to Yunfeng through her actions. 5 years later, on a clear night with a bright moon, 2 people were standing by a small creek. These two were Yunfeng and Day. As the 2 pairs of handcuffs were thrown into the river, the 2 of them laid down by the riverbank. Beside them were a halberd and a spike club, and not far away, there was a campfire roasting a goat. These 2 people were indeed Yunfeng and Day. And what they had thrown into the river were the sea tower stone handcuffs made of 60 pure sea tower stone. Yunfeng proved with his own experience that training with Hailu stone handcuffs indeed yields better results. However, it is not as drastic as the transformation scene in Luffy, who experienced significant changes in just a few days. The weapons beside the 2 were forged using the special forging techniques of the Tengu Mountain Clan. Yunfeng's halberd is named Duanhuan. Duanhuan halberd. It measures a total length of 310 centimeters, with one end of the halberd shaft equipped with a metal spearhead, and the crescent-shaped blades on both sides connected to the spear tip. Both the blades and the spear tip are forged from high-purity Hailu stone, adorned with exquisite patterns and beautiful decorations. This Duanhuan halberd is not only visually appealing, but also of exceptional quality. It can withstand the enhancement of ice flames and possesses the characteristics of a demon sword, making Yunfeng's strikes with the Duanhuan significantly more powerful than those made with ordinary weapons. Yamato's spiked mace has a total length of 250 centimeters and also carries the characteristics of a demon sword. The protruding parts on it are also crafted from high-purity Hailu stone, intricately carved with beautiful patterns, resembling a work of art. Yunfeng once wanted to name this Wolf Fong Club Soul Shatter. After all, Broken Soul and Soul Shatter sound very compatible. However, he insisted on calling it a GN. Yunfeng and Yamato are already 16 years old this year, and their heights have stabilized, or rather, they had already stabilized a year ago, due to their intense training methods and the super recovery ability of the Phantom Beast fruit. Their physical development has been earlier than most. When they were 15, Yamato's height had already reached 263 centimeters. At that time, Yunfeng's height was only 259 centimeters. Originally, Yunfeng thought he would always be shorter than Yamato. However, this situation was reversed when they turned 16. At 16, Yamato's height remained the same at 263 centimeters. But Yunfeng's height surged by 9 centimeters, increasing from 259 centimeters to 268 centimeters, surpassing Yamato. However, Yunfeng also knows that he won't grow taller in the future. Although in his previous life, 268 centimeters would be considered giant-like, this height is not particularly tall in the world of pirates. After lying down for a few minutes, Yamato spoke first. Hey, Yunfeng, you said that once we have strength, we'll set sail. Do you think our current strength is enough to go out to sea? Yunfeng confidently said, of course, although our current strength may not be invincible in the world, self-preservation is definitely not a problem. So when are we setting off? Should we leave right now? Looking at Yamato, whose eyes sparkled like little stars, Yunfeng sighed. Yamato, I've noticed that you've grown up, but you're not fully grown yet. Yamato looked puzzled and replied, Yunfeng, you're still the same, always saying nonsensical things. What do you mean by grown up, but not fully grown? Then Yunfeng sized Yamato up a few times. Growing up refers to the physical aspect. Without a doubt, your body has grown, and the parts that should be big are particularly large, and I can't argue with that. Then Yunfeng pointed to his own head. What hasn't grown is your brain. If we're going to set sail, we definitely need to wait until Kaido is not around. Otherwise, we might not get far before being caught and put in explosive handcuffs by Kaido. Yamato, you need to use your brain more often. Your brain is like muscle. If you don't use it often, it will atrophy. I don't want to use my brain. Just leave the thinking to you. I just need to listen to you, right? Yamato's words made Yunfeng feel both helpless and gratified. Helpless because he would have to consider matters for 2 people alone, not knowing how many brain cells he would lose. Grateful because Yamato trusts him completely, unconditionally, and unlike the tsundere female leads in anime, Yamato generally listens well. Just as the two were lying by the river counting stars, a little girl's voice came from not far behind them. I was wondering why you two didn't come back for dinner. Turns out you were hiding here, eating roasted whole sheep. Yunfeng turned around and saw two little ghosts in the distance. These two little ghosts would later become the siblings of Fei Lu Bao, Run Ti, and Pei Jivun. The two little ghosts were currently living together with him and a he. The older sister, Run Ti, was 10 years old this year, a clever, lively, talkative, and proud brother Khan. The younger brother, Pei Jivun, was 8 years old this year, a dull, shy, silent, and aloof hidden sister Khan. The father of these two little ghosts was a friend of Kaido's from the Rocks Pirates. After their father died, Kaido took the two of them back to raise them. However, these two little ghosts were not easy to deal with either, especially Run Ti. This little girl knew that the siblings had no relatives to rely on and that they could only depend on themselves to survive in such an environment. So, Run Ti stole 2 devil fruits from Kaido, and she and Pei Jivun each ate one. As a result, Run Ti became the user of the ancient type dragon fruit, ancient form, long-headed dragon, while Pei Jivun became the user of the ancient type dragon fruit, ancient form, spiked-back dragon. Yunfeng ignored the two little ghosts when he saw them and started counting the stars again, leaving them hanging. Run Ti, after noticing that Yunfeng glanced back at her and then directly ignored her, pouted in anger and walked between the two. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Yunfeng, who was lying on the ground, while Peggy Wan clutched Run Ti's clothing and hid behind her sister, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless. You idiot Yunfeng, you just looked back, didn't you? You saw me, right? Why are you ignoring me? Is it really because you're an idiot? Yunfeng naturally wouldn't remain silent in response. After all, he had never lost in an argument. Sigh, Runny, you even dare to call me an idiot now. Have you forgotten who it was that encouraged me to tell stories? Always saying, Brother Feng, I want to listen, and Brother Feng, I want more. Nonsense. That was Xiaopei who said that. I've never called you Brother Feng, you big idiot. Looking at the noisy Runty, Yunfeng felt a headache coming on. Runny, if only your personality could swap with Xiaopei's. You're clearly a girl, but not as cute as Xiaopei. However, Runty completely disregarded Yunfeng's comment. You're talking nonsense. I'm clearly cuter, right, Xiaopei? After hearing Runny's words, Paijuan weakly replied, That's right, sister is very cute. Cute my ass. Chattering all day like a mother monkey. Even Dawa was cuter than her when he was little. Xiaopei, don't always indulge her, or you'll regret it later. Before Paijuan could say anything, Dawa pulled Runty into his arms. Yunfeng, you're going too far. Runny is obviously so cute. How can you say she is like a mother monkey? Runny is clearly a lovely little sparrow. Yunfeng looked speechless, thinking that day must have some misunderstanding about what cuteness is. Runty was clearly a little brat. If we're talking about cuteness, it was definitely Xiaopei who was cuter. Then Yunfeng reached out and pulled Pei Jivun into his arms, starting to rub Pei Jivun's face. This is what cuteness is, okay? Look how well-behaved Xiaopei is. Only this kind of silly and adorable little boy can be called cute. At first, Runty didn't mind being hugged by Dave, but when she saw Pei Jivun being held by Yunfeng, she became agitated. You bastard Yunfeng. Let go of Xiaopei right now. You're not allowed to touch Xiaopei's head. You pervert. Take your hands off. Seeing that Yunfeng had no intention of letting go, Runty directly broke free from Dave and ran in front of Yunfeng, delivering a headbutt. Bang! You bastard, you actually used Haki. Runty knew about the existence of Haki. She had just awakened her observation Haki and armament Haki. And her headbutt was even covered in armament Haki. But the strength of Run Ti's Haki was far too weak compared to Yunfeng's. Watching Run Ti, crouched on the ground holding her forehead, Yunfeng couldn't help but laugh. Oh dear, you instinctively used armament Haki. Run Ti, are you okay? Does it hurt? Although Run Ti was crying from the pain, she stubbornly shook her head. It doesn't hurt, not at all. If it doesn't hurt, then why are you crying? I'm not crying. My eyes are sweating. Sigh. I'm really a guilty man, making a 10-year-old girl cry for me. How about this? To make amends, I'll treat you to roasted lamb. I don't want to eat. You have to eat even if you don't want to. Yunfeng directly grabbed Runty and Peiji with one hand each and walked towards the bonfire, with Dave following them. The four gathered around the bonfire and feasted heartily. The next noon, Yunfeng and Dave were playing volleyball on the playground. Yunfeng had already decided to become a salted fish from now on. After all, relying solely on training wouldn't significantly improve their strength. Moreover, Yunfeng had worked so hard before just to gain powerful strength, and then live a lazy life. Simply put, Mu Yunfeng's previous efforts were all for the sake of slacking off in the future. People are like that. Once they reach a certain goal, they tend to become lazy. Day was the same. She trained hard before just to go out to sea. But now that Day had the strength to go out to sea, she was also slacking off with Mu Yunfeng. Now, the only thing standing between them and going out to sea was an opportunity for Kaido to leave Ghost Island. Of course, the volleyball they were playing with was not an ordinary volleyball. It was a large stone over a meter in diameter. However, in their hands, it felt weightless. Looking at the time, Mu Yunfeng shouted to Day, "We should go back to eat. Let's stop playing for today." Day nodded and directly punched the stone, shattering it mercilessly. How boring it is to do this every day. When will father leave? I don't know, but right now the most important thing is to go back to eat. If we return late, Rennie will probably eat all the food. Just as the two were about to head home, a wounded person ran up to Mu Yunfeng and said, "Boss, bad news. Hikari has been captured." Upon hearing this news, Mu Yunfeng was curious. Who dares to attack pirates in Wano? Your injuries were caused by those people, right? Tell me who they are. Could it be the bandits led by Ashura Duji? No, today we went to the Flower District's brothel to drink. And because we didn't have money, we had a conflict with the people there, and Hikari was captured. We had been drinking there without paying. However, recently a gang called the Mad Death family took over the brothel, and the leader, Mad Death, said he wouldn't release people if we didn't pay. After hearing the name Mad Death, Mu Yunfeng understood. This person was an undercover agent for Orochi. His true identity was one of the Red Scabbards, Tantru. Mu Yunfeng, as a person on Kaido's side, felt it was his duty to remove this thorn. The Azura boy in the open couldn't stir up much trouble. But the hidden Sejiro was another matter. Therefore, Mu Yunfeng planned to take matters into his own hands and eliminate this thorn. Wano country would definitely fall into Kaido's hands in the future, and Mu Yunfeng was well aware of the saying, "A 1,000-mile dike collapses from an anthole." After clarifying the ins and outs of the situation, Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato and said, "It seems we won't be going back for lunch. Let's go to the brothel." Yamato, somewhat unwilling, replied, "That guy doesn't pay for meals. It's only normal for him to get caught. Do we really need to go rescue him?" Mu Yunfeng insisted. "We still need to rescue him. Although Hikarisu isn't very strong, he has done a lot for us over the years. I can't pretend not to know if he gets caught. Besides, our trip to the brothel is just one of the reasons. Now that there's a thorn mixed in with us, I need to pull it out before we set sail to avoid future troubles." Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Yamato also picked up her weapon, ready to accompany him to the brothel in Flower Capital. This is why Mu Yunfeng said that Yamato wasn't Sundara. Even if she didn't know what Thor Mu Yunfeng was talking about, she would still grab her weapon and follow him. At the entrance of the brothel in Flower Capital, a samurai wielding a katana stepped forward to stop Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. "Excuse me, but you can't bring weapons inside. If you want to go in for drinks, you'll need to leave your weapons with us." Mu Yunfeng completely ignored the warrior. They had come here to stir up trouble anyway. He casually grabbed the warrior by the collar and threw him out, then stepped into the brothel with Yamato. Once inside, Mu Yunfeng paid no attention to the strange look from those around him and directly found a seat for himself and Yamato. After placing the broken soul spear aside, he began to order dishes. The service at this brothel was quite good. A few minutes later, someone brought the food to their table. The moment Mu Yunfeng saw that person, he recognized his identity. This person was Tsukasa, one of the 9 heroes of Chi Shao, and now he was the leader of the Keisai family. The tank-like hairstyle of the Keisai family was too eye-catching. "Oh, I didn't expect the leader of the Keisai family to also serve food here. May I ask if Lord Keisai is working part-time as a waiter?" Upon having his identity revealed, Keisai showed no surprise. Instead, he calmly placed the dishes that Mu Yunfeng had ordered on the table. "I think someone of Mu Yunfeng's caliber, along with the Ghost Princess Yamato, deserves my personal service to demonstrate the respect of the Keisai family for the two of you." After the dishes were served, Yamato began to eat immediately, clearly very hungry. Mu Yunfeng was quite curious. Didn't Yamato worry that the food might be poisoned? Seeing that Yamato was focused on eating, Mu Yunfeng had no choice but to turn to Keisai. "Ha! As expected of the leader of the Keisai family, your intelligence organization is quite impressive. Having investigated our identities so thoroughly, Lord Mu Yunfeng is joking. With such high recognition, there is no need for an intelligence organization. Anyone from the land of Wa should know both of you. May I ask what brings you here today? If you need anything from our Keisai family, please feel free to speak. I will definitely assist you. Actually, we were planning to go home for lunch, but I have a friend named Hikarisu who has been detained here by you. So we rushed over without eating, and look at how hungry Yamato is. Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's explanation, Keisai waved his hand generously. That person was caught for not paying after drinking. We Wunti have released him without receiving payment. However, since both of you have come in person, you can take him away, and I'll cover the drinking expenses, of course. That's great. Actually, we pirates are quite poor. I don't even have any money on me. If it weren't for you, Tsukasa, helping me pay, I really wouldn't know what to do. Not at all. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. At this point, Keisai's voice suddenly stopped. As he had just heard the name Tsukasa, this meant Mu Yunfeng had recognized him, but Keisai still intended to play along. You must be mistaken. My name is Keisai, not Tsukasa. You must have confused me with someone else. Mu Yunfeng did not interrupt Kuang Sailang, but instead watched his performance with a smile. After all, when he was watching the anime at that time, he was also deceived by the two actors, Kuang Sailang and Kenjio Lang. After Kuang Sailang finished his performance, Mu Yunfeng spoke. No, I didn't get it wrong. You are indeed Sujiro. You should know that I am a devil fruit user, and my devil fruit has a special ability. I can see people's souls directly. Although your appearance has changed, your soul remains the same. I recognized you at first glance. Even though your looks have changed, your hair color has changed, and you've taken off your glasses, your soul does not change. You don't need to act for me. I am not testing you. The ability to see souls was just a fabrication of Mu Yunfeng. However, Kuang Sailang had no way of knowing whether what Mu Yunfeng said was true or false. Now, Mu Yunfeng firmly insisted that he was Tsujiro. Since Tsujiro had encountered quite a few strange devil fruits, including Kinemon's transformation ability, he found it not too hard to accept the idea of being able to see souls. Just as Mu Yunfeng was curious about how Kuang Sailang would perform next, suddenly, the latter drew the sword from his waist and slashed towards Mu Yunfeng's throat. Although Kuang Sailang's strike was very decisive, Mu Yunfeng had been on guard against him from the very beginning. How could he be caught off guard? Mu Yunfeng covered his right hand with dominance and struck towards Kuang Sailang's blade with a punch, blocking Kuang Sailang's deadly blow. As Kuang Sailang's attack failed, he retreated to create distance. Mu Yunfeng quickly picked up the Duanhuan halberd beside him and chased after him, aiming to slice at Kuang Sailang's side waist, intending to sever him in two with one strike. Kuang Sailang was a dual-wielding warrior, and he also carried two samurai swords at his waist. Kuang Sailang drew his second sword with his left hand to block at his waist, while the sword in his right hand was still aimed at Mu Yunfeng's neck. Seeing Kuang Sailang's response, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You want to block my attack with your left hand and then use the sword in your right hand to cut my neck? Nice idea, but can you actually block it? Mu Yunfeng's soul-cutting halberd is 3 meters long. Such a long weapon can be a disadvantage in close combat because the halberd is not very flexible. It's actually best suited for mounted combat. However, where there are drawbacks, there are also advantages. Although the halberd is heavy and cannot showcase its master's agility compared to a katana, it can maximize the wielder's strength. As expected, Kuang Sailang's left hand blocked the blade of the halberd with his sword, but he was swept away by the immense force and crashed into a row of tables in the brothel. The battle between Mu Yunfeng and Kuang Sailang happened so quickly that the ordinary people only reacted when Kuang Sailang was sent flying, starting to flee in panic. 2 seconds later, Kuang Sailang stood up again, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, letting out a piercing, unpleasant laugh. He, ha ha ha. How could he have gained such strength when he was just a kid a few years ago? The power of that blow was terrifying. My ribs must be broken. You deserve it. How dare you block my two-handed halberd with a one-handed katana? And you, can you stop laughing? Your laughter is disgusting, and you're about to die. How about you cry for me instead? You're so confident you can kill me. I heard you are an illusion beast ability user, but so what? The Red Sky 9 heroes are not soft persimmons to be squeezed at will. Kuang Sailang, or should I say, Chuan Jairu, you think too highly of yourself. I don't even need to use the power of the devil fruit to deal with you. This soul-cutting halberd in my hand is enough. You really are arrogant, but you ruined my plans, and I have no intention of forgiving you. A dead man's threat is truly no threat at all. Come on, let me send you on your way. While Mu Yunfeng and Kuang Sailang faced off, Yamato had finally eaten and drunk enough, putting down his bowl and chopsticks, picking up his spike club, and coming to stand not far behind Mu Yunfeng. Hey, do you want me to help you deal with that tank head? No need. Just take care of those minions. Chuan Jairu is mine to kill. As Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, more than 30 members of the Kuang Sailang family gradually entered the hall of the brothel. No problem. It's best to stretch a bit after eating. Just watch me send them all flying. After assigning tasks, Mu Yunfeng also focused his attention on Kuang Sailang, raising the tip of his Duanhuan spear and pointing it directly at him. Kuang Sailang crossed his knives in front of his chest, his back arched. and his tense body resembled a bow pulled to its full moon. Mu Yunfeng said he would not use the fruit ability, so he only covered the weapon with haki and thrust it towards Qiong Siler's chest. Qiong Siler crossed his twin blades in front of his chest, blocking the tips of the two crescent-shaped spear blades. Mu Yunfeng gripped the handle of the soul-ending halberd and forcefully rotated it, deflecting the twin blades of Qiong Silang. He then transformed the thrust into a slash, aiming for Qiong Silang's shoulder. Upon seeing this, Qiong Silang swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground, using the recoil to pull his body back. Although he had evaded the attack range of the soul-ending halberd, the slash from the tip of the spear still pursued him. Noticing this, Qiong Silang unleashed a blade of energy with his right hand to meet it, and the two slashes collided in mid-air, canceling each other out. After landing, Qiong Silang flipped the table and hurled it at Mu Yunfeng. Mu Yunfeng remained still, his right hand flicking, and the soul-breaking halberd drew a beautiful arc, shattering the table into pieces. At that moment, Qiong Silang also charged out from the debris of the table, his twin daggers slashing down towards Mu Yunfeng's shoulders. Mu Yunfeng remained motionless, pulling back his right hand to lift the spear over his head, easily blocking Qiong Silang's dual swords. Although Qiong Silang's strike was quick, the force was much less than Mu Yunfeng had anticipated. Perhaps due to his continuous battles with Yamato, Mu Yunfeng had a misunderstanding about the strength of ordinary people. He assumed everyone's strength should be similar to Yamato's. At first, Mu Yunfeng thought that Qiong Silang's weak strike was a trick, but he soon realized that it wasn't a deception. Qiong Silang's strength was genuinely that limited. Mu Yunfeng first bent his arm and then straightened it forcefully, using immense strength to send Qiong Silang flying. The two had exchanged several moves, and until now, Mu Yunfeng's feet remained firmly planted, clearly indicating that even without using his devil fruit abilities, his strength was still overwhelmingly superior to Qiong Silang. Seeing that Qiong Silang did not move after landing, Mu Yunfeng began to provoke him. "Ah, you guys over 3 meters tall and nearly 20 years older than me. How come you're so weak? Are you a little baby?" Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng mock his strength, Qiong Silang was not angry and dismissively replied, "Not everyone is a monster like you." "Monster? That's too much. I'm just a bit stronger. How can you call me a monster? Besides, I didn't have this strength from birth. I gained it through hard training. Do you know how much effort I put in? Watch out. I might just punch your dog head." Hearing Mu Yunfeng's tone, Qiong Silang scoffed, "Oh, so you think this strange tone will distract me? It won't work on me." In fact, Qiong Silang misunderstood Mu Yunfeng. His peculiar way of speaking wasn't meant to distract him, but rather was just Mu Yunfeng's playful nature. Noticing that Qiong Silang wasn't taking the initiative to attack, Mu Yunfeng decided to make the first move. "Since you won't move, then I will," he declared, executing the technique, Sweep 1,000 Armies. As the last character army left his lips, Mu Yunfeng's muscles tensed up instantly, and this move, Sweep 1,000 Armies, was as powerful as its name suggested, delivering a heavy horizontal sweep. Fearing Mu Yunfeng's terrifying strength, Qiong Silang dared not take this blow head-on and instead jump high to evade it. Seeing Qiong Silang leap, Mu Yunfeng revealed a smirk of triumph. "Qiong Silang, you've fallen for it." Typically, when facing a sweeping attack from a halberd, jumping or crouching to dodge is effective because such weapons are heavy and cannot change their trajectory easily like swords. However, Mu Yunfeng had specifically trained a move to counter those who jump or crouch to evade. The secret technique, Deadly 90-degree Angle, was unleashed. As Mu Yunfeng's halberd swept past Qiong Silang's feet, he flexed his arms and reversed the halberd, transforming the sweep into a thrust. The halberd was swung in an exaggerated arc towards the airborne Qiong Silang, who would be split in half like a watermelon if he failed to respond properly. Had Qiong Silang not jumped but instead crouched to evade, Mu Yunfeng would similarly have reversed the halberd, transforming the sweep into a smash, leaving only retreating or taking the hit as options. Fortunately, Mu Yunfeng's halberd was forged using the demon blade technique of the Tengu Mountain clan, ensuring its quality was high. Otherwise, a lesser weapon would likely have broken due to inertia. Seeing the sudden change in the halberd's trajectory, Qiong Silang had no choice but to perform a mid-air flip and block with his twin blades. Quick to react, he successfully parried the halberd's edge and avoided being cleaved in two. However, he was still sent flying by the immense force, crashing through the roof and into the air. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng faced a dilemma. With Qiong Silang airborne and having no place to gain leverage, he was like a live target. Mu Yunfeng contemplated whether to unleash a 6-hit aerial combo or deliver a devastating strike. Fortunately, he didn't hesitate and quickly made up his mind. He crouched down, gathered his strength, and then leaped up, cracking the ground beneath him, and in an instant he burst through the roof in pursuit. Mu Yunfeng's speed was much faster than Qiongqi Fruit.After's. In a moment, he arrived above Qiongqi Fruit.After and swung the Duanhuan halberd down at him, splitting Mount Hua. This move was very simple. It involved raising the Duanhuan halberd behind him and then bringing it down with all his strength, just like chopping wood. This move had no technique. It was purely about extreme power. Qiongqi Fruit.After couldn't dodge in midair and hurriedly raised his right-hand sword to block it. Then he fell to the ground like a shooting star. Watching Qiongqi Fruit.After fall, Mu Yunfeng knew he had won. This was the nature of battle. One misstep leads to more mistakes. Qiongqi Fruit.After didn't anticipate that Mu Yunfeng's sweeping attack would curve, leaving him in a passive state. Or else he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Of course, Mu Yunfeng also seized the opportunity well. At first, he only grasped a slight advantage. Then, through steady and solid efforts, he turned that advantage into victory. Brothers, the author is very sad. The rating dropped from 9.2 yesterday to 7.4 today. Good brothers, if you have time, please leave a 5-star review in the comments to help the rating go up. The author thanks you. After the smoke cleared, Qiongqi Fruit.After stood up again. However, he was no longer holding the sword in his right hand. Instead, it hung weakly by his side, and blood flowed from his nose and ears. Nevertheless, Qiongqi Fruit.After lifted the sword with his left hand, pointing it at Mu Yunfeng's chest, seemingly preparing for another attack. Seeing the disheveled Qiongqi Fruit.After, Mu Yunfeng shook his head. The outcome was already decided. Face reality, your right shoulder is shattered, and your internal organs have suffered significant shock. Even if you haven't given up, you no longer have the strength to turn the tide. Surrender and throw down your sword. I'm still standing here. How can you say the outcome is decided? As long as I have a sword in hand, our battle isn't over. All right, then I will send you on your way. Do you have anything to say before you die? Qiongqi Fruit.After paused for a moment before speaking. I hope you spare the other members of the Qiong family. No problem. I'm not a killer. My only goal for coming here today is to eliminate the remnants of the Red Sky 9 heroes. In the next moment, Mu Yunfeng and Qiongqi Fruit.After rushed out simultaneously, but due to his injuries, Qiongqi Fruit.After's movements were no longer as agile as they had been at the start. Mu Yunfeng gripped the halberd with both hands and struck down towards Qiongqi Fruit.After's neck, once again using the sweep of thousands. Faced with the same move, this time Qiongqi Fruit.After chose to block with his left-hand sword. He understood that it was futile to jump or crouch against this attack. Even if he tried to retreat, his injured body could not move faster than Mu Yunfeng. Qiongqi Fruit.After had no choice but to take the hit head-on. Clang! As the halberd clashed with the katana, Qiongqi Fruit.After's sword broke cleanly in half, and his neck was severed as well. Watching the headless body fall, Mu Yunfeng flicked his right hand to shake off the blood remaining on the soul-ending halberd, and then slung it behind him as he walked back towards the brothel. Upon returning to the brothel, the scene inside came into view. Yamato was sitting at a table, looking down at everyone with an air of authority. Meanwhile, some members of Qiongqi Fruit.After's family were knocked unconscious, while others crouched on the ground, too afraid to lift their heads. As soon as Mu Yunfeng walked into the brothel, all eyes were focused on him. A young man in his 20s instinctively stood up and asked, "Why are you back? Where's Lord Qiongqi now?" Mu Yunfeng looked at the person with a fool-like expression. "Don't you understand I'm here? That guy is already dead. Unless his head was cut off and he could still be alive." Upon hearing the news of Qiongqi's death, the person's eyes lost something, slumping to the ground like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. It seemed he really liked Qiongqi. Perhaps his friendship had even soured. However, not everyone was as loyal as he was. This group of people were ultimately just some gangsters, and most of them, upon hearing the news of Qiongqi's death, immediately began to beg for mercy. Mu Yunfeng naturally wouldn't go to the extreme, but he instructed them, "Bring Hikalici over, and then all of you get lost." A few minutes later, Hikalici was brought to the brothel. The moment he saw Mu Yunfeng, he ran up to him like a bullied puppy, seeing its owner. Wiping his tears, "Boss, you finally came. I knew you would come to save me. I'm so lucky to have a boss like you. I have no regrets even if I die." Upon hearing Hikalici say he had no regrets about dying, Mu Yunfeng let out a chilling laugh. "No regrets, huh? Then I'll send you to die." Hikalici immediately went weak in the knees and knelt down. "Boss, I was wrong. Although I don't know what I was wrong about. I was wrong. Boss, please don't kill me." Seeing Hikalici so frightened, amused Day. "Haha, you fool. If Mu Yunfeng wanted to kill you, why would he come here to save you? It's just too funny that you're so scared." Mu Yunfeng also smiled at Hikalici. "All right, I was just joking with you. You don't need to put on an act here. Since you're fine, let's head back to Ghost Island. I'm still hungry." After calling out to Yamato, the three of them left the brothel. However, just as they stepped out the door, they ran into Orochi, who had arrived with his personal guard. Upon seeing the corpse of Kaido, Orochi immediately ordered his guards to surround Mu Yunfeng and the others, then arrogantly shouted at them, "Did you kill Kaido? Do you not know he was one of my important subordinates? Even if you're Kaido's people, this is my territory. Who allowed you to kill my men here?" Seeing Orochi's arrogant demeanor, Yamato wanted to go up and give him a couple of hits to wake him up, but Mu Yunfeng stopped Yamato with a hand. Then Mu Yunfeng stepped forward. "Orochi, watch your tone. Who said you could yell at us? And you should thank me for killing this guy." He was called Kaido, but before that he was known as Transmigrated, one of the 9 red scabbards. Hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Orochi was taken aback for a moment, but then he began to provoke again. "You can say whatever you want. I've seen Transmigrated before. I think you are just looking for excuses. You must give me an explanation for today's events." Seeing Orochi's attitude, Mu Yunfeng laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Orochi, are you getting carried away? Who gave you the courage to ask me for an explanation? Is it your worthless personal guard, or those few broken guns in their hands?" With a raise of his eyebrow, Mu Yunfeng unleashed his conqueror's haki, which spread out from him like a wave. Most of Orochi's personal guard instantly fainted. The few who had better mental fortitude didn't faint but were left weak-kneed, sitting on the ground. All of Orochi's entourage lost their fighting capability in an instant. The 4 people carrying Orochi also fainted, causing Orochi to fall to the ground, staring at the surrounding scene in shock, unable to close his mouth. Mu Yunfeng took a step forward and pointed the soul-cutting spear at the giant snake, asking, "Do you still want to explain? By the way, if I cut you down, do I still need to explain?" Upon hearing this, the giant snake was so frightened that it crawled backward, begging for mercy. "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I am a general of Wano. I am a partner to Captain Kaido. You absolutely cannot kill me. What about the explanation? No need for an explanation. No need for an explanation." Looking at the giant snake's pathetic state, Mu Yunfeng disdainfully spat, then directly turned around and said, "Yamato, Hikari, this coward doesn't need an explanation. Let's just, Yamato, Hikari, why are you asleep?" Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng helplessly, saying, "Just now, when you unleashed your conqueror's haki, this guy fainted along with the giant snake's guards." Seeing Hikari unconscious, Mu Yunfeng went over to his side, helped him up, and slapped him hard a few times. But it seemed Hikari had no intention of waking up. Originally, Mu Yunfeng planned to let Hikari walk back by himself while he flew back with Yamato. However, since Hikari couldn't walk back on his own, Mu Yunfeng couldn't just leave him here, so he had to transform into his half-beast form and carry him back. In his half-beast form, Mu Yunfeng sprouted a pair of black wings from his back, held Hikari in his left hand, and then opened his right hand, signaling Yamato to come over. Yamato, not understanding what Mu Yunfeng meant, tilted his head curiously, looking cute. "What are you tilting your head for? This time, I can't fully beast out while carrying this guy, so hurry up and hold me, unless you want to walk back by yourself." Once Yamato understood Mu Yunfeng's meaning, he didn't hesitate and came over to embrace him, while Mu Yunfeng supported Yamato's waist with his hand. The moment Yamato hugged Mu Yunfeng, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, you are already big, Yamato." Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng with a face full of question marks. "Of course, I'm Yamato. Have you lost your memory and don't recognize me anymore?" Mu Yunfeng smiled mysteriously, exuding the demeanor of a master as he said, "You don't understand. Big is not the same as big." After Mu Yunfeng took the 2 away, Orochi also left with those guards who had not fainted. However, neither Mu Yunfeng nor Orochi noticed a green-haired girl wearing a bamboo hat not far away. The green-haired girl was holding a wanted poster in her hand, looking at the corpse of Crazy Death Lang with a sad expression. And then she also left the Flower City. The wanted poster in the green-haired girl's hand featured none other than the notorious thief leader from Wano country, Ashura Duji. During Mu Yunfeng's flight back to Ghost Island, Yamato curiously asked, "Why will my father collaborate with someone like Orochi, who is cowardly, incompetent, and afraid of trouble?" Mu Yunfeng also explained to Yamato that there was no talk of cooperation. Kaido was just using Orochi. Once Orochi lost his value, that would be his end. After returning to Onigashima, Mu Yunfeng directly tossed Shikuris on the street, and then turned to Yamato, saying, "I'm planning to go to Kaido's place to scrounge some food. Do you want to come?" Since it was already past lunchtime, and Mu Yunfeng was sure that Runty, that little brat, wouldn't leave him any food. He only had 2 options if he didn't want to go hungry: cook for himself or go scrounge food. Cooking for himself was too troublesome, which was why he wanted to find Kaido for a free meal. Because Kaido loved to drink, he took a long time to finish a meal. Yamato shook his head and replied, "No need, I just ate a lot. But there was food in the brothel. Why didn't you eat back then?" Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato with a black line on his face. "Don't you know why I didn't eat? Did you give me a chance to eat? Since the dishes started coming out, you've been showing off. If I joined you in showing off, who would communicate with crazy death? Yamato thought about it, and indeed realized it was true. He knocked his fist on his head and laughed. You're right. I was too focused on eating and didn't even notice you. Yamato, do you know? You're already 16 this year. You've outgrown the age of acting cute. What's with that action and tone? After parting ways with Yamato, Yunfeng headed straight to Kaido's location. Upon arriving at the skull-shaped building, Yunfeng knew he was in the right place. At that moment, Kaido was sitting in a chair drinking, with a lot of food beside him, roasted lamb, roasted chicken, all kinds. Kaido was enjoying life, taking a sip of wine and a bite of meat. Watching the roasted chicken being tossed into Kaido's mouth like popcorn, Yunfeng secretly felt relieved. Luckily, Yamato didn't grow that big. Otherwise, food supply would be a problem after going out to sea. Yunfeng walked up to Kaido's table without any hesitation, pulled down a leg of lamb, and started gnawing on it, leaving even Kaido a bit dumbfounded. Hey, you little brat, what's going on? Why do you have time to come here today? But you're not even saying a word and just came to eat. What does that mean? It seemed like he was torturing Fat Four, and today he discovered the flute-playing dancer. Yunfeng's words were interrupted by Kaido. You bastard kid. Swallow what's in your mouth before talking to me. Are you making me guess what you're saying? After swallowing his food, Yunfeng continued. Here's the thing. I found a red-scabbard samurai in the brothel this afternoon and took care of him. Kaido replied, You came to tell me about the red-scabbard samurai? No need to worry. I've never taken him seriously. Yunfeng clarified, No, I killed him at noon, so I missed lunch. I just came here to grab something to eat. Kaido exclaimed, Bastard kid, in the end, you just came to mooch off my food. With that, Kaido threw a punch at Yunfeng's head. Yunfeng was already not the same as before. He could dodge Kaido's casual punches even with his eyes closed. Boss, don't be stingy. My appetite is so small that just a little bit from between your teeth is enough for me, he said. Damn, why do I suddenly feel so nauseous? Kaido was just joking and didn't stop Yunfeng's shameless act of mooching food. After eating and drinking enough, Yunfeng didn't leave, but instead sat directly on the ground and patted his belly. Burp, that feels great. By the way, boss, can I ask you a question? I better ask while I'm not drunk, or once I get drunk, I might end up hitting you again. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Yunfeng jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, glaring angrily at Kaido. Over the years, Yunfeng has had several experiences like this, where Kaido would drunkenly come over and beat him up for no reason, leaving Yunfeng with a stylish back as he wiped away his tears alone. So you know it all along. Huh? But if you know you're going to hit me when you're drunk, why don't you control yourself? You're chipping away at the respect I have for you bit by bit. Kaido replied dismissively, What's there to control? I know how to hold back. I'm not actually going to kill you. By the way, did you ever really respect me? I used to really respect the captain. But just because you want to kill me doesn't mean you can hit me freely. I'm not a punching bag. Forget it. Let us not talk about this anymore. Talking too much just brings tears. Let us go back to the topic we were just discussing, Captain. What do you think my strength is at? Can I rank in the top 10 if I were out at sea? Top 10? Are you crazy? But why are you suddenly asking this? Have you encountered something? Actually, it's like this. Today, I fought that Akashio warrior without using my devil fruit powers. Just using my physical skills and won easily. I thought it would be a tough battle without my powers, but I found that my strength seems to be much stronger than I expected. Oh ho ho, that Akashio warrior isn't that strong. Defeating them isn't a big deal. Before I answer you, I want to know how you perceive your own strength. How do you feel about your current stage? After hearing Kaido's question, Yunfeng fell silent for a moment. He couldn't understand what level his strength was at. After all, he had fought very few people. However, after about 10 seconds of silence, Yunfeng looked up at Kaido and confidently said, I'm invincible below the Emperor level. I can trade 1-for-1 with the 3 admirals. Hearing Yunfeng's answer, Kaido sprayed his drink out with a puff. Oh ha ho ho ho. I really don't understand where you, little brat, get the confidence to say that. If you can trade 1-for-1 with the 3 admirals, then I'll spar with you. I want to see how you plan to replace me. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Yunfeng's earlier momentum instantly vanished, and he put on a fawning face, saying, Captain, I was wrong. I admit I was a bit arrogant just now, but I was just joking. Someone like me isn't worth your effort. If you really want to practice with me, let us schedule it for 50 years from now, all right? At this moment, Yunfeng thought to himself that in 50 years, he would still be in his 60s and in the prime of his life, but Kaido would be nearly 90. By then, if he didn't knock him out, it would mean Kaido was clean. Oh, 50 years. Little brat, are you planning to take revenge then? Seems like this idea has long been in your mind. Captain, you're joking. There is no talk of revenge. You've only been kind to me, not spiteful. If I repay you, it's just gratitude. Let's not talk about this topic anymore. Captain, please tell me, what level is my strength really at? Alright, then I'll tell you. Your strength is still quite far from the Emperor level, and you definitely can't rank in the top 10 at sea. Your strength should be at the Vice Emperor level. After hearing Kaido say that he was at the Vice Emperor level, Yunfeng wasn't too surprised. After all, he was still very young, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would likely have Emperor-level strength before he turned 20. Even the son of this world, Pirate King Luffy, could only stand up to Kaido in his 20s. Having such strength at this age is definitely the hallmark of a genius in the pirate world. After getting his strength assessment from Kaido, Yunfeng bid farewell and went home, feeling more confident about going to sea. He was at the Vice Emperor level, and so was Yamato. If the two Vice Emperors teamed up at sea, unless they faced the 4 Emperors or Admirals, they could definitely walk with confidence. Moreover, even when facing the 4 Emperors and Admirals, Yunfeng wasn't without countermeasures. After all, he could fly, and he could fly really fast. If he couldn't win, he could just take Yamato and run. Even if they caused trouble and had to flee back to Wano, Kaido would clean up after them. At worst, he'd just get a beating afterward. Anyway, even if he didn't cause trouble, Kaido would still beat him up when drunk. As the flowers bloom apart, each on their own, while Yunfeng was planning his voyage like a flower, another leaf was still in a state of sadness. At the bandit stronghold in Qiongqi, a girl with green hair was talking to a big guy with pink curly hair. These two were the daughter of Odin, Kazuki Hiyori, and one of the Akashio 9, Azura Duji. After listening to Hiyori's narrative, Azura Duji sighed. I see. Korizumi Kanjuro is indeed the traitor Kinneyman. I didn't expect his transformation to be so drastic, and he managed to deceive Orochi. However, Kanjuro actually died at the hands of Yunfeng. I have an impression of him. When Lord Odin was executed, he came to speak with Lord Odin, but at that time, he was still just a kid. Hiyori, you witnessed the entire battle, right? Please tell me about the fight between those two in as much detail as possible. Kazuki Hiyori nodded and then recounted all the details of the battle between the two to Azura Duji, speaking very carefully without missing a single detail. Azura Duji was also shocked. What? Kanjuro was killed in such a short time, and Yunfeng didn't even use his devil fruit powers? Has he grown to this extent in just a few years? He might be another Kaido in a few years. Originally, Azura Duji had thoughts of avenging Kanjuro, as they had been friends for decades, but after hearing Hiyori's description, he abandoned that idea. He knew he was a match for Yunfeng. Azura Duji was confident that he was somewhat stronger than Kanjuro, but only by a little. He knew Yunfeng was a devil fruit user, and he was aware that Yunfeng also had the title of Mad Tiger. But the fact that Yunfeng didn't even use his powers and only relied on physical skills to kill Kanjuro in such a short time made him rethink. What would he go to Yunfeng for? To give him performance points? Azura Duji wasn't mindless. He understood what he should do now. He couldn't act recklessly. He needed to protect the bloodline left by Odin and safeguard Kazuki Hiyori. Meanwhile, when Yunfeng returned to his residence, he saw a heartwarming scene. Yamato was training Runmi and Pejuan in the yard. Both Runmi and Pejuan were taking the training very seriously. Runmi jumped up and headbutted Pejuan, causing him to roll on the ground, holding his head. Even Yunfeng found it hard to watch. Runmi, come on, Page-Eye is your little brother. You're being a bit too rough. Look, you made him cry. Runmi turned her little head and said, I don't care what you think. If I always go easy on Page-Eye while training, what will he do when he encounters an enemy? The enemy won't go easy on him. Yunfeng suddenly realized that what Runmi said made a lot of sense, and he was left speechless. If he went easy on Xiaopei during training, she would definitely suffer when facing enemies in the future. However, Yunfeng suddenly changed the subject. Runmi, I suggest that next time you use your headbutt, it's best to wear a mask. Otherwise, if the other party pouts, you two might end up kissing. After hearing Yunfeng's words, Runmi was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned to look at Peggy Wan. Xiaopei, let's wear masks together with sister tomorrow. Peggy Wan weakly said, Can I not wear one? I won't use a headbutt on others, and I'm not afraid of kissing anyone. Seeing that Peggy Wan was unwilling, Runti ran over and hugged her, acting cute. Runti wants to wear a mask. Runti wants to wear a mask with Xiaopei. Xiaopei, you won't even do this little thing for sister. Runti is so pitiful. Runti is crying. After seeing Runti acting cute, Peggy Wan had no choice but to give in. Okay, I promise sister, we'll wear masks together from now on. After seeing Peggy Wan compromise, Runti immediately hugged her and started spinning around. Xiaopei, you are so nice. Runti is so happy. At this moment, Yunfeng thoughtfully wondered if Runti and Peggy Wan always wore masks in the original story for this reason. But just as the siblings were happily spinning around, a sarcastic voice came out. Runny is clearly the older sister, yet she always acts cute with Xiaopei, and most of the time, it's Xiaopei accommodating Runny. Sigh. Xiaopei is so miserable, having such an immature sister. Being called an immature sister by Mu Yunfeng, Runty, who had a brother complex, immediately exploded. What do you know? Mu Yunfeng, you're really unnecessary here. Run Tooking. The more Runty spoke, the more agitated she became, and she charged directly in front of Mu Yunfeng, delivering a headbutt to his groin. Seeing Runty actually headbutting him there, Mu Yunfeng naturally showed no mercy. After covering his fist with domineering energy, he struck down. Bang! Runny was knocked to the ground by Mu Yunfeng's punch, a huge lump forming on her head. She covered her head and started wiping her tears, mumbling to herself. Bastard. Idiot. Stupid. How could you hit so hard? Don't you know to go easy on a child? At this moment, Mu Yunfeng did not pay attention to Runty's curses, but instead smiled and stared at his fist that had just hit Runty, as if he had discovered a new continent. Wow, this punch feels good. No wonder Kaido likes to come and beat me up when he's drunk. It turns out hitting little brats is so rewarding. Uncle Gene must have felt the same way back then. The dragon-slaying boy eventually became the evil dragon. Mu Yunfeng glanced at Runty, who was wiping his tears and cursing him, then looked at his own fist with a slight smile. Bang! Ah, you bastard hit me again. I will definitely get my revenge in the future. Runty, who had been punched again, rolled on the ground in pain. It was true. Hitting the little brat was really enjoyable. After confirming that beating up the little brat was indeed very satisfying, Mu Yunfeng instinctively turned his head to look at Peggy Wan, revealing an evil smile. Peggy Wan was instantly frightened and quickly hid behind Day. Brother Feng, please don't hit me. I didn't make you angry. Seeing Peggy Wan scared, Mu Yunfeng gently said, Little Pei, you don't need to be afraid. Runty got hit because he hit me first. You're so obedient. How could I hit you? I'm a good person. After hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Runty shouted, Little Pei, don't believe him. This guy must be a bad egg. What kind of good person hits children? Mu Yunfeng looked at Runty sincerely and said, Runty, you are mistaken. I wasn't hitting you. I was teaching you to be polite. I've been educated by Kaido since I was 6. Nonsense. You weren't educating me at all. You laughed while hitting me. You clearly enjoyed it, Runty retorted. Runty, girls shouldn't use foul language. How dare you curse at me? It seems I haven't taught you enough, Mu Yunfeng replied. Seeing that Mu Yunfeng was about to hit her again, Runty directly hid behind Yamato, seeking protection. Yamato also looked at Mu Yunfeng and said, Just let it go. Don't hit Runny anymore. Mu Yunfeng said with a face full of justification, I never thought of hitting Runny. It was Runny who struck me first. I was just acting in self-defense. But Runny is still just a child. This statement inevitably leads to moral coercion, and countless people have been morally coerced by this phrase before. However, Mu Yunfeng would not be swayed by moral coercion. Mu Yunfeng has always believed in one thing. As long as he has no morals, others cannot morally kidnap him. Yamato, you know I am an absolute egalitarian. As long as someone attacks me, whether they are a woman or a child, I will retaliate without hesitation. Ultimately, with Yamato's intervention, Mu Yunfeng did not hit Runny again. And after today's incident, Runny understood that Mu Yunfeng's bottom line is extremely low, and she no longer dared to provoke him on a regular basis. A week later, a divine dragon flew out from the eastern side of the Land of Harmony, while a small boat quietly set sail from the western side of the Land of Harmony. A small boat was drifting on the calm sea. It was a small cargo ship measuring 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, with a young man and woman squeezed into the cramped cabin. Hey, Mu Yunfeng, do you think this boat is too small? We have to squeeze together even when sleeping. Is our adventure going to be this tough? All right, Yamato, stop complaining. This was never a ship meant for sailing. If it weren't for the fact that I can fly, I wouldn't risk taking this out to sea. This little broken boat would capsize with just one wave. Also, Yamato, try to sleep more quietly. The cabin is this small. Do you know that when you turned over yesterday, your horn almost poked my eye out? Yamato scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was so excited to leave the Land of Harmony for the first time yesterday that I couldn't sleep and kept turning over. Mu Yunfeng, where are we going for our adventure? Are we going to Flower Fruit Mountain first, or to Konoha Village? Flower my head, Konoha my head, I've said that's a story. Besides, where we go completely depends on luck. We don't know navigation. We'll just go wherever the current takes us. As soon as Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, they started to feel down. This kind of adventure is so boring. Mu Yunfeng, I don't want to sit on this small broken boat anymore. Can you take me flying instead? No, I'm not your mount. Besides, we don't have any destination right now. Where do you want me to fly? I'll just stay on the boat. Wherever the boat goes, I go. And one more thing, Day, could you please not eat so much? We brought 5 days' worth of rations, and you've already consumed half in just 1 day. If you finish it all, we'll have to eat raw fish next. They looked at Yunfeng with a sense of hopelessness. But I'm so bored. If I don't eat, what am I supposed to do? Yunfeng sighed and explained. Sailing is like this. Perhaps those strange islands are interesting, but most of the time is spent at sea, engaged in this monotonous journey. Yunfeng, where's your phone bug? I want to call Run T. No way. This phone bug is a premium one, capable of calling no matter how far it is. I put in a lot of effort to get it. It's not a toy for you. On Ghost Island. After Run T realized she hadn't seen Yunfeng and Day all day, she went directly to their room to search for them. However, Run T found no one. Just a letter and a phone bug. After reading the letter left by Yunfeng, Run T rushed to Peggy Wan. Xiaopei, it's bad. Yunfeng and Day have run away. They're going out to sea for an adventure. Before Peggy Wan could respond, Run T dashed out of the courtyard, muttering to herself as she ran. Stupid Yunfeng, you bullied me, so I'm going to hand this letter to Lord Kaido and let him bring you back. Inside the skeletal structure of Ghost Fight, Jin and Quinn were discussing a letter, and Quinn looked perplexed as he read it. Lord Kaido will probably be angry when he returns. How about you, Jin? Go chase after them. Run T said they were still on Ghost Island yesterday, so they can't have gone far. You should be able to catch up, right? Jin decisively shook his head. What will be the point of catching up? Right now, those two little brats are almost as strong as I am. How can I bring them back? If those two join forces, I might end up being captured instead. Letter. Kaido, I took Day out to sea. If one day you can't hold on, just use the phone bug I left behind to contact me. I will bring Day to see you for the last time. After reading the letter, Kaido burst into laughter. Orololololo. That brat Yunfeng actually took my Day away. Next time I see him, I must give him a good beating. Seeing that Kaido was not angry, Quinn curiously asked, Boss, why are you laughing? Aren't you supposed to? Quinn's words were interrupted by Kaido. Am I supposed to be angry? Why should I be angry? Because they disobeyed my order and went out to sea. Yeah, boss, you said they weren't allowed to go out to sea, yet they sneaked away. Before, I didn't let them go out to sea because they were too weak. Now, they have enough strength to venture out on the ocean. Besides, how can they become the calamities of the beast pirates without experiencing the sea? Quinn, you go issue a notice. Let the whole world know that from today, the beast pirates have a total of 5 calamities. Jin then curiously inquired, 5 calamities? Besides Yunfeng and Day, who is the other calamity? Orolololo. The other calamity is Jack. Although that kid is still lacking a bit, I won't be wrong. It won't be long before Jack can take on the position of calamity. So let's count him in 2. On Jeremiah Island, Day was haggling with a merchant. Why is this fruit meat so expensive? You must be a swindler. The merchant confidently replied, This is a specialty of our Jeremiah Island. The price is naturally high. Only we have fruit meat in the whole world. After drifting for 4 days, Yunfeng and Day arrived at this place called Jeremiah Island, where fruit meat is the local specialty. Fruit meat is a type of fruit called meat tree, which tastes and feels exactly like meat, but without the fishy smell. With simple cooking, it becomes a delicacy. As food lovers, how could the two of them miss out on such deliciousness? However, they only had one 000 berry between them, which is why Day was bargaining with the merchant. After a few minutes of discussion, Day ultimately lost the negotiation and dejectedly returned to Yunfeng's side. Yunfeng, what should we do? He won't lower the price, and we only have one 000 berry. We can't even buy a portion of fruit meat. Yunfeng patted Yamato's shoulder and said, Yamato, that's not how you negotiate. We are pirates, and we need to negotiate like pirates. Then, Yunfeng walked up to the small vendor and asked my friend, how much for all the fruits and meat in your cart? I'll buy the cart along with it. The small vendor thought for a moment and quoted a price, 700 berries. If you want to buy the cart as well, it's 700 berries. In the next moment, Yunfeng's soul-breaking spear, which was slung on his back, was suddenly pressed against the vendor's neck. My friend, I'm a bit short on cash lately. Can you lend me 700 berries? The small vendor had never seen such a situation before, and feeling the sharp spear blade against his neck, he dared not move. Brother, I don't have 700 berries right now. Yunfeng's eyes turned cold as he angrily scolded. Good kid, do you want Bailey's or your life? If you don't give it to me, I'll kill you. Big brother, please don't kill me. I'll give it to you, but I don't have that much on me right now. Can I go back and get it for you? Going back is too troublesome. How about this? Consider that you owe me 700 Baileys. Okay, I owe you 700 Baileys, big brother. Upon hearing this, Yunfeng retracted his weapon and smiled. That's perfect. You owe me 700,000 Baileys, and this truck of fruit and meat is also worth 700,000 Baileys. If you give me this truck of fruit and meat, we'll be even. Faced with the unpredictable Yunfeng, the small vendor didn't dare to refuse. He immediately abandoned his truck of fruit and meat and ran off, not daring to look back. Afterwards, Yunfeng pushed the truck of fruit and meat to Dai, saying, "See, this is called bargaining. Not a single Bailey spent. Just got a truck of fruit and meat for free." Dai looked at Yunfeng in shock. She had seen the bargaining process, but she felt that something was off, though she hadn't figured out what it was yet. Yunfeng didn't give Yamato any time to react, directly picking up a piece of fruit and stuffing it into Yamato's mouth, then taking a piece for himself as well. The two of them strolled around Jeremiah Island while eating the fruit. Suddenly, Yamato shouted at Yunfeng, "I get it. What you just did wasn't haggling. That was robbery." Yunfeng smiled and looked at Yamato, laughing. "Huh, Yamato, your reaction time is way too long. You only just realized it after half the fruit meat was eaten." Suddenly, Yunfeng heard the words beast pirates, followed by terms like Kaido, the three emperors, and the four calamities entering their ears one after another. That's right. Right now, there are only 3 emperors at sea. Although Shanks' pirate crew has gained some fame, they have not yet become an emperor-level pirate crew. The 3 emperor-level pirate crews at sea are Edward Newgate's Whitebeard Pirates, Charlotte Lean's Big Mom Pirates, and Kaido's Beast Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates were the first to be recognized as an emperor-level crew. The Beast Pirates were recognized as emperor-level in the 4th year after Odin's death, having taken over all the seas around Wano. Big Mom's pirate crew was recognized as emperor-level a year after the Beast Pirates. After the Big Mom Pirates were recognized as emperor-level, the Navy also announced the news of the 3 admirals in the same year, and from then on, the 3 admirals and the 3 emperors became a timeless topic among pirates. Yunfeng and Yamato exchanged a glance, then turned their attention to the source of the sound, where about a dozen people had gathered. From their attire, it was clear that these individuals were also pirates. As they approached, Yunfeng spoke up. "I think I heard something about the Beast Pirates and Kaido. What are you discussing?" Upon hearing Yunfeng's voice, the pirates instinctively turned to look at the two, and when they recognized Yunfeng and Yamato, they fled like they had seen a ghost. However, one pirate was an exception. He was deeply engrossed in reading a newspaper and did not notice their presence at all. Seeing this, Yunfeng had no choice but to step closer and ask again, "I think I heard the name of the Beast Pirates and Kaido. Is there something written on this newspaper? What happened to the Beast Pirates and Kaido?" The man, without raising his head, replied, "You don't know? A big event happened with the Beast Pirates recently." Yamato, curious, pressed on, "What big event? Do tell." "You should know that 4 years ago, the Beast Pirates were recognized as an emperor-level pirate crew. Besides Captain Kaido, there were only 2 top executives. But this newspaper clearly states that the Beast Pirates have added 3 new top executives, and they are all very young. To be honest, they look a bit like you too." As soon as the word "like" left his mouth, the pirate froze. It was a bit excessive to say they looked alike. Comparing the 2 bounty posters in his hand, he instantly understood why no one was around him. It wasn't a matter of resemblance. The real deal had arrived. The people around him had recognized the identities of the 2 and fled without saying a word. Looking at the suddenly quiet pirate in front of him, Yunfeng had to take the initiative to ask for the information he wanted. "I am Yunfeng. May I ask what your name is and where you got this information?" "Our reporting, sir. My name is Qiongqi. I'm 29 years old, born on AsylumBoss Island. Currently, I serve in the Loot Pirates." Qiongqi began to introduce himself. After a while, Yunfeng had to interrupt him since Crouchy had even started talking about his cousin. "Stop. Your name is Crouchy, right? You don't need to be so nervous, and I'm not into that sort of thing. Why are you telling me about your cousin?" "Cousin? All right. My cousin's name is Nijia and She was also born on AsylumBoss Island. She's 21 years old and usually works at the family bank." Yunfeng was stunned by the lightning. What he just said was obviously a joke, but Crouch really started to introduce his cousin to him. At this moment, Yunfeng began to doubt whether he lacked a sense of humor. "Stop. I want to know who your cousin is. Just tell me where you got your information. What exactly happened with the 100 Beasts pirate group?" At this moment, Crouch suddenly realized and said, "Information. Right, information. I read it in the newspaper. It's all written there." In fact, from the behavior of these people and the 5 disasters, Yunfeng had already guessed something. But he still pointed to the newspaper in Crouch's hand. "Have you finished reading it? If you have, can I see it?" Crouch immediately stood at attention and handed the newspaper to Yunfeng with both hands. "I've finished reading it. Now I'm giving it to you." "Oh, I just remembered I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first." Then Crouch directly ran away. Watching Crouch run toward the city center, Yunfeng shouted, "Crouch, you're going the wrong way. This is Jeremiah Island. ISNT your home on a dread island? If you have something at home, you should go back immediately. I got so excited that I forgot. I'll swim back now. After saying that, Crouch turned around and jumped into the sea, swimming off into the distance. Yamato also knew that Mu Yunfeng was deliberately messing with Crouch, so he helplessly said to Mu Yunfeng, "You're such a bad person. That guy already gave us the newspaper, and you're still teasing him like this. You don't think he LL drown or get eaten by a shark, do you?" Mu Yunfeng did not answer Yamato's question, but focused intently on the newspaper Crouch had given him. With just a glance, Mu Yunfeng found the news he was looking for. It wasn't that Mu Yunfeng had particularly sharp eyesight. Rather, the information he sought was prominently displayed in the newspaper. Shock! The Beast Pirates personnel changes. In addition to Kaido and the original 2 highest-ranking officers, 3 new highest-ranking officers have been added, bringing the total to 6. This news is exclusively reported by the World Economic News Agency. Readers who wish to know more details can send letters to us, and once we receive 1 million letters, we will conduct an exclusive interview with the Beast Pirates. After reading the newspaper thoroughly, Mu Yunfeng learned who the 3 new officers of the Beast Pirates were: himself, Yamato, and Jack. Moreover, Kaido had even prepared titles for them. Jack was the drought, while he and Yamato were the wind and frost disasters, respectively, and all 3 had bounties placed on them. In the middle of a newspaper were 3 bounty notices, with photos that were clearly provided by Kaido, showing that their initial bounties were all 200 million berries. Seeing the situation, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He had set out to sea not to commit any crimes, but merely to steal a truckload of fruits and meat, only to end up with a bounty of 200 million berries. In fact, he had intended to go out for fun, but Kaido had clearly increased the difficulty, forcibly labeling him and Yamato as the highest-ranking officers of the Beast Pirates. Mu Yunfeng didn't understand the meaning behind Kaido's actions. Was it to prevent them from forming their own pirate crew, or was he afraid they would join another crew? Or perhaps he wanted to force them back to Wano using this method. Originally, the 2 of them could have enjoyed themselves freely, but now that they had this identity, it was bound to bring a lot of trouble, not to mention the pirate hunters. If an admiral ran into them, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to capture them and take them to impel down for tea. Yamato also saw the contents of the newspaper, but her reaction was completely opposite to Mu Yunfeng's. She picked up her bounty notice and cheered. "Great! Mu Yunfeng, did you see? We both have bounties now. It's our first time getting such a high bounty, and we've even become disasters, just like Uncle Gene." Mu Yunfeng looked at the cheering Yamato with a gaze like that of an idiot and sighed. Yamato, is being wanted really something to be happy about? Of course. The bounty is a proof of strength, and we're the top executives of the Beast Pirates now. Aren't you happy, Mu Yunfeng? Happy my ass. We could have been freely wandering and adventuring on the sea, but now that we have become the top executives of the Beast Pirates, it's inconvenient to go anywhere. So that's what my father meant. He's so bad. What should we do? What to do? Just chill. Where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures below. Later, we'll buy 2 masks and wear them when we need to hide our identities, so others won't see our true selves. Although the masks can't hide us from those who have us as their targets, they can help us conceal our identities in front of ordinary people, preventing panic wherever we go. Plus, we should change how we address each other. When wearing masks, we'll use code names. From now on, you'll call me Phone, and I'll call you Yun. This way, we shouldn't be discovered. Yamato, somewhat reluctant, said, "Isn't that too troublesome? Do we really need to do that? Besides, we're strong. Even if we're recognized, I'm not afraid." Seeing that Yamato didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, Mu Yunfeng had to continue explaining. "It's not that I'm afraid of being discovered. It's just that it would be troublesome. Just like earlier, those people ran away as soon as they recognized us. Many countries don't welcome pirates, and we might not even be allowed to stay at an inn. Even if we force our way in, they would contact the Navy. You wouldn't want to be disturbed in the middle of your sleep, right? Yamato, think about it. You're already very hungry, you find a restaurant, and just as you're about to order, the owner recognizes you and runs away, along with the chef. You'd be left hungry. ISNT, that's super scary?" Yamato thought for a moment and exclaimed, "Wow, that is super scary. I don't want to be hungry with nothing to eat." This is a dividing line, brothers. It's the 3rd update already, and surely no one will say the author is too short this time, right? Everyone comment and say the author is really long. Working while slacking off, staying up late, I finally achieved the goal of 3 updates. The author is starting to lose hair, and recently, the number of books in the bookstore has decreased, and the ratings have dropped. Good brothers, send some love. The author wants a bottle of Red Bull while staying up late. After Yamato realized the inconvenience of their identities, he went with Mu Yunfeng to buy masks. After some inquiries, they arrived at the most popular mask shop on the island, the transforming mask house. Upon entering the shop, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato found that there were no masks displayed at all. Only a woman in her 30s was sleeping with her head on the table. Mu Yunfeng stepped forward and shook the woman awake, asking, "Excuse me, is this the mask house?" The woman wiped her drool and looked at Mu Yunfeng. "That's right. I'm the owner here, Sharon. Are you two customers looking to buy masks?" "Yes, I want to buy 2 half-face fox masks, the kind that allows the mouth to show. But I see you don't have any masks here. Do you really have masks to sell us today?" Owner Sharon smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will prepare the masks for you right away." "Fox masks, right? Do you have any color preferences?" "One black and one white." "Understood." Then, under the gaze of Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, Sharon took out 2 boards made of an unknown material, and the boards transformed into 2 particularly beautiful fox masks in her hands. "Customers, please try them on. If there's anything that needs to be changed, feel free to let me know." Mu Yunfeng stared at the 2 masks in his hand with a strange expression, then curiously looked at the boss lady, Sharon. "This mask is made using the power of a devil fruit, right?" Sharon smiled and replied, "It should be. My ability, indeed, comes from a strange fruit, and many people have said it is a devil fruit." After realizing that the mask came from a fruit's ability, Mu Yunfeng became cautious. He was worried that the mask might have other powers. After all, a devil fruit that only turns into a mask is too weak, comparable to Kin'emon. Then Mu Yunfeng tentatively asked, "This mask won't have any other effects, right? Like turning back into a board after a few days. For example, you could use the mask to spy on us, or maybe this mask could absorb our souls and turn us into puppets for you to control." Sharon, the boss lady, helplessly explained, "Customer, you're overthinking it. If the mask had such powerful abilities, why would I be running shop here? This mask is really just an ordinary mask." After considering Sharon's words, which made sense, Mu Yunfeng decided not to dwell on it any longer. Then Sharon quoted a price of 5,000 berries for a half mask. Mu Yunfeng and Yamato had only 1,000 berries in total. Just as Mu Yunfeng was thinking of making a run for it, Yamato placed a wolf-toothed club on the shoulder of the boss lady, Sharon. Then Yamato changed to a rogue's expression and said, "Boss lady, can I borrow 5,000 berries? I hope you won't refuse me, or else." Yamato's display left Mu Yunfeng dumbfounded. He never expected Yamato's moral standards to have reached a level comparable to his own. Mu Yunfeng could now be sure that Yamato had been led astray by him. After seeing Yamato turn to him with a proud smile, Mu Yunfeng could only give him a thumbs up, saying, "Not bad. You learn really fast." A day later on Jeremiah Island, 2 masked figures with fox masks appeared on the street. These 2 were Mu Yunfeng and Yamato in disguise. They walked all the way to the dock and stopped in front of a large cargo ship. Mu Yunfeng then shouted to the people on the ship, "We are here to apply for the guard position." Soon, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were brought aboard and taken to a businessman in his 40s. Upon seeing this man, Mu Yunfeng took the lead and said, "Captain Parody, right? My name is Feng, and this is my wife, Yun. We heard that the captain is hiring guards, and we just ran out of money, so we wanted to apply for this job. I wonder if you still need people?" Of course, this identity information was fake, and when Mu Yunfeng referred to Yamato as his wife, it was not to take advantage, but rather to present themselves as a couple to make it less likely for people to associate them with wind, disaster, and frost disaster. Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Captain Parody replied, "We do need people because we encountered pirates on our way here and lost some guards in the fight. However, I must remind you both that this ship is carrying very valuable items, so it is very likely that pirates will target us again. If you don't have any skills, I advise you not to board this ship. Thinking you won't encounter pirates just to collect a commission might cost you your life here." Mu Yunfeng confidently pointed to the broken soul-devouring spear behind him. "Captain, don't worry. Both of us are quite capable and not the type to just laze around for commissions. I believe you too, but I have rules here. You must show me your skills before I hire you as the guards for this ship." Upon hearing Parody say he wanted proof of their strength, Mu Yunfeng walked directly to a thick iron chain and, with both hands covering it with dominance, pulled hard. With a loud clang, the thick iron chain was snapped in 2 by Mu Yunfeng, and this display stunned everyone on the ship. It is known that such a thick chain could hardly be broken even by a giant, which proved how terrifying Mu Yunfeng's strength was. After Mu Yunfeng broke the chain, Yamato also walked over to his side, feeling a sudden urge to compete. Do you have more chains like this? I also want to prove myself. Find me a chain thicker than the one Mu Yunfeng broke." Upon hearing Yamato's tone, everyone understood that he was not an easy opponent either, and Parody was very enthusiastic as he approached the 2. "Great. With 2 strong masters like you, the transport of goods is likely secured. However, Mr. Feng, please don't lose the chain you just broke. That was our ship's anchor, and we need to attach it again later. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop the ship. I kindly asked Mr. Feng to hold on to it for a while longer. Seeing that he had casually broken someone else's anchor, Yunfeng scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't mean to break the anchor. You aren't going to make us pay for it, are you? Mr. Feng is joking. What is an anchor? With two such powerful masters here, breaking 10 anchors is nothing. But why are you both wearing masks? Regarding the masks, Yunfeng was naturally well prepared. This mask is actually a rule from our island. We come from a small island called Qiongqi, and everyone there must wear a fox mask. After we die, the mask will replace our spirit and be enshrined in the village's ancestral hall. Moreover, apart from oneself and one's spouse or blood relatives, no one can see our faces, otherwise they must be silenced. This world is vast, and there are many strange islands with peculiar rules. Parody had visited quite a few odd islands and had seen even stranger customs. For example, he had been to an island where women had to spend their first night with outsiders, believing that blood represented disaster, so they let outsiders take the disaster away. Thus, Parody accepted the explanation regarding the masks without hesitation. After seeing that Parody believed him, Yunfeng finally relaxed. To be honest, he felt the reason was somewhat unreliable, but he didn't expect Parody to be so naive, accepting such a far-fetched explanation instantly. After Yunfeng demonstrated his strength, he and Yamato received the best treatment, being assigned to a very large room that was initially meant for 4 people. However, since it was said that the 2 could not let others see their faces, the other 2 were directly arranged to stay on the deck. Shortly after Yunfeng and Yamato boarded the ship, it set sail. It seemed that Parody thought having the 2 of them was enough, so he decided not to hire more guards to save on commissions. However, once on the ship, Yunfeng realized what it meant to be like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Yamato was like a country dog that had never seen the world, running around the entire ship. One moment, he was by the railing on the deck looking at the sea. The next, he was on the ship's roof basking in the sun. In short, after Yamato boarded, his figure was everywhere on the ship. At noon, the 2 also went to the dining room. The dining room of the Parody merchant ship was a buffet-style restaurant. The ship was equipped with professional chefs who placed the prepared food on the dining tables, and everyone could help themselves to whatever they wanted. The dining room was a great place to gather information. Since Yunfeng had displayed such powerful strength, people were eager to befriend a strong person like him. Before long, Yunfeng had gathered all the information he wanted. First of all, this ship was under the name of the Don Quixote family, and the destination was the Shambadi Archipelago, also known as the Bubble Islands. What they were escorting this time was an auction item. The specifics of the auction item were unknown to the others. Likely only Parody knew. While Yunfeng was gathering information, Yamato was also busy. At this point, Yamato had already made friends with a few people and was eating cake together. Upon seeing Yunfeng, Yamato immediately rushed over. Yunfeng, this is the adventure I wanted. This big ship is much better than our little boat. Why don't we just steal it? Woo-woo. Before Yamato could finish, Yunfeng snatched the cake from his hand and shoved it into his mouth, knowing without needing to hear that Yamato was about to suggest stealing the ship. Yunfeng was truly speechless at Yamato's bluntness. Sometimes he really didn't know what Yamato was thinking, eating someone else's food on their ship and loudly plotting to steal it. That night in their room, Yunfeng lazily lay on the bed, helplessly saying to Yamato, "Yamato, you need to be mindful of the occasion when you speak. Were you really thinking of stealing the ship in the dining room today?" Yamato defended himself. "I was just saying, I didn't really plan to steal the ship. I just thought this ship was much better than our little broken boat. That's why I said that. Not thinking that way is even worse. If you were serious about stealing, then it would be fine. After all, with our strength, stealing this ship wouldn't be a problem, even if others hurt us. But you clearly thought that way and said it out loud. If someone hears us, we'll definitely be kicked off the ship. At that time, even if we don't want to steal it, we'll have to. Yamato, please think before you speak next time. Can you use your not-so-smart little brain?" "Okay, I got it. I'll be careful." "You're really nagging Yunfeng like an old woman." Hearing Yamato's complaint, Yunfeng was speechless. "Em nagging. I'm like an old woman? If you could make me worry less, would I still be willing to nag at you?" Seeing Yunfeng say this, Yamato stuck out his tongue. "Hey, now you look even more like an old woman." A week later, the cargo ship docked at the port of Andrea Island, and Captain Parody addressed everyone on board. "Everyone, we will be replenishing supplies on this island today. You can go ashore to shop or eat something. Our cargo ship will leave here before dark, so enjoy your time." The most excited person upon seeing the new island was Yamato. As Yunfeng just disembarked, he was pulled by Yamato towards the small town at the center of the island. After several hours of wandering, The two returned to the port, only to find that Andrea Island did not have any special products like fruit meat. It was just an ordinary little island. However, upon their return to the port, they sensed something unusual. It seemed that a battle had occurred on the parody, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and slaughter. There were 4 pirate ships blocking the parody at the front, and the pirate flag looked somewhat familiar to Yunfeng, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The pirate ships had trapped the parody in the port, and several corpses were floating around it, some of which had familiar faces. Just as Yunfeng was about to return to the ship to check the situation, someone suddenly grabbed him and Yamato from behind. Turning around, Yunfeng recognized who it was. The person was Gali Jaeger, someone Yunfeng had often shared lunch with over the past few days. Among the crew, he was the person Yunfeng had the best rapport with. Just as Yunfeng was curious about what Jaeger meant, Jaeger whispered to him, "Don't look at the parody. Just pretend to be a passerby and leave here with me. A group of very powerful pirates has come to seize that ship, and we must run quickly." Upon hearing Jaeger's words, Yunfeng understood that this guy was specifically waiting for him here. However, Yunfeng was not the type to be scared away easily. So he teased Jaeger, "Don't you have any professional ethics? You're being paid to protect the ship, yet when pirates come, you not only don't protect the cargo ship, but also hide here, telling me to run." Jaeger felt a bit embarrassed by Yunfeng's words, but still rebutted. "Professional ethics, my foot. What's more important, professional ethics or life? If I hadn't gotten along with you these past few days, I wouldn't be risking danger to wait for you here. Brother Feng, I know you're strong, but those pirates are even more terrifying. They are from the Royal Pirate Crew." Hearing about the Royal Pirate Crew piqued Yunfeng's interest. He also realized why that pirate flag looked familiar. It was the Big Mom Pirates flag. But Yunfeng still asked Jaeger, "So, Jaeger, you know who's come, right? Tell me, which member of the Charlotte family is here?" Since Yunfeng hadn't seen Charlotte Lean's singing ship, the Big Mom him, he guessed that Big Mom should not be here. As long as Big Mom herself was not present, Yunfeng and Yamato would not be in much danger. Beneath the 4 emperors, they were invincible. And even Big Mom did not scare Yunfeng. If they couldn't win, they could just run. Yunfeng was confident that he could fly faster than Prometheus and Zeus. "It's Owen. It's Charlotte Owen who brought people to rob the cargo ship. So we should leave here quickly. I know you two are strong, but Charlotte Owen is a bounty of over 100 million. Besides, even if you win against Owen, what then? Brother Feng, if you want to make a name for yourself at sea, you must not provoke the Big Mom pirates. It's not worth making enemies with them over this commission." Upon hearing that the other party was from the Big Mom pirates, Yamato instantly became interested. "Feng, let's go take a look. I heard from my father that Charlotte Lin once. In Roxy, bang." Yunfeng punched Da Huang on the head, knocking all of Da Huang's remaining words back into his stomach. Just a few days ago, he had told Da Huang to think before speaking. But now it was clear that Da Huang had completely forgotten that. At this moment, Yunfeng hesitated. Was it really necessary to wear a mask to hide his identity? With someone like Da Huang around, could they really keep their identities hidden? After seeing Yunfeng punch Da Huang, Jaeger curiously said, "Why are you hitting your wife for no reason?" Yunfeng also smiled and explained to Jaeger, "This is how we usually get along. My wife is a masochist. The more I hit her, the happier she gets. All right, enough about my wife. I've decided to go back to the parody. Jaeger, you should hurry and escape. When the fighting starts, we won't be able to look after you." Seeing that Yunfeng was going back to the parody, Jaeger had no choice but to leave. Before he left, Jaeger said to Yunfeng, "This is your own choice. As a friend, I've said all I can." After Jaeger left, Yunfeng and Yamato jumped hard and landed on the deck of the parody, where they could clearly see the situation on the ship. The parody didn't suffer much damage. The battle must have ended quickly. Aside from 3 charred corpses on the deck, the remaining guards were huddled together, being watched over by pirates holding weapons. At that moment, the captain of the parody, was being held up in the air by someone grabbing his clothes. The one holding him was none other than Charlotte Ling's 4th son, Charlotte Owen. Yunfeng recognized Owen at a glance, because he was so distinctive, like a character stepping out of an anime. With golden orange hair styled like flames in a 3-blade shape, transitioning from orange to red, a beard on his chin, and looking like a professional boxer, he was shirtless except for a cloak, wearing gloves, orange pants, and orange and yellow striped long socks, topped off with orange pointed shoes. "Ah, Captain Parody, what are you doing? How did things change so much in such a short time? By the way, are these people pirates?" Upon hearing Yunfeng's voice, Charlotte Owen turned around. "Hey, who are you two masked freaks? How dare you come on board? You two better get out of here right now, or I'll roast you." Hearing Owen's warning, Yunfeng mimicked Kizaru's tone and gestures, saying, "How scary. You actually want to roast me? To prevent that, I guess I have to strike first." Owen, have I ever kicked you before? Just as Owen was puzzled by Mu Yunfeng's strange tone, Mu Yunfeng suddenly dashed in front of him and kicked him in the chest. Due to the surprise attack and Mu Yunfeng's incredible speed, Owen was directly kicked away, crashing through the cabin and landing on the dock. As Owen was sent flying, Parody also fell onto the deck and rushed over to hug Mu Yunfeng. Mr. Win, you finally came back. Looking at the rushing Parody, Mu Yunfeng kicked him over, saying, You, with a face full of snot, dare to leap at me? Do you believe I'll throw you into the sea? At the moment Owen was kicked away, the guards who had been crouching on the ship stood up again and threw the pirates who had been pointing knives at them into the sea. Naturally, the situation on the Parody was also noticed by the pirates on the other 4 ships, and the cannons on those pirate ships all aimed at the Parody. Just when the people on the Parody were in a daze, Mu Yunfeng shouted, Everyone crouch down. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After shouting, he took the soul-ending halberd from his back, swung it with both hands, and unleashed an exaggeratedly massive slash. Tear the sky. This move, aptly named, was empowered by Mu Yunfeng's flowing Sakura haki, and the enormous slash seemed capable of truly tearing the heavens apart. The slash instantly cut through the 4 pirate ships as smoothly as a hot knife through butter, splitting the 4 ships into 8. All the pirate ships were sliced in half, sinking to the seabed, while the pirates on board scrambled to swim towards the shore. As Mu Yunfeng made his move, he instantly shocked the entire scene. At that moment, the guards on the ship felt a sense of having escaped death. If they had crouched down just a bit slower, they probably would have been cut in half like those ships. In fact, at this moment, Mu Yunfeng seemed far more terrifying to them than the pirates. Although they were quite dissatisfied after surviving, no one dared to stand up and accuse Mu Yunfeng before they could even catch their breath. A massive wooden stake engulfed in flames came flying towards the Parody. This stake was thrown by Charlotte Owen. However, before the stake could reach the Parody, it was cut apart by 3 slashes from Mu Yunfeng and fell into the sea. Just as Mu Yunfeng was about to go down to deal with Owen, Yamato grabbed his arm and excitedly said, Let me go. I want to fight this guy. His devil fruit is fire-based, right? My freezing ability is his nemesis. And he's the son of Charlotte Linlin. I want to prove that Kaido's son is stronger than Charlotte Linlin's son. Faced with Yamato's strange desire to win, Mu Yunfeng could only nod helplessly, but he looked at Yamato and said, Just be careful. After all, he's a Charlotte. Moreover, Owen is called Little Kaido, and his fruit ability can raise his body temperature. To be precise, he is not your nemesis, but rather you two have a mutual restraint. Whoever is stronger will restrain the other. Yamato swung her kanabo a couple of times and said confidently, Don't worry, I'll knock that guy out with a GN. He's just a little Akainu. Even if Akainu comes, I'll still beat him. Hearing Yamato say she would beat Akainu, Mu Yunfeng could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Yamato, who taught you to brag? Maybe we can beat Akainu in the future. But if we encounter Akainu now, we can only think about how to run faster. Yamato ignored Mu Yunfeng's complaints and jumped off the ship, charging towards Owen. She had no intention of communicating with Owen and swung her kanabo directly at his face. Owen also raised his arms to take Yamato's attack head-on, but he clearly underestimated Yamato's strength and was sent flying back. After crashing into a few trees, Owen stopped and cried out in pain, Ouch. Your strength is so strong. And that kanabo has sea stone protrusions, right? As for me, my brother is doing great. The rating has climbed from 7.2 to 8.7. I didn't expect it to bounce back in just 2 days. Seeing my brothers perform so well, the author must stay up late for 3 updates. After witnessing this, both Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were very surprised. They both noticed that when Owen just blocked Yamato's kanabo, his arms were not covered in haki. He simply raised his hand to block. Although Yamato did not use her full strength with that blow, it could easily smash a giant rock. Even Mu Yunfeng would likely suffer some injury if he took that blow without haki. But Owen only shouted ouch. His physical strength was clearly higher than that of Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. Seeing this, Mu Yunfeng muttered to himself, given the current situation, Owen may have inherited Charlotte Linlin's physique, but I don't know how much he inherited. After being sent flying by Yamato, Owen didn't remain idle. He activated his fruit ability, transforming himself into a glowing hot iron. Even the air around him became scorching. Then Owen charged at Yamato, and the two began to battle. Their fight wasn't as graceful as that of swordsmen. There were no flashy skills or moves, just a stick from me and a punch back from you. Owen's physique was indeed formidable. There were several instances where he took Yamato's attacks without using haki. Mu Yunfeng currently could not withstand Yamato's kanabo with his body, but he still had room to grow, as both he and Yamato were quite young. After a while of exchanging blows, the front end of Yamato's kanabo turned bright red from contact with Owen's body. After some time of testing each other's strength, they gradually abandoned plane attacks and began using skills to fight. After another exchange, Yamato stepped back a few paces to create some distance. Then she wrapped haki around her kanabo and rushed towards Owen. High-temperature fist. Thunderous 8 trigrams. When Owen's fist collided with Yamato's kanabo, a shockwave spread out from the two, causing the guards on the ship to stumble. Of course, this did not include Yunfeng. Yunfeng observed clearly that this time, the clash between Yamato and Owen could only be considered a tie. After the two distanced themselves again, Owen looked at Yamato with appreciation. You're not bad, huh? Although you're a masked weirdo, your strength is on par with mine. Besides, you seem younger than me. With someone like you, how could you not make a name for yourself on the seas? Although Owen's words affirmed Yamato's strength, Yamato scoffed dismissively. Wow, so you think we're evenly matched? But I'm really sorry, I've actually just been warming up. The real battle is just beginning. Hearing Yamato's pretentious words, Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction. In the original story, Yamato wasn't someone who showed off much, which indicated that Yamato's newfound confidence was entirely due to his own efforts. Upon hearing Yamato's disdainful tone, Owen instantly felt looked down upon, and his anger surged. All right, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. If you die, don't blame me. Scorching furnace. After shouting scorching furnace, a more terrifying heat radiated from Owen, causing the surrounding air to emanate a terrifying warmth. As if the area within several meters of Owen had truly transformed into a furnace. Suddenly, Yunfeng seemed to understand something. Yamato might not have been showing off, but rather had seen Owen's character weakness and provoked him with words to make him lose his composure. However, seeing Owen's move scorching furnace, Yunfeng was somewhat surprised. Owen's strength exceeded his expectations. This move was truly something that ordinary people couldn't handle. The temperature of the air around Owen had already risen to a frightening level, to the extent that it could scorch the lungs of anyone breathing nearby. Ordinary people couldn't even approach Owen, let alone fight him. The person who felt this move most clearly was Yamato. Yamato understood that if she didn't use her full strength, she wouldn't be able to win this battle. While Scorching Furnace was tough for others, it wasn't quite the same for Yamato. Soon, Yamato used her Devil Fruit ability and directly entered her half-beast form. In her half-beast form, Yamato sprouted pure white fur. Her nails became sharp, and her hair, which was tied up on her back, started growing wildly until it covered her entire back in the blink of an eye. In her half-beast form, Yamato had a frost aura swirling around her shoulders, causing the temperature of the air around her to drop significantly in a short time. After transforming, Yamato immediately wrapped the frost aura around her Yunfeng club, causing the club, which had turned red from the battle, to instantly return to its original state. Seeing this scene, Yunfeng thought that Yamato, having not studied physics, probably didn't realize that such a violent cooling could easily damage the Yunfeng club in battle, and he would need to remind her later. After transforming, Yamato felt that Owen's scorching furnace had minimal effect on her. Then, she suddenly disappeared from her spot, swinging the frost-wrapped Yunfeng club towards Owen. In her transformed state, Yamato gained significant enhancements in strength, speed, physique, and reflexes. However, facing the charging Yamato, Owen not only didn't dodge, but charged back with the same intensity. Frosty 8 trigrams. Fist of Hot Wind. The two clashed again, but this time the advantage was clearly with Yamato, who knocked Owen back over 10 steps without moving an inch herself. However, Owen's intelligence did not match his strength. Instead of realizing the severity of the situation, he charged at Yamato once more. Impossible. I am Lord Owen. How could I be pushed back by someone like you in a strange mask? Take another hit from my burning fist. Seeing Owen charge at Yamato again, Yunfeng couldn't help but comment, as expected of the man who tried to imitate Whitebeard's stop and got crushed in the process. His brain isn't even as good as Yamato's. Yamato watched Owen charge toward her, slightly spreading her legs and taking a stance similar to a horse stance, gripping the Yunfeng club tightly in preparation to swing. This time, not only did she cover the club with frost, but she also infused it with flowing Sakura Haki and Conqueror's Haki wrapped. In fact, both Yamato and Yunfeng had learned Conqueror's Haki long ago, taught personally by Kaido. However, they weren't very adept at using it yet. They couldn't wield it as freely as Kaido, nor could they understand it instinctively like Luffy. But even though they weren't very skilled, it was more than enough to deal with Owen. Burning Fist. Shattering Mountain. When Yamato's strike hit Owen, the ground beneath them shattered from the force of their clash, and Owen spat out blood as he was sent flying. Yamato versus Owen, Yamato wins. Owen had a higher bounty than Yamato, but in a serious state, Yamato knocked out Owen with just 2 blows, highlighting the disparity between their bounties and their actual strength. When Owen stood up again, his right hand was in an irregular shape, clearly broken, and blood was flowing from his head. However, even after such a heavy injury, Owen still stood up, looking at Yamato and saying, "Huff, you're not bad, but I am Charlotte Owen. I won't easily be defeated by someone like you." Seeing Owen forcing himself to stand, Yamato calmly said, "You lost. You can hardly stand. Just surrender. If you continue, you will die." "Nonsense. I am Lord Owen. How could I be defeated by someone like you? I haven't lost yet." At this moment, those from the Big Mom pirates who had come ashore began to shout, "Lord Owen, stop fighting. If you continue, you will really die." But the pleas of his subordinates had no effect. Instead, they only made Owen more furious, as he roared and charged at Yamato once more. Seeing Owen charging again, Yamato tightened her grip on the Wolf Fong Club. She was ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, Yunfeng noticed something. He saw another ship flying the Big Mom pirate flag approaching from a distance, and a figure leaped from the ship, heading straight for the position of Yamato and Owen. Yunfeng squinted and looked closely, only to see that the person had short wine-red hair, a scarf around their neck, black jeans, and black leather boots. Katakuri. Recognizing the person's identity, Yunfeng instantly made a judgment that Katakuri must be going to save Owen. Yunfeng did not hesitate at all and directly entered his half-beast state, charging towards the battlefield of Yamato and Owen. Just as Yamato and Owen were about to clash again, Katakuri, who was several dozen meters away from Yamato, aimed at Yamato and launched an attack. Katakuri's arm instantly stretched out, and at the tip of his arm, a spinning trident materialized, stabbing towards Yamato's back. As expected of Luffy, but Katakuri, "You are thinking too beautifully. I won't let you succeed." Sticky rice spike. Dragon spike. Yunfeng flapped the wings behind him and instantly blocked in front of Day. Looking at the trident that was thrusting toward him, he also stabbed up with the soul-ending halberd in his hand. Bang! Yunfeng was knocked back a few meters by this force, and Katakuri's momentum was also interrupted. However, Katakuri's left hand had already turned into Machi and wrapped around Yunfeng, directly pulling Owen back. After Owen was pulled away, Yamato's Frost 8 trigrams was also rendered ineffective, and the shockwave, carrying freezing air, directly encased several large trees in ice. The battle being interrupted made Yamato very angry, and she picked up her kanabo, ready to hit Katakuri, but Yunfeng stopped her with a hand and stepped forward to say, "Hey, Katakuri, how can you not have any martial ethics? A guy in his 30s actually ambushing a 16-year-old girl. Do you have no shame?" Katakuri ignored Yunfeng's complaints and began to check Owen's injuries. After confirming that Owen was only injured and had a fracture, he also relaxed. Owen, who had just been in a rage, instantly calmed down upon seeing Katakuri, obediently standing behind him without saying a word, showing that Katakuri held a very high prestige in Owen's heart. However, Yunfeng was displeased that Katakuri ignored him and provocatively pointed his soul-ending halberd at Katakuri, saying, "Katakuri, do you dare to ignore me? Do you look down on me? It seems we need to have a fight, 1-on-1 or 2-on-2. Katakuri directly refused, saying, "I will not fight you." "Hey, you say you won't fight, but you just ambushed me and almost injured my wife. How can I let you go? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, you won't be leaving." "Your wife isn't injured, is she?" "The one who is injured is my brother, and I don't want to start a fight here with the Calamity and Frost Calamity of the Beast Pirates." Upon hearing Katakuri directly mention their identities, Yunfeng averted his gaze from Katakuri and looked up at the sky, tried to argue. "What calamity? What Frost Calamity?" "Katakuri, what are you talking about? I don't understand you at all. We come from a small island called Qingxiu. I'm called Foxwind, and she has called Foxcloud." Katakuri directly exposed Yunfeng's words, stating, "Two Zoan-type users with such strong haki. Who else could it be but the newly appointed calamities of the Beast Pirates? Don't think that just wearing 2 fox masks can hide your identity. Anyone who pays attention to the Beast Pirates forces won't be fooled by your clumsy disguise. Right, Doflamingo?" "What Doflamingo? My name is Foxwind." Doflamingo. That guy is here too." Yunfeng followed Katakuri's gaze and noticed something unusual on a nearby building, where a person was flying down. The person was a tall man with golden hair, wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, and cropped pants, who let out a distinctive laugh as he descended. "Fufufu. As expected of Katakuri, your observation haki is remarkably strong. I was hiding so far away and you still found me." Seeing that Doflamingo was really here, Yunfeng was still shocked. He had been here the whole time without noticing Doflamingo, while Katakuri found him as soon as he arrived. Yunfeng also knew that Katakuri's observation haki was very strong. However, He didn't expect that Katakuri's observation haki would surpass his by several levels. Mu Yunfeng even wondered if, 20 years later, when he reached Katakuri's age, he would have such strong observation haki. After seeing Don Quixote Doflamingo, Katakuri directly said, "Mama said we won't interfere with this auction item. However, you must fulfill your promise to us. Otherwise, the Big Mom Pirates will not let you go." Fufufu, of course. I wouldn't dare to deceive you guys. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave. I need to take Owen to heal. Seeing that Katakuri intended to take Owen away, Mu Yunfeng naturally disagreed. Since their identities had been seen through, there was no need to be low-key anymore. So he turned to Yamato. "Yamato, this guy thinks he can just sneak attack and leave. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to us?" Yamato nodded seriously. "That's right. And he even interfered with my battle. So what do you think we should do? Beat him up. Let's go." After saying that, the two of them stepped closer to Katakuri and those small pirates. Knowing their identities, were already scared out of their wits and didn't dare to step forward to stop them. Watching Mu Yunfeng and Yamato approach step by step, Katakuri had no choice but to turn around and say, "I won't fight you today. I think you two should understand our identities. You two are the calamities of the Beast Pirates, and I'm a star of the Big Mom Pirates. If one of us dies here today, it will undoubtedly affect the situation of the entire sea." After saying this, Katakuri took Owen and left the ship. Mu Yunfeng watched Katakuri's back and complained, "He's running away. This guy, Katakuri, says such serious lines and then runs away without hesitation. Could it be that he has seen the future with his observation haki and knows he can't beat us?" Yamato also looked at Mu Yunfeng in confusion. Can observation haki really see the future? Yes, but it seems to only see a few seconds into the future. However, this guy is determined not to fight us. Since Katakuri has run, we can only trouble Doflamingo. Then Mu Yunfeng turned to Don Quixote Doflamingo, pointing his large halberd at his chest. "You've been here for a long time. Haven't you? Why are you hiding there? Were you waiting for us to hurt each other? If so, you're just playing us, so.By, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fufufu, I just saw that the battle here was very intense. That's why I didn't have the chance to show myself. The calamity of the Beast Pirates is indeed strong. You've easily defeated a monster of Owen's level." Mu Yunfeng didn't pay any attention to the flattery from Doflamingo. "No matter what you say, you just took advantage of us, right? I'm not the kind of man who can be easily used. Anyway, let's just have a fight." When Doflamingo saw that Mu Yunfeng was ready to take action, he immediately raised his hands in surrender. "No fight. I can't win against you guys. And I didn't actually take advantage of you. Aren't you the guards of this ship? Isn't it your duty to protect it? No fight. No problem. You can choose not to fight. You just have to be prepared to take a beating. Besides, we aren't the guards of this ship. Our true identity is pirates. Now I've changed my mind. We will snatch the auction items that Kaido and the others won't take. Today's matter is non-negotiable. Doflamingo, I tend to be a bit heavy-handed. So brace yourself. Compensation? I'll pay, okay?" Upon hearing Doflamingo mention compensation, Mu Yunfeng's attitude softened a bit. After all, he couldn't rely on robbery to solve problems every time. "If you're willing to pay, we can actually negotiate. I don't know how much you're planning to pay, but I must tell you, I'm not someone who can be easily dismissed." Seeing Mu Yunfeng's attitude change so quickly, even Yamato couldn't help but comment, "You just said it's non-negotiable. And now that money is mentioned, it can be negotiated. What can I do?" "Yamato, think about it carefully. You've experienced the inconvenience of being broke these past few days, right? Even getting a piece of fruit or meat requires robbery. We need to eat 3 meals a day. Occasionally, we also want some snacks and small gifts. If we rely on robbery for everything, how many times do we need to rob in a day? Plus, every robbery creates chaos, making it hard to enjoy ourselves and go on adventures." After seeing Yamato stop complaining, Mu Yunfeng turned his attention back to Doflamingo. "Hey, have you thought it through? How much are you planning to compensate? If we aren't satisfied, we will still beat you up." Doflamingo thought for a moment. "How about 200 million berries?" Mu Yunfeng chuckled and said, 2 billion for each person? All right, 2 billion each is fine. Haha, as expected of Doflamingo, you're really wealthy. But I don't want my 2 billion berries. I want you to get me a ship, and its value must not be less than 2 billion. I want it made of atom wood, and it shouldn't be too large. Otherwise, it would be hard for 2 people to manage. Of course, the decoration must be luxurious, and it has to be comfortable for us to live in. Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, then explained, building a ship will take a long time. I have a ready-made ship in the Chambord archipelago. Except for the fact that the ship's materials are not atom wood, it meets all your requirements. I can give you that ship. Of course, if you want a ship made of atom wood, that can be arranged too, but building it will probably take a few months. Mu Yunfeng agreed without much thought. He didn't even know what atom wood was. He He only said that because Luffy's Thousand Sunny was made of atom wood. Seeing Doflamingo so straightforward, Mu Yunfeng walked over and placed a hand on Doflamingo's shoulder. Doflamingo was over 3 meters tall, and Mu Yunfeng, in his half-beast form, was about 3.5 meters tall, so they didn't look out of place. Instead, the two of them seemed like good friends who had known each other for a long time. All right, I'll take it. Don't forget to prepare the berries and food on the ship for me. I find you're not such a bad guy. You handle things quite efficiently. How about you recognize me as your big brother? That way, if something happens, I'll have a reason to save you. Doflamingo directly refused. After all, he was much older, so how could he recognize Mu Yunfeng as his big brother? Seeing Doflamingo's rejection, Mu Yunfeng said regretfully, Doflamingo, you'll regret not recognizing me as your big brother in the future. You'll never imagine what you lost today. After reaching a deal with Doflamingo, Mu Yunfeng returned to his normal state and walked with Doflamingo towards the ship, the Peloti. Once back on the ship, Mu Yunfeng curiously asked, by the way, Doflamingo, what exactly is the auction item this time? Why does even the Big Mom Pirates care so much? Fufufu, it's nothing special, just a rather unique devil fruit. After the Big Mom Pirates left, the Peloti set sail again, heading towards so.By archipelago. In the room, with Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. Yamato looked at the pensive Mu Yunfeng and curiously asked, hey, what's wrong? Have you gone stupid? Get lost. You're the one who is stupid. I just seem to know what the auction item is. How do you know? Hurry up and tell me. How I know is none of your business. Yamato. In any case, that devil fruit is very likely the Goro Goro no Mi. As for why Mu Yunfeng had this guess, it was because he had seen the movie Gold City in his previous life and knew a bit about the origins of the Goro Goro no Mi. The Goro Goro no Mi originally belonged to the Don Quixote family and was intended to be sold at the auction. Over a decade ago, Gil Tesoro led a group of thugs to break into the auction house and steal the Goro Goro no Mi. Mu Yunfeng wasn't clear on the exact timeline, but it seemed to be around 12 years ago, and Yamato and he were both 16 this year, which meant it was 12 years away from the timeline of Gold City. At this time, the devil fruit that was to be auctioned by the Don Quixote family at so.By archipelago, which could also catch the attention of the Big Mom Pirates, was very likely the Goro Goro no Mi. The Goro Goro no Mi can create gold. If we have it, we could have endless money. Seeing Yamato's eyes light up, Mu Yunfeng had to explain it's not like that. The Goro Goro no Mi seems only to be able to control gold, and even if it awakens, it's likely just to temporarily turn touched items into gold. Upon hearing that it couldn't create gold out of thin air, Yamato's interest in the fruit clearly diminished. Oh, is that so? Then this fruit doesn't seem that impressive. Why do so many people want to snatch it? Yamato, you're mistaken. Although the Goro Goro no Mi can't permanently create gold, its value is undeniable. And if possible, we need to get our hands on this fruit. Hearing that Mu Yunfeng intended to snatch this fruit, Yamato excitedly picked up a Wolfong club and waved it. Great! The fruit is right on this ship. So let us go grab it now. Seeing Yamato so happy, Mu Yunfeng was at a loss for words. Yamato, why are you so excited about a fight? Don't forget that Doflamingo promised us a ship. I want the devil fruit, but I also need the ship and the money. Although Mu Yunfeng said this on the surface, he already had a plan in mind. He wanted to wait for Gil Tesoro to steal the Goro Goro no Mi. After all, in the movie, he was the one who got the Goro Goro no Mi. Then Mu Yunfeng would play the role of a hidden player, letting Gil Tesoro take the blame and disappear from the world. This way, he would not only get Doflamingo's ship and berries, but also quietly pocket the Goro Goro no Mi. Making money silently was the way to go. However, Mu Yunfeng was also a bit curious. He knew Doflamingo valued this fruit highly, so how would Gil Tesoro steal it? Could it be that after arriving at the auction house, Doflamingo thought no one would dare to rob in front of the celestial dragons, thus letting his guard down and giving Gil Tesoro an opening? As they continued their journey to so.By archipelago, Doflamingo stayed on the ship, personally acting as a guard. It was until Diamante's ship met up with the Peloti that Doflamingo left, handing over the guarding duties to Diamante. The journey over the sea was quite lengthy, and finally, after a week, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato arrived at so.By archipelago. From Diamante, they learned that their ship had been docked at the second island by Doflamingo, and they could just head over directly. Once they knew the location of the ship, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato went to explore so.By archipelago, with Mu Yunfeng continuously marveling at the wonders of the Pirate King world. So.By archipelago, also known as Bubble Islands, was filled with colorful soap bubbles floating in the air, giving people a feeling of being in a fairyland. There were also many interesting things here: bubble amusement parks, bubble food, bubble drinks, and even bubble hats. The locals had found various ways to play with the soap bubbles. Just as Mu Yunfeng's worldview was being refreshed, Yamato excitedly shook his arm, pointing at a nearby stall. Mu Yunfeng, look, there's a bubble camera. Let us take a picture. It's a 3D photo. Following the direction Yamato was pointing, Mu Yunfeng indeed saw a stall where people could take photos, and the camera was quite special because its film was made of soap bubbles. The camera worked in a unique way. After taking a picture, it would create a soap bubble the size of an apple inside, which would contain a 3D photo of the person being photographed. The photographer would then process the bubble, turning it into a craft resembling crystal amber. In other words, a real-life figure of oneself. Of course, this 3D photo was quite expensive, costing 50,000 berries each. But Mu Yunfeng had taken quite a bit of berries when leaving the Peloti, so the money was no issue. After spending a day playing in so.By archipelago, they had gathered enough information about the place. In simple terms, so.By archipelago could be divided into 6 areas. Areas 1 to 29 were the first area, mainly featuring human trafficking shops and illegal zones. Areas 30 to 39 were the second area, mainly with bubble parks, shopping streets, and civilian streets. Areas 40 to 49 were the third area, mainly with sightseeing spots and specialty shops. Areas 50 to 59 were the fourth area, mainly with shipyards and coating shops. Areas 60 to 69 were the fifth area, mainly with naval bases and government entrances. Areas 70 to 79 were the sixth area, mainly with hotel streets. Mu Yunfeng and Day had been enjoying themselves in the so.By archipelago for 3 days. During these 3 days, nothing particularly special happened. They just indulged in food, drink, and fun, experiencing the joys of being wealthy for the first time. 3 days later, in the auction house of Area 1, Mu Yunfeng and Day sat in a nondescript position, waiting for the Qiongqi fruit to be auctioned. Guild Tesoro would also attack the auction house today. Seeing such a large auction house, Day was very excited. Hey, what do you think they will auction here? Is there any good food? Day, I know you're not very bright, but do you really think there would be food at a place like this? I think there will be. Devil fruits count as food, right? Seeing Day smile, Mu Yunfeng realized he had been played. After some training, Day's intelligence was clearly higher than in the original story. You foolish Day, you dare to play tricks on me? But let me tell you, this auction will feature many items. The devil fruit is just one of them. Besides that, there are famous swords, treasures, and slaves. As soon as Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, the auction officially began. Initially, they auctioned off some art pieces, which were merely appetizers and not worth much. As time passed, they finally reached the core auction items, starting with a large sword, which ultimately sold for 368 million berries. After the sword was sold, the host stepped up and announced, "All right, everyone, besides the grand finale item, everything else has been auctioned off. Now, it's time for everyone's favorite segment, the slave auction. This time we have prepared a lot of quality slaves for you. You are truly lucky. The slaves include little people, long arms, giants, fur folk, fishmen, and mermaids. The first item for auction is Maki from Hubert Island. Maki is a fantastic chef, especially skilled in cake making, and is also good at playing instruments and cleaning. If you take him out, he is worth 3 or 4 slaves. Please bid actively. Maki's starting price is 350,000 berries. Upon seeing that the first auction item was an ordinary human, the enthusiasm of the crowd diminished significantly. No one offered a high price. Bids were only in the tens of thousands. In the end, Maki was sold to an elderly woman for 600,000 berries. Many other slaves were sold one after another. The average price for ordinary human slaves was around 500,000 berries, while male fishmen and furfolk could sell for between 5 million and 20 million berries. The most popular slaves were mermaids and female furfolk. As long as they were attractive, they could sell for over 50 million berries. It was clear that most buyers were men, particularly older perverts, and Mu Yunfeng knew what fate awaited the slaves bought. The male slaves would be thrown into the slave gladiator arena, while the female slaves would be toyed with for a while before being locked up as pets. After being sold, the slaves were numbly taken away, looking like soulless husks. They all knew their fate. From the moment they were sold, their hearts had already died. Perhaps their bodies were still alive, but they were merely empty shells without souls. Their lives had ended at that point. Seeing the scene, they felt a bit unhappy and tugged at Mu Yunfeng's clothes. I can't stand those people. Can I beat them up? Hey, why do you want to beat them up? Because I really hate these people. They auction off humans like they are goods. I see. It's best not to beat them up, otherwise our bounty will increase. Besides, there are celestial dragons here. Killing them might attract a marine admiral. If you really want to take them out, we can, as long as we act fast and eliminate everyone before anyone can report us. That way, we can escape before the Admiral catches up. I don't care about the bounty. I've never been afraid of high bounties. So what do you think? Should we make a move? If we do, we should start with Conqueror's Haki. In the end, they did not make a move. She knew they still had things to do, but expressed her frustration. These people are clearly not pirates. Yet what they do is worse than pirates. That is hard to say. There are many ruthless pirates out there. This world is like that. Where there is light, there are dark corners. Even within the Navy, there are those who collude with pirates. In this era of great pirates, there are too many injustices that we cannot manage. Nor can we change. We just need to take care of ourselves because we are pirates in the darkness. As long as we don't take pleasure in hurting others. We've already surpassed most pirates. The idea of being a hero is unrealistic in this world, and not everyone is worth saving. Mr. Lu once said, "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall." And Mencius said, "A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall." We are not obligated to risk ourselves to kill celestial dragons for those slaves, unless they provoke us first. If we happen to save someone, I wouldn't mind doing so. But if saving someone puts us in trouble, it's best to stay out of it. Mu Yunfeng said a lot, and he didn't know how much Day understood. Just when Mu Yunfeng was about to take on the role of a teacher to enlighten Day, a question from Day completely broke his defense. "Hey, who said that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall?" This question almost made Mu Yunfeng spit out a mouthful of old blood. "Day, who said it is not the point? We just talked about so much, and this is all you want to ask? Well, that's all I want to know. Who said it? Does it matter who said it?" "I said it." Mu Yunfeng said it, remember? "If I have to say this to you, you idiot again, I'll slap myself." Looking at Mu Yunfeng, who suddenly got angry, Day pouted and said, "Mu Yunfeng, your point of anger is so strange. Why did you get mad all of a sudden? My point of anger is strange? Clearly, you missed the point. Okay? Forget it. I won't argue with stupid people." While Mu Yunfeng and Deha were chatting, the auction was also nearing its end. Currently, they were auctioning a girl from the Dongdada tribe, a small people, and the amount had already reached 90 million berries. Just as a celestial dragon was about to bid 100 million, an explosion and fighting sounds suddenly came from the back of the auction house, and even a bullet pierced through the curtain and shot towards the auction stage. These wealthy and privileged nobles and celestial dragons were all very cautious about their lives, and in an instant, they left the auction house through the front door under the protection of their guards. At this moment, however, two people remained very calm, and those two were naturally Mu Yunfeng and Day. Then Mu Yunfeng looked at Day and instructed, "I'll wait by the back door. You stay here. If anyone runs out from the back, you subdue them all. Don't let any of them escape. Otherwise, what we're doing will be meaningless." Mu Yunfeng had already surveyed the layout of the auction house. There were only two doors, the front door for guests and the back door for staff. After waiting at the back door for about 2 minutes, 3 people ran out, with the leader having gray-green hair, who was Gilder Tezelo. Upon seeing Mu Yunfeng blocking the doorway, Gilder Tezelo was momentarily taken aback, then aimed the gun in his hand at Mu Yunfeng's head and pulled the trigger. Mu Yunfeng calmly raised his right hand, pinching the incoming bullet with just 2 fingers, and then tossed the bullet a meter in front of Gild Tetsolo. Gild instinctively lowered his head to glance at the bullet. However, when he raised his head again, Mu Yunfeng was already in front of him, a large hand covered in hair, grabbing his face and lifting him up. "Gild Tetsolo, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're holding the gold fruit in your right hand, right? I also want that fruit. For the sake of my plan, I have to make you die for me and bear the blame." Since Gild's mouth was also being held, he couldn't make any sound, only kicking and hitting Mu Yunfeng desperately to express his anger. Meanwhile, the hand that Mu Yunfeng was using to grab Gild ignited with pale, white ice flames, which instantly engulfed Gild Tetsolo. However, the flames did not harm him. Instead, ice crystals began to form on Gild's body. Then, under the strange gazes of his 2 companions, Gild Tetsolo was turned into an ice block. After taking the devil fruit from Gild Tetsolo's hand, Mu Yunfeng smashed it into powder with a single palm, which then dissipated into the air, leaving no trace behind. The 2 companions of Gild Tetsolo, witnessing this scene, immediately crumpled to the ground, begging Mu Yunfeng not to kill them. Mu Yunfeng showed no sympathy for them, as they were certainly not good people either. "Actually, I don't want to kill you, but it's better if no one knows about today's events. Besides, you dared to rob the auction house, so you should be prepared to be killed. So sorry." After returning to the hall, Mu Yunfeng saw that Deha was sitting alone in a chair, lost in thought. After signaling to Deha, the 2 left the auction house's hall. Once outside the hall, Mu Yunfeng and Deha did not continue to play around but planned to set sail directly. After all, they had already obtained what they wanted, and staying here would only lead to trouble without any gain. However, just as they walked into Area 2, they noticed something was off. It was unusually quiet here, lacking the usual lively atmosphere. After turning a corner, Mu Yunfeng understood why it was so quiet today. Everyone was kneeling on the ground, not daring to make a sound. And the reason was not far away, a celestial dragon. Under normal circumstances, celestial dragons rarely come to Area 1 of the so.By archipelago. Perhaps today, as chaos at the auction house had led to this celestial dragon appearing here. When the celestial dragon saw Mu Yunfeng and Day approaching, he immediately pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot straight toward Mu Yunfeng's head. With a simple tilt of his head, the bullet grazed Mu Yunfeng's ear, and he helplessly thought that his bounty was likely to increase this time. Given Mu Yunfeng's personality, it was impossible for him to avoid the celestial dragon, nor could he kneel like the others. In the eyes of the celestial dragon, not kneeling was disrespectful, making the conflict unavoidable. While others feared the celestial dragon, Mu Yunfeng and Day were not afraid. Setting aside Mu Yunfeng's identity as a traveler, their status as members of the Beast Pirates meant they were no less than the celestial dragons. They were already enemies of the world government. Killing a celestial dragon was nothing, as long as they weren't caught by a nearby admiral. Then Mu Yunfeng walked up to the celestial dragon and said, "Hey, you fat pig, why did you shoot at me? If you don't give me an explanation, I'll turn you into a dead pig today." The celestial dragon arrogantly replied, "Because you saw me and didn't kneel. I am the noble celestial dragon, the highest aristocrat in this world. I am Saint Gregor. All commoners must kneel before me. You, a commoner, should kneel immediately. However, since your attitude towards me is so disrespectful, even if you kneel, I won't let you off." Hearing Saint Gregor's words, Mu Yunfeng directly removed his mask and laughed heartily without any restraint. "Kneel for you? I'm the disaster chosen by Kaido in the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar. In terms of rank, I'm far above you. You should kneel to me." Mu Yunfeng's words left everyone with a few question marks above their heads. It's no wonder they didn't understand, as Mu Yunfeng was playing another joke, one from Let the Bullets Fly. While most people were stunned, two individuals reacted quite differently from the rest. The first was Day, who took off her mask after Mu Yunfeng did and walked over to his side, knowing that he was ready to take action. The second was a guard beside Gregor, a man dressed in a white suit. Mu Yunfeng guessed that he was a member of CP0, specifically tasked with protecting the celestial dragons. When Mu Yunfeng took off his mask, the man's pupils dilated slightly, clearly indicating he understood what the disaster of the Beast Pirates meant. However, the celestial dragon Gregor Saint still had no idea what he was about to face. After hearing Mu Yunfeng tell him to kneel, he shouted in frustration, "Frezer, kill both of them for me. No, kill the man and capture the woman. I want her locked in a cage as my pet." At that moment, Frezer had countless grass mud horses, a term used in Chinese internet slang, running through his mind. He knew that although Mu Yunfeng and Yamato looked young, their status as disasters of the Beast Pirates indicated their strength was beyond question. Facing these two alone was akin to seeking death. However, since the celestial dragon had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. So he steeled himself and stepped forward to the two, saying, "Gregor Saint is a celestial dragon. If you don't want to be captured and sent to impel down, you should hurry and run while the Admiral isn't here. You wouldn't want to be targeted by the Admiral, right?" Frezer was clearly trying to give both sides a way out. Not to mention that Mu Yunfeng had no intention of taking that route. Gregor Saint immediately blocked Frezer's way out. "Frezer, what are you saying? Don't let them escape. I want that woman, with horns on her head. She must be a rare breed. I want to capture her and keep her as a pet." Upon hearing Gregor Saint's intention to capture her and lock her in a cage as a pet, Yamato's anger reached its peak. She charged forward, swinging her kanabo at Gregor Saint's head. At this moment, Frezer just wanted to curse, but even if the celestial dragon was foolish, he couldn't let the other party get hurt, so he had no choice but to use a Soru to rush in front of Gregor Saint. Seeing Frezer's speed, Yamato realized this person was not simple. She then covered her swing with haki, transforming a regular attack into a skill. Iron Block, Thunder Bagua. When Mu Yunfeng saw Frezer use Iron Block, he guessed the outcome. Iron Block was not to be taken lightly. There was a saying that strong individuals die from Iron Block. In Mu Yunfeng's memory, no one who used Iron Block had a good ending. Of course, Frezer wouldn't be an exception. Frezer's Iron Block was directly broken through by Yamato, causing him to spit blood and be sent flying. Seeing Frezer get knocked away, Gregor Saint began to panic. "Frezer, get up quickly and kill these two." Mu Yunfeng was certain that if Frezer could kill Saint Gregor at this moment, he wouldn't hesitate. However, due to his identity, he could only obey the orders of the celestial dragons. Frezer, who had stood up again, rushed towards Yamato at an incredibly fast speed. Yamato also swung his spike bat towards Fraser again, but just as Fraser reached Yamato's side, he suddenly lowered his head and took the hit with his head. Then Fraser was knocked out, and looking at Fraser lying unconscious, Mu Yunfeng almost applauded. This guy was clearly also a planner. He pretended to be knocked out on purpose, knowing he was no match for Yamato, and that continuing to fight would surely lead to his death. But he couldn't just stand by and watch the celestial dragon get hurt, so he deliberately got knocked out to save his life. After all, his opponent was a calamity from the Beast Pirates, and losing was quite normal. Even if questioned, he could say he was knocked out, and it wasn't out of cowardice. After all, running away and getting knocked out were not the same thing. Just as St. Gregor was still in a daze, Mu Yunfeng had already arrived in front of him, pointing the Soul Breaker Spear at St. Gregor's neck. Kneel down, if you don't want to die, kneel down. At this moment, St. Gregor was terrified. He was very afraid of death, but if he knelt, he would become a joke among other celestial dragons. However, he soon thought that as long as he killed everyone who knew he had knelt down in the future, no one would know about it. Moreover, even if he was mocked, he still wanted to live. After struggling for 2 seconds, St. Gregor Bang knelt down, and before he could steady himself, a large spear swept across his neck. Mu Yunfeng sneered and said, "Sorry, I only told you to kneel down, but I never said that kneeling means you won't die. The moment you plotted against Day, your name was already written in the death register." At the instant the celestial dragon's head fell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Everyone except Mu Yunfeng and Day was like they had been pressed the pause button, standing still and motionless. These people had lived in Sabati Archipelago all their lives. In their hearts, the celestial dragons had become untouchable beings. Now, someone had actually killed a celestial dragon in front of them, making them doubt whether they were dreaming. Meanwhile, Mu Yunfeng spat on Gregor Saint's headless corpse and disdainfully said, "You carry a dead rat pretending to hunt. How dare you plot against Day? If I weren't in a hurry, I have 9 ways to slowly kill you." Then, a terrifying conqueror's haki instantly radiated from Mu Yunfeng's body, causing all the civilians kneeling around to roll their eyes and faint one by one. Afterwards, Mu Yunfeng turned to Day and said, "Let's go. These guys won't be unconscious for long. When they wake up, our matters will be exposed. So we need to leave quickly. I don't want to run into a Marine Admiral right now." Day also knew they weren't a match for the Admiral yet. So she quickly followed Mu Yunfeng, but still asked with some confusion, "Hey, why do you think Gregor Saint, who has no ability at all, is feared by these people? Why do they kneel to such a weakling?" "Day, these people's world is different from ours. We grew up in pirate crews where there are no rules. Pirates speak with strength, but their world is not like that. It has various rules and classes. Only those in power who set the game rules don't have to follow them. Isn't it funny that those who make the rules don't follow them? Their rules are meant to bind others, merely a means for them to enjoy privileges. It's the game rule for commoners to kneel to celestial dragons. And it's the game rule for celestial dragons to slaughter civilians and forcibly take women. They are above others. That's the game rule. Although Gregor Saint is cowardly, timid, and incompetent, he is a celestial dragon, and his birth is outside the rules. What the civilians fear is not Gregor Saint as a person, but the class of celestial dragons. That's why I choose to be a pirate. I like this life now. When I'm hungry, I eat. When I'm thirsty, I drink. When I'm tired, I sleep. When I'm bored, I go out to adventure. This is the life I once dreamed of." Day nodded blankly, not understanding most of what Mu Yunfeng said, but she did understand his last sentence. "I also like this life now. I love adventure. And I really enjoy living with you, Mu Yunfeng. I'm super happy every day." As the two walked and talked, they soon arrived at the place Diamante mentioned, and they finally saw their new ship. Just as Doflamingo said, it was quite luxurious. The ship was painted in black and blue, looking stable yet splendid, giving a very comfortable feeling. It was 34 meters long, 18 meters wide, and over 7 meters high. It wasn't particularly large among pirate ships, but it was still bigger than Mu Yunfeng had expected. After seeing the ship, Day excitedly shook Mu Yunfeng's arm and exclaimed, "Is this it? Is this it? This will be our ship from now on." Mu Yunfeng smiled at Yamato and said, "If Doflamingo didn't deceive us, then this is it. Can I go up and take a look?" Yamato replied, "Are you an idiot? This will be our ship from now on. Of course you can look around freely. If you're in a bad mood, you can smash it if you want." "I wouldn't smash it," Mu Yunfeng said. After that, Yamato jumped onto the ship, and Mu Yunfeng shook his head and chuckled before jumping up as well. Once on the ship, Mu Yunfeng felt even more satisfied. As expected of Doflamingo's personal vacation ship, the craftsmanship was exquisite, making it comfortable to stand on the deck. The low walls of the hold were a deep brown color, and the deck was made of turf, with small grasses that neither of them could identify. However, it was clear that this turf was alive, making it pleasant to walk on. Moreover, both the ship's railings and walls were adorned with intricate carvings, perfectly maintained. After walking around the deck a couple of times, Yunfeng and Yamato headed towards the cabin. The entire cabin was divided into 4 levels, 3 levels of cabins and an underground storage area. The storage area, needless to say, was just a place for storing things, and right now only contained 200 million berries. The first level of the cabin included a kitchen, living room, study, and aquarium. This level had many paintings on the walls, and the kitchen was well equipped with pots, pans, knives, and an oven all present. Outside, there was a large table that could seat over 10 people. The study also had many books, indicating that this ship had been used by someone not long ago. Additionally, this level had many green plants, making the air very fresh. The second level consisted of bedrooms and bathrooms. The bedrooms were not like the bunk beds or hammocks on the Thousand Sunny, but rather real big beds, more luxurious than those in high-end hotels. Unfortunately, there were only 2 bedrooms, so he probably couldn't continue to squeeze in with Yamato. The bathrooms were also very luxurious, featuring a large bathtub and shower. Since this was a ship built for Doflamingo himself, Yunfeng and Yamato, who were about his size, found it perfectly tailored to their needs. The third level was for relaxation, with only a small kitchen and a gramophone for playing music. The other half was open air, featuring a sunshade and a small pool, along with a lounge chair under the sunshade, a large swing nearby, and a slide leading directly to the deck. This ship had 3 masts, 1 main mast and 2 auxiliary masts, and it was obvious that the sails had been replaced, as they bore the emblem of the Beast Pirates. Yunfeng also understood why. First, this ship would be used by him in the future, so it was inappropriate to fly the flag of Doflamingo. Second, if Yunfeng and the others caused trouble again, and the ship was flying Doflamingo's emblem, wouldn't Doflamingo become the scapegoat? After inspecting the ship, Yamato was so excited that he directly hugged Yunfeng, saying that this ship was fantastic and that it would be very comfortable to go on adventures at sea. Yunfeng, what do you think? Looking at Yamato, who was oblivious while bumping into things, Yunfeng could only respond that this ship was indeed very nice and could be considered a perfect leisure vessel. But it wasn't suitable for a pirate ship. Yamato then punched Yunfeng in the kidney, saying, "You're at it again, always talking in a way that makes no sense. Didn't you just say the ship was perfect? Why are you now saying it's not suitable?" Yunfeng explained while rubbing his waist that this ship is perfect for leisure, and Doflamingo would indeed enjoy it. However, as a pirate ship, it lacks one thing, a weapons system. The order of this chapter was mixed up with the next one. I accidentally made a mistake last night when it got too late. Everyone should read the next chapter first and then come back to this one. After dinner, Yunfeng returned to his room, which was opposite Yamato's and also one of the best 2 rooms on the ship. After grabbing some change of clothes, Yunfeng headed to the bathroom, while Yamato, after finishing the dishes, ran up to the deck to fish. After comfortably soaking in the bathtub for 10 minutes, Yunfeng decided to take a shower with some cold water. Just as he was rinsing his body, he heard footsteps outside, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Yunfeng clearly realized what was happening. However, before he could react, the bathroom curtain was pulled open. Yamato appeared, proudly holding 2 fish. "Look, Yunfeng, these are the fish I just caught, and I caught 2 at once. They both have 4 eyes. Isn't that strange?" Seeing Yamato standing in front of him, Yunfeng helplessly slapped his forehead. Yeah, very strange, but Yamato, I'm taking a shower. Did you really have to show me right now? Can't you wait until I'm done? Next time, you can't come in while I'm bathing. If I can't come in, then I won't. Do you think I want to come in? Remember when we were kids by the river? Back then, you weren't even wearing clothes and were dancing around in front of me. That was then, this is now. Times have changed. What's so different? I was little back then, and it wasn't a big deal. Now that we've grown up, if you keep looking like this, it could lead to trouble." At night, lying in bed, Yunfeng genuinely praised Doflamingo, saying he is really a good person. The big bed is so comfortable. If he didn't know it was on a ship, he would think it was a high-end hotel. The sunny day had been drifting at sea for more than half a month, and Yunfeng and Yamato finally saw land again. The 2 happily high-fived since they hadn't seen land for half a month. After anchoring the ship, Yunfeng excitedly said to Yamato, "Let's go. Today, I'm going to show you the place where Pirate King Roger was executed." After walking for about 10 minutes with excitement, Yunfeng realized that this was not Lowtown at all. Since they hadn't encountered any passers-by, they didn't know the name of this small island. Yunfeng muttered to himself in confusion, "That's not right. The last stop of the Great Route in the EC is Road Town. So the first place we should see after coming out should be Road Town. Could it be that we got lost? After thinking about it, he felt that this possibility was quite high because there are no reference points in the ocean, and this world doesn't have satellite positioning or navigation. If one hasn't studied navigation, where to go really isn't something one can decide on their own. But they should be in the East Sea now, so they shouldn't be lost in the North Sea or something. The two walked for more than 10 meters and finally saw a crowd of people. Just as Yunfeng was about to ask where they were, he suddenly spotted the plaque of a martial arts school nearby. Isen Dojo. Upon seeing this dojo, Yunfeng roughly understood where he was. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be Frost Moon Village. If it was unexpected, it would just be a dojo with the same name. The moment he saw this dojo, Yunfeng decided to go in and take a look. Maybe he could see a young version of Sora here. He then pulled his companion Yamato towards the dojo. Hey, Yunfeng. Where are you going to the dojo for? Do you want to challenge them? Challenge? What are you talking about? I just want to take a look. You just need to follow me. After the two entered the dojo, the disciples practicing inside also noticed them, but they instinctively frowned because the two came carrying weapons. People like this are mostly here to challenge the dojo. After seeing the unfriendly looks from the dojo disciples, Yunfeng generously greeted them. Hello everyone. You don't need to worry. We're not here to challenge the dojo. I just came to meet Frost Moon Jingshiru. We're friends of his. Upon hearing that the two were friends of the dojo master, the disciples visibly relaxed. Although they were curious about how these two teenagers could be friends with Frost Moon Jingshiru, they still went to inform their master. A few minutes later, Frost Moon Jingshiru came out from the inner hall. Upon seeing Yunfeng and Yamato, he looked a bit puzzled. Are you two here to see me? Have we met before? If you're a Frost Moon Jingshiru, then we are here to find you. I wonder if you know Frost Moon Jingshiru? Jingshiru is my father. What is your relationship with him? No, I haven't met Mr. Jingshiru. It's just that we always heard this name while in Wano country. So upon hearing the dojo master's name, we were curious and came to ask. Upon hearing Wano country, Frost Moon Jingshiru's expression turned pleasantly surprised. He then turned around and opened the door, inviting Yunfeng and Yamato inside. Since you two are from Wano country, may I invite you to the inner hall for a detailed conversation? We can chat about Wano country over tea. Once inside the inner hall, Yunfeng and Yamato sat down at a table, and a little girl soon brought over 3 cups of tea. Despite her young age, the girl exuded a sense of stubbornness. Upon seeing that Kuina was still alive, Yunfeng recalled memories about her. Kuina should have broken her neck when she was 11, and judging by her current appearance, she should be around that age now. Is this also Mr. Jingshiru's disciple? Such a young child already shows signs of a swordsman. I wonder how old this child is. Jingshiru smiled modestly. This is my daughter, Kuina. She is already 11 years old. Don't let her age fool you. She is currently the best swordsman in the dojo. Oh, so she's Mr. Jingshiru's daughter. No wonder she's so cute. But little kids should just play with wooden swords. They shouldn't touch real swords, or they might get hurt. Of course, the swords used in the dojo for training are all wooden. But you two are from Wano country, right? May I ask your names, and tell me about Wano country now? I've often heard my father mention Wano country, but unfortunately, I was born in Frost Moon Village and couldn't see the land where my father lived as a child. Of course, my name is Yunfeng, and this is Yamato. We both grew up on Onigashima in Wano country. Wano country used to be better. People lived happily, and now they can go to sea. But I'm also very curious about the achievements of Senior Jingshiru. Although he's been gone for many years, legends about Frost Moon Jingshiru still circulate in Wano country. If possible, could you tell me about Senior Jingshiru? If it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask. I apologize again. The order of this chapter and the previous one cannot be switched despite many attempts. Please bear with it while reading. The next chapter, chapter 69, connects with the previous chapter 68. If it feels disjointed, read this chapter first, then the previous one, and finally the next one. This is a mistake by the author, and I assure you such errors will not happen again. The author says sincerely. Weapon system? What do we need a weapon system for? We're not going to fight with it, right? It doesn't matter whether we have it or not. Upon hearing Yamato's naive words, Yunfeng could only explain. It's not that we don't need a weapon system just because we're not going to fight. Most battles aren't something you can avoid just because you don't want to fight. We are pirates with bounties over 100 million. You must understand this. Our adventure journey will definitely involve battles. Even if we don't want to fight, won't the Navy try to capture us when they see us? Won't other pirates want to rob us? And this ship doesn't have a single cannon. Not even a lookout tower for reconnaissance. It's just a vacation ship that can't function in battle. Yamato waved his hand casually and said, So what if there are no cannons? During battle, We just need to protect the ship. You fly out and destroy the enemy ship while I stay on the ship to protect ours. Isn't that fine? After listening to Yamato's words, Yunfeng also realized that they weren't expecting to use the ship for battles, and Yamato's solution was simple and practical. Yunfeng has the ability to fly. Note that is flying, not hovering. He can easily approach enemy ships and then destroy them. Yamato temporarily protects the ship from harm, so there are not many issues. Moreover, both of their abilities are well suited for naval combat. Devil Fruit users become useless when they fall into the sea. But Yunfeng and Yamato do not have this drawback. Yunfeng can fly, and Day's freezing air can freeze the sea surface, and if necessary, it can also freeze the enemy's ships on the sea. The two of them are invincible in naval battles when working together. Yunfeng looked at Yamato with an approving gaze. Although you are an idiot, you can occasionally come up with good ideas. Even a fool can have a moment of wisdom. The ancient saying is indeed not wrong. Yamato, annoyed, punched Yunfeng. You're the idiot. By the way, let's give this ship a name. What should we call it? How about Adventure King? Yunfeng immediately rejected Yamato's suggestion. No, that name is too outdated. Let's call it WNLYNGUING-HO, Sunshine for Thousands of Miles. WNLYNGUING-HO? Why that name? I think OxyNWING-HO, Adventure King, sounds better. As for why Yunfeng want to call it WNLYNGUING-HO, it was a bit of a wicked whim. He just wanted to know what Luffy and the others would name their ship if his ship became famous worldwide. Seeing that Yamato didn't like the name, Yunfeng thought again. OxyNWING-HO is too outdated. How about we call it XRHFING-HO, Gentle Sun and Breeze? It has my name and your name, and it symbolizes good weather every time we set sail, allowing us to enjoy the sunshine. XRHFING-HO, okay, let's go with that name. Once the name was settled, Yunfeng said to Yamato, we've stayed long enough. If we wait any longer, we might be caught. You go stow the anchor, and I'll open the sails. The XRHFING-HO is setting sail, although neither of them knew navigation skills. After staying the pirate crew for so many years, they understood the basics. After Yamato stowed the anchor, Yunfeng opened the sails and then transformed into his half-beast form and jumped onto the mast. Standing on the mast, Yunfeng waved his wings, creating a strong wind that made the sails of XRHFING-HO flutter loudly, and the ship surged forward as if it had been turbocharged. Yunfeng suddenly realized that talking with Yamato was really convenient. He could control the wind, which meant he could make the ship sail at any time, even the doldrums. Yamato's freezing ability was very useful at sea. When they encountered an unbeatable enemy, he could have Yamato freeze the enemy's ship, and then he could control the wind to escape. It seemed like a combo technique. The Sunny and Wind quickly sailed freely across the ocean. However, their destination was not the New World, as there were only two routes to get there. One was to go to Fishman Island at the seabed with a coating, and the other was to take the Navy's official route with a pass. Yunfeng didn't have time to coat the ship and didn't dare to take the Navy's official route, so he could only head to the East Blue with Yamato. As for why he chose the East Blue, it was because it was the starting point of the entire One Piece world, and he wanted to see Windmill Village if he had the chance. He wanted to see Road Town and the Bartai floating restaurant. The sailing was very smooth. After more than 6 hours, no admiral had come to chase them. Now Yunfeng was relieved. They had traveled so far that even if an admiral wanted to chase them, they couldn't catch up. Just as Yunfeng stood on the mast, looking at the calm sea and beautiful sunset, a voice interrupted his enjoyment of this wonderful moment. Yunfeng, it's dark. I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. Looking at Yamato, waving below, Yunfeng sighed. Isn't it usually the woman who cooks in these situations? Why'd I have to cook? I don't care. You have to cook. I want to eat fish-flavored shredded pork. I want to eat your stir-fry. Anyway, I can't cook. If you don't go, we'll both starve. Eating stir-fry and wanting fish-flavored shredded pork was too wonderful. You're not cooking but still ordering dishes. Although he complained verbally, Yunfeng still walked into the kitchen. In fact, he was quite good at cooking. While he couldn't be called a chef, he could be considered an amateur cook. In his previous life, before being hospitalized, he lived alone and usually cooked for himself. Moreover, in this world, he often prepared meals for himself, so his cooking skills hadn't declined. The kitchen on the Sunny was quite nice, and Doflamingo had prepared a lot of fresh ingredients for the two of them, including meat, eggs, rice, noodles, and vegetables. Since Yamato ordered fish-flavored shredded pork, Yunfeng conveniently made a portion. After cooking a pot of rice, Yunfeng started to get busy in the kitchen. Half an hour later, several dishes were laid out on the large table in the living room. After the meal started, Yamato's whole aura changed. directly transforming into combat mode and beginning to eat. How nice it is to be able to eat such delicious food during an adventure. It's much better than eating dry rations on our little broken ship. By the way, did we forget about the little broken ship? Mu Yunfeng also nodded, seeming to agree. Yeah, that little boat should be at the port of Jeremy Island now. What will happen to it? What else can happen? It will either be picked up by someone or get ruined by the water. Speaking of which, since you have time to think about this, you might as well hurry up and wash the dishes. Upon hearing about washing the dishes, Day's smile vanished. I'm so full I don't want to move. How about you go wash them instead? Of course, that's fine. From now on, you cook and I wash the dishes. That's fair. Or I could just cook my own meals in the future. That way I can wash half as many dishes. Hearing Mu Yunfeng's threat, Day immediately gave in, dejectedly taking the dishes to the kitchen, and soon the sounds of running water and washing dishes could be heard. When Mu Yunfeng expressed his desire to learn about Qiongqi, Ji sure didn't hesitate and frankly shared the stories he had heard from his father with Mu Yunfeng and Day. I've only heard about my father's stories, but it's fine to tell you. My father was a swordsmith, swordmaster, from the land of Harmony. About 40 years ago, he set sail and left the land of Harmony to start his adventures. My father experienced a lot along the way and eventually ended up in this place by chance. He fought against local bandits and saved the people here. Then my father taught them swordsmanship, and during that time, he met my mother, fell in love, and finally settled down here. Just as Ji-Shur finished speaking, a dojo disciple rushed in a panic. Not good. A bear has run into our dojo. Master, please hurry up and drive the bear away. Upon hearing that a bear had come in, Ji-Shur didn't move, but Day had already run out. He found Mu Yunfeng and Ji-Z's conversation quite boring. When he heard about the bear, Day finally found an opportunity to go outside. And by the time Mu Yunfeng and Ji-Z arrived in the yard, Day was already facing off against the bear. Suddenly, the nearly 3-meter bear stretched out its paw and swiped at Day's head. Just as Ji-Shur was about to grab a wooden sword to save Day, Mu Yunfeng stopped him. Don't worry, even if 100 bears came, they couldn't hurt Day. We didn't come all the way from the land of Harmony, just by luck. Just as Mu Yunfeng said, the bear's paw came down, but was easily blocked by Day. Then, Day grabbed the bear and, like tossing a sandbag, threw the massive creature several hundred meters away. Watching the bear fly through the air, Mu Yunfeng reluctantly said, "Why did you throw that bear? Such a big bear. The paw must be delicious. Letting it go is such a waste." The dojo apprentices, watching the bear arc through the air, instinctively took a step back, unable to imagine how much strength it would take to throw a bear that far. But unlike the other apprentices, 2 little ones in the field looked at Day with shining eyes. One was Qiongqi, and the other was the young-looking Zoro. Qiongqi also approached Day. "Big sister, you are so strong. Even women can be this strong? Can women be stronger than men?" Flattered by the compliment, Day immediately floated with pride. "Of course. I could throw that little bear straight into the sea with a little effort." Mu Yunfeng also came to stand behind Guyaina. Women can certainly be stronger than men. There is no rule that strength is a privilege of men. Among the 3 rulers standing over the sea, there is indeed one woman. However, if you want to become stronger, you have to endure a lot of hardship. Don't be fooled by how silly big sister Yamato seems now. She has endured a lot of suffering to become stronger. The path to strength is not smooth sailing. After Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, he directed his gaze toward the nearby, young-looking Zoro. Although this Zoro also had a cool demeanor, he was far from the original character. Moreover, looking at Zoro's small green algae head, Mu Yunfeng's right hand had already begun to stir restlessly. He was almost unable to control the overwhelming power within him. In the end, Mu Yunfeng still stretched out his guilty little hand, slowly raised it above the young Zoro's head, and then it came down. Bang! Zoro was stunned by the hit, hugging his head and shouting at Mu Yunfeng, "You bastard! Why did you hit me for no reason? Do I know you? Did I offend you?" Mu Yunfeng scratched his head and laughed. "Haha, I'm really sorry. I just couldn't help it when I saw your head swaying in front of me. Who can resist the temptation of a green algae head?" Mu Yunfeng's reason is really ridiculous. Even if Zoro is a child, he wouldn't accept such an explanation. Instead of calming down, his anger only intensified after hearing it. "You're such a bastard. What kind of reason is this? Why can't you help but hit a child's head? Can someone like you really be called a human?" Mu Yunfeng didn't care about Zoro's insults at all. Instead, he stared at his right hand with a satisfied expression, thinking, "Is this Zoro's big head? It feels great to hit it, and the way little Zoro gets angry is so interesting." Upon seeing that Mu Yunfeng was not only unbothered by the insults, but was genuinely smiling, Zoro felt a chill run down his spine. "You must be a weirdo. Why are you happy when someone insults you?" Yagaru, who witnessed this scene, chuckled. "It seems like our guests get along really well with children." He then added, if possible, please stay for dinner. I'll go buy some fresh vegetables. After saying this, Yaguru left the courtyard, presumably to get the ingredients for dinner, while Kuina chased after Yamato, turning into a curious child, and began asking how to become stronger. Perhaps because of Yaguru's questionable education, Kuina subconsciously believed that girls would inevitably be weaker than boys when they grew up. However, today, Yamato shattered that notion with facts. After witnessing Yamato's strength, Kuina began to think, if he can do it, why can't I? In response to Kuina's inquiries, Yamato spoke enthusiastically. Perhaps because he was always on the receiving end of stories while spending time with Yunfeng, today, as the storyteller, Yamato was full of energy. Although Zoro was somewhat displeased about being inexplicably hit by Yunfeng, he was clearly very curious about the matters of the sea, so he quietly stayed nearby and listened. Yamato had no secrets from these two kids. He shared everything that needed to be said, directly finding a spot in the courtyard to start his storytelling session. Yamato finished recounting his journey from meeting Yunfeng to arriving at the One Mind Dojo in just 3 hours, even mentioning things like hockey and devil fruits to the two kids. After hearing about Yamato's experiences, Kuina clearly realized that being a girl doesn't mean she can't compete with boys. Even if girls are physically weaker than boys, as long as their hockey is strong enough, they can still become the world's strongest swordsmen, and there are many ways to change their physical condition, as long as they have a Zoan-type devil fruit. Whether it's a common type, an ancient type, or a mythical beast type, they can have a physique that is not inferior to boys. Time flew by quickly, and before they knew it, the sun had already set. The other apprentices at the dojo gradually returned home, leaving only Kana and Zoro behind to listen to stories. Noticing that it was time to cook and that the kitchen's chimney was already puffing out black smoke, Yunfeng stood up and left the courtyard, heading towards the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Yunfeng saw Yaguru busy at work, so he walked over to the cutting board, picked up a green pepper, and started slicing it into strips. Seeing Yunfeng's actions, Yaguru hurriedly came over to stop him, saying, I can handle this, Mr. Feng. You can go explore Qiongqi village. Mr. Yaguru, give me a chance to cook a couple of dishes. The food I'm making is from a place called China, and Chinese cuisine is the best in the world. But that doesn't seem appropriate. You two are guests here. How can you let guests cook? That would be too disrespectful. It's okay. I'm very good at cooking, and I enjoy it. I want others to taste the best food in the world. Besides, it's not our style to eat plain rice. Seeing Yunfeng's insistence, Yaguru no longer objected and instead became curious about how Yunfeng's Chinese dishes were made. Yunfeng's method of stir-frying over high heat indeed amazed Yaguru, as most of their dishes were boiled or stewed, making it rare to see stir-frying. Mr. Yaguru, watch closely. This next technique is called flame tempering. After saying this, Yunfeng added a large spoonful of oil to the pan, and flames erupted instantly, causing Yaguru's glasses to fall off in shock. How'd you do that? Is the pan broken? No, it's just a cooking technique. Doing it this way will create a smoky flavor that makes the food taste better. With Yunfeng and Yaguru working together, a large table of dishes was soon served in the living room. Yunfeng then called out to the others in the courtyard. Yamato, Kuna, and the little green algae-headed brat. Let's stop the storytelling for now. We'll continue after dinner. Hearing this, the three of them stood up and walked towards the living room. Only Zoro, upon hearing Yunfeng's nickname for him, complained dissatisfiedly. Why do you call them by their names, but I get called the little green algae-headed brat? It seems like you're always targeting me, and you hit me the first time we met. Oh, don't mind it. Hitting is a sign of affection, and if I love you enough, I would kick you too. My hitting you proves that I really like you. I called you the little green algae-headed brat because I didn't know your name. Then remember this well. My name is Zoro, Rorinoa Zoro, and I will become the strongest swordsman in the world. Okay, I got it. Now, little green algae-headed brat, let's hurry to eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Bastard. If you remember, then call me by my name. Why do you still call me the little green algae-headed brat? The four of them playfully bickered their way to the living room, where Yaguru had already served the food. This was the first time Zoro and Kuina had tried Chinese cuisine, and after tasting it, they began to wolf it down. Watching Zoro, who had stuffed his cheeks full of rice and looked like a little hamster, Yunfeng proudly crossed his arms and said, So, how's the food I made? It's just okay. I'm only eating because I'm hungry. Then you can eat other dishes. Don't eat what I made. I will eat it. After dinner, Yaguru prepared rooms for Yunfeng and Yamato. Yamato had a room to herself, while Zoro and Yunfeng shared a room. Yamato also planned to return to her room to continue telling her and Yunfeng stories, and Kuina naturally followed her to listen. Seeing that Zoro wanted to join them, Mu Yunfeng grabbed Zoro by the collar and lifted him up, then helplessly complained, "Why do I have to sleep in the same room as you, brat? I'd rather sleep with Kuina than you. I don't like sleeping with males." Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Zoro began to kick his legs wildly in the air. "You bastard! Don't even think about making a move on Kuina. If you don't want to sleep in the same room as me, then go sleep with your companions or sleep in the courtyard." Mu Yunfeng gave a sly smile. "I have other methods. As long as I tie you up outside, I can sleep in your room alone. Zoro, let's go out for a walk. I have something to discuss with you. I don't want to go out and chat with you. You must be plotting something. I'm going to train. I want to sleep. Let me go." "Sorry. I didn't ask for your opinion. I'm just informing you that you have to go out with me." At this point, Zoro began to struggle vigorously. Because he had been training frequently, his strength was considerable. To make him behave, Mu Yunfeng had to say, "Zoro, what I'm about to tell you is very important. It's about Kuina's life safety. So are you sure you don't want to hear it?" Hearing Mu Yunfeng mention Guyaina, Zoro's struggle instantly stopped. "Guyaina's safety? Are you planning to harm Guyaina? I warn you, if you dare to hurt Guyaina, I won't let you go." Seeing Zoro's strong reaction, Mu Yunfeng squinted and laughed. I didn't expect you, little brat, to be such a little pervert. You really like Guyaina that much? Bastard, don't talk nonsense. I don't like Guyaina at all. She's my rival. Until I defeat her, I won't allow anyone to harm her." "Ah, it seems I guessed wrong. Since Guyaina is your rival, you should hate her. So if she dies, you would be very happy, right? Let's go back. There's nothing more to say." Mu Yunfeng's words left Zoro in a daze. "You're lying, right? You're tricking me, aren't you? How could Kuina possibly be dead? You need to clarify." Zoro said, "I may enjoy lying and beating up little brats, but I never lie to them. If I say Kuina will die, then she definitely will," Mu Yunfeng replied. "Impossible. Unless you provide evidence, I won't believe it." "All right, you want evidence, huh? You know about the devil fruits, right? You know that they have special abilities, and I am a very special devil fruit user." After saying this, Mu Yunfeng transformed into his half-beast form, grabbed Zoro, and flew into the air, with pale white ice flames igniting in his left hand. "Little brat, touch this flame. It's a special ice flame, so it won't burn you." Hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Zoro reached out and touched the flame. Just as Mu Yunfeng said, it wasn't hot at all. Instead, it felt somewhat cool. Zoro asked in amazement, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you? I'm a devil fruit user. This flame is one of my abilities, flying is also one of my abilities, and seeing life and death is another. I can see the images of people just before they die, and today I saw that Kuina will die soon. That's why I called you out here." "Then why not just tell Kuina? As long as she knows she's in danger, can't she avoid it?" Mu Yunfeng smiled mysteriously and then began to deceive Zoro. "No, that is a crisis that Kuina must go through. If I remind her, the death crisis will change and what I see will no longer be accurate. To save Kuina, I can only save her when she is in danger." Hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Zoro shouted excitedly, telling me to inform him about what Kuina would encounter, and he would definitely save her. "All right, you remember clearly, according to what I saw, Kuina will die unexpectedly on the night of the 2001st time she defeats you. By the way, Zoro, you're about to lose over 2,000 times, right?" Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng mention his record, Zoro's face turned red, and then he yelled at Mu Yunfeng, "This isn't the time to discuss how many times I've lost. Tell me what Kuina will encounter." "Okay, your 2001st battle will be with real swords, and after the battle, Kuina will go look for a whetstone. And then she will fall off a ladder and break her neck, resulting in her death." At this moment, Zoro incredulously said, "Impossible. Kuina is very strong. Her body is very agile. How could she possibly die from falling off a ladder?" Mu Yunfeng waved his hand, saying, "I don't know why I would fall to my death. I'm just telling you the result I saw. If you don't believe me, you don't have to listen. When Kuina dies, don't blame me. As for why it will happen this way, maybe it's just a coincidence, maybe it's a plot twist, or perhaps there are unseen hands pushing everything forward. Just know that I'm not lying to you." After hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Zoro fell silent. He couldn't be 100% sure that what Mu Yunfeng said was true, but he had already believed about 70 to 80 of it in his heart. Mu Yunfeng had explained the entire process so clearly, even mentioning how many times he had fought with Kuina, making it hard for Zoro to believe that Mu Yunfeng was deceiving him. He had fought Kuina 1999 times, with 1999 defeats and 0 victories. If Mu Yunfeng wasn't lying, then it meant Kuina would die after 2 more battles. Even if Mu Yunfeng was lying, it would only cost him some time, and that time was nothing compared to Kuina's safety. While Zoro was pondering these thoughts, Mu Yunfeng had already flown him to the sky above a forest and then let him down into the woods. I heard that you're directionally challenged. Zoro, if I leave you here, you probably won't find your way back all night, and then I can sleep in your room alone. Bye. After saying goodbye, before Zoro could react, Mu Yunfeng had already flown away, leaving only Zoro and his furious roar in the forest. Bastard, I knew you had bad intentions. When Mu Yunfeng returned to the Isen dojo, he happened to see Guena practicing swordsmanship in the yard. So he greeted her, Guena, are you all so competitive? Training secretly at this hour? Guena replied, to become stronger than boys, I have to endure more hardships than them. By the way, where's Zoro? Didn't that idiot go out with you? Why did you come back alone? Oh, I left him in the northern woods to find his way back by himself. You should be back soon. Guena sighed, that guy's a super directionally challenged person. If no one goes to find him, he won't make it back tonight. I'll go look for him. Otherwise, who knows where he'll end up. Watching Guena's figure heading towards a forest, Mu Yunfeng thought to himself, this couple seems stable. I'm really good at playing matchmaker. Zoro, don't waste the hero saving the beauty opportunity I created for you. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng's mind wandered, thinking, if Zoro really completes the Grand Line with Luffy, will he be able to find his way back to Frostmoon Village? Perhaps the last time they saw each other was when Frostmoon Gung-san sent Zoro off to sea, because the kid could never find his way home. If Guena and Zoro went to sea together, she should be able to lead Zoro back. After all, Zoro's navigation skills were traded for his name change talent. When Mu Yunfeng returned to Zoro's room and comfortably lay on the bed, Guena had also found Zoro in the forest. At this time, Zoro wasn't wandering around. He was sitting against a tree, still contemplating the things Mu Yunfeng had said. Seeing Zoro sitting obediently by the tree, Guena started to tease him. Zoro, you idiot. You've become smarter. You know to wait here instead of running around. Otherwise, I really might not have found you. The moment Zoro saw Guena, he wanted to say that he wouldn't challenge her again. But recalling what Mu Yunfeng said about only being useful if he saved her when she was in danger, he swallowed all his words. Seeing that Zoro didn't seem in the mood for jokes, Guena turned and began to lead the way. Idiot, keep up with me, or you won't be able to return to the Isen dojo today. Zoro nodded and followed behind, but his mind was filled with Mu Yunfeng's words, and he inexplicably wandered off towards a fork in the road. After a few steps, Guena turned around and saw Zoro walking straight off to the side. Fuming, she rushed over and grabbed his arm. Hey, you idiot. Even if you're directionally challenged, you should have some limit. How can you still get lost while following me? I really admire your confused brain. After returning to the dojo, Zoro pushed open his room door and saw Mu Yunfeng lying on the bed with his legs crossed. However, Zoro wasn't angry about being left in the forest. He walked up to Mu Yunfeng and solemnly asked, you really didn't lie to me, right? Mu Yunfeng also raised 3 fingers above his head and said, Zoro, I, Mu Yunfeng, guarantee with my integrity that I am not lying to you. Otherwise, I would lose all my integrity. The next morning, after greeting Qiongqi, Mu Yunfeng prepared to bring Yamato to Qiongqi Village to gather some supplies before continuing their adventure at sea. Zoro and Kuna also came to the dojo to see them off. After spending a day together, Yamato and Kuna had already become good friends, despite the fact that there was a 5-year age difference between them. Mu Yunfeng also sighed, saying that girls' friendships look really warm. Don't you think so, green algae head? But I didn't expect you to come to see me off, too. Zoro turned his head away and started to act tsundere, saying, you're overthinking it. How could I come to see you off? I'm just here with Kuna to see Yamato off. Looking at Zoro's green head that was turned away, Mu Yunfeng's Kirin arm seemed to go out of control and lifted itself up. Bang! Damn it, Mu Yunfeng, you hit my head again. Who told you to show your green head to me? Who could resist hitting a green algae head that's turned away? Using that excuse again. You must not be a good person. Mu Yunfeng ignored Zoro's complaints and happily walked towards the distance with Yamato. Just as they were about to disappear completely from Kana and Zoro's sight, Mu Yunfeng turned his back to Zoro and shouted, remember, if I'm not lying to you, you owe me a favor. Don't think about backing out, okay? Zoro also cupped his hands around his mouth and replied, I won't back out. If what you said is true, I'll agree to whatever you ask me to do. Perhaps due to having resolved some inner conflicts, Kuina's personality noticeably became more lively. She tilted her head and asked Zoro, hey, did you make some kind of agreement? Can you tell me? Zoro proudly puffed out his chest, saying, how can I tell you about a promise between men? On a sunny morning, the gentle sun and wind sailed peacefully on the sea. Yamato was lying on the grass of the ship, sound asleep, while Mu Yunfeng was looking at a map and fishing at the same time. If we keep going in this direction, we should be getting close to the doldrums. After crossing the doldrums, we should be able to return to the Grand Line. Why didn't anyone teach navigation to the beast pirates back then? If we had learned navigation, it wouldn't be so hard to read a map. Although Mu Yunfeng wanted to visit Windmill Village and the Bar Thai restaurant, he couldn't find Windmill Village at all, and the Bar Thai restaurant was also not well known at the moment, resulting in him finding neither. That's why Mu Yunfeng chose to return to the Grand Line. Compared to the calm East Blue, the chaotic Grand Line was more attractive to the two of them. Suddenly, the fishing rod on Mu Yunfeng's right was yanked away. Quick as a flash, Mu Yunfeng dropped the map and grabbed the fishing rod, but the map was blown away by the wind and fell into the sea. Map. Use and throw away. Scumbag. Soon, Mu Yunfeng realized that this fish had an extraordinary amount of strength, even starting to pull their boat forward. With his arms tensed, Mu Yunfeng lifted the fishing rod sharply, and a fish over 5 meters long was flung onto the deck. Watching the fish struggle on the deck, Mu Yunfeng covered his feet with haki and kicked it in the head. The flow of haki pierced through the fish's skull, turning its brain into a pulp from the inside, sending the fish to the afterlife. Looking at the delicate fishing rod in his hand, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Haki is truly a great thing. With the enhancement of haki, such a thin fishing rod can catch such a big fish." The loud noise on the deck also woke Yamato up. "Wow, this fish is so big. It almost fills the deck. What kind of fish is this? Is it tasty?" After Yamato asked, Mu Yunfeng felt that the fish looked somewhat familiar. "Yamato, now that you mention it, I think I recognize what this fish is. This should be a mackerel. We hit the jackpot this time. This fish is very delicious, whether as sashimi or grilled." Yamato wasn't particularly interested in the type of fish. Once she heard that it was delicious when grilled, she ran to the cabin to get the grill. Looking at the fish in front of him, Mu Yunfeng muttered to himself, "Could it be that the world of One Piece is some kind of world where spiritual energy has revived? This fish on Earth is usually only over 2 meters long, but this 5-meter one could probably apply for a Guinness World Record." After Yamato brought the grill, Mu Yunfeng used his ability to create a large piece of floating ice on the sea. Killing the fish on the ship would definitely make it all bloody and smell fishy. After a simple processing, Mu Yunfeng took only the best parts of the fish, discarding the rest. There is no shortage of fish at sea, so there is no need to preserve the fish meat. However, even though he only took a portion, that portion weighed over 100 pounds, which should be enough for him and Yamato to have 2 hearty meals. Mu Yunfeng divided the meat of the mackerel into 2 parts. The tenderest part was sliced into sashimi, while the other part was skewered to be grilled. They also brought out 2 barrels of beer and then used freezing magic to turn the beer into ice-cold beer, all of which were purchased from Frostmoon Village. After taking a big gulp of the beer and enjoying a skewer of grilled fish, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but moan in comfort. Ah, how refreshing. With the sea breeze blowing, eating grilled meat, and drinking ice-cold beer, it doesn't get better than this. Just as the two were enjoying their wonderful time, a news bird landed on the fence of the warm sun and gentle wind ship, and Mu Yunfeng casually bought a newspaper. Sure enough, as he expected, their names appeared in this issue of the newspaper. Mu Yunfeng had been following the news closely these days and knew that the matter of killing the celestial dragons couldn't just be swept under the rug. The newspaper clearly recorded the incident of him and Day killing the celestial dragons in the Sabedi archipelago, and their bounties had also been recalculated. Mu Yunfeng quickly found 2 bounty notices in the newspaper. His bounty had risen to 800 million berries, while Yamato's bounty was 600 million berries. After all, Saint Gregor was killed by Mu Yunfeng, so it was expected that his bounty would be a bit higher than Yamato's. However, Mu Yunfeng was somewhat puzzled because he originally thought the bounty this time might reach 1 billion. It now seemed that a bounty of 1 billion berries was a threshold in the world of One Piece. To surpass 1 billion in bounty, it would likely be difficult to achieve just through committing crimes. It was estimated that one must reach a certain level of strength or danger that gained recognition from the world government for the bounty to potentially reach 1 billion. At this moment, on Onigashima, there are also 2 people holding the newspaper. One was Kaido, who was laughing while looking at the bounty notices of Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. The other person was Maria, who took a few glances at the newspaper before going with Jack to the original residence of Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. "Brillo brillo." Yamato answered the phone. "I want a grill meat here." Yamato put down the food in her mouth and ran towards the cabin, where voices could be heard shortly after. "Wow, it's Runty. How come you're calling us?" Jack and Maria, you're also here." Mu Yunfeng, Jack, and the others called us. After coming out, Yamato placed the transponder snail in front of Mu Yunfeng, and at that moment, Jack's voice could be heard from the transponder snail. Seeing this, Mu Yunfeng immediately began to tease Jack. "Oh, isn't this Drought Jack? Being rated as a disaster of the Beast Pirates at just 16 years old. You truly are a once-in-a-century genius." In fact, Mu Yunfeng guessed that Jack was rated as a disaster so early mainly because of his connection with Yamato. Kaido, fearing trouble, thought that Jack would have the strength of a disaster in the future, so he included Jack in that rating. This was something everyone could roughly guess. But didn't T include Jack? Jack clearly couldn't detect that Mu Yunfeng was teasing him. Haha, of course. I'm gonna be Kaido-sama's right-hand man. This is easy. Hearing Jack's response, Mu Yunfeng fell silent. Indeed, Jack was his nemesis. Every time he teased Jack, Jack would respond with an answer that made Mu Yunfeng unsure how to continue, putting him in an awkward position. At this moment, Maria took the phone and helped Mu Yunfeng diffuse the awkwardness. Hee, it seems you two are having a great time outside, but you actually killed a celestial dragon. This is getting serious. You might get targeted by an admiral. Yamato interjected before Mu Yunfeng could respond. So what if an admiral is targeting us? If they dare to come and catch us, even an admiral, I will knock them away. Hearing Yamato bragging again, Mu Yunfeng had no choice but to change the topic and ask Maria, tell me about Kaido's attitude after we left. Did he explode in anger? On the other end of the transponder snail, Maria paused for a moment before answering. Kaido-sama, didn't T seem to show much anger? He probably doesn't care about your departure. That's impossible. He should definitely be angry. I even imagine Kaido flying into a rage. How come he is not angry? I'm a bit disappointed. I'm not sure. It's also possible that Kaido-sama did get angry, but we don't know. If you're curious, you can come back and ask him yourself. Mu Yunfeng replied with a dark expression. Maria, you sly person. I wonder if I can still come out after returning to Wano. It's certain that I'll get beaten up. I won't go back until I have the ability to protect myself under Kaido. After that, it was just simple chit-chat, with both sides taking turns to use the phone. Run-T and Peggy-1 also said quite a bit. After all, the siblings had lived with Mu Yunfeng and Yamato for a few years, so there were feelings involved. After sharing some updates about Wano and their adventures, Mu Yunfeng hung up the phone. He noticed that the sun and wind had not moved for a long time. Yamato, it seems we've entered a windless zone. After we pass through here, we should return to the Grand Line. I'm really curious about what we will encounter on this journey. Once they entered the windless zone, Mu Yunfeng transformed into a semi-beast state, using his wind control ability to help the sun and wind continue moving forward. However, after just a few hundred meters, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato noticed a shadow beneath the sea, gradually growing larger in their eyes. Splash! A creature's head emerged from the water ahead of the ship. The waves it created caused the sun and wind to sway. Then, an enormous octopus appeared before them. The head of this octopus was as big as the sun and wind, and each of its tentacles was dozens of meters long. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time Mu Yunfeng had seen such a large creature. Yamato excitedly ran to Mu Yunfeng's side. Hey, this must be a sea king, right? Didn't you say sea kings are delicious? Should we catch it? Of course we should catch it. How can we let such a tasty treat escape? It's decided. Tonight's late-night snack will be grilled octopus, takoyaki, and stir-fried octopus tentacles. At that moment, the giant octopus realized the seriousness of the situation. It had lived for a very long time and had a high level of intelligence. It understood that these two were different from the people it had encountered before. Usually, those who saw it would panic and attack, then flee after realizing their attacks were ineffective. It would then destroy their ships and eat those delicious humans. But the look in the eyes of these two made it feel a chill. The reason it had survived for so long was because it was cautious. Sans danger. It tried to retreat back into the depths of the sea. But how could Mu Yunfeng and Yamato let the food that was already at their fingertips escape? No samurai ice fawn. Ice got SI. Ice mist and flames instantly froze the sea, trapping the giant octopus on the surface. As the two approached slowly over the ice, the giant octopus truly felt fear, tears streaming from its eyes. Seeing the octopus so human-like, Yamato's heart softened. She turned to Mu Yunfeng and said, "This guy is smart. It even knows how to cry. Let's not kill it. Just take one of its legs, and it can help us pull the boat." Hearing Yamato's suggestion, Mu Yunfeng sighed. "Sigh, Yamato, you're still too kind. Let's do as you say. Take one leg and let it pull the boat." Redefining kindness. The first half of the Grand Line's Rose Island was a name that Mu Yunfeng and Yamato had just come up with. From a high altitude, this island resembled a rose. Rose Island was divided into an outer island and an inner island. The outer island was a green forest, serving as the leaves, while the inner island was an endless sea of flowers, serving as the heart of the flower. The moment Mu Yunfeng set foot on the island, he exclaimed, "The plants on this island are ridiculously strong. The flowers are as tall as trees, and the trees are as tall as the Eiffel Tower." The Eiffel Tower is, sorry, there's no Eiffel Tower here. Yamato clearly didn't understand Mu Yunfeng's cold joke, while complaining about him being an idiot and saying things she couldn't understand. She walked deeper into the small island. Half an hour later, a group of animals on the small island was frantically fleeing, knocking down countless saplings, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Of course, these beasts weren't fleeing due to any earthquake, volcano, or other disaster, but because a very terrifying creature had arrived on the island. Leading the charge were small animals like chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and rabbits, followed closely by tigers, lions, and elephants. Lions, tigers, and elephants were also running for their lives because behind them were Mu Yunfeng and Yamato chasing after them. Mu Yunfeng and Day were not being chased by anything behind them. They were just hungry and wanted to eat meat, which is why they were running after these animals. This is great, Mu Yunfeng. We finally have meat to eat. After eating fish every day at sea for a month, I've almost thrown up. Why didn't you prepare more food? How can you still have a nerve to say that? I prepared a lot of things. It's because you eat all day with nothing else to do that it has led to this result. However, the Grand Line is indeed chaotic. It's surprising that it took us a whole month to find an island. But it's strange. Why do these animals run away when they see us? We clearly haven't done anything. Mu Yunfeng also expressed considerable confusion, saying, I don't know either. It might be because the animals here are shy. In fact, if they had a mirror to look into, they would understand why those animals were fleeing. It was because the aura emitted by the two of them was too terrifying. They both didn't realize that when they looked at the small animals, their eyes were glowing red. In the eyes of the small animals, there were two grim reapers behind them, brandishing knives and forks, beckoning them to come into the bowl. Soon, all the animals ran to the edge of the forest, and in front of them was a vast sea of flowers. However, it was as if there was something terrifying in the flower sea, as no animal dared to step into it. All the animals turned around to face the two, taking a defensive stance, and Day expressed confusion at this scene. Mu Yunfeng, why aren't they running anymore? Do they want to become our food? Day, are you silly? How could any creature willingly become someone else's food? Their reluctance to run is clearly related to the flower sea in front of them. After thinking for a few seconds, Day slammed his fist into his palm and said, I understand now. I know why they want to enter the flower sea. Mu Yunfeng asked in confusion why. Because they are allergic to pollen. Upon hearing Day's answer, Mu Yunfeng had a look that said he had already guessed it. Allergic to pollen? With such a vast sea of flowers, a gust of wind would surely spread pollen everywhere on the island. It was clear that there was something in that flower sea that frightened them. For now, we won't consider what exists in that flower sea. These animals are the priority. We'll kill the tasty ones and save them for provisions, while letting the unappetizing ones go free. As Mu Yunfeng and Day approached step by step, those animals, facing pressure from both sides, finally lost their minds and charged wildly towards Mu Yunfeng and Day. However, this would be the biggest mistake those animals ever made. They had no idea how terrifying the beings they faced truly were. Half an hour later, a bonfire rose in the forest, where a cow and a sheep were being roasted. Not far from there lay many animal corpses, but they had all been frozen. Day was by the bonfire board, tapping the ground with a stick. Where's that guy Mu Yunfeng? Didn't he say he was going to find some vegetables? The meat is almost ready, and if he doesn't come back soon, it'll get burnt. Should I eat some first? At this moment, Mu Yunfeng was lost in thought, staring at a large patch of mushrooms. The mushrooms here, like other plants, were much larger than usual, each one 2 sizes bigger than a basketball. Moreover, the mushrooms in front of Mu Yunfeng were not only oddly shaped, but also came in every color imaginable. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, pink, brown, orange, silver, white, gray, and black. Every color could be found here. Mu Yunfeng squatted down to pick a mushroom. These mushrooms looked beautiful, but he didn't know if they were edible. Forget it, let's try them one by one. Then Mu Yunfeng took a bite out of the mushroom. Phew, phew, phew. Damn, this white mushroom looked the most normal. It was poisonous. Damn it, the red one is also poisonous. The brown mushroom is safe to eat and tastes good. I'll pick some more to take back and stew with a little chicken. Why does this green mushroom look poisonous, but it's actually not? The reason Mu Yunfeng dared to test the poison was that the ability from the devil fruit gave him confidence. After years of development, in addition to flying and increasing his physical strength, Mu Yunfeng had also mastered 3 special abilities. The abilities of ice flame and wind control are not worth mentioning. The third ability of the Qiongqi fruit is immunity to all poisons, which is similar to the mythical Qiongqi, making it a nemesis of Magellan. Although he didn't know if it was immune to all poisons, Mu Yunfeng had tried all the poisons he knew, and none of them affected him. Just as Mu Yunfeng was picking a blue mushroom, he suddenly noticed something unusual. He gently pulled it, only to find that it wasn't just a mushroom because it had a carrot-like root. This mushroom was not entirely a mushroom. The root below was undoubtedly a carrot. Ignoring the dirt stuck to the root, Mu Yunfeng directly put it in his mouth and began to chew. Wow, it's not poisonous, but doesn't this taste like a potato? Then Mu Yunfeng threw the mushroom part into his mouth. Ha ha ha, I knew it wasn't a mushroom. Mushrooms are fungi. How could they have roots? This taste is clearly mustard greens. Huh. The mustard green, shaped like a mushroom, has potato-shaped carrots underneath. Truly, this is the grand line. It's impossible to guess. I admit defeat. Haha. I need to gather more of this vegetable. It's a great deal to have 2 uses from one vegetable, and they all taste pretty good. After collecting a lot of non-poisonous vegetables, Mu Yunfeng returned to the campfire. But as soon as he got back, he noticed that all 4 lamb legs being roasted were gone. After throwing away the vegetables, he approached Yamato and looked down at her. Hey, where are the lamb legs? Don't tell me they ran away by themselves. Yamato tentatively asked, if I say a wolf took them, would you believe me? Bang. Looking at Yamato, who was holding her head, Mu Yunfeng helplessly replied, I believe you. It must have been taken by a white wolf. But next time you steal food, remember to wipe the grease off your mouth. You can't blame me. You took so long to come back. If I didn't eat the lamb legs now, they would have gone bad. So that's your excuse for stealing. After shaking his head helplessly, Mu Yunfeng began to roast the mushrooms over the fire and said to Yamato, I picked these mushrooms in the forest, and I already tested them for poison. Do you want to try some? Yes, definitely. After eating and drinking enough, Yamato looked at the sea of flowers not far away. Should we go in and take a look? Didn't you say there are dangerous things inside? Of course we should check it out, but let's go tomorrow. It's about to get dark, and there's no need to take risks now. We'll rest here for the night and go see in the morning. After saying that, Mu Yunfeng jumped onto a tree, lay on the trunk, and squinted his eyes. Yamato also responded with an "oh" and jumped onto the trunk of another tree. Mu Yunfeng and he chatted while watching the moon slowly rise from the horizon. Under the moonlight, the two gradually fell into a dream. In the dream, Mu Yunfeng returned to his past life, to that world filled with bright lights and bustling traffic. However, he found himself standing at crossroads, feeling very confused. In front of him was a group of office workers waiting for the subway, while behind him, the director of Qiongqi Mental Hospital was waving at him. It was a choice, to return to society as an ordinary person or to continue living off the hospital. But Mu Yunfeng stood still, unmoving. In the past, he would have rushed to embrace the director without hesitation. But now, he was not satisfied with either option. He didn't want to choose any of them. Yunfeng, Yunfeng, Yunfeng. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Following the sound, Mu Yunfeng discovered a manhole cover, and the voice was undoubtedly coming from beneath it. After opening the cover, he found an unfathomable darkness below, giving off an ominous feeling that made him shiver uncontrollably. Yet the familiar voice was definitely coming from down there. After glancing at the crowd, waiting for the subway, in front of him, and then at the director waving at him from behind, Mu Yunfeng jumped into the darkness beneath the manhole without hesitation. Soon, Mu Yunfeng's eyes were covered by darkness, but then he spotted a glimmer of sunlight. The sunlight grew increasingly blinding, and then a familiar face appeared in his line of sight. Then he looked at the awakened Mu Yunfeng and asked, Mu Yunfeng, what's wrong? The sun has risen, and you, big lazy bug, are still sleeping. I can't even wake you up. Are you sick? Mu Yunfeng shook his head. He only felt like he had a dream. However, he couldn't remember the content of the dream, so he could only shake his head helplessly. It must have been a nightmare, but you woke up very early today. Of course, because I wanted to see the sea of flowers. I see. Then let's set off, aiming for the center of the flower sea. Yeah, let's go. The moment they stepped into the flower sea, Mu Yunfeng and Day stopped in their tracks simultaneously and took a deep breath. The air here smelled so good, sweet, and fragrant. Moreover, the flowers were very tall, with the shorter ones around 2 meters high, while the taller ones were generally 5 to 6 meters. The blooming flowers blocked out the scorching sunlight, making the temperature in the flower sea very comfortable. After walking for about half an hour, Mu Yunfeng directly pulled Day down to the ground. This should be the center of the flower sea. Let's lie here for a while. The temperature is very pleasant, and the air is particularly fragrant. Compared to those refined perfumes, the scent of nature's flowers is countless times better. Day also took a satisfying deep breath, saying, yes, the air here smells so good. Why didn't those animals dare to come in yesterday? The flower sea is clearly not scary at all. Day, you relaxed too early. Maybe we're in danger right now, but we just haven't noticed it. I believe there must be a reason those animals fear this place. However, this environment indeed makes it easy to let one's guard down. It's just too beautiful and comfortable. If I had a camera right now, I might even win an award in a photography contest. Ha ha ha, City Mu Yunfeng. You're talking about things I don't understand again. What's a camera? Is it tastier than a rooster? Mu Yunfeng helplessly explained that the camera is not a chicken. It can save recordings and then show them to others. Ah, isn't this just an audio-visual phone bug? You should have said it earlier, sob sob sob. Before Day could finish speaking, Mu Yunfeng covered his mouth, then extended his index finger in front of his lips to signal for silence, pointed to his ears, and then pointed to the sky. Day understood Mu Yunfeng's meaning and listened carefully to hear a buzzing sound. And then a swarm of cute little bees appeared above their heads. Each of these little bees was as big as a goat, and in that moment, Mu Yunfeng understood why the forest animals dared not come to the Sea of Flowers. They must be afraid of these adorable little bees. A bee the size of a calf would hurt so much when it stings. Perhaps being stung doesn't hurt, but the forest animals are of normal size, and getting stung by such bees would leave them chilled to the bone. If they die, they won't feel pain anymore. While Mu Yunfeng was exercising his imagination, the cute little bees launched an attack on the two of them. Be careful. These are not the little bees I know. They have a strong sense of territory and aggression. As soon as Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, Day swung the wolf-tooth club like a baseball bat and directly smashed a small bee, not just knocking it away, but actually exploding it. Mu Yunfeng also transformed his hands into tiger claws, as the soul-severing halberd was too heavy to deal with these little bees. The conqueror's haki was ineffective against bees, which are creatures of a matriarchal society, as they only obey their queen and rarely experience fear. Suddenly, sharp blades extended from Mu Yunfeng's tiger claws, and he covered them with haki. Combined with his wind control ability, he unleashed countless slashes with a wave of his hand. The swarm of bees in the air was instantly cut into pieces, and under Mu Yunfeng's deliberate control, two currents of wind rose around him and Yamato, blowing all the bee carcasses away. Yamato frowned as he looked at the bee corpses nearby, thinking how unlucky they were to encounter such a bizarre situation. Mu Yunfeng shook his head with a smile. We're not unlucky. We're actually lucky. It seems we're in for a treat today. Honey. With our bees. There must be honey, and not just any honey. These flowers are ridiculously big, so the nectar must be delicious. Yamato, should we go poke the beehive? Of course. I haven't tried the nectar from such big flowers. But how do we find the beehive? Simple. I'll fly up and take a look in a bit. You wait here for me while I go grab a few empty barrels from the ship to collect the honey. With that, Mu Yunfeng transformed into his half-beast form and flew into the sky. He quickly located the beehive, grabbed a few empty wine barrels from the ship, and returned to Yamato's side. After walking a few hundred meters, a beehive the size of a small villa appeared before them. Yamato stared at the massive beehive in shock. How much honey must be in there? I don't care how much honey there is. As long as we can fill these barrels, I'll be satisfied. Let's go, Yamato. All right. Just as they were about to enter the beehive, countless bees suddenly swarmed out. Not only the bees from the hive, but also those out foraging returned. Clearly the queen sensed danger and summoned all the bees back. Seeing the dense swarm of bees, Mu Yunfeng felt overwhelmed. These bees had been dominant on the island, and, upon seeing intruders approach the hive, charged at them intending to sting them to death. Seeing the approaching bees, Mu Yunfeng transformed into a Qiongqi and flew into the air, unleashing a large amount of pale white flames from his body. Roar! With a tiger's roar, a rough voice echoed across the small island. Wind and fire unite. A whirlwind spread out from Mu Yunfeng, and upon touching the white ice flame surrounding him, it transformed into a pure white ice flame tornado, instantly sweeping across several kilometers. Whether it was the bees emerging from the hive, those rushing back from outside, or the innocent flowers in Yamato, all were engulfed by Mu Yunfeng's ice flames. With none escaping, under the burning ice flames, the bees turned into ice blocks falling from the sky, and the flowers became exquisite ice sculptures, while Yamato remained unharmed. Standing still, after landing, Mu Yunfeng took a deep breath. Releasing ice flames over such a wide area had tired him out a bit. After all, he wasn't a stamina monster like Kaido yet. Yamato looked around at the scene resembling an icy world and ran to Mu Yunfeng, shaking his shoulder. You're amazing. Mu Yunfeng. Your ice flames instantly froze such a large area, while my freezing aura can't do that. Mu Yunfeng straightened his chest and comforted Day, saying, You don't need to feel inferior. The quality of your frost energy is not weaker than my ice flame. It's just that I have the ability to control the wind, which enhances the ice flame, creating an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Let's not discuss this anymore. Let's hurry and get some honey from the hive. There shouldn't be any living creatures within a few kilometers. I can't wait to taste this honey. Then, Mu Yunfeng and Dai each carried 2 large barrels and entered the hive. As they entered, they smelled an incredibly sweet aroma, and the two quickly located a honeycomb filled with honey by following their noses. Mu Yunfeng raised his hand and broke off 2 pieces. Then he and Dai each tossed one into their mouths. Their eyes lit up at the same time, and Dai incredulously said, "How is this possible? How can this honey be so delicious? We used to eat honey all the time when we were kids, but this is just on a whole different level." Mu Yunfeng thought for a moment and said, "It might be related to the uniqueness of this island. Moreover, the flowers on this island are quite tall, so it's only natural that the quality of the honey is good. These bees here are not like the domesticated ones. Those typically only gather nectar from one type of flower in a single location, like osmanthus or locust flowers, to ensure the taste isn't mixed. Even the mixed flavor honey has limited taste because the number of flowers blooming in the same place at the same time is quite limited. However, on this island, these flowers can be considered a blooming paradise. I believe this honey can truly be classified as the 100-flower honey mentioned in legends. It's even possible that the flowers used to make this honey exceed 100 types, or perhaps even hundreds. I just detected countless floral scents in this honey. All these flavors are mixed together, yet they don't seem completely blended. This kind of honey can only be produced on this island. This time we really hit the jackpot. Yamato, let us take all the honey from here, not leaving a single drop behind. Tonight, we'll have honey-glazed barbecue." After several hours of busy work, Mu Yunfeng indeed took all the honey as he had said, leaving not a single drop. Once the honey was loaded onto the ship, the two also brought back the prey they had hunted yesterday, along with the mushrooms Mu Yunfeng had gathered to the ship's sunny breeze. They were busy all morning. Looking at the boat full of prey, Mu Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happened, they could eat from this for half a month. Then Mu Yunfeng turned to Yamato and instructed him, "Yamato, go and stow the anchor. I'll open the sails. It's time for Sunny Breeze to set sail again." Yamato saluted, "Understood, Captain. I'll stow the anchor right away." "But, Captain Mu Yunfeng, where's our next destination?" "The next destination is not something we can decide. We go wherever Sunny Breeze takes us. I hope the next small island is as interesting as this one." Yamato replied cheerfully, "It will definitely be interesting. The next small island will surely be fun. Our adventure has just begun." Seeing Yamato grinning foolishly, Mu Yunfeng said sternly, "Yamato, you are the vice captain now. You need to live up to that title. So stop grinning and hurry up to stow the anchor." "Understood, Captain." Under the busy efforts of the two, Sunny Breeze set sail once again on the sea. However, they soon encountered something interesting. A pirate ship blocked the way of Sunny Breeze and began to shout, "Stop your ship immediately, or we will destroy you. We are the Star Pirate crew, and our captain has a bounty of 14 million berries, Minotaur Star." Seeing these pirates who failed to realize the seriousness of the situation, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but smirk. During this time, he and Yamato had encountered other pirates, but upon seeing the distinctive Jolly Roger of the Beast Pirates, those pirates would keep their distance, and they hadn't encountered anyone trying to rob them. They actually want to rob us. "Yamato, let us show them what it means to be overpowered. Come on, let us board their ship and take a look." Then the two lightly jumped, crossing over 10 meters to land on the Star Pirate cruise ship, and Mu Yunfeng looked at the more than 200 pirates before bursting into laughter. "Are you guys crazy? Just over 200 of you want to rob the two of us? Bring out your Minotaur, Captain. The one I hate the most is the Minotaur." Seeing Mu Yunfeng and Yamato easily cross dozens of meters, the pirates began to realize the severity of the situation. Initially, they thought about robbing because they saw that the two on the ship had no weapons or guards. But generally, a pirate ship without weapons and guards falls into 2 categories. One is a delusional teenager who suddenly decides to become a pirate without any preparation and just sails out with a pirate flag. The other is a super strong individual like Mihawk, whose ship doesn't need any weapons because they themselves are the strongest weapon. And here, in the Grand Line, it is nearly impossible for the first type of delusional teenager to reach this place. Mu Yunfeng and Yamato could only belong to the second type. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, the captain also stepped out. "Two gentlemen, it was my mistake to block your ship. Can we just let today's events go?" Mu Yunfeng did not answer the question, but looked at the man in front of him, who was about the same height as him, and asked, "Are you the Minotaur? Starl?" "That's right, I'm Starl Cole, the captain of this Starl pirate ship." "I see. Then this definitely can't be left as is. You're going to die today." Starl Cole asked in confusion, "Why do you want to kill me? Do we have a grudge?" Mu Yunfeng said seriously, "No kidding, of course we have a grudge. I'm a pure love warrior, and I can't coexist with a bullheaded man. Starcoal quickly explained, "It's not like that. My name is Starcoal, and my devil fruit is the Zoan-type wild bull fruit. That's why I'm called the bull-headed man star. I don't care. Anyway, you're dead today, bull-headed man." Yamato also chimed in, Yeah, definitely dead, bull-headed man. Mu Yunfeng also turned to look at Yamato. "So you're a pure love warrior too. But do you know what Tauren is?" "I don't know. What is a Tauren?" "It's better if you don't know this for now. Since you don't know what a Tauren is, why did you say that?" "Because you've been talking the whole time, and if I don't say anything, you'll steal all the spotlight." After seeing that Mu Yunfeng and Yamato had stopped chatting, Starcoal also chimed in, "How about this? I have some treasures on my ship that I can give you as compensation." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfeng laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. "Ha ha, don't you realize your own identity? The moment I stepped onto this ship, it was already occupied by me. The treasures on this ship have long been mine, and you're my captives. My captives are trying to buy their lives with my treasures. Don't you think that's ridiculous?" Yamato chimed in from the side, "Yes. Don't you think that's ridiculous?" Mu Yunfeng helplessly glanced at the mimicking Dea beside him, silently telling himself, "It seems Dea really wants to show off. I should give her more chances to act cool in the future." When Starcoal saw that Mu Yunfeng and Dea completely disregarded him, anger surged in his heart. How many people who could become the captain of a pirate crew had particularly good temperaments? Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're not easy to deal with, but I've already given you enough face. I just don't want my subordinates to suffer casualties, which is why I've been making concessions. But concessions do not mean we are afraid of you. If you insist on a fight to the death, our star pirate crew is not afraid either. We have over 200 people on our side. Do you really think you could defeat us all? You two should just take the treasure and leave. That will be best for both of us." Upon hearing Starcoal's threat, Mu Yunfeng and Dea simultaneously burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Dea, did you hear that? They have over 200 people. Are you scared?" "Not scared. Damn, this is hilarious." "Starcoal, didn't you just say you would fight to the death? You actually think we would get hurt? For the strong, numbers mean nothing. By the way, is 200 people a lot? Back in the day, Monkey D. Luffy could take down 50,000 fishmen with his Conqueror's Haki. If I, Mu Yunfeng, were to unleash my Conqueror's Haki here today, it wouldn't be any less than his. And Dea also has Conqueror's Haki. If you want to trouble us, you better gather 800 people. Maybe then you can cause us some trouble. Want to fight me? Weakness and ignorance are truly terrifying. I bet you guys don't even know what Haki is. Do you have the strength to compete with me, Huan Mu Yunfeng?" At this moment, Dea mimicked again. "Do you have the strength to compete with me? Bastard, even looking down on people should have its limits. I'm Starcoal, with a bounty of 13 million berries." After Mu Yunfeng and Dea's mixed gender mockery, Starcoal completely lost his mind and transformed into a bull-headed man. "Boys, let us kill them together. The captain has spoken. Everyone charge." As Starcoal charged at Mu Yunfeng, trying to ram him with his horns, Mu Yunfeng covered his fist with Haki and smashed it down just as Starcoal reached him. Bull-headed man die. With a loud bang, Starcoal was knocked unconscious, his head crashing through the deck's wooden planks. This scene instantly calmed the bloodthirsty pirates. Mu Yunfeng then kicked Starcoal into the sea for devil fruit user. Falling into the sea was equivalent to a death sentence. At this moment, the pirates who had just charged with their captain found themselves in an awkward situation. They had followed the captain into battle, but now he was defeated in an instant. Suddenly, one of them collapsed to the ground. "I remember now. I've seen them in the newspaper. They're the wind disaster Mu Yunfeng with a bounty of 800 million berries and the frost disaster Dea with a bounty of 600 million berries." Hearing that their total bounty was only a fraction of the duo's, everyone instantly lost the will to resist, dropping their weapons and kneeling on the deck. The first mate trembled as he walked up to the two. "I'm sorry. Today we offended you two great ones. As long as you can spare us a way out, we are willing to do anything." Mu Yunfeng smiled gently and said, "Of course, I have no problem letting you go. After all, I'm not a malicious ghost who takes pleasure in killing. However, it is a fact that you have offended us. How about this? You bring your ship alongside ours, and then transfer all the gold, silver, jewels, and food from your ship onto mine. I can spare your lives." Hearing that Mu Yunfeng would not kill them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the first mate still cautiously asked, "We can give all the gold, silver, and jewels to you too, but could we keep some of the food? If we have no food out at sea, we will starve to death." "Of course not," Mu Yunfeng replied. "Since you are afraid of starving, I might as well just kill you directly. Once you are dead, you won't have to worry about starving." Upon hearing this, the first mate immediately began to kowtow. "We don't want the food, we don't want it. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, hurry up and move everything onto the two gentlemen's ship." After the first mate gave the order, the little pirates on the ship became busy, bringing the ship closer to the sunny breeze and transferring box after box of supplies onto its deck. Bang! A pirate carrying a vase instinctively took a step back as he passed by Mu Yunfeng, colliding with the person behind him and causing the vase in his hands to shatter on the ground. Mu Yunfeng did not scold the pirate, but instead walked up and slapped him. Smack! Did you do this on purpose? How dare you break my vase? Pay for it, or I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. The pirate, who had just been slapped, did not dare to show any discontent. He trembled as he took out a golden pocket watch from his pocket. Sir, this is a pocket watch I obtained by chance. It's the most valuable thing I have. Please accept it. Mu Yunfeng played with the pocket watch in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This is the first time I've seen such an exquisite pocket watch in my world. Just in time, I'll give it to Dea later. I forgive you. You can continue moving things. My lord, could you please return the photo and the pocket watch to me? The person in the photo is my fiancée, E, and I promise to go back and marry her within 5 years. Mu Yunfeng opened the pocket watch and indeed saw a photo of a girl on the inside of the lid. The girl had delicate and lovely features. Mu Yunfeng joked, saying, "What, your fiancée E's photo? Now that it's in my hands, it's still your fiancée E's photo." Originally, Mu Yunfeng intended to make a joke, but upon seeing Dea approaching, he worried about being misunderstood, so he didn't continue. After returning the photo to the other person, Mu Yunfeng asked, "What is your name?" "Sir, my name is Qiongqi. Qiongqi, go back to your hometown and stop being a pirate. A pirate crew with your kind of strength can't even reach the second half of the Grand Line. Your future is clear. You'll either be captured by the Navy or killed by other pirates. Today, you're just lucky to have run into someone like me, who is relatively kind. If you had met someone worse, you would definitely be dead by now. You would want your fiancé lying in someone else's arms, right? If you don't want to end up like that, hurry back home and get married. With such a cute fiancé, if someone else takes advantage of the situation, you'll just have to cry. I've seen plenty of stories where the beloved man can't return home, and the fiancé, he changes her heart after being seduced by some uncle." Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Qiongqi clearly thought of his fiancé at home, seemingly more determined not to be a pirate. "I understand now. Actually, after meeting the two of you today, I realize what a true pirate is. I will get off at the next Fat Island. Thank you, sir, for telling me all this today." Mu Yunfeng waved his hand to indicate no need for thanks. After all, he had just slapped the other person. He curiously asked, "What kind of island is Fat Island? It's such a strange name. Is it called Fat Island because there are many fat people on it?" Qiongqi also asked tentatively. "Fat Island is just a nickname. Its original name is Fabio Island. It's called Fat Island simply because it has delicious food from all over the world, and anyone who visits the island tends to gain weight." The two adults didn't know about Fat Island, which means you weren't going to participate in an eating contest. Since you weren't going to Fat Island, why did the adults meet us here? Mu Yunfeng said casually, "We don't have a navigator, so we're just drifting around randomly. I don't even know why we ended up here with you. But you just mentioned the eating contest, right? What's that about?" Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's explanation, Qiongqi couldn't help but marvel at how strong individuals can do as they please, even daring to drift around in the Grand Line. However, he still respectfully replied, "In 3 days, there will be the annual eating contest on Fat Island. You can go and enjoy it. The eating contest on Fat Island is very famous." Mu Yunfeng also expressed confusion, saying that eating competitions are quite common. So why should he specifically go to Fat Island to participate? Is there something special about this eating competition? The answer to this question is known by someone better than me. He is the chef on this ship. Let me go get him for you. Go ahead. Soon after, a chubby chef came to Mu Yunfeng. "Sir, were you looking for me? Is there something you need me to do?" Mu Yunfeng patted the chef's shoulder, reassuring him not to be nervous. "I'm not here to do anything to you. I just want to learn about the eating competition on Fatty Island. Just tell me everything you know." "Well," the chef replied, "as far as I know, everyone on Fatty Island is a gourmet food lover, and a large portion of them have excellent cooking skills. It's because of these factors that the island has become famous. This island gathers chefs and cuisines from all over the world. You could say that here you can taste dishes from any part of the world. All the residents on this island love food and cooking so much that they choose to settle down and live on Fatty Island. The annual eating competition is the grandest celebration on this island. To participate in the eating competition, you only need to pay an entry fee of 5 million berries before the competition starts to qualify. The winner of the eating competition will receive a prize of 10 million berries and the right to eat and stay on Fatty Island for free for a year." Hearing about the high entry fee, Mu Yunfeng fell silent. The 5 million berries entry fee when converted to the purchasing power in the world of One Piece, is roughly equivalent to 250,000 RMB in his previous life. One has to wonder, who would spend 250,000 to enter an eating competition? Mu Yunfeng looked at the fat chef in confusion. Since it was a competition, the promotional aspect should outweigh the profit aspect, right? With such a high registration fee, would anyone really participate? The fat chef explained, of course, there would be participants, and the high registration fee was not for profit, but to limit the number of contestants. After all, this was not an ordinary eating contest. A registration fee of 5 million berries could be fully recouped by a true eating champion. Although it was an eating contest, the quality of the food was very high. The food was prepared by famous top chefs, and each dish was quite valuable. Therefore, the qualification for this eating contest was entirely justified by the 5 million berries registration fee. After the chef finished explaining, the supplies on the ship were almost all moved. After receiving the pointer to Fat Island from the chef, Mu Yunfeng returned to his own ship. He and Yamato stood by the railing, happily waving goodbye to the departing Star Pirates. The members of the Star Pirates also forced a smile and waved goodbye to Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. However, their tears could not stop flowing out. Looking at Yamato beside him, Mu Yunfeng handed the pocket watch he had received to her. Yamato was very happy to hold it above her head upon seeing the pocket watch. Wow, this pocket watch is so beautiful, and it's glowing. Mu Yunfeng, are you giving this to me? It's obviously for you, and the pocket watch doesn't glow. It's just that you're holding it too high, and the sunlight is reflecting off of it. After putting away the pocket watch, Yamato curiously asked, "Why did you suddenly give me a gift?" "I got it by chance, and thought you would like it. I hope that after you have the pocket watch, you can know when it's mealtime and not just eat all day long." Although Mu Yunfeng's words had a teasing tone, Yamato clearly was not angry. Then Mu Yunfeng also told Yamato about the eating contest he learned about from the fat chef. But before he could ask, Yamato expressed her attitude. "I want to go. I must go. The best chefs in the world are hosting an eating contest. If I miss it, I will definitely regret it. You will take me, right?" Mu Yunfeng patted his chest and assured, "Of course I'll take you there. How can we miss such an interesting competition?" Our next stop is Fatty Island. 2 days later, by the pool on the 3rd floor of the Sunny Day and Wind ship, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, basking in the sun, spotted an island not far away. Mu Yunfeng stood up and looked at Yamato, saying, "The Fat Island has arrived. Let's change into our swimsuits and put on our masks to sign up for the competition." Although Mu Yunfeng also liked Yamato in a swimsuit, he didn't want her wandering around the island in it, so he reluctantly let her change out of the swimsuit. After they returned to their respective rooms and changed into new outfits while putting on fox masks, they docked the boat and landed on Fat Island, heading towards the central city. However, what Mu Yunfeng didn't know was that shortly after they left, a massive dog-headed warship had also stopped not far from the Sunny Day. 2 people disembarked from the ship, individuals that even Mu Yunfeng would avoid if he saw them. As soon as they got off the ship, a bespectacled Navy officer chased after them. "Vice Admiral Carp, we have a mission. Is it really appropriate to participate in the eating competition here?" Carp laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. It's fine, Colonel Jincheng. That king is a jerk anyway. He can't even handle his own country's turmoil and still expects us to provide support. Let them wait a few more days. They won't all die just because we're a couple of days late. Even if they do, it doesn't matter. We can just choose another wise king. This is the Fat Island eating competition after all. The best chefs from around the world are here, and it only happens once a year. Do you think I'd take the detour here for no reason?" At this moment, Colonel Jincheng turned to the man beside Carp. "Admiral Kazan, don't you want to persuade Vice Admiral Carp? If the Marshal finds out about this, he will definitely be angry." Kazan lazily stretched and said, "I'm on vacation, so don't call me Admiral. Besides, I'm here on your ship to participate in the eating competition as well." Hearing Kazan's words, Carp laughed again. "Haha, Kazan, you're still the same. Colonel Jincheng, you don't need to say anything. It's settled. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. You can let those new recruits have some fun here. Fat Island is said to be the island that gathers all the world's delicacies. I believe you won't be disappointed." Colonel Jincheng looked at Carp with a face full of complaints, like a bullied little wife. "I don't have any money to buy food. My money was borrowed by Vice Admiral Carp. If you had already planned to participate in the eating competition, why did you borrow the registration fee from us?" Carp laughed heartily. "I only found out yesterday that the registration fee is 5 million berries, and I've already spent this month's salary. But don't worry, Colonel Jincheng. If I win the competition, I'll pay you back. By the way, Kazan, you're participating in the competition too, right? Do you have enough registration fees?" Kazan directly took out a bundle of berries from his pocket. "I prepared the registration fee a long time ago, so Mr. Carp doesn't need to worry about this. Since you're participating, you're my opponent. I want to go easy on you just because I know you. Mr. Carp, I didn't ask you to let me win. Although I don't eat much usually, I can eat a lot. That's good, Kazan. Let's go sign up. Mu Yunfeng and Yamato quickly found the registration area after a brief inquiry. After paying the registration fee of 10 million berries, they received 2 number plates, 995 and 996. Just as they turned around with their number plates, Mu Yunfeng's pupils constricted, and his hand instinctively grasped the soul breaker behind him. He had spotted 2 people he least wanted to see, Naval Hero Garp and Admiral Akiji. But in the next moment, Mu Yunfeng loosened his grip on the soul breaker. He knew these 2 were not there to capture him. Both Garp and Akiji were not fond of the celestial dragons, so they shouldn't be here to apprehend them for killing a celestial dragon. Mu Yunfeng had already guessed about 70 to 80 of why these 2 were here. Their encounter here was likely a coincidence. Garp and Akiji couldn't possibly know they were present. It seemed they were just here to participate in the eating contest, judging by their appearance. Meanwhile, Yamato by Mu Yunfeng's side had not noticed Garp and Akiji at all. Her eyes were fixated on the street vendor snacks. The 2 groups brushed past each other, with Garp and Akiji heading to register while Mu Yunfeng and Yamato left the registration area without even glancing at each other. Just as Mu Yunfeng had anticipated, Garp and Akiji were merely there to participate in the eating contest. However, the bespectacled Colonel Jinkle glanced back at Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, seemingly lost in thought. After seeing Garp and Akiji, Mu Yunfeng felt an urge to run away. But this thought was quickly dismissed. It was clear that Garp and Akiji were not there to catch them, so why should they flee? Even if they truly were there to capture him and Yamato, he wouldn't run away without a fight. He and Yamato had worked hard to become stronger, not to scurry away when facing powerful adversaries. At that moment, Yamato pulled Mu Yunfeng and said, "Look, there's the fruit meat specialty from Jeremiah Island. I want to eat it again. Let's go buy some." After coming to this realization, Mu Yunfeng also put Garp and Akiji out of his mind and headed with Yamato to the fruit meat stall. However, sometimes fate works in mysterious ways. The vendor selling the fruit meat was someone Mu Yunfeng recognized. He was the unfortunate fellow who had been robbed by him on Jeremiah Island. Though Mu Yunfeng didn't know why he was here, he was sure he wouldn't mistake him. When the unfortunate fellow saw customers approaching, he instinctively looked up to ask what they wanted. Because Mu Yunfeng was wearing a mask, the unfortunate fellow didn't recognize them at first. But upon seeing the soul breaker on Mu Yunfeng's back, he suddenly remembered, as he had once been held at knife point by that weapon, and instinctively wanted to flee. Smack! Mu Yunfeng directly slammed 1 million berries in front of the unlucky guy and said, 2 servings of fruit meat, and you don't need to give me change. Count the last time together as well. I hope you don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, haha. After hearing Mu Yunfeng's threat, the unlucky guy immediately covered his mouth with his hands and tremblingly took 2 servings of fruit meat for the 2 of them. After receiving the fruit meat, Mu Yunfeng asked the unlucky guy, "This is our first meeting, right?" The unlucky guy quickly nodded. "That's right, this is my first time meeting you both." Mu Yunfeng continued, "We are participating in tomorrow's eating contest, and I don't want to miss it for some reason. If someone prevents me from participating, I will make them understand what it means to suffer a fate worse than death." The unlucky guy was already scared silly, just nodding frantically. He had already decided that after Mu Yunfeng and Dae left, he would close up shop and rush back to Jeremy Island overnight. After leaving the fruit meat stall, Dae looked at Mu Yunfeng in confusion and asked, "Hey, why did you give that guy 1 million berries? These fruit meats aren't worth that much. They wouldn't even cost 100,000 berries." Mu Yunfeng also helplessly tapped his forehead and said, "Yamato, haven't you noticed? That unfortunate guy is the one we robbed on Jeremy Island. Although I don't know why he set up a stall here, he clearly recognized us. If a riot breaks out, we won't be able to participate in the eating contest, so that 1 million berries is a hush money. He is the guy from Jeremy Island. No wonder he looks a bit familiar." Seeing Yamato's reaction, Mu Yunfeng sighed deeply. "Yamato, what on earth is going on in your head? I'm telling you, what are you running over there for? Listen to me." Just then, Yamato ran over to a grilled squid stall, saying, "Now's not the time to talk. There are so many delicious foods here. Let's eat first, and we can discuss the rest back on the ship." Mu Yunfeng smiled wryly and shook his head, then mingled with Dae in front of various snack stalls. The reputation of Fat Island was well-deserved. Ordinary people would definitely gain weight here, because there were all kinds of snacks everywhere, and they were from all over the world, all tasting great. Mu Yunfeng and Dae indulged in eating all afternoon. However, neither of them had to worry about gaining weight due to their physique. In the evening, they chose not to stay in a hotel, but to return to their ship. After all, The beds on their ship were much more comfortable than those in a hotel. Yunfeng found a golden fruit in the bedside table. If no one in the boat is robbed at night, it would be a waste. However, on their way back, they coincidentally ran into Carp and Aokiji. Hey, your mask is beautiful. Haven't we met before? I remember you from the registration. To be precise, I remember your masks. Yunfeng also nodded at Carp. That's right, we've met before. After all, someone like the naval hero Carp is unforgettable, even if I wanted to forget. But are you all here to participate in the eating contest? Haha, of course. I'm here to win the championship. Then you'll see that the name of Iron Fist is not just for show. Yunfeng had a puzzled expression. What does Iron Fist have to do with Big Eater? Is it because you can eat that you're called Iron Fist? It should be called Iron Mouth or Iron Stomach instead. Nonsense. My Iron Fist title was earned through fighting. Then what does Iron Fist have to do with Big Eater? It has nothing to do with it. If it has nothing to do with it, why did you bring it up? I wanted to. After seeing Carp, Yunfeng also started to provoke. If it comes to fighting, I might not be able to beat you, but when it comes to eating, I'm confident I won't lose. Don't underestimate my appetite. You little brat, are you provoking me? That's right, I'm provoking you. Anyway, I won't lose. Humph, then let's meet on the competition stage tomorrow. I will make you convinced. That suits me just fine. While Yunfeng and Carp were chatting, they unknowingly arrived at the port and then parted ways to return to their respective ships. However, Colonel Qiongqi, standing by the dog-headed warship, had been secretly observing Yunfeng and Yamato. He felt like he'd seen the two somewhere before, but couldn't recall where exactly. But when Yunfeng and Yamato boarded the Sunny Wind, Colonel Qiongqi saw the sail with the Beast Pirates logo and instantly remembered where he had seen the two on the bounty poster. He finally understood why he found the two familiar. Because they were the ones who killed the celestial dragons, Wind Disaster and Frost Disaster. It was just that he didn't recognize them immediately because they were wearing masks. Colonel Qiongqi then rushed to Carp. Vice Admiral Carp, the two people accompanying us today are pirates, Wind Disaster and Frost Disaster from the Beast Pirates. We can't let them get away. Carp, looking puzzled, pondered, Wind Disaster, Frost Disaster. Those names sound familiar. Have I heard them somewhere recently? Aokiji added. Not long ago, during a meeting, Admiral Sengoku mentioned that two people killed the celestial dragons. And we even agreed on their bounty. You've seen their photos. Carp slapped his forehead in realization. So it's them. No wonder I felt those two little brats look familiar. Seeing that they finally recognized Yunfeng and Yamato's identities, Colonel Qiongqi suggested capturing them right there. Great. With Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Aokiji here, we can definitely catch them. Should I report to Admiral Sengoku now? Carp shook his head. No need to report. I'm here to participate in a competition, not to catch pirates. Besides, it's just killing celestial dragons, right? Those trash can be killed. So why should I go after them? Seeing Carp unwilling to intervene, Colonel Qiongqi turned to Aokiji, who immediately looked away. I don't want to go either. Since those two have become disasters at such a young age, capturing them will definitely be troublesome. If Vice Admiral Carp is unwilling to take action, I can't handle it alone, and I'm on vacation right now. I don't want to work during my vacation. Hearing Aokiji also unwilling to go, Carp said directly, well, it's decided then. Let's pretend we didn't see anything and continue with the Big Eater competition tomorrow. Aokiji nodded in agreement. Let us pretend we didn't see anything. After the competition, you can continue your mission, and I'll head back home for vacation. Seeing the attitudes of Carp and Aokiji, Colonel Qiongqi was dumbfounded. A naval hero and a naval admiral, facing two bounty pirates, they actually turn a blind eye. Carp, seeing Colonel Qiongqi's expression, burst out laughing. Colonel Qiongqi, it seems you really want to go. Why don't you go catch them? By the way, their bounty is quite substantial. Colonel Qiongqi's Fasdachkind. If he had that kind of strength, he would have gone to catch them long ago. The two recognized Vice Admiral Carp's identity and didn't run away. Instead, they were exchanging barbs with Carp, clearly confident in their strength. The colonel knew that he could catch ordinary pirates, but trying to catch these billion bounty pirates was like seeking death. Vice Admiral Carp, what are you talking about? Why would I go catch them? There are no pirates around here at all. Meanwhile, Yunfeng and Yamato were unaware of what was happening on Carp's ship. Back on their ship, Yamato suddenly asked Yunfeng, Yunfeng, I feel that man with curly hair looks very familiar. Have we seen him before? We have, over half a month ago. Did you forget so quickly? But I can't remember where we saw him. Give me a hint. Yunfeng had no choice but to say to Yamato, you forgot. Not long ago, we were reading the newspaper together. Do you remember who destroyed the red hair pirates? Upon hearing this, Yamato suddenly realized, I remember now, it's Aokiji, one of the current 3 admirals. Seeing Yamato's memory returning, Yunfeng helplessly said, Sai, besides you, there aren't many people who came here in the second half of the Grand Line who don't recognize Aokiji. So what should we do? Are they here to capture us? Yunfeng was about to tell Yamato not to be afraid when Yamato's next words left him dumbfounded. Yamato thought for a moment and said, "How about we smash their ship? I saw them go to that dog-headed warship over there." Upon hearing Yamato say they should smash Carp and Akiji's ship, Yunfeng was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted. "Yamato, did you learn this from Jack? You're not relying on the Pirate King. Don't learn those crazy things from Jack, or you'll definitely regret it. As long as they don't capture us, we can just pretend we don't know anything. You still want to smash Carp's ship? Do you want to nip and impel down? Hurry up and forget this dangerous idea." After hearing Yunfeng's words, Yamato also gave up on the idea of dismantling Carp's warship, went back to her room, grabbed some change of clothes, and headed to the bathroom. "Since we're not going to dismantle their ship, I'm going to take a shower. I need to rest well and eat more tomorrow." The next morning at the eating competition venue on Fat Island, there were over 1000 tables set up in a huge square, each with a string of number tags. After Yunfeng and Yamato showed their number tags, a very broad-shouldered big sister led them to their table. Yunfeng and Yamato's tables are next to each other, with Yamato at table 995 and Yunfeng at table 996, while tables 997 and 998 are for Carp and Akiji. Watching Carp provocatively taunting him, Yunfeng's appetite plummeted. He was now certain that if Carp and Zhou Badong were together, they would definitely have fun. Before the competition started, the commentator began explaining the rules. The competition is based on a points system, which is simple. Whoever eats more wins. Behind each pair, there will be a recorder. After the competition starts, a dish will be served to each person's table, and after finishing, the recorder will check. Those who pass will score a point and continue to the next round, while those who fail will be eliminated. The competition has clear rules. The dishes on the table will be updated every 10 minutes. If a dish is not finished within 10 minutes, it is considered elimination. Additionally, there are 3 more rules. 1. All food must be finished after the competition starts. Even if you don't like it, you have to eat it, or you'll be eliminated. 2. Those who vomit or defecate will be eliminated. 3. Anyone who leaves the table area will be eliminated. The competition will continue until only one person remains, and that person will be the champion, receiving a reward of 10 million berries and free food and accommodation on Fat Island for a year. After hearing the rules, Carp provocatively taunted Yunfeng. "Kid, you're definitely going to lose. Look at you, skinny as a bamboo pole. How much food can you possibly hold? There's no way you can eat more than me." Upon hearing himself described as skinny like a bamboo pole, Yunfeng immediately took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles to everyone. He then turned to Yamato and said, "You better not take off your clothes, got it?" Yamato rolled her eyes at Yunfeng. "Don't worry, I won't take off my clothes. I'm just reminding you." Then Yunfeng began to show off his muscles to Carp. "This isn't being skinny. This is the ideal and perfect physique for a man. Unlike you, looking like a water barrel. I'm just a bit slimmer compared to you, but I'm still quite strong compared to the average person. You, on the other hand, at your age, should be careful not to eat yourself into sickness." Hearing Yunfeng say he looked like a water barrel, Carp tore his military uniform apart, exposing his muscles that resembled tempered steel, and then waved his fist at Yunfeng. "See that? My muscles are much bigger than yours, kid. You can't disrespect your elders. Do you want me to educate you with my loving iron fist?" Yunfeng has never lost a verbal sparring match, although you are over 60 years old this year. "I'm not your grandson, so what right do you have to educate me? Besides, do you dare to come over? If you leave the table now, you forfeit." In the spirit of the competition, I'll let you off this time, but after I win the championship, I will definitely give you a good beating to stretch my muscles. Hearing this, Yunfeng felt speechless. Why does everyone act like Kaido, thinking that the way to stretch is to beat him up? He was no longer the defenseless Yunfeng of the past. Yunfeng directly retorted Carp. "What right do you have to hit me? You are a Navy officer, the righteous Navy, and you can't just beat up a civilian at will." Carp laughed loudly at this. "Ha ha ha, if you were a civilian, I definitely couldn't hit you. But it's reasonable for the Navy to fight pirates." Upon hearing Carp's words, Yunfeng's expression instantly sharpened, cautiously staring at Carp. "You recognized me. So why don't you take action to arrest me? Are you planning to stall for time here and request backup? Ha ha, you think too much. I recognized your identity the first time I saw you. I just didn't want to arrest you. What does your killing of a celestial dragon have to do with me? If I wanted to arrest you, I would have made a move the first time we met." Hearing this, Akiji couldn't help but comment, "Mr. Carp, wasn't their identity revealed to you by Colonel Qiongqi yesterday? Didn't you only find out about his identity last night? Kazan, you bastard. How dare you expose me? Do you believe I'll beat you both up after the match?" At this moment, the naturally clueless Yamato also chimed in, "I I was wondering why you didn't arrest us. It turns out we disguised ourselves very well. So no one came out, huh? But old man, you were caught lying. Damn it, this is infuriating. I've decided that after the match, I'll send both of you to impel down. Akiji then stretched lazily and said, "Ah la la la. I won't be helping out then. Mr. Carp, you better be careful." Just as Carp was about to say something, the host approached the two from behind and said, "The match is about to start. Can you please put on your clothes?" Mu Yunfeng looked at the host and asked, "Why can't we compete without our shirts on?" The host replied, "It's just that you two like this. The recorder behind you can't work comfortably." When several people turned around at the same time, they found that the recorder behind Mu Yunfeng and Carp was drooling, staring at the muscles on their bodies, with eyes that had already turned into heart shapes. After seeing the girl's gaze, it resolved a long-standing question from Mu Yunfeng. Girls with heart-shaped eyes really exist, because Fatty Island is a gathering place for foodies. Most people are overweight, and very few have such solid muscles. Without a doubt, the girl behind Mu Yunfeng and Carp was a serious muscle enthusiast. Just as Mu Yunfeng was about to put his shirt back on, a terrifying aura emanated from Carp beside him. The person exuding this terrifying aura was Carp. Since Mu Yunfeng had taken off his clothes, Carp had directly torn his shirt to shreds. "Kid, my clothes were torn because of you. If you dare to wear clothes and leave me here shirtless, I'll take you to Impel Down for a visit." Seeing Carp looking like a hellish demon, Mu Yunfeng immediately put his shirt back in place. "It's so hot. I don't want to wear clothes. This weather is killing me." Subsequently, Mu Yunfeng kept telling himself, "That's right. I'm just not wearing clothes because I'm hot. It has nothing to do with Carp's threat." Upon hearing what Mu Yunfeng said, Yamato cutely asked Mu Yunfeng, "Are you very hot? Do you want me to use my freezing ability to help you cool down?" Looking at Yamato's innocent expression, Mu Yunfeng really didn't know how to respond. He had just found a way out, but Yamato had completely dismantled it, not considering how he would get off the stage. In the end, Carp and Mu Yunfeng still did not put on their shirts, and the commentator, to allow the competition to proceed normally, replaced them with a male observer. After a cannon fired in the air, the Big Eater competition officially began, and the audience around them clapped enthusiastically. Although it was a Big Eater competition, Mu Yunfeng felt like he was in a ring. As the competition started, the first dish was brought out, which was a huge leg of meat from an unknown creature. At this moment, the host's voice also rang out. The first food of this competition is the specialty roasted horned deer leg from Emilio Island. There are 1,068 challengers, and the 10-minute timer starts now. After the deer leg was presented, Yamato quickly took a bite and then happily shouted to Mu Yunfeng, "Wow, it's super delicious. Mu Yunfeng, you should eat it quickly." Mu Yunfeng also took a bite and found the taste really good. It wasn't the kind of poorly made food, but rather a delicacy that was carefully cooked. Watching Day, Carp, and Akiji beside him, who were gulping down their food, Mu Yunfeng began to savor his meal slowly. He remembered seeing a statistic in his previous life that said people who chew slowly tend to eat more. Moreover, there was no need to eat so fast. Good food should be enjoyed slowly. Anyway, as long as he finished within 10 minutes, it didn't matter whether he took 1 minute or 9 minutes. After 10 minutes, the recorder checked for any leftover food, and the second dish was served. The second dish of this competition was the specialty chocolate cake from Cocoa Island, with 1,068 participants, and the 10-minute countdown began. Although it was inappropriate to serve dessert in the middle, everyone finished, and, after another 10 minutes, the third dish revealed its mysterious veil. The third dish was the red-patterned octopus from 800 meters deep in the sea, with 1,068 participants. And the 10-minute countdown began again. As time went by, many people gradually couldn't hold on anymore. In the end, only 4 people remained: Mu Yunfeng, Day, Carp, and a stranger. Indeed, Akiji had been eliminated, while Carp continued to endure, and Mu Yunfeng and Day, with their extraordinary physique and digestion speed, kept going. But even though their digestion speed was fast, it couldn't outpace their eating speed. Mu Yunfeng and Day's food had already become unrecognizable. They could now be considered as Little Queen, and even if Kaido appeared in front of them, he might not recognize who they were. As a roasted lamb was brought out, the stranger directly despaired, fainted, and was carried away by staff for treatment. At this moment, the host also came out and said, "You 3 are really strong. This roasted lamb is the last dish. No one has ever managed to endure to this point before. As long as you finish it, you will break the record. However, if all 3 of you finish, there will be a tiebreaker, which is essentially serving the previous dishes again." Mu Yunfeng looked at the roasted lamb in front of him, feeling utterly hopeless. He simply couldn't eat any more of the lamb, and he beside him felt the same way, directly giving up. Then, with an expectant look, he turned to Mu Yunfeng. "I can't eat anymore. If I do, I'll explode." You have to hang in there. Mu Yunfeng, you must win against that old man. At that moment, Carp, who had also gained a few extra pounds, laughed loudly at Mu Yunfeng's performance. Huh, can't eat anymore? The little brat is just weak. Mu Yunfeng retorted stubbornly, I can still eat, I'm just taking a break. But Vice Admiral Carp, you probably can't eat anymore, right? How about you admit defeat? If you admit defeat now, you'll still be second, which isn't embarrassing. Can't eat? Kid, you underestimate me. Carp said, watch me reclaim my life. Then Carp took a deep breath, and his whole body puffed up like a balloon. After exhaling, he returned to normal. Then Carp directly tore off a leg of lamb and started gnawing on it, laughing, haha, I've already won. The prize will be mine to take. Kid, you have no chance left. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Carp, who was as fat as a ball, had suddenly returned to normal, which clearly did not comply with the law of conservation of energy. Mu Yunfeng directly protested to the announcer. I protest, this is unfair. That old man clearly used special means, this is cheating. The announcer, feeling helpless, replied, the rules didn't say you can't use special means. If you can't finish this roasted lamb, then contestant 997 wins. You said it, special means are allowed. After hearing the referee's words, Mu Yunfeng transformed into his half-beast state, and countless white ice flames surged on his body. Under Mu Yunfeng's control, these ice flames did not spread out, but turned into a pillar of fire, shooting into the sky. The rising ice flames were consuming Mu Yunfeng's stamina rapidly, while his body was crazily digesting food to replenish his energy. Then, Mu Yunfeng also grabbed a leg of lamb and started to gnaw on it. The audience was initially startled by this scene, but upon seeing Mu Yunfeng simply eating, there was another round of enthusiastic applause, and the person in charge became excited. Wow, this is amazing. The big eater competition on Fat Island has been going on for decades, and it's finally going to have an additional round? Go contestant 996. Go contestant 997. However, Mu Yunfeng did not appear to be as relaxed as he seemed. Consuming energy with ice flames and then digesting food to replenish stamina would put a significant burden on his body and spirit. And even Mu Yunfeng couldn't do this many times. Carp was also not feeling well. Their situations could be said to be equal. After finishing the roasted lamb, the specialty roasted horned deer leg from Emilio Island was also brought out. But neither of them started eating right away. Instead, they took a break. Carp said to Mu Yunfeng, kid, do you know? I borrowed the registration fee for this big eater competition from my subordinates. I promised them that I would pay them back after winning the competition. If I can't win this time, how am I supposed to repay those berries? I'm not the kind of person who defaults on debts. By the way, kid, what's your bounty again? I tend to forget things as I get older. It was a threat, a blatant threat. Carp made it clear that if Mu Yunfeng didn't let him win, he would capture him to exchange for the bounty. After some comparison, Mu Yunfeng felt that it wasn't necessary to have a conflict with Carp over 10 million berries. So it was better to go with the flow and do a favor for the other party, which might come in handy in the future. After realizing this, Mu Yunfeng directly shouted to the host, I forfeit. I can't eat anything else. After Mu Yunfeng gave up his right to compete, Carp naturally became the winner. Carp then approached Mu Yunfeng, patting him on the shoulder and praising him. Kid, you have a good eye. I don't dislike this kind of sensible kid. Mu Yunfeng helplessly said, do I have any other choice besides admitting defeat? Since you don't hate me, please show some mercy when we meet again. Haha, of course. I will show mercy when we meet again, replied Carp. After Mu Yunfeng withdrew from the competition, Carp naturally became the champion of the Big Eater contest, and Mu Yunfeng had no intention of celebrating. After all, Carp's victory was based on threats, and he was the victim. After reaching Yamato's side, the two exchanged a few simple words and then headed towards the port together. At that moment, the two of them, with their abnormal physiques, showcased their true forms. The once round and chubby figures had returned to normal during the walk from the arena to the port. Once back on the ship, the two set sail once again. Just as they opened the sails, Mu Yunfeng sensed a gaze watching him. When he turned to look, Colonel Kink on the Doghead warship quickly put away his binoculars and lay flat on the deck, clearly sneaking a peek at Mu Yunfeng and Yamato. Not noticing anything unusual, Mu Yunfeng didn't pay much attention and departed from Chubby Island aboard the Sunny Breeze. After leaving, Colonel Kink on the Doghead warship wiped away a cold sweat, thinking, isn't this a bit exaggerated? I just took a glance and noticed. These little brats have become increasingly abnormal in recent years. Life on the sea was still monotonous. Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were lying bored on the deck, reading a novel titled Humility and Fairness. This book was part of the collection gathered by Don Quixote da Flamingo, And there were many other types of books in his study, including novels, biographies, travelogues, and mythological short stories from this world. The two had been passing the time with those books over the past few days. Yunfeng was also grateful for learning to read and write. He now appreciated his teacher Ruxage, who taught him and the Yamato characters. Otherwise, their journey would have been several times more boring than it was now. Suddenly, Yunfeng and Yamato both changed their expressions at the same time. After Yunfeng put down the book, both of them stood up and looked towards the back of the ship, where they saw a small island not far away. Yunfeng turned his head to look at Yamato beside him. You felt it too? Yamato nodded, sensing the powerful conqueror's haki. There must be an incredibly strong guy over there. It seems like things are getting interesting, Yamato. Should we go take a look? Sure, let's head out now. With that, Yunfeng jumped off the ship as he needed to transform. His current Qiongqi form was much larger than a few years ago, making it quite inconvenient to transform on the ship. Soon, a giant tiger over 10 meters long and more than 5 meters tall appeared on the surface of the sea. Although this Qiongqi form was much smaller than Jack's transformed giant elephant, Yunfeng was quite satisfied with his current beast form. This size not only provided him with great strength, but also did not affect his speed. If he were to be dozens of meters big, his speed would definitely be impacted, just like Jack's beast form. Yamato skillfully jumped onto Yunfeng's back, and with a flap of the wings on his back, Yunfeng soared towards the small island like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, in the center of the small island, a large group of people lay densely packed, with a red-haired man with a severed arm standing in the middle, a not-so-simple-looking sword hanging at his waist. Nearby, a man with flaxen hair complained, "Sigh, it's over again. I don't understand the point of such battles. Next time, Shanks, you can come alone. After all, a single conqueror's haki can solve it all. Do we really need to accept these little pirates' challenges?" Then a tall man with a gray slicked-back hairstyle chimed in, "After all, we have defeated too many pirates this year. Surely many guys want to enhance their fame by battling us. If we ever become an emperor-level pirate crew, we won't have such fools bothering us." At this moment, Yunfeng and Yamato had already arrived above these people, and Yunfeng immediately recognized their identities. The red-haired young man was none other than red-haired Shanks, the fourth emperor of the sea years later. Just as Yunfeng was observing Shanks, the pirates below noticed him too, seemingly curious about what this giant tiger with wings was. Roar! Yunfeng was not polite with those people and spat out a mouthful of white ice flames at the crew of the red-haired pirates. The red-haired pirates were famous for their high bounties, so naturally, no one here was weak. They easily dodged the ice flames spat out by Yunfeng. But two people did not move at all. One of them was Shanks, the red-haired, and the other was Ben Beckman, who was told by Kizura not to move. When Yunfeng landed in front of Shanks, Yamato also jumped down from Yunfeng's back. Just as Yunfeng was about to transform back into human form, Shanks approached Yamato. "Wow, you must be a really powerful beast tamer. This tiger you raised is amazing. Not only can it fly, but it can also breathe fire. How about joining my pirate crew? Can I ride this tiger?" Upon hearing Shanks' words, Yunfeng roared before Yamato could speak. "What are you thinking? I want to let you ride it." Seeing the talking tiger, Shanks was clearly even more excited. "It can talk too. How did you raise this tiger? Is it for sale?" "Sell? I'm not a tiger." Then Yunfeng transformed into his human form in front of Shanks. When Shanks saw Yunfeng in human form, his interest clearly diminished. "Oh, so you're a devil fruit user. I thought you were some rare breed of tiger." Seeing Shanks' attitude, Yunfeng couldn't help but complain, "Shanks, don't look so disappointed. It's disrespectful to me." Shanks scratched his head and said apologetically, sorry, but what's going on with you guys? Why did you suddenly attack us? I just heard that everyone in the red-haired pirates is very powerful, so I want to test you out a bit. Now I can see that each of you has unique skills." At this moment, Ben Beckman, who was next to Shanks, said unkindly, "You just wanted to test us and attacked us? Can I take it that you two are provoking us?" But before Yunfeng could reply, Shanks cheerfully patted Ben Beckman's shoulder. All right, they're just two kids. Don't hold it against them." Then Shanks turned to the two and said, "Let's not dwell on what just happened, but why are you two kids here? The Grand Line is very dangerous. Do you want to come aboard my ship?" Upon hearing Shanks' invitation, Yunfeng directly refused and then said to Yamato, "Tell him why we came here." Yunfeng knew Day's personality. If he didn't give Day a chance to assert his presence, Day would probably start mimicking him again soon. Day also expressed the purpose of their visit, saying that they had just felt a strong conqueror's haki on the ship, which is why they came to this small island. "Is that person you?" Shanks nodded. "That's right. It was my haki that was released just now. But you two little brats are not simple at all. You actually weren't affected by my haki. Look, These guys have all passed out. After hearing the red-haired pirate's response, Day excitedly took out the wolf-toothed club from his back. That's great. With such terrifying hockey, you must be very strong. Let's have a fight. Hearing Day's words, Shanks helplessly asked, do you two little brats also want to gain fame through fighting us? However, I advise you, I'm usually easy to get along with, but when it comes to battle, I won't hold back. After saying this, a terrifying conqueror's hockey emanated from Shanks. He wanted to use this momentum to scare off Mu Yunfeng and Day, as he didn't want to fight with kids. However, Shanks' actions did not scare the two at all. On the contrary, it made Mu Yunfeng and Day even more excited. And even Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but take out the soul-ending trident from his back. Shanks, you're overthinking it. We just genuinely think you are strong and want to fight you, not try to ride the coattails of the red-haired pirates to boost our own fame. Besides, I don't think you're more famous than us at sea right now. And stop calling us little brats. You're not that much older than us. Seeing this, Shanks asked back, how old are you two this year? 16 too. Haha, I am already 27 this year, so I'm fully qualified to call you little brats. Hearing Shanks' words, Mu Yunfeng teased. Ah, Shanks, you're already 27, but why are you so short? In terms of height, you were the little brat, right? Mu Yunfeng's verbal skills have always been impressive, and even Kaido firmly believes this. Shanks was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. After a few seconds, he yelled at Mu Yunfeng. You little brat, you're just quibbling. I'm 199 centimeters tall, which is already quite tall among ordinary people, okay? Mu Yunfeng's provocative tone was still a bit sarcastic, wasn't it? I'm really sorry, but everyone around me is quite tall, and I always thought anyone below 2 meters was considered short. Hearing this, Shanks turned to look at Ben Beckman, who straightened his chest and said, you shorty, don't look at me. I'm over 2 meters tall. As soon as Ben Beckman finished speaking, everyone present laughed, including Mu Yunfeng and Yamato, while Shanks looked displeased at Mu Yunfeng. What are you looking at? That shorty was called by your companion. We're just here to see how strong that terrifying conqueror's hockey man really is. Let's fight, Shanks. After Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, Yamato also came to his side, and the two of them, armed with weapons, had clearly made up their minds to fight Shanks. Little brat, since you insist on fighting, I guess I'll have to join you for some exercise. But if you get hurt during the battle, don't come crying to me. Of course not. Getting hurt only proves we're still weak. But do you agree to this fight now? You two are determined to fight me. Does it matter if I refuse? Shanks, both of us are going in. You can find a helper to avoid the accusation of us bullying you. Shanks laughed heartily and then drew his sword, waving it. Dealing with 2 little brats is enough for me alone, as long as you don't say I'm bullying you. Seeing Shanks' somewhat arrogant attitude, Mu Yunfeng smiled with a raised corner of his mouth. I hope you won't regret your choice. Yamato, get ready. Yamato nodded seriously. She knew Shanks was very strong and accepted the 2-on-1 situation calmly. The members of the red-haired pirates stepped back a few paces, clearing the battlefield for the 3 of them, while Jesus Burgess directly set up a betting table. Does anyone want to place a bet on this fight? Lachi Lu looked at Jesus Burgess and asked, this bet doesn't make sense. It's obvious Shanks will win. If everyone bets on Shanks, what's the point? Jesus Burgess explained. My bet this time is that those 2 little brats can last a few minutes under Shanks' hands. Wouldn't that make it worth betting? Then everyone started placing their bets. Some for 10 minutes, some for 20 minutes, some for half an hour, until finally, Ben Beckman walked over and tossed a handful of berries, saying, I bet those 2 little brats won't lose. Jesus Burgess was a bit puzzled. Beckman, are you giving us money, or do you think they can beat Shanks? It's just a handful of berries. What does winning or losing matter? Besides, I only said those 2 little brats won't lose. I never said Shanks would lose. I don't understand. I can't figure out why you have such high hopes for those 2 little brats. Ben Beckman chuckled lightly. Because I already recognized who they are. Jesus Burgess turned to Ben Beckman. You know them? Are they your fellow townsfolk? It's a secret. You'll find out soon. After the other members of the Shanks pirates stepped back from the battlefield, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato exchanged glances, then wrapped their hockey around their weapons and charged forward. Shanks, take my spear first. Dragon's piercing. As Mu Yunfeng's voice just reached Shanks' ears, he had already charged in front of Shanks with his soul breaker spear, thrusting it towards Shanks' chest. Shanks directly met the attack with his griffin. Divine Drive. With a clang of metal, Mu Yunfeng's momentum was halted, and Shanks was also pushed back a couple of steps by Mu Yunfeng's thrust. Then, Mu Yunfeng instantly crouched down, and Yamato leaped over his head, swinging her Wolfang club to launch another attack on Shanks. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Just as Shanks was recovering from being pushed back by Mu Yunfeng, he could only hurriedly raise his griffin to block Yamato's thunderous 8 trigrams. One was a fully charged strike, and the other was a hurried defense. Given that their strengths were roughly equal, the outcome was naturally predictable. Shanks was sent flying like a baseball by Yamato's thunderous 8 trigrams, crashing into several large trees before finally stopping. Cough, that was close. You two kids have quite the strength. I almost got hurt. Come on, try this move on me. Divine Evasion. Shanks' Divine Evasion was actually a flying slash imbued with haki. Although the move was simple, its power was anything but small, as the slash was incredibly large. Tearing the sky, Yunfeng covered the tip of the spear with an imposing aura, and a similarly outrageous slash was drawn from the tip, flying towards Shanks' strike. At the same time, Yamato charged in the direction of Shanks as Yunfeng's slash flew out. The two slashes collided in midair, and the force quickly canceled each other out. However, the resulting shockwave sent some things flying around, while Yamato burst out from the wave of energy, leaping high and swinging her bat down towards Shanks. Broken slash. Facing Yamato's strike, Shanks raised Griffin with one hand to meet it. At the moment Griffin collided with Aiken, Yamato's club, the ground beneath Shanks cracked in several places. The members of the red-haired pirates, who were watching from the sidelines, were particularly entertained, almost pulling out popcorn and seeds. Even Jesus Burgess curiously looked at Ben Beckman. No wonder you dare to bet on those two kids. It turns out their strength is so strong. However, although they were powerful, Shanks was still just toying with them. The kids would definitely lose. Ben Beckman also explained to Jesus Burgess, I know Shanks' strength, but that kid is a devil fruit user, and a Zoan-type devil fruit that greatly enhances physical abilities. He hasn't even entered his beast form yet. Do you think the kid has shown his full strength? The real show hasn't even started. Although the onlookers were chatting excitedly, the three on the battlefield were completely focused on the fight. After Shanks caught Yamato's strike, the two entered a contest of strength, with Shanks surprisingly not losing any ground to Yamato. Yamato dodged. Hearing Yunfeng's voice, Yamato retracted her weapon and sidestepped, while Yunfeng thrust his spear towards Shanks' chest with both hands. Shanks, who had just been grappling with Yamato, found himself in a situation where his old strength had faded. But new strength had not yet arisen, forcing him to block with Griffin again, and he was once more pushed back 10 meters. Steadying himself, Shanks helplessly looked at Yunfeng and Yamato, realizing that he had overestimated himself. If he had known, he would have called Beckman to join him. Yunfeng casually said to Shanks, originally, it was 2 against 1. If you want to find a helper now, that's fine too. Little brat, how could I, Shanks, be the kind of person who doesn't keep my word? Although you two are tough to deal with, you're not at a level I can't handle. Let's see if you can take my next move. Fallen Leaves Slash. Shanks' move, Fallen Leaves Slash, was just as its name suggests, a continuous series of slashes resembling falling autumn leaves. As Shanks swung his griffin, countless slashes flew towards Yunfeng and Yamato. Yunfeng wielded the Soul Breaker Spear, shattering all the slashes in front of him. Then his observation haki sensed danger, and he noticed that Shanks, who had been in front of him, had vanished. However, Yunfeng had no time to wonder when Shanks disappeared. He could only raise the spear's shaft over his head as quickly as possible, with his haki informing him that Shanks would attack his shoulder. Clang! Shanks' strike was blocked by the shaft of the Soul Breaker Spear, and Yamato immediately swung a Morning Star at Shanks, forcing him to withdraw. Watching Yunfeng and Yamato, Shanks smiled wryly and shook his head. Sigh. You two little brats really work well together. Your attacks are relentless, and your defense is impenetrable. If I don't go all out today, I won't win. Yamato proudly replied, Of course. I told you not to underestimate us from the start. You see how strong we are now, right? I know. I won't hold back from now on. You better be ready, or you might die. Then a terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki surged from Shanks, making even his crewmates watching feel a chill. Jesus Burgess also remarked, At this level of haki, Shanks is serious. Those two little brats actually forced him to this extent. That's impressive. Ben Beckman shook his head and said, No, those two brats are more troublesome than you think. As for the terrifying level of Shanks' Conqueror's haki, the ones most qualified to comment were Yunfeng and Yamato, as the overwhelming pressure made their bodies tremble with excitement. Normally, under such a level of Conqueror's haki, even if one didn't faint, they couldn't fight with all their strength. But Yunfeng and Yamato were different. Under Shanks' astonished gaze, 2 waves of Conqueror's haki erupted from Yunfeng and Yamato, countering his haki. Ha ha ha! You really are remarkable little brats. You actually have this kind of potential. Let me teach you how to use Conqueror's haki. Divine Avoidance. This time, the power of Shanks' Divine Avoidance was clearly much more dangerous than the last, as this strike was entwined with a terrifying amount of Conqueror's haki. Yunfeng and Yamato each picked up their weapons and stood in front of them. Although neither of them was injured, they were still knocked back by the slash. After landing, Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim that Shanks' mastery of Conqueror's Haki was truly impressive, even surpassing Kaido to some extent. However, that alone wouldn't be enough to defeat him and Yamato. Shanks, your Conqueror's Haki is the strongest I've seen among everyone I know so far. But I don't need you to teach me the technique of wrapping Conqueror's Haki, because an old man who loves to drink has already taught me. Yamato, excited, said, let's give it our all. I have a feeling we might get hurt again today. Yamato also added hurt? I can't even remember the last time I was hurt. To be honest, I kind of miss it. Yunfeng glanced at Yamato with a strange expression, thinking that Yamato couldn't really be a masochist, but this mental activity didn't slow down his physical actions. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Yunfeng and Yamato entered their half-beast states. After transforming, the tip of Yunfeng's soul-severing spear ignited with a pale white ice flame. Meanwhile, Yamato also used freezing air to condense a layer of ice armor on the surface of his body, a technique named Mirror Mountain, with defensive power equivalent to advanced armament Haki. After Yunfeng and Yamato transformed into their half-beast forms, the battle officially entered a heated phase. With both sides now viewing each other as true enemies, the fight had shifted from a testing stage to a real deadly clash. Once in half-beast form, Yunfeng immediately launched an attack, wielding the soul-severing spear still engulfed in ice flames, delivering a slash toward Shanks. Flames can take on form or be formless, and can change in countless ways. Spear technique, drawing the Azure Dragon. Yunfeng's slash was not an ordinary flying slash, but a blue dragon engulfed in pale white flames, clawing its way toward Shanks. Shanks swiftly dodged to the side and then teased Yunfeng, saying, the move looks quite intimidating, but unfortunately, it's all show and no substance. Your attack focuses on practical combat. A good-looking form has no effect. It's still too early to draw conclusions, Shanks. How do you know my move is all show? The secret technique, Dragon's Glance, was an extension of the move Drawing the Blue Dragon. In addition to Drawing the Blue Dragon, there were other extensions like Rising Dragon, Swishing Tail, and Diving Dragon, used to deal with various enemies. This was also a method Yunfeng developed over the past few years for advancing his ice flames. He wasn't sure if it was due to the awakening of his fruit ability. A few years ago, Yunfeng suddenly discovered that he could project his will onto the ice flames, which allowed him to manipulate them creatively. At that moment, the dragon-shaped ice flame slash that brushed past Shanks suddenly turned and charged toward Shanks' back. However, Shanks remained calm, turning around to unleash several flying slashes that shattered the dragon-shaped slash. Seeing his attack miss, Yunfeng was not surprised at all. After all, the opponent was Shanks, who had been fighting alongside Roger since he was a child. It would have been surprising if he had been hit so easily. Without giving Shanks a moment to rest, Yunfeng continued to wield his soul-ending trident, consecutively unleashing 3 beast-shaped ice flame slashes, drawing the white tiger. Tiger descends the mountain. Drawing the vermilion bird. Bird returns to the forest, and drawing the black tortoise. Tortoise enters the sea. After the 3 slashes were launched, Yunfeng took a deep breath and then, with his palm aimed at Shanks, released a white energy pillar. Ice Flame, White Thunder. This move, Ice Flame, White Thunder, involved Yunfeng compressing the ice flames to their extreme within his body, forming an energy pillar similar to a laser before expelling it from his mouth. The ice flames released in this manner were incredibly fast, akin to lightning, which is why Yunfeng named it White Thunder. At the same time, Yamato seized the opportunity to charge forward. Violent Foot, Instant Step. Yamato's move, Violent Foot, Instant Step, was similar to the shave technique, enhancing foot strength for a sudden advance. Seeing the 3 beastly slashes Yunfeng unleashed, Shanks knew there was no point in dodging, so he used flying slashes to shatter each one before meeting Yunfeng's Ice Flame, White Thunder head-on with his griffin. The freezing effect of Ice Flame, White Thunder caused a layer of ice crystals to form on Shanks' griffin and his right arm holding the sword. After Shanks shattered the ice crystals, Yamato had already charged in front of him. Divine Foot, White Serpent Drive. Yamato's move, White Serpent Drive, was extremely fast. However, at the critical moment, Shanks managed to block the blow with his griffin, and then he and Yamato engaged in close combat. Although Yamato's strength increased after beast transformation, he was at a disadvantage in close combat against Shanks, gradually falling behind as Shanks' combat experience was several levels higher than his. Yunfeng did not rush to help Yamato at first, but instead observed Shanks' fighting style, looking for a breakthrough to defeat him. During the battle, Yamato was caught off guard by Shanks, who struck back with a knife. However, with the protection of Mirror Mountain and the armament haki, Yamato did not suffer severe injuries. Only a small wound on his shoulder. At this moment, Yunfeng finally seized the opportunity, controlling the wind to wrap around his body and charging towards Shanks at an incredible speed. This move was named Dance of the Wind by Yunfeng, utilizing his wind manipulation ability to create a special airflow around his body. This airflow helped him reduce air resistance, making his speed 3 times faster than usual. And it could also cancel out the sound generated by his charge, achieving true stealth, a godly skill of the 6th level. Faced with such a sneak attack from the cunning Yunfeng, Shanks could not evade the thrust and could only sidestep to avoid a fatal blow, leaving a wound on his chest from Yunfeng's strike. Naturally, Yamato did not miss this excellent opportunity and charged in again using Violent Foot Instant Step, delivering a thunderous strike to Shanks' chest. Since Shanks had already compromised his balance while dodging Yunfeng's thrust, he was unable to evade Yamato's blow, and Shanks was sent flying like a baseball for the second time. As the dust settled, Shanks stood up again, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained some injuries. However, his momentum showed no signs of weakening. Instead, he focused his gaze and tightened his grip on his sword. Seeing this scene, the other members of the red-haired pirates stood up and retreated a significant distance, with Jesus Burgess muttering to himself, "Is Shanks planning to kill those 2 kids? He even used that move. Could it be that those 2 kids are stronger than me?" Yunfeng and Yamato, seeing Shanks gathering his strength, also began to build up their own momentum in response to Shanks' upcoming attack. A few seconds later, Shanks opened his eyes, and his aura became increasingly fierce. Yunfeng even sensed a trace of killing intent, indicating that Shanks was likely going to use his full strength. Shanks raised his right hand, the griffin, above his head, and then swiftly swung it at Yunfeng and Yamato. One sword style, Great Annihilation, Storm. The violent sword energy descended like raindrops, slashing towards Yunfeng and Yamato's location, with each strike carrying exaggerated power. Anyone of average strength facing such an attack would surely be turned into minced meat. Yunfeng instantly controlled the wind in front of the two, forming a flowing circular wind shield. He then turned to Yamato. It was time to use the combination skill, Frost Wind Shield. Yamato also exhaled a freezing breath laced with ice crystals. After the freezing breath fused with the wind shield, a pure white flowing barrier appeared in front of Yamato and Yunfeng. Shanks' slashes were exceptionally sharp, and each strike was wrapped in Conqueror's haki, creating a gash every time it hit the Frostwind shield. However, due to the fluidity of the wind, the gap would be shifted to the back in the next second, then heal and flow back to the front. Under Shanks' frenzied sword energy attacks, the ground around Yunfeng and Yamato was completely shattered, yet the ground beneath their feet remained intact. Seeing that the one sword style, Great Annihilation, Reign of Destruction, was ineffective, Shanks lifted the griffin above his head. One sword style, Great Annihilation, God-slaying. Then, a massive slash that seemed to tear apart space struck towards Yunfeng and Yamato. Yunfeng knew very well that the shield of wind and frost could not block this knife, so he directly dispelled the wind shield. No Servant Ice Fong, Ice Flame, White Thunder, both of them simultaneously exhaled freezing air and condensed ice flames that turned into white thunder. At the moment the slash collided with the 2 energy pillars, a huge explosion occurred. The freezing air and ice flames transformed into a sky full of white mist, enveloping the entire battlefield, and the mist contained extremely terrifying low temperatures. The surrounding trees turned into ice sculptures upon contact with this mist. If an ordinary person took a breath of this mist, their lungs would surely be frostbitten. However, none of the 3 present were ordinary people. They instantly rushed toward the center of the mist. Although the mist affected visibility, the 3 had strong observation haki, and the mist did not hinder their combat at all. The clashing sounds of weapons echoed through the mist. Occasionally, a gust of freezing air would burst out, freezing a nearby small hill. Sometimes, a piece of ice flame would drift out, turning everything in its path into ice sculptures, and occasionally a slash would shoot out, shattering everything in front. The crew of the red-haired pirates, who had retreated to a distance, were also very curious, scratching their heads in confusion. At this moment, they had long forgotten about the bets, and were all trying to see what was happening inside the white mist. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours, and after it ended, everyone sat together. At this time, Yunfeng had several obvious knife wounds on his body, 2 on his chest and 1 on his back. Yamato also had 3 knife wounds, 1 on his shoulder and 2 on his arm. As Yunfeng applied medicine to Yamato's arm, he said to Shanks with annoyance, "Shanks, you guys took it too seriously. It was just a sparring match, but you got so worked up and hit so hard. If Yamato ends up with scars on his arm, I won't let you off." Hearing Yunfeng's words, Shanks directly flew into a rage. "Look at me while I'm talking. Okay? Compared to me, your injuries are nothing." At this moment, Shanks looked much more miserable than Yunfeng and Yamato. His bare upper body was wrapped in bandages, and his hands and legs also had several bandaged areas. The most noticeable was the bandage wrapped around his head, which was clearly still oozing blood. Ben Beckman was also laughing nearby. "Huh, who told you to fight 2 by yourself? Look at how badly you're getting beaten. If you'd found a helper, it wouldn't have turned out like this." Yunfeng, however, continued to tease Shanks without a hint of guilt. "Oh, now you know how to address me. Why not continue calling me Little Ghost?" Ben Beckman chimed in. "If Shanks keeps calling you Little Ghost, that means he is asking to be beaten up by a little ghost." This sentence made everyone laugh, but Shanks ignored Ben Beckman and turned to Yunfeng and Yamato, extending another invitation. "You two get along well with me, and your strength is outrageous. Join my pirate crew, and I'll make you my officers." Just as Yunfeng and Yamato were about to refuse again, Ben Beckman jumped in to answer before them. "Our pirate crew only has a few members. What use is it to be your officer?" "They are officers of the Beast Pirates, which is a royal-level pirate crew." Upon hearing the words officers of the Beast Pirates, everyone except Yunfeng and Yamato looked confused. Ben Beckman helplessly shook his head. "You guys are sailing the seas. Can't you pay attention to the newspapers? Don't you know the news from a while ago?" Seeing a group of illiterates shaking their heads, Beckman had no choice but to briefly explain Yunfeng and Yamato's situation to them. Shanks burst into laughter. "Ha! No wonder you 2 little ghosts are so strong. It turns out you're monsters under Kaido. How about switching to my crew? We'll become a royal-level pirate crew in the future." Yunfeng and Yamato shook their heads in refusal at the same time. "Forget it. That guy Kaido used to beat me up all the time. So until I have the strength to give him a good beating, I won't leave the Beast Pirates." "But Shanks, you're not bad. Although we can't be partners, we could be good friends. Let's set a time. Let's have a match in 10 years, just you and me." Shanks immediately rejected the idea, saying, "No way. You're just a kid, and you're not much weaker than me right now. Who knows how strong you'll be in 10 years? I don't want to fight with a monster like you." Yunfeng tilted his head and said, "I don't care if you want to or not. I'll come find you. Anyway, I can fly, so finding will be easy. As long as you're not dead, I'll definitely come to fight you." After this fight, Yunfeng and Yamato became friends with Shanks and the others. What do pirates do when they make new friends? Naturally, they hold a feast. Then, Yunfeng took Yamato back to the sea. When they reached the spot where their ship was supposed to be, Yunfeng was dumbfounded, and Yamato asked in confusion, "Where's the ship? It should be right here, shouldn't it?" Yunfeng explained helplessly, "It must have drifted away with the ocean current. Don't worry. As long as I fly a bit higher, I can easily find it." After retrieving the sunny breeze, Yunfeng steered the ship towards the small island and docked next to Shanks Redforth. Then they disembarked together to hold a feast. During the feast, Yunfeng showcased his cooking skills, which were well received by everyone. Everyone ate with their mouths full. Shanks also came out of the ship carrying a barrel of wine. "You guys have been craving my treasured wine for quite some time, right? To celebrate our new friendship, Yunfeng and Yamato let you taste it today." The fine wine that Shanks had treasured was indeed much better than what Yunfeng had drunk on Ghost Island, and it seemed to have a high alcohol content. Yamato's face turned red after a few cups. After finishing 1 barrel, Shanks switched to regular wine, and Yunfeng immediately started to tease him for being stingy. "Shanks, you're so stingy. After finishing your treasured wine, drinking regular wine is completely tasteless. Can we open another barrel?" Yamato, in a drunken state, also raised her glass and shouted, "Shanks, stingy guy, hurry up and bring out another barrel of treasure. 1 barrel is definitely not enough." The other members of the red-haired pirates joined in, teasing, "Another barrel, another barrel." Although everyone was cheering, Shanks still held his head high and said, "That's my treasured wine. You can have 1 barrel to taste. But if you want to drink it like water, no way. Shanks, you're really too stingy. How about this? I won't drink your treasure for free. I'll trade you something for it, all right? Yamato, go get 2 barrels of honey. Let's trade for 2 barrels of wine to keep for later." Yamato stood up, swaying as she walked towards the sunny breeze. "Leave it to me. I know where the honey is. I'll get it for you right away." Watching Yamato's swaying figure, Yunfeng tentatively said, "I see you can't even walk steadily. How about I go get it instead? What if you wobble and fall into the sea?" "Yunfeng, are you an idiot? I'm not swaying at all, and I definitely won't fall into the sea. Even if it's 2 barrels of honey, I can carry 10 barrels without any problem. Burp okay, then be careful, Yamato, and don't bring back too much. 2 barrels are enough. We need to save the rest for cooking. After Yamato staggered back with 2 barrels of honey, Yunfeng placed the honey in front of Shanks. 1 barrel of honey. 1 barrel of wine, how about it? Shanks directly refused. The price of honey is indeed a bit higher than wine. But this is my treasured wine that I've kept for a long time. How can I trade it for honey? At this moment, Yamato chimed in. Our honey isn't just any honey. It's exceptionally good honey. You'll know once you try it. After Yamato's words, Shanks and the others took a bit of honey and tasted it. After trying the honey, Shanks' eyes lit up. How can it be so delicious? Where's this honey from? If I get the chance, I want to buy some. Perhaps due to being drunk, Yamato's words clearly increased in number as she proudly patted the barrel of honey. This honey can't be bought because we got it from a deserted island full of giant flowers, snatched from some giant bees. We cleaned them out, and it will probably be several years before new honey is produced. This honey not only tastes great, but also make for delicious cooking and barbecuing. Do you want to trade, or should I take it back? Yunfeng was surprised to discover that the drunken version of Yamato actually had the talent of a merchant, introducing their honey with great enthusiasm. Shanks hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about the deliciousness of the honey, he made up his mind. All right, I'll trade. You wait here, and I'll go get you some wine. Shanks brought out 2 barrels of wine and placed them in front of Yunfeng. After exchanging the honey, Shanks playfully approached Yunfeng and said, By the way, Yunfeng, don't you want a drink? Now you have 2 barrels of fine wine. Should we open them and drink together? Yunfeng shot Shanks a glance and said, You wish. If you want to drink fine wine, drink your own. These are for me to keep for my own enjoyment. He then moved the wine barrel onto his own ship. After the party ended, Shanks came over to chat with Yunfeng. During their conversation, Yunfeng learned that Shanks was about to head to the second half of the Grand Line, a place known as the New World. When Shanks found out that Yunfeng and Yamato had no particular destination, he invited the 2 of them to join him in exploring the New World. However, since Yunfeng and Yamato had just escaped from Wano and hadn't fully explored the first half of the Grand Line, it was impossible for them to go back. After declining Shanks' proposal, they bid farewell and sailed off in their respective ships. Yunfeng and Yamato then drifted aimlessly at sea again, encountering many interesting islands. There was Flame Island, which was entirely made up of volcanoes, Water Island, which was filled with rivers, and a strange island where all the animals walked upright on 2 legs. After landing on 5 or 6 consecutive islands with Yamato, Yunfeng became accustomed to the oddities. He thought that no matter how strange the islands he encountered in the future, he wouldn't be shocked. However, this expectation was quickly shattered. Yunfeng came across an archipelago that looked very much like a group of carnivorous flowers. It was the Vibrant Island, commonly known as the Food Island, which Usopp had once visited. Upon discovering this island, Yunfeng ran over to Yamato and shook her awake forcefully. Yamato, wake up. I found a fantastic place. When Yunfeng brought Yamato to the railing, she looked puzzled and asked, This little island looks so strange. What is so fantastic about it? Yunfeng smiled mysteriously. As a chef, my intuition told me that the island was filled with delicious food. All kinds of delicacies. Could it be that there are particularly tasty animals on that island? Or is it like the Flower Island, which has an abundance of honey and the like? Not just tasty ingredients, but gourmet food. As for how wonderful that island is, you'll understand once you set foot on it, so look forward to it. Then, Yunfeng controlled the winds and set sail on the sunny breeze towards the Soundwave Islands. After docking the ship, Yunfeng and Yamato jumped directly onto the island. Once they landed, Yunfeng led Yamato towards the center of the island. And soon Yamato was captivated by a giant flower and walked right over to it. Yunfeng, look at this flower. It seems like it has a mouth. Yamato exclaimed. Oh, it really does have a mouth. Look, the flower's mouth is moving. While Yamato was talking about the carnivorous plant, it bit down on Yamato's arm. However, thanks to Yamato's domineering protection, the plant couldn't harm his arm at all. Haha, did you see that? It's trying to eat my arm. How interesting. Yunfeng. Should we take it back to the ship and raise it? Yunfeng walked directly to Yamato's side, kicked the man-eating flower away, and said, The interesting part is still ahead, so don't waste time. There are many foods here that are tastier than fruit meat. Upon hearing about food that was better than fruit meat, Yamato's interest was instantly piqued, and he took the initiative to pull Yunfeng deeper into the small island. After walking for a while, Yunfeng realized that they had already reached their destination, because what he and Yamato were standing on was not land at all, but an entire piece of giant roasted meat. Baozi were growing on the nearby trees, and the bushes were filled with tangyuan and meatballs. Not far away, there were chocolate flowers growing. The river was flowing with ramen, and on top of the ramen, there were even some pizzas probably existing as lotus flowers. Any food that Mu Yunfeng knew could be found here. Looking at everything around him, Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng in confusion and said, "Ah, the plants here are so strange. They look just like food." Mu Yunfeng smiled mysteriously at this moment, laughing, "Haha, maybe it's not just about looking alike. They say it might not really be food, you know." Just as Daisuke was still trying to understand the meaning behind Mu Yunfeng's words, he saw Mu Yunfeng reach out and pick a coal ball from a nearby tree and eat it. Wow, it's chocolate. What a flavor, fresh chocolate. At that moment, Daisuke also understood something and directly picked a bun from the tree next to him, taking a big bite. Then his eyes lit up as he stared at the other food. Really, it's really a bun, and it's still hot. This is too magical. Then Daisuke grabbed a handful of noodles and stuffed them into his mouth. Wow, these noodles are so delicious. This piece of meat tastes amazing too. The food here is even better than what you find in a competitive eating contest. It was clear that Daisuke was very satisfied with the taste of the food. And then he started stuffing everything he saw in his mouth like glutinous rice balls and meatballs, eating with great joy. Mu Yunfeng was also picking buns from the tree to eat, categorizing them as he went along. This one is pork filling, this one is beef filling. This one is chive and egg, this one is lamb and radish, and this one is great. It's actually 3 delicacies. He, while eating, felt something was off and turned to Mu Yunfeng to ask, "Hey, Mu Yunfeng, do you really think it's possible for buns to grow on trees? Won't we have any problems eating them?" At this moment, Mu Yunfeng didn't know how to respond. Day's reaction was too slow. If there were doubts, they should have been raised from the beginning. After eating so much, is there really any point in doubting now? Day, your suspicion is too heavy. What ill intentions could food possibly have? You've eaten so much and nothing has happened, which proves that your worries are unnecessary. "Ah, is that so?" I said. "How could such delicious food possibly have a problem?" I'm digging in, eating. An hour later, Mu Yunfeng, who had also turned into a chubby person, lay lazily on the ground with Day. Mu Yunfeng began analyzing the situation here with Day. "Day, did you notice? The food on this island has a magical energy. This energy quickly transforms into fat once it enters the body, and it seems to enhance physical abilities a bit. If we eat the food here and exercise every day, the workout effects might be doubled, but unfortunately, our bodies are close to being pushed to the limit. So, enhancing our physique doesn't work for us anymore." Day, however, was not concerned about the magical energy in the food. She only cared about the taste. "This island is amazing. If that's the case, we can eat without cooking, and we can eat whenever and wherever we want. Why don't we stay here for a few days?" Really? I was actually thinking the same. It's hard not to want to stay on such an attractive island. Recently, I'm getting a bit tired of cooking, so let's just be lazy here for a while. Just then, a person suddenly appeared beside them, dressed in a beetle costume. Mu Yunfeng recognized this person. He was Usopp's cheat master, but Mu Yunfeng didn't know his name. The beetle man started to introduce himself after seeing the two. "I am the forest warrior Hercules. You shouldn't lie here resting. Hurry up and get up to exercise and burn off those calories, or you will be in danger. This small island has a lot of delicious food, but is also very dangerous. If you become fat here, you will end up as food." As soon as Hercules finished speaking, the island began to tremble inexplicably. Hercules immediately hugged the big tree and shouted to Mu Yunfeng and Day, "This island is about to start feeding. Quickly grab something nearby. Otherwise, you'll fall into its mouth and become food for this small island." Day still hadn't reacted to what was happening when the ground they were lying on turned into a 90-degree angle, and the small animals on the island began to fall downward. Soon, a big mouth appeared beneath them, swallowing the rabbits, goats, giraffes, and other animals. Mu Yunfeng instantly entered his half-beast state, holding Day and flying up. Hercules' so-called island feeding posed no trouble for Mu Yunfeng and Day. After the island finished feeding, the two landed beside Hercules. Mu Yunfeng took the initiative to ask, "You're Hercules, right? Are you the only human on this island?" "Yes, apart from you. I'm the only human on this small island. I'm the forest warrior Hercules." Day, curious, asked, "This island is so strange. Since you've been here for so long, you must know a lot. Tell us about the story of this island." Hercules, having not communicated with anyone for a long time, began to chatter excitedly after hearing Day's question, explaining that the delicious food on this island was actually a trap. The island uses food to attract animals to stay, and the food will quickly make them gain weight. Eventually, even birds will be unable to fly due to their weight and will become food in the belly of the island. Through communication with Hercules, Mu Yunfeng also learned that each small island has different foods. For example, the small island in the far west specializes in sweet cakes, while the one in the far east is full of various seafood. Such an interesting island led Mu Yunfeng and Dai to stay for half a month. However, since they still had adventures to pursue, after half a month, the two bid farewell to Hercules and prepared to set sail for new adventures. Dai also stayed true to her original intention, capturing 2 man-eating flowers on the island to take back to the ship for care. The man-eating flowers initially resisted, but obediently followed the two after Dai gave them a beating. Mu Yunfeng walked while looking at Daiyong's bulging clothes. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally asked, Daiyong, don't you think your clothes have shrunk? Daiyong also lifted his sleeves and said, Oh, it seems like my clothes really have shrunk. What's going on? Oh, please, it's obvious you've gained weight. Who told you to just eat and sleep for the past half month? If you weren't gaining weight, that would be a ghost. Mu Yunfeng declared, I've decided. For the next week, we're eating vegetarian, or you'll turn into chubby girl. I don't want to eat vegetarian. I want to eat meat. Besides, if I gain a little weight, so what? I don't care. Nonsense. Even if you don't want to eat vegetarian, you have to. I'm warning you, Daiyong. If you turn into a chubby girl, I'll throw you away and won't want you anymore. Just try me. All right. I'll eat vegetarian. Is that okay? Mu Yunfeng, you really meddle too much. It's so annoying. Hearing Daiyong's tone, Mu Yunfeng sighed inwardly. It seemed Daiyong was entering a rebellious phase, but he hadn't completely rebelled. He just complained more while still being obedient when it mattered. After returning to the ship, Daiyong found 2 flower pots and placed the carnivorous plants at the door of the cabin. Then he picked up a spike club and threatened the plants, saying, You two stay here. If you dare to run around, I'll tear you apart and throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Mu Yunfeng didn't know if the man-eating flowers could understand Japanese, but seeing the 2 man-eating flowers trembling in fear, he could roughly confirm that they wouldn't run around. Soon, the 2 of them gave names to the 2 man-eating flowers, calling them Flower 1 and Flower 2. After leaving the gourmet island, the 2 returned to the monotonous life of sailing. The days at sea were still the same as before, reading books, fishing, then eating, sleeping, and waiting for the next day. A week later, beside the pool on the 3rd deck of the Sunny Breeze, Yamato looked at the vegetable salad in front of him and turned green, waving his hands in protest at Mu Yunfeng. I don't want to eat vegetables anymore. Can we have some meat for lunch? I really haven't eaten meat for a week. If I keep eating like this, I'm going to turn into a little sheep. Mu Yunfeng glanced at Yamato and saw that the chubby Yamato had returned to his usual self, so he nodded at him. All right, I'll let you have some meat tonight. But if you get fat again in the future, we'll stick to vegetables. Got it? As long as you don't get fat, I'll give you meat every day. Suddenly, Yamato stood up and pointed into the distance, saying, We don't have to wait until tonight. Let's go eat on that island. It clearly looks like an island inhabited by humans, and I'm really curious about what special food they have. Following the direction Yamato was pointing, Mu Yunfeng also saw an island and thought it was time to gather some supplies. Okay, let's go to the island and find something to eat. We need some supplies since we can't replenish anything on a deserted island. After steering the boat to the harbor, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato lowered the sails and dropped anchor, when suddenly 2 soldiers on the shore aimed their guns at them. You need to dock your boat at the pier immediately and come ashore with us. The king has issued an order that all outsiders must be detained during these days. Mu Yunfeng and he exchanged a glance and directly jumped in front of the 2 soldiers. When the soldiers saw the 2 easily leap over dozens of meters, they realized that these 2 were not to be trifled with, and their attitude softened somewhat. Mu Yunfeng looked at the 2 soldiers in front of him and asked why this country was detaining outsiders. Couldn't they just drive them away if they weren't welcome? Additionally, where they be taken? The soldier explained to the 2, You don't need to worry about that. It's not that we're taking you to a prison. Rather, we will take you to a hotel to stay for 3 days. Of course, you will enjoy good service there. After 3 days, we will release you. At that time, you can choose to either travel around this country or go out to sea. Mu Yunfeng tentatively asked, 3 days? Shouldn't it be 14 days? Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, the soldier explained, Don't worry, there are no epidemics here. We also don't know why we need to detain outsiders. We kindly ask you to cooperate with our work and go to the designated hotel. At this moment, Dai stood up and said, Who wants to cooperate with your work? I don't want to stay in a hotel for 3 days. I want to eat meat. If you don't let us go, I won't be polite. After hearing Dai's words, the soldier aimed his gun at the 2, saying, We kindly ask both of you to cooperate with our work, otherwise it will be difficult for us. Mu Yunfeng raised the corner of his mouth. It's difficult, then let's not do it. He quickly made his move, knocking out 2 soldiers with a swift chop of his hands, then stuffed them into a patch of grass. Turning to Yamato, he said, "All right, let's go eat and buy supplies. These two guys won't wake up anytime soon, so we can relax and have some fun." The two didn't immediately buy supplies. Instead, they inquired about the best restaurant nearby and went to sample the island's specialty cuisine. It had become a habit for Yunfeng and Yamato to try the local delicacies whenever they arrived at a new island. After arriving at the restaurant, they ordered a lot of dishes, including the signature dishes of stir-fried clam rice and marinated squid, which they naturally didn't miss. After ordering, the waitress led them to a table and served them 2 drinks before attending to other customers. As soon as Yunfeng sat down, a person entered from outside, capturing his attention. This person looked very familiar to Yunfeng, but he couldn't quite recall who she was. She must be an important supporting character or something similar. The person was a woman, well endowed in the chest area, with a good aura and a strong mature woman vibe. Her hairstyle resembled the clubs from a deck of cards, with the left half orange and the right half white. Her clothing matched this color scheme as well, and she had a lightning-shaped scar running from her forehead to her right eye. At the moment she entered, she also saw Yunfeng and Day. From the brief pause and the slight contraction of her pupils, Yunfeng could tell that she recognized their identities. The two of them then locked eyes, with Yunfeng desperately trying to recall who she was, while she was curious about why Yunfeng and Day were here and why they were staring at her. It wasn't until the waitress called out to the guests not to block the door that their eye contact was finally broken. Day looked at Yunfeng with curiosity. "Hey, what were you just looking at? Do you know who that woman is?" Yunfeng replied, "She looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. This hairstyle, this hair color, this outfit, this scar. I remember now. Isn't she supposed to be in a prison and impelled down? How did she end up here?" Yunfeng's memories have resurfaced. He remembers who this person is. It is the Revolutionary Army, the Great Route Army, Vice Commander Lightning. In Yunfeng's memory, it was imprisoned and impelled down. He vaguely recalls that during the Marineford War, it had already been captured and impelled down for 10 years, which is 12 years before the Golden City movie version, the same year the Qiongqi Fruit was stolen. Suddenly, Yunfeng had a bold guess. The high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army have appeared here, and this country inexplicably detains outsiders. Could it be that they are plotting with the Revolutionary Army, fearing leaks, which is why they are doing this? And at this timing, perhaps it is also when Ivankov and the others' plan failed. The more Yunfeng reasoned, the more he felt this was the truth. Seeing that Yunfeng had fallen into deep thought again, Yamato urged him from the side. "Come on, continue speaking. Who is that person? Why are they impelled down? Don't just talk half-heartedly." The commotion between Yunfeng and Yamato naturally caught Lightning's attention. And then the female version of Lightning slowly walked to the table in front of Yunfeng and Yamato. "Oh, handsome boy, why you keep staring at your sister? Do you know your sister? Do you want to have a deeper conversation with your sister?" If Yunfeng didn't know that Lightning also had a male side, he wouldn't mind having a deeper conversation with her. After all, the female version of Lightning is a charming and confident woman. However, thinking that this person might actually be a man, Yunfeng couldn't muster any desire, even wanting to slap himself for feeling a moment of attraction. "You say that. How would you know I'm looking at you if you don't look at me? And if you were just a woman, I wouldn't mind having a deeper conversation with you. But you're not just a woman." Yamato then asked foolishly, "What do you mean by having a deeper conversation? Why can it only be with women? What are you two talking about?" Yunfeng turned his head to look at Dea with a speechless expression, saying, "It's not appropriate for kids to ask about adult matters. If you want to have a deeper conversation with me, I'll find a time to accommodate you." The female version of Lightning also chuckled, "Hey, little brother, it's not good to speak to a girl like that. Speaking of which, this little girl is really innocent, but you, little brother, are not innocent at all." Yunfeng didn't want to continue beating around the bush with Lightning, so he got straight to the point. "You must be clear about my identity, and I also know yours. There's no need to put on a show here. Let's just speak frankly." Lightning began to change the subject, saying, "You're joking, my friend. What identity do I have? I'm just an ordinary citizen." "Ordinary citizen? Do you think you're some kind of vegetable vendor, like Lu Qingyan?" "Who is Lu Qingyan?" The one who asked this question was, of course, Dea. Yunfeng looked at Yamato helplessly and said, "Yamato, do you really want to talk? Why don't you communicate with this temporarily acting big sister, the vice commander of the Revolutionary Army, the Grand Line Army?" After thinking for a moment, Yamato nodded and said, "I'll do the communicating." "Communicating? With your intelligence, you'll probably spill all your secrets in just a few sentences." Upon hearing Yunfeng accurately mention its position, Lightning's expression changed noticeably. Seeing Lightning's attitude shift so quickly, Yunfeng couldn't help but tease it. Just a moment ago, you were all about deep, intellectual communication with a mature big sister vibe, and now you've switched to wanting to take me down. Sigh, the new humans really are fickle. But I must remind you, If you decide to attack me, you should think carefully about the consequences. I don't want to have a feud with your revolutionary army. However, if you do come at me, I won't hesitate to kill you. But I'm more curious, why is the revolutionary army here? Your presence means Ivankov is also here, right? This country's detention of outsiders has something to do with you all, doesn't it? Although Mu Yunfeng said a lot, Lightning did not respond with a single word, only silently staring at Mu Yunfeng. Mu Yunfeng could only say, all right, I'm a pirate, not a navy. I have no grievances with your revolutionary army. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. I don't want to get involved in any trouble. After we finish our meal, we'll gather supplies and leave here. I can pretend I never saw you. Under Mu Yunfeng's verbal assault, the mature version of Lightning lost her appetite and, after settling the bill, turned to leave the restaurant. After she left, Mu Yunfeng told Yamato, hurry up and eat. Once we finish, we'll gather our supplies and leave. This country isn't a place to linger. Otherwise, we might get caught up in some trouble. Yamato didn't ask why and quicken her eating pace. After they finished their meal, they bought some necessities nearby and headed toward the sunny day and wind. However, just as they reached the port, Mu Yunfeng frowned and turned to Yamato, waving his hand helplessly. Sigh, we're late. We probably already got caught up in trouble. Mu Yunfeng had excellent eyesight. He could clearly see countless warships sailing towards them across the sea. Based on the number of warships deployed by the Navy this time, it was estimated that a general would be leading the fleet. Mu Yunfeng was naturally not intimidated by the so-called admiral. However, not being afraid of trouble doesn't mean he lacked sense. He decided to hide here and observe the situation before planning his next move. He reached out and pulled Day into an alley, then transformed his head to enhance his vision. What he saw next was the last person he wanted to see. Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizuru, and standing beside Kizuru was Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akainu. Recognizing these two, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but complain. Karp was out on a mission, Akiji was on leave, and both Kizuru and Akainu had come here. What a good opportunity. Should he call Kaido and suggest an ambush on the Navy headquarters? Day heard Mu Yunfeng's mutterings and curiously asked, what? Father is going to ambush the Navy headquarters? Mu Yunfeng shook his head. I was just talking nonsense just now. You don't have to take it seriously. Really? What exactly did you see? I saw a lewd old man that I least wanted to see. That's right. The person Mu Yunfeng least wanted to encounter was Kizuru. If it had been Akainu and Akiji today, it would have been much easier. Mu Yunfeng was confident that he could escape from them. Neither Akainu nor Akiji would be able to do anything to him. But the lewd old man in the yellow suit was truly a dilemma for Mu Yunfeng. Kizaru might not be as strong as Akainu, but his devil fruit ability was incredibly annoying. If we were to compare flying speeds in the world of One Piece, as far as Mu Yunfeng knew, there were two people faster than him. One was Kizuru, and the other was Enel. When it comes to fighting Kizuru, it's uncertain whether he could win, but escaping would definitely be difficult. If he boarded a ship, this guy could sink it. However, it seems that Kizuru can only teleport within his ability range and cannot fly over the sea for long periods. Escaping shouldn't be too much of a problem. If Kizaru really could fly over the sea, the map of One Piece would have been fully explored by him, and the great treasure would have long been taken to Sengoku's office. Next to him, Yamato also noticed Mu Yunfeng's expression and asked, what's wrong? Why do you look like that? Do you really hate that yellow-lewd old man? Mu Yunfeng did not answer. Instead, he patted Yamato's shoulder and said, Yamato, haven't you always wanted to beat up Akainu? Now's your chance. Akainu is over there on that warship. Do you want to go and hit him? Yamato responded with okay, put down the supplies, and took up the mace, ready to go out and fight Akainu. Mu Yunfeng pulled Day back with one hand. I was just joking. You can't fight Akainu now. Besides Akainu, there's also Kizaru on the other side. And there are so many Marines. I estimate there won't be a shortage of rear admirals either. If we go out now, we might just end up in prison. Let's think of a way to leave here first. I roughly know their purpose. They shouldn't be coming for us. We need to figure out how to get the Shiri Huffing back and then set sail to escape. Actually, if Mu Yunfeng wanted to run, he could easily take Day and fly away from the other side of the island. But their ship, the Shiri Huffing, is at the harbor, and the Qiongqi Fruit is there too. So unless it's a life or death situation, Mu Yunfeng will definitely want to get the ship back. Suddenly, Mu Yunfeng's observation Haki sensed someone behind them. He and Day turned around simultaneously and found that the person behind them was Lightning. And behind Lightning was a new human who was more than 4 meters tall and voluptuous. The tall woman had deep purple explosive hair, long and thick eyelashes, light blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss. Her clothing was also quite strange. Fishnet stockings and a cloak, a tight, ultra-low-cut jumpsuit that exposed a skull tattoo on her stomach. Mu Yunfeng knew that she was a female version of Ivankov. In Mu Yunfeng's memory, Ivankov was captured and sent to impel down due to a baseless accusation. It seems that this baseless accusation is related to the Revolutionary Army, and in order to mitigate the impact of the Revolutionary Army incident, they were randomly assigned a crime. Lightning also sighed, estimating that they had involved you as well. You saw that 2 admirals came outside. Do you want to ally with us? After all, we have a common enemy. Mu Yunfeng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, if we are to form an alliance, then let's do it. But who exactly wants to ally with me? Ivankov walked up to Mu Yunfeng, grinning. Hey, it's the handsome boy who wants to ally with you. But this isn't the place for chatting. Follow me. Mu Yunfeng glanced at the navy ahead, then at his ship, the Sunny Wind, nodded, and led Yamato and Ivankov away. Along the way, there wasn't much communication since they weren't familiar with each other, and soon Mu Yunfeng and Yamato arrived at the palace where Ivankov had come, and then they reached the door of a secret chamber. At this point, Ivankov also asked Mu Yunfeng, although the possibility is very low, I still have to ask. It wasn't you who reported to the Navy, was it? Mu Yunfeng looked at Ivankov with a dumbfounded expression and said, Are you stupid? If I were the one reporting, I wouldn't be in such a difficult position. I'm also quite helpless right now, you know. Besides, if I wanted to report, I would definitely do it after leaving. It must be that there are undercover agents in your Revolutionary Army. That's why this innocent bystander has been dragged into this. All right, let's go to the secret room to talk. If there really is an undercover agent on our side, it's better for you not to appear in front of others. After entering the secret room, Ivankov directly injected himself with male hormones, transforming from a tall, voluptuous woman into a bizarre, big-faced man in a bodysuit. Ivankov comfortably sat down in a chair, feeling more at ease in this posture. Otherwise, his chest would keep bouncing around, which was particularly awkward. Yamato was also stunned by Ivankov's transformation. Mu Yunfeng looked at the cross-dresser, the lady boy, the bizarre, big-faced man, and instantly lost the desire to stay in the secret room. He slammed the table and shouted at Ivankov, Change back, change back. If you want to continue the alliance, don't appear in front of me like this. Seeing Mu Yunfeng's attitude, Ivankov had no choice but to inject himself with female hormones again, remarking, What a strong-willed boy. Do you really like me in a feminine form that much? Mu Yunfeng had a face full of black lines. Rather than saying that I like the female version of you, it's more accurate to say that I dislike the male version of you. Also, are you going to talk business or not? If not, I'm leaving. Haha, you're still an impatient boy. Well, you want to know why we are here, right? Since we're already in this situation, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Since you can mention the identity of Lightning, it proves that you know quite a bit about our Revolutionary Army. I won't say much else. The reason we are in this country is that it supports the Revolutionary Army. It will provide us with food, weapons, and more supplies. We came this time to discuss the timing of the next supply transport, but it seems the plan has already been exposed. With a number of Navy personnel coming from outside, we estimate that we won't be able to escape, and since you are pirates, you are also targets for the Navy. Why not cooperate? Upon hearing the word cooperate, Mu Yunfeng curiously asked what kind of cooperation you meant. It's simple. You two will hold off one admiral, while Lightning and I will hold off the other admiral. The personnel we brought this time are mainly for transportation and not many are combatants. Hearing this, Mu Yunfeng stood up and grabbed Yamato, heading towards the exit of the secret room. Ivankov, do you take me for Yamato? Even a fool can see that your so-called cooperation is simply using us. Seeing the puzzled look on Yamato's face, Mu Yunfeng realized that Yamato hadn't figured out Ivankov's intentions, which only proved that Yamato wasn't a fool, but rather a big fool. Ivankov saw Mu Yunfeng and Yamato trying to leave and directly block their path. Impatient boy, don't be so hasty. If you think this condition is inappropriate, we can renegotiate. After all, we are facing a common enemy, and cooperation is definitely better than acting alone. Upon hearing Ivankov's compromise, Mu Yunfeng replied, Cooperation is fine. But you need to understand one thing. If I want to take Yamato away from here, I can do it anytime. It's just that our ship is at the port, which is why I'm temporarily staying here with Yamato. From the beginning, I never intended to fight the Admiral, nor would I hold off the Admiral for you. Asking me to hold off the Admiral only benefits you and does not help me at all. That can only be called exploitation. The basis of cooperation is that the results must benefit both sides. Moreover, I don't believe that cooperating with you will allow us to confront the Navy. I only have one suggestion. Let us agree on a time to break through the Navy's encirclement and escape together. By then, the Navy will definitely disperse their forces to capture us. Who can escape and who gets caught will depend on each person's skill and luck. After thinking for a moment, Ivankov could only agree to Mu Yunfeng's plan. Just as Mu Yunfeng said, in the current situation, they were indeed the weaker side. Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were the only two people, and both had strong abilities. Even if they tried to break through, there was a possibility of escape. Helping them to stop the general would only result in being besieged. On their side, the Revolutionary Army had only a few people with combat power. Most were engaged in transportation work and had never been on the battlefield. If only Ivankov and Lightning were to escape, there would be a higher chance of success. However, Ivankov couldn't abandon his subordinates to flee. Even if caught, he would stay with them. After deciding on a plan, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were assigned a room, and that night, Lightning came to Mu Yunfeng's room. Of course, Lightning was not there for an in-depth conversation. He just informed Mu Yunfeng about the timing of the operation. According to the Navy's announcement, all civilians were to go to the temporary shelter they established for registration, after which the Navy would take them out of the country. As long as it was confirmed through investigation that they were unaware civilians, they would be sent back here. They had only 2 days. Those remaining on the island after 2 days would be treated as rebels. That night, the king would lead a large number of civilians to the temporary shelter. At that time, the Navy would definitely allocate some personnel to handle the situation, and they could take the opportunity to escape the country under the cover of night. Midnight was the agreed-upon time for Mu Yunfeng and Ivankov's operation. At that moment, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were hiding by the shore, holding their breaths. Not far from the ship Shiri and Feng Hao. However, the ship was locked with several large iron chains, but there were no guards watching over their ship, and if everything went smoothly, they could leave quietly. Yamato glanced at the time on his pocket watch and walked towards Shiri and Feng Hao. But Mu Yunfeng reached out and pressed his hand on Yamato's shoulder. Wait a bit longer. Let us go in a little while. Yamato looked at Mu Yunfeng in confusion. It was already the agreed time, so why wait? Mu Yunfeng had a sinister smile. If we go now, the risk of exposure is very high. If Ivankov's side causes a disturbance first, it will definitely draw the Navy over. By then, when Mu Yunfeng thinks he is superior, Ivankov will also say to Lightning, "Wait a minute, let those little brats cause a ruckus first, then we will act." The pressure will be much less. However, the treatment on Ivankov's side is obviously much better. They have a total of 5 ships, each locked with huge iron chains. In contrast to the neglect on Mu Yunfeng's side, there are nearly 100 Navy personnel patrolling the ships here, and several warships are also docked nearby. When the revolutionaries see such a scene, some with poor mental fortitude have already started to tremble. Ivankov also quietly told everyone, "There's no need to be afraid. We won't be fighting the Navy to the death. All we need to do is to get our ships back and then escape." Mu Yunfeng and Ivankov agreed to take action at midnight, but after 20 minutes, neither side moved. They waited until 12:30, when Ivankov issued the command and led thousands of people charging towards the patrolling Navy. A Kainu on the warship naturally witnessed this scene. Meteor volcano. A barrage of magma fists fell towards the rear of the Revolutionary Army, instantly causing massive casualties. A Kainu jumped directly from the warship, landing in front of Ivankov and Lightning. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were also heading towards the sunny wind. However, after taking a few steps, both Mu Yunfeng and Yamato suddenly stopped and looked towards the darkness not far away. Although they couldn't see anything in the darkness, their observation haki alerted them that there was a dangerous guy watching them. After a flash of light, a long-haired, lewd-looking uncle wearing a white hat with a Navy emblem, sunglasses even at night, and dressed in yellow appeared before them. What a hassle! I guessed it when I saw this ship. You 2 brats who killed celestial dragons are also here. Mu Yunfeng looked at Yamato and said, "You go on the ship and secure the anchor first. After I deal with this guy, I will catch up with you right away." At this moment, Yamato replied, "No, we must leave together. With the 2 of us. We're not afraid of this guy at all. Listen, even if a Kainu and the others come, I can run away at any time. If I don't stay here to hold off Kizaru, he will definitely destroy our ship. Trust me, I will catch up." After hesitating for a moment, Yamato still ran towards the sunny. Kizaru looked at Mu Yunfeng with a sarcastic expression and said, "How touching. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself to buy time for your friends to escape? Uncle, you're getting old and can't bear to see this. Just looking at it makes my eyes hurt." Mu Yunfeng sarcastically said, "It doesn't necessarily mean sacrificing yourself. Maybe it could be sacrificing you instead. But I'm a bit curious. Weren't you here to catch the Revolutionary Army?" "That's right, it said that the highest-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army have appeared here, which is why I was sent here with Sakazuki." "Then what the hell is wrong with you? Instead of catching those Revolutionary Army members, you're focusing on a small pirate like me? Don't you like to take it easy? This isn't like you. Small pirate? You 2 can't be considered small pirates. Don't you know? You 2 have become quite famous recently. Even the celestial dragons remember your names." "Oh, so you were waiting for me here to capture us and take us to your master to wag your tail?" Truly a good dog, so loyal. Hearing Mu Yunfeng's taunt, Kizaru showed no signs of anger. I am a Marine, and it's only natural for the Marines to catch pirates. What are you trying to buy time? Is dragging time in front of me really meaningful? Mu Yunfeng arrogantly raised his head, saying, You think you deserve my delay? Perhaps you're not aware that I've already killed 56 guys like you. While Mu Yunfeng and Huang Yuan were exchanging verbal jabs, Yamato had already dealt with the iron chains on the Shiri in Fenghao and had opened the ship's sails. Mu Yunfeng also entered a half-beast state, controlling the gale to blow Yamato and the ship towards the sea. At the same time, Kizaru jumped up. You want to escape by ship? Then I'll just destroy your ship. Yada no Kagami. Mu Yunfeng also instantly created several tornadoes on the surface of the sea, which directly sucked the seawater away. Ice flame white thunder. A white energy column was expelled from Mu Yunfeng's mouth, and the seawater drawn out by the tornadoes was instantly frozen into huge ice pillars, blocking the small boat ahead. Countless light projectiles hit the ice pillars, although the ice pillars were eventually shattered. Yamato and Shiri in Fenghao had already run quite a distance away. Mu Yunfeng flapped his wings and flew into the air. The lecherous uncle in the yellow suit wanted to attack Yamato, but he had to get past me first. How scary. It seems you are a beast-type ability user. You may be so young, yet you're as strong as a monster. I really don't want to encounter someone like you. If you find me scary, then could you let us go? You continue to capture the Revolutionary Army, and we'll continue our voyage. Let's just pretend we never met. Hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Kizaru responded in a sarcastic and half-hearted tone. Normally, I might have agreed, but right now I need the support of the Celestial Dragons. So, I have to treat you as a gift for them. Sigh, I don't want to fight you. But hey, Akainu, why are you here? Did you take care of Ivankov and the others that quickly? Although Kizaru didn't believe Mu Yunfeng's words, he instinctively tilted his head slightly. Due to Mu Yunfeng's night vision ability after beastification, he clearly caught this detail and instantly opened his mouth to release a fast white energy column. Ice flame white thunder. However, Kizaru's fruit was too abnormal in terms of speed, and he transformed into a beam of light and escaped. Meanwhile, Mu Yunfeng's white thunder froze the distant buildings into ice sculptures. How terrifying. I almost got taken out. Indeed, when fighting monsters like you, one cannot let their guard down at all. But your move is very similar to Akiji's. Did you pay for the copyright? Pay for what copyright? I've had this fruit for 13 years, maybe even longer than Akiji. If anyone should pay copyright fees, it should be him to me. Also, Kizaru, stop pretending. Even if I hit you just now, you wouldn't die. Aren't you trying to catch me? If you don't catch me, I'm going to fly away. Don't go, don't go. I'm about to catch you. But have you ever been kicked by light? Kizaru aimed the bottom of his foot at Mu Yunfeng, and a yellow laser shot out from under his foot, aimed at Mu Yunfeng's head. Mu Yunfeng directly flapped his wings and landed on the ground, then began his most skilled move in battles, verbal taunting. Sigh, is this the strength of a general? To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. Your attacks are fast, but your intent is too obvious. The moment you make a move, I can tell where you're going to hit me. There's no way you can land a hit on me. Oh, you think that kind of attack can't hit you? How about this? Suddenly, a strong light erupted from Kizaru's body, and in the darkness, this light was even more dazzling. Mu Yunfeng instinctively squinted his eyes, and then he felt a sense of crisis approaching from his side. Using the speed of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru had already arrived beside Mu Yunfeng and kicked towards his side waist. After receiving a heavy blow to his waist, Mu Yunfeng instantly grabbed Kizaru's leg, and the two of them crashed into a distant building together. As the dust settled, a comical scene unfolded. Mu Yunfeng had trapped Kizaru's leg with his left hand at his waist, while his right hand extended like a tiger's claw, reaching for Kizaru's head. Kizaru, with both hands raised to cover his head, barely blocked Mu Yunfeng's claw. Looking at the claw blade, which was over 10 centimeters long and covered in haki, Kizaru broke out in a cold sweat. What quick reflexes! You managed to grab my leg in an instant. You kids are all monsters, and this strength is too abnormal. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm a monster, but I've got you now. Let's see if I don't bite you to death. Armament haki. Black Fong. Mu Yunfeng's tiger head opened its bloody mouth and directly bit towards the yellow ape, wanting to bite off the yellow ape's hand. At this moment, the yellow ape was also helpless. If he used one arm to block Mu Yunfeng, he certainly couldn't withstand Mu Yunfeng's claws with just one hand. After all, Mu Yunfeng's physical strength after beastification was much greater than that of the yellow ape. Golden light began to shimmer on the yellow ape's body, and Mu Yunfeng didn't know what the yellow ape was planning, so he continued to bite towards the yellow ape's arm. His teeth, covered in domineering energy, easily tore through skin and muscle. Just as Mu Yunfeng was about to bite through the yellow ape's bone, the yellow ape suddenly exploded beneath him. The powerful explosion left a large pit at the spot, and Mu Yunfeng was directly blown into the air, with some of the fur in front of him being scorched. Then, countless points of light in the air gathered again, and the yellow ape's figure reappeared in the arena. However, a piece of his right sleeve had been torn off, and blood was dripping from his arm onto the ground. Mu Yunfeng also spat out a piece of torn cloth from his mouth, pulled out the soul-extracting halberd from his back, and charged towards the yellow ape. Take advantage of your illness. To kill you had always been Mu Yunfeng's combat philosophy. With a flash of golden light, the yellow ape appeared dozens of meters away, and Mu Yunfeng once again exerted force under his feet, shattering the ground as he chased after him, as if he had teleported. However, his speed was still much slower than that of the yellow ape. With another flash of golden light, the yellow ape appeared 100 meters away this time. Kawaii, your attacks really come wave after wave, almost cutting me to death. And you have no bottom line, actually biting people. I haven't bitten anyone since I was 6. Seeing the yellow ape still mocking him while he failed to land a few attacks, Mu Yunfeng was so angry that he cursed, "You old rabbit. If you have the ability, don't run. And think about me for a second. Don't you know how lewd your face looks?" Saying Kawaii na with that face has completely ruined my impression of two-dimensional beautiful girls. Do you know how much psychological shadow it casts on me when you say Kawaii na with that lewd face? Demon, look at my halberd and take another strike. But just like before, the yellow ape relied on his speed advantage and did not engage in direct confrontation. Mu Yunfeng had no choice but to use provocation again. As a general, you actually run away in battle. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Seeing the yellow ape still avoiding direct confrontation, Mu Yunfeng planned to leave. With the yellow ape's fruit ability, as long as he wanted to run, Mu Yunfeng couldn't catch him at all. Moreover, he roughly understood the yellow ape's ability. He could only move at the speed of light within the range of his fruit ability and should not be able to fly long distances. After making up his mind, Mu Yunfeng crazily urged his fruit ability. Suddenly, a violent wind rose around him, and ice flames surged. As Mu Yunfeng swung the great halberd in his hand, ice flames and wind blades poured towards the yellow ape like they were free. While dodging, the yellow ape continued to taunt. "Hey, little brother, what's wrong? At this rate, your stamina will run out soon, right? Are you afraid that Sakazuki will finish up over there and come over?" Mu Yunfeng ignored Huang Yuan's taunts and continued to desperately suppress him with attacks. At this moment, Huang Yuan did not realize that while dodging Mu Yunfeng's attacks, he had slowly moved away from the port. Seeing Huang Yuan leaving the port under his guidance, Mu Yunfeng seized the opportunity and instantly flew towards the sea, then waved his Duanhoan halberd to present Huang Yuan with a gift. The halberd technique, drawing the 4 spirits, summoned 4 divine beasts transformed from ice flames: the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, all charging towards Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan understood Mu Yunfeng's intent and, after dodging the 4 divine beasts, tried to intercept Mu Yunfeng. However, the ice flame divine beasts had added willpower. They turned and charged towards Huang Yuan's back. Huang Yuan noticed the beast-shaped ice flames attacking from behind and could only condense the Amatsukazukumo sword in his hand to shatter the 4 transformed divine beasts. It was at that moment that Mu Yunfeng had already flown over the sea. However, he did not escape immediately. Instead, he played a little prank. Mu Yunfeng used his ability to control the wind to whip up the waters of the sea and then froze it with ice flames, creating a massive ice pillar in the shape of a scissor hand that emerged on the surface of the sea. Subsequently, pale white ice flames ignited on the scissor hand, which radiated a sacred glow, far more beautiful than any crystal diamond. Looking at his masterpiece, Mu Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction and flew towards the direction where the sunny and wind had disappeared. Meanwhile, Kizaru, watching the glowing scissor hand from a distance, naturally knew that this was Mu Yunfeng provoking him, and shot a laser that shattered the scissor hand. Glancing at his wrist, Kizaru sighed helplessly. What loss! Not only did he fail to capture the celestial dragon's gift, but he also got injured, and he couldn't even take credit for the accomplishments over at Sakazuki's side. Sigh. If he had known, he wouldn't have come here. Mu Yunfeng, with his night vision ability, flew a few hundred meters and saw a white wolf running wildly on the sea surface. Each time the wolf's paws almost touched the water, the sea would freeze into a piece of floating ice. Seeing Yamato running on the sea, Mu Yunfeng flew directly over. Aren't you supposed to stay on the ship? Why did you come back? Yamato, also transformed into a half-beast form, stood on the ice and said, I still think I should come back and take a look. After all, the opponent is a general. Mu Yunfeng, Are you injured? I'm in good condition, besides consuming some stamina and slightly singed fur on my chest. I haven't sustained any injuries. But you coughed up blood. Is your internal organ injured? Mu Yunfeng wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth and then spat. Huh. This isn't my blood. It's from when I bit Huang Yuan. Enough of that. Let's go back to the ship. After returning to the ship, Mu Yunfeng noticed a navy hat and a rifle on the ground at the entrance of the cabin, and it was clear that Huai's belly was also noticeably swollen. Mu Yunfeng instantly understood what had happened. It was obvious that some Navy personnel wanted to come in and take advantage. However, he didn't expect someone to raise man-eating flowers on the ship, and in the dark he fell into their trap. There were no signs that anyone had entered the cabin. Mu Yunfeng went back to his room to get a change of clothes and then went to take a shower. After all, he had just fought with Kizaru and was covered in dust. While lying in the bathtub, Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but recall his battle with Kizaru. He compared himself to Kizaru and came to a conclusion. If he were to fight Kizaru to the death now, it would be a situation of 30-70 in Kizaru's favor. However, if he wanted to escape, he was 80 sure he could do so. After all, devil fruit users cannot swim, and with his flying ability over the sea, almost no one could catch him if he was determined to flee. If it were against someone like Akainu or Akiji, Mu Yunfeng was 100 confident he could retreat unscathed, but the winning odds would still be 30-70. Mu Yunfeng is now bursting with confidence. He believes that in 2 years he can have a 50-50 match with the admirals, then a 70-30 advantage, and eventually a complete victory. The reason is simple. Huang Yuan and the others are already around 40 years old. It's difficult for them to improve further, and in another 20 years, their physical strength will decline. He is only 16 this year, and Mu Yunfeng is confident that he can surpass the admirals before he turns 20, crush them before he turns 25, and then try to overpower Kaido after 25. Give him a good beating. However, Huang Yuan is a cheat. Even if he can overpower Huang Yuan in strength, catching him is not realistic. In the world of One Piece, there may be people who can defeat Huang Yuan, but there aren't necessarily any who can catch him. Since it was early morning, Mu Yunfeng went straight to bed after taking a shower. At the same time, Huang Yuan returned to the warship and greeted Akainu when he saw him. Oh, Sakazuki, you're done over there already? You're still as decisive as ever. Akainu glanced at Huang Yuan and frowned. Things went smoothly on my end, but it seems you had some trouble. You're injured. Injured? I got bitten by that little guy. And what about them? They ran away, and they didn't get hurt at all. Akainu was stunned. Although Huang Yuan usually slacks off, his strength is real. He didn't expect Huang Yuan to suffer defeat at the hands of 2 kids. Are those 2 kids that strong? Huang Yuan looked awkward. It was a bit embarrassing to say, but he only fought one little guy. What? You mean only one little guy fought you and managed to injure you while escaping? Yes. Akainu angrily slammed the railing of the warship. I remember those 2 kids are only in their teens. If we let them grow, they might become 2 more monsters like Kaido in the future. Damn it, they clearly have such great talent. Yet instead of joining the Navy to uphold justice, they choose to become those wicked pirates. It's all because of that damn line Roger said before he died that has turned this world into such chaos. Mu Yunfeng was unaware of what was happening with Akainu. He simply enjoyed a good sleep and then resumed the dull and monotonous routine of sailing. After his battle with Kizaru, Mu Yunfeng was filled with confidence. Since Kizaru couldn't do anything to him, who in this world could? He even thought about going back to tease Kaido, but fortunately, his rationality stopped him from making a reckless decision. 2 weeks later, after Yamato excitedly shook Mu Yunfeng awake, they arrived at a new small island. Every time they saw a new island, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato were as excited as if they were opening a blind box. After anchoring the sunny and breezy, the 2 happily disembarked. After inquiring with the islanders, Mu Yunfeng learned the name of this small island, Gaia Island. Mu Yunfeng has a deep impression of Gaia Island, as it is the last stop before Sky Island for Luffy and the others. Hey, what's wrong with you? Mu Yunfeng, you've been daydreaming a lot lately. Are you going to turn stupid? I'm still smarter than you. Gaia Island, Sky Island, Golden Bell. If I'm not mistaken, we might have arrived at an interesting place. Huh? What Golden Bell? What are you talking about? It's nothing. Let's first walk around the island and find something to eat. I'll explain the details after I'm sure about it. After wandering around Gaia Island for a whole morning, the 2 realized that there weren't any local specialties. So they headed towards a well-reviewed tavern to have lunch. Once they arrived at the tavern, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato each ordered a serving of seafood fried noodles. When the noodles arrived, Yamato's expression changed after just a couple of bites. This fried noodle is too terrible. It can't compare to the food from the King S competition or the Gourmet Island. Your cooking is still the best. Mu Yunfeng also took a couple of bites of the fried noodles, then turned to look at Yada, saying it wasn't really bad, just that the taste was average, and asked if his taste buds had been spoiled. Then Mu Yunfeng ordered a glass of champagne, and when the owner brought a new bottle of champagne, Mu Yunfeng handed the owner a large handful of Bailey. They started chatting. I heard you have stories about the Golden Bell and the Sky Island here. We're outsiders and are very curious about this story. I wonder if the owner could tell me about it. Looking at the Bailey in front of him, the tavern owner was also very enthusiastic. No problem. We have many versions of this story here. I'll tell you what I know. It is said that 400 years ago, there was a man named Roland who found the Golden Land in Gaia, and he also mentioned a huge golden bell here. He presented this information to his king. Due to uncertainty about the truth, the king dispatched more than 2,000 people to set off with Roland. After enduring countless hardships, only a little over 100 people remained when they arrived here. However, they found no gold at all. All that was here was just a deserted island. Roland was executed for treason and became known as the Great Liar Roland in later generations. However, before his death, Roland still firmly believed that the gold truly existed, just that it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Mu Yunfeng felt inexplicably familiar when he heard this. The story was quite similar to Roger's, both revealing a treasure of uncertain existence right before death. It was just that one piece was replaced with the land of gold. After taking a sip of champagne, the boss continued, mentioning that due to the notorious reputation of the great fraudster Rolando, his descendants were also scorned. However, there was a man here named Cooley Kate, who was a descendant of Rolando. Instead of blaming his ancestor, he wanted to clear his name. After that guy came here, he went to see every day, trying to find evidence of the existence of the land of gold. If you want to know more, you can ask him. After leaving the tavern, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato followed the address given by the boss to find Cooley and gather specific information about the land of gold and Sky Island. But just as they passed the casino, a very attractive woman, with less than 30 of her body covered in fabric, came up to Mu Yunfeng and hugged his arm, making his arm rest in a very warm place. Hey handsome, you must be from out of town. How can you come to Magic Valley Town without visiting Willis Casino? Everyone who enters Willis Casino wins big. Naturally, Mu Yunfeng didn't believe such lies. If everyone could win, how could the casino stay open? Besides, he firmly believed in the saying, 10 bets, 9 cheats, 1 fraud. However, Yamato stopped, pointed at the casino, and looked at Mu Yunfeng, his expression clearly showing he wanted to go in. Seeing Yamato's eager look, Mu Yunfeng nodded. All right, since we have nothing to do, let's go have some fun. He then handed the woman at the entrance 100,000 berries as a tip, and they walked inside, while the woman counted the berries from her chest, her eyes narrowing with delight. Once inside the casino, Yamato wanted to split up to play. Mu Yunfeng looked at his 1,000,000 berries and directly gave Yamato 5,000,000 berries, keeping 100,000 berries for himself to play dice. After parting ways with Yamato, he transformed into a generous benefactor, losing a bit here and there, visibly reducing the thickness of the berries in his hands. Mu Yunfeng's goal for the day was to win back 10-fold or 100-fold the amount Yamato lost. After observing the dice game for more than 10 minutes, Mu Yunfeng was confident he could use observation hockey to guess the points in the dice cup. Approaching the staff member shaking the dice, Mu Yunfeng smiled gently and asked, "Excuse me, is there a betting limit here?" The staff member smiled back and replied, "No, sir. You can bet as much as you like." After the staff member shook the dice again, Mu Yunfeng used observation hockey to discern the points. 1, 1, 3 small, 100,000 berries small. Seeing that Mu Yunfeng only bet 100,000, the staff member sneered inwardly, thinking only 100,000 berries, and he dares to ask if there's a limit. However, he kept his thoughts to himself. When the dice cup was opened, it was indeed as Mu Yunfeng expected. 113 small, 200,000 berries small, 400,000 berries small, 800,000 berries small, 1, 6,000,000 berries small, 3, 2,000,000 berries large, 6, 4,000,000 berries small, 12, 8,000,000 berries small, 25, 6,000,000 berries large, 51, 2,000,000 berries large. After hitting 10 in a row, Mu Yunfeng's 100,000 berries had turned into 102 for million berries, and many people followed his lead and won quite a bit as well. At this point, the staff member shaking the dice was already sweating profusely. In such a short time, this table had lost several 100,000,000 berries. Although the gamblers were urging him to start the next round, he dared not continue. At that moment, Yamato returned empty-handed. Seeing Yamato's empty hands, Mu Yunfeng helplessly said, "You lost 5,000,000 berries. Yamato nodded dejectedly, confirming that he had lost everything. Mu Yunfeng pointed to the pile of 10,000 berries in front of him, showing off to Yamato. It's okay, I won not by much. Just over 100 million berries. Seeing this, Yamato instantly perked up and hugged Mu Yunfeng, asking, how did you win so much? Of course it's because of knowledge. Do you remember the Pythagorean theorem I told you about before? Yamato thought for a moment. Ah, the one about triangles, right? I know. That's good. It's unrelated to this, but I'll explain the specifics when I get back. Realizing he had been tricked, Yamato released his hug and punched Mu Yunfeng's back, almost knocking him down. Just then, a green-haired man with only one eye approached the gambling table, took the dice cup from the staff, and said to Mu Yunfeng, Sir, you have good luck. You've guessed correctly 10 times in a row. If you don't mind, can I shake the dice next time? Mu Yunfeng said nonchalantly, anyone can roll the dice, as long as we start quickly. I'm in a hurry. After I win the money, I still need to find someone. Upon seeing Mu Yunfeng's attitude, the green-haired one-eyed man warned the others except for Mu Yunfeng. For the upcoming game, I hope only this gentleman places a bet. If any of you dare to bet casually, Mr. Willis's subordinates will come to your homes for a heart-to-heart talk. Naturally, after the one-eyed man's words, everyone took a step back, leaving only Mu Yunfeng and Yamato at the gambling table without making any moves. Not far away, at another gambling table, a blue-haired man said to a red-haired woman, Sister, let's go. This casino is going to be in trouble. We should leave quickly. The red-haired woman, named Seven Helena, dressed as a martial artist, and the blue-haired man, named Seven Tiz, dressed as a swordsman, were both pirates and a pair of twins, serving as captains of the Gemini pirate crew. Seven Helena asked in confusion, Why should we leave? Did you notice something, Tiz? Ugh, this casino should close today. That one-eyed man is obviously here to cheat and win back money. Of all the people to annoy, he had to pick these two fearless guys. Are those two very strong? Should I go over and pick a fight with them? Seven Tiz replied seriously, Of course they're strong. And not just strong. They're the kind of people who don't care about anything. Or rather, they're the kind of madmen who dare to do anything. The bounty on each of them is more than our combined bounty. For the sake of our Gemini pirate crew, it's better if we avoid any contact with them. After the siblings left, the gambling game resumed on Mu Yunfeng's side. 120 million berries, big. The green-haired, one-eyed man's expression paused for a moment as he reached to lift the dice cup. But just as he was about to touch the cup, Mu Yunfeng grabbed his hand first and lifted the lid. 4, 4, 5, 13 points, big. I win, right? The green-haired, one-eyed man's expression stiffened for a moment before he forced a smile. Of course, sir, you guessed right, you won. However, please don't open the dice cup on your own next time. The cup can only be opened by us. Otherwise, the result won't count. With that, the green-haired, one-eyed man shook the dice cup again, and the 12th round of betting began. As he placed the cup on the table, Mu Yunfeng also completed his bet. 1618 points, 248 million berries, all in small. Hearing Mu Yunfeng announce the numbers, the green-haired, one-eyed man was shocked for a moment. Nevertheless, he reached to open the dice cup, but the instant he touched it, the cup vibrated slightly. No one noticed this scene, including Yamato, as Yamato's attention was also drawn to the dice. However, Mu Yunfeng was focused on the dice cup. He remained silent, waiting for the green-haired, one-eyed man to announce the dice results. 661, 13 points, big. What bad luck, sir? You guessed wrong. Yamato shook Mu Yunfeng's shoulders, saying, you guessed wrong. We should have known better than to gamble. Looking at the green-haired man smile, Mu Yunfeng was eager for what would come next. He enjoyed watching those who were confident one moment and then frustrated the next. With a surprised expression, Mu Yunfeng exclaimed, No way, how could this happen? This is impossible. The green-haired, one-eyed man laughed heartily. Haha, this is normal. Gambling is always about winning and losing. The dice won't lie. Sir, you guessed wrong. Mu Yunfeng picked up the dice cup from the table and then placed it back over the dice. When he lifted the cup again, the dice had changed. Look, isn't this 1618 points? I must have seen it wrong just now. I won. Pay up, 496 million belly. The green-eyed, one-eyed man's expression instantly turned cold, but he still suppressed his anger and said, Sir, you must be joking. Just now, you shook the dice cup and changed the dice's numbers. This is cheating and, of course, cannot be counted. Mu Yunfeng looked at the green-haired, one-eyed man with a pure expression, realizing that this was cheating. But I only did the same thing as you. The green-haired, one-eyed man was furious upon hearing this, with veins bulging on his forehead. Seeing the expression on the green-haired, one-eyed man, Mu Yunfeng felt very satisfied. Oh, not bad. This is the expression I wanted to see. Meanwhile, the slow-reacting Yamato also caught on. I see now, he just cheated. The green-haired, one-eyed man was now holding back his anger, questioning Mu Yunfeng. Who exactly are you? And why are you here to cause trouble? Mu Yunfeng looked at Dai with an innocent expression and said, why are we here? Dai thought for a moment and replied, there was a woman outside who was dressed very scantily. She told us to come here to have fun. I don't care who she is or who brought you here. I just want to know if you are really here to cause trouble. Mu Yunfeng showed a gentle smile as he looked at the green-haired, one-eyed man. You need to give us the money. We are just ordinary gamblers. If you don't give us the money, then we'll be here to cause trouble. Suddenly, the green-haired, one-eyed man pulled out a knife from under the gambling table and swung it towards Mu Yunfeng's head. Mu Yunfeng effortlessly reached out his right hand and grabbed the blade. Then, in the shocked gaze of the green-haired, one-eyed man, he snatched the knife away. And with a flash of the blade, a green-eyed head rolled to the ground. Looking at the panicking gamblers in the casino, Mu Yunfeng shouted, everyone saw it. This person attacked me first. I was acting in self-defense. After the green-haired, one-eyed man was killed, many guards wielding samurai swords appeared in the casino, rushing towards Mu Yunfeng and Dai without saying a word. A few minutes later, Mu Yunfeng and Dai walked out of the casino carrying a bag of berries. As they walked, Mu Yunfeng complained, these guys really can't take a loss. How can a casino owner be afraid of others winning money? They even resort to cheating. I hate it the most when others cheat. Dai indignantly agreed, exactly. That green-haired bastard was changing the dice points with vibrations. Cheaters are despicable. But how did you win? Is it really unrelated to the Pythagorean theorem? Dai, are you really that curious? Of course I'm curious. I lost 5 million berries, while you won so much with just 100,000 berries. Tell me how you did it. It's simple. I used observation hockey. If you try a few times, you can also use observation hockey to determine the dice points. Dai was shocked, his mouth agape. Why you? Didn't you say you hate cheaters the most? Dai, don't take my words out of context, okay? What I said is that I hate it when others cheat. Besides, this casino is not legitimate anyway. Destroying it is doing a good deed, preventing others from losing their homes. After leaving the casino, Mu Yunfeng and Dai quickly found a dilapidated house on the other side of Gaia Island, following the tavern owner's instructions. This was the home of Kulikate. Upon seeing that there was no one inside, Mu Yunfeng directly opened the door and took Dai to sit on the chairs in the living room, while also finding a bottle of good wine from the kitchen for both of them to drink. Mu Yunfeng remembered the matters concerning Skypiea quite clearly, but he only remembered one ascending current for how to get to Skypiea. He couldn't recall anything else, but he knew that Kulikate would definitely know. Mu Yunfeng and Dai didn't wait long before a tall man with a conical head stood at the door. After staring at the two for a moment, he pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Mu Yunfeng, asking, who are you two and why are you in my house drinking my wine? Do you believe I will shoot you dead? Mu Yunfeng glanced at the man outside the door and said, you are Kulikate, Mont Blanc Kulikate. That's right, I am Kulikate. So what do you want from me? You don't need to be nervous. We came here with a request. I heard that you've been wanting to clear your ancestor Rolando's name. So I've gathered a lot of information about the Sky Island here. Can you tell me about it? Bang. Kulikate suddenly fired a shot at Mu Yunfeng, but he had no intention of really killing him. The gun was aimed at Mu Yunfeng's thigh. Mu Yunfeng stretched out 2 fingers to catch the bullet, then quickly appeared behind Kulikate, and with a pat on his shoulder, he said, this changes the nature of things. I originally just wanted to ask you about something. Why did you shoot at me? Isn't that putting a little braid in my hands? Generally, anyone who attacks me, no matter who they are, I will retaliate and kill them. But I have something to ask you, so I'll let you go for now. Tell me why you suddenly attacked me, or I will send you to meet Rolando. Kulikate struggled a bit, then gave up resistance. He walked to the table, took a swig of liquor, and sat down in a chair to recount his experience. I shot at you because you mentioned Rolando. I never thought of clearing his name. On the contrary, I hate that guy. He made everyone in the Mont Blanc family unable to hold their heads up. Anyone born in the North Sea has heard of the great liar Rolando's story. His existence is an indelible shame for the Mont Blanc family. That Rolando is very distant from us, so far that I might not even have his blood in me. Yet I still suffer unfair treatment because of him. At that time, the Mont Blanc family was expelled by the king, and everyone lived a life of humiliation, still constantly mocked and scorned to this day, all thanks to the great liar Rolando. What confuses me is that no one in our family seems to hate him. Because Rolando was more honest than anyone else, the family members all believed what he said was true. The last line in the fairy tale book says that all that gold sank into the sea. You've read the storybook, right? The final illustration depicts Rolando as foolish. But in reality, he died in tears filled with hatred. He believed until his death that the island of Gaia, where they went, was the land of gold he had seen before. He couldn't convince himself it was just his own fantasy. He kept explaining to others that the crustal movement caused the gold to sink to the bottom of the sea. But anyone who heard it thought he was just making excuses. Rolando was executed in public amidst everyone's ridicule, leaving behind the stigma of the great liar. I don't care how upright and honest Rolando was in life. No matter how great an explorer he was, it has nothing to do with me. Just because I have a bit of blood relation to that fool, I have to endure being scolded by strangers. Can you understand this experience? I grew up in such an environment. In these 400 years, how many family members have gone to sea without hesitation to seek evidence to clear the Mont Blanc family's name, only to end up missing? I have always believed that Rolando is a disgrace to the Mont Blanc family. Then I became a pirate on the sea. Actually, I didn't want to be a pirate, just to escape Rolando's curse. Then I set foot on the Grand Line and, by chance, arrived at this island of Gaia a year ago. The family sacrificed so many people without finding this place, yet I arrived here. Perhaps this is my fate. Then I said goodbye to my adventure companions and settled here for those family members who went missing while searching for this place. I want to find evidence of a land of gold here, not to clear Rolando's name, but to settle accounts with the man who ruined my life before I die. Upon hearing this, Yunfeng helplessly said, "All right, you've finished your story about you and your ancestor. Now tell me how to get to the Sky Island." I'm still quite interested in the Sky Island. Well, the matter regarding the Sky Island is just my speculation. In this sea area, strange phenomena sometimes occur, where it suddenly turns from day to night. However, I have a different view on the sudden arrival of night. This phenomenon is caused by very thick clouds, which are different from ordinary clouds. They are called nimbostratus. Nimbostratus gathers at high altitudes, and no matter how thick they are, they do not produce airflow and do not rain. So as long as there are nimbostratus above, sunlight cannot shine down, which is also the reason for day turning into night. There is actually another saying that nimbostratus is like fossilized clouds in the sky. If the Sky Island really exists, it can only possibly exist above the nimbostratus. Next, I want to talk about the specific method of reaching the Sky Island. If you want to go to the Sky Island, you must be prepared to die. In this sea area, Qiongqi didn't finish his sentence when Yunfeng interrupted him. Stop, stop, stop. I know, this sea area will produce an upflow of water, right? That's because there is a cavity larger than the seabed in this sea area, where cold seawater flows into the cavity, then gets heated by geothermal energy, producing massive steam pressure that pushes the water flow upward, creating a vertical upward current. Are you suggesting we take a boat and fly up? I definitely won't consider that method. If it weren't for the author's favorite child, protagonist Halo, various buffs, and the ability of a luck fruit, I would definitely fall into the sea. At this point, Qiongqi curiously said, "It seems you've investigated this sea area in advance. But if you don't go through the rising current, how will you get to above the nimbostratus?" Yunfeng gave a mysterious smile to Qiongqi, saying, "It's simple. Just tie a few iron chains around me and pull me up with the ship." Although Qiongqi didn't understand what Yunfeng meant by being pulled up with the ship, it was clear that Yunfeng had no intention of explaining it to him, since the information had already been obtained. Yunfeng called out to the dazed Yamato and left. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, Yunfeng turned back to look at Qiongqi. One Piece is real. No, cough cough, the land of gold is real. Rolando didn't lie. After leaving Qiongqi's house, Yunfeng chose not to return to the sunny and wind, but instead headed towards the nearby forest with Yamato. Yamato followed behind like a little shadow, asking, "Hey, why aren't we going back to the ship? Where else are we going? Is there something fun to do?" "Of course there's something fun," Yunfeng replied. "We're going to catch birds. There's a special type of guiding bird on this island. It's said that these birds have a magnetic field in their bodies, which causes their heads to always point south. Even they can't control it. It's like a passive skill. These guiding birds are very useful for us since we don't know navigation. Having them will ensure we don't go off course. After all, it's impossible to determine the direction in the Grand Line. Even the eternal pointer can't do that. But if we can catch a couple of these birds and raise them, it certainly won't hurt." As they entered the forest, Yunfeng transformed into a half-beast state, letting out a tiger's roar that echoed through the woods. All the animals in the forest fled in panic, and the birds hurriedly flew upwards. Yunfeng quickly spotted the guide birds among the flock, and immediately chased after them with the wings behind him. The guide birds had no ability to resist Yunfeng's speed. 2 minutes later, Yunfeng returned to Yamato's side holding 2 birds. "I caught them, and these 2 birds look obviously different. It should be 1 male and 1 female. They flew very fast among the flock, indicating they were quite young. As long as we let them breed on the ship, we will have many guide birds in the future." Yamato frowned as she looked at the two birds in Mu Yunfeng's hands. They are so ugly. I have no desire to raise them, but I wonder if they taste good. After hearing Yamato's words, Mu Yunfeng handed the two guide birds over to her. You're right. I'll go catch a few more and taste them. On the ship's sunny day and gentle wind, Mu Yunfeng built a bird's nest and, together with Yamato, named the two guide birds Bird 1 and Bird 2. Mu Yunfeng tied two thin chains to the feet of the guiding birds, allowing them to fly a little to prevent their wings from atrophying, but not enough to escape the warm sun and wind. At that moment, the two guiding birds were huddled in a corner, shivering. This was because Mu Yunfeng had just brought back several birds, including some they were familiar with, like their cousin. However, at this moment, their familiar birds had already become cooked birds in a physical sense. Mu Yunfeng handed a roasted guiding bird to Day, and then he picked up one to eat as well. Day took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. Then he focused his gaze on Bird 1 and Bird 2 and said, although they look ugly, they really taste good. Seeing the look in Day's eyes, Mu Yunfeng interrupted his malicious thoughts. Don't even think about it. These two birds are still useful, so you can't eat them. At that moment, Bird 1, unable to bear the sight of its familiar bird being eaten, wanted to fly back to the nest to avoid witnessing everything. However, as Bird 1 flew over Flower 1, a tragedy occurred. Bird 1 was swallowed whole by Flower 1. Mu Yunfeng turned his head and coldly looked at Bird 1, saying, spit it out. If you don't want to be turned into a cold dish, then give me Bird 1. Seeing Mu Yunfeng's imposing manner, the carnivorous flower was instantly frightened and spat out the guide bird with a poof. The guide bird that was spat out by the carnivorous flower was already scared silly, sitting on the ground motionless and crying. At this moment, Bird 2 came to Bird 1's side and gently patted Bird 1 on the head with its wings, and the two birds walked together towards the nest built by Mu Yunfeng. In a luxurious villa in Magic Valley Town, a man named Willis William was smoking a cigar while listening to his subordinate's report. Boss, two people smashed our Willis casino and took away our money, killing the Cyclops in the process. We must avenge the Cyclops. Willis William threw down his cigar and shouted angrily. Of course we need to take revenge. The Willis Casino is my property, and in this Magic Valley Town, someone dare to touch my people. Let's go kill those two and let them know who's in charge here. However, before Willis William could take a few steps, a blonde woman in a bathrobe blocked his way. Maybe we shouldn't go. It's just a casino. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Don't go. What do you mean? This is not just about the casino. It's about my reputation. Give me a reason not to go. The woman in the bathrobe handed Willis William 2 bounty notices, and as he saw the amounts on the notices, his anger slowly dissipated. He then waved his hand at his subordinate. Forget it. Let's not go. You all go home and sleep. A white-haired subordinate asked in confusion, why, boss? Why aren't we going? Are we not avenging the Cyclops? After handing the bounty notices to the white-haired subordinate, Willis William left the office. The subordinates, upon seeing the bounty notices, broke out in a cold sweat. 800 million bounty, 600 million bounty. Such characters shouldn't be in the New World. Why are they appearing in the first half of the Grand Line? That night, Mu Yunfeng lay on the deck watching the stars, contemplating the plan to go to the Sky Island. The plan was simple and straightforward. As long as he waited for the cumulus clouds to appear overhead, he could take the Shiri and Fenghao to the sky. Mu Yunfeng also considered taking only Day to the Sky Island and leaving the ship at Gaia Island. However, this idea was quickly abandoned by Mu Yunfeng. First, the Sky Islands are mobile. Once they go up and then come down, they might not know where they are, and without knowledge of navigation, it will be difficult for them to return. Second, Gaia Island is a very chaotic place, and Magic Valley Town is even more lawless. If you dare to leave the ship here, someone will dare to secretly take it away. After Dave finished cleaning the dishes, he also came to Mu Yunfeng's side, wondering if the Sky Island, the island in the sky, was home to the Jade Emperor and Erlang Shun. Mu Yunfeng patiently explained to Dave. Although they were both in the Sky Island was not the Heavenly Court, and Erlang Shun only worked in the Heavenly Court. After work, he usually stayed around Guanjinku. The next day, the two of them were on a small island, procuring several very thick iron chains, waiting for the arrival of the Emperor Cloud. Finally, 4 days later, a patch of Emperor Cloud arrived above the ship Zurifeng. That noon, Mu Yunfeng and Day were napping on the deck when sudden darkness enveloped the Zurifeng, waking them both from their slumber. Day excitedly ran around on the deck, saying, it's here, it's here. The legendary Sky Island should be here. Should we go up? Of course we should go up. Day, go get the chains and secure the Zurifeng, then we can set off. The two quickly secured the iron chains to the ship, and Mu Yunfeng transformed into a giant Qiongqi over 10 meters tall. After tying the chains to his limbs, he desperately flapped his wings. A roar. The tiger's roar startled everyone on Jaya Island, and after that roar, the Yunfeng gradually lifted off the sea surface, feeling the weight of the ship beneath him. Yunfeng internally groaned. He wasn't sure of the exact weight of the ship, but it should be over 100 tons. Then Yunfeng told himself, Kaido can hold up the entire Onigashima. Here I am complaining just for pulling a small boat. How am I going to deal with Kaido later? Once the Yunfeng was completely off the sea, Yunfeng used his wind control ability to lift the ship's bottom, lightening his burden a bit. At that moment, the diving Qiongqi also surfaced and was choked by a couple of mouthfuls of seawater upon seeing the Yunfeng soaring into the sky. He had been analyzing what Yunfeng meant by, tie a few iron chains to me and we can fly the boat up, but he never expected it to be taken literally. Watching the Yunfeng take off, they shouted on the deck, it's really flying. Yunfeng, go for it. We need to fly up to the Emperor Cloud and see if there's a sky island. Yunfeng ignored Yamato and focused on recording the altitude. After flying around 7,000 feet, he stopped because he was beneath a layer of cumulonimbus clouds. However, above the clouds was also seawater, which would limit the abilities of devil fruit users. He wasn't sure how long it would take to go around such a large area of cumulonimbus clouds. So after a moment of hesitation, Yunfeng decided to force his way through. Yamato, hold on to the ship. It might get a bit dangerous and exciting from here on, so be mentally prepared. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. Then let the show begin. Wind God. After the wind god was called out, a massive tornado appeared in the sky, with Yunfeng and the sunny at its center. At the top of the tornado, a phantom-like Qiongqi emerged. As Qiongqi dove into the sea of clouds, a path torn open by the wind appeared above Yunfeng's head. This is much easier than I imagined. It seems the quality of these clouds is much lower than seawater. Alright, let's take off, Yamato. The sudden acceleration of Yunfeng caused the guiding bird and man-eating flower on the ship to be pressed against the deck by inertia, but Yamato was unaffected and instead shouted excitedly, Fly! Shiri and Fenghao, take me high up. In the violent path created by Yunfeng's tornado, Shiri and Fenghao rushed through the sea of clouds at an incredible speed. Yamato looked down at the white clouds and eagerly asked Yunfeng, Are we there? This should be the Sky Island, right? No, this should be the middle of the cumulonimbus clouds. The sun hasn't appeared above us yet, so we need to ascend once more. Yunfeng replied as he pulled Shiri and Fenghao to continue climbing into the sky. After breaking through another layer of clouds, Yunfeng finally saw the bright sun above. He then released the iron chain, and Shiri and Fenghao, along with Yamato, steadily landed on the sea surface. Yunfeng lay down on the deck, panting. At this moment, Yamato approached Yunfeng and asked, Are you that tired? You look like you're struggling. Ha. Not really tired, just the air here is thin. Exercising here consumes several times more energy than on the sea. I'll adapt soon enough, Yunfeng explained. Yamato had also run a couple of laps on the ship and remarked, It's really exhausting to move around here compared to on the sea. But we are really above the clouds. How amazing. Don't be so surprised. After being with me for so long, how can you still be easily shocked? As long as you listen to me, I will take you to more fun places in the future. Okay. So where are we going next? It's all white and misty here. Which direction should we go? I don't know. Just pick a direction and let's head east. Yunfeng said as he walked in front of the guiding birds. Although the two guiding birds were trembling from fear, their heads were still pointed in the same direction, which instantly informed Yunfeng that direction was east. Yunfeng curiously twisted Bird 2's head to another direction, but as soon as he let go, Bird 2's head turned straight back, clearly not under its body's control. This little guy is really amazing. It seems that pointing south is indeed a biological instinct. From now on, you two will follow me, and if you listen well, I want to eat you, and I'll reward you properly. If you understand, nod your heads. Watching the two shivering guide birds nodding, Yunfeng burst into laughter. You really understand, I said with such big heads, you must have high intelligence. However, in my impression, guide birds usually make unpleasant calls all day long. Are you two of impure bloodlines? Why haven't you made a sound since boarding? If Yunfeng could understand animal speech, he would know that it was that the guide birds didn't want to call, but they were too scared to call. They feared that their calls would anger Yunfeng and turn them into mature birds like their familiar ones. After taking out some food in the cabin, he fed the guide birds and the carnivorous flower. Then Yunfeng controlled the wind currents, making the Su-Ri and Fenghao sail eastward. Once he confirmed that the sailing direction was correct, Yunfeng took out a fishing rod in the cabin, baited it, and started fishing. He also ran to the ship's railing to look down. Could there be fish in these clouds? Of course. This sea of clouds should be no different from the ocean. So, can we ability users swim here? Yunfeng smiled slightly at Daong and said, I don't know. Why don't you give it a try? Tie a rope around yourself and jump down. I'll pull you back from the boat. Daong had no doubts about the truth of Yunfeng's words. He tied an iron chain around his waist and jumped into the sea of clouds. Splash. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Watching Daong sink into the sea of clouds, Yunfeng pulled hard and brought Daong back onto the deck. Daong was also panting heavily. That scared me to death. I thought I was done for. But we can't swim here anyway. Yunfeng suppressed his laughter and coughed a couple of times. Ahem. Is that so? What a pity. Sky Island, Angel Island, Divine Palace. At this moment, the current ruler of Sky Island, Gonfuer, also known as the god of Sky Island, was troubled by a certain matter. He had heard a piece of news that could threaten the entire Sky Island, and the one bringing this news was none other than Feijiev, the high priest. Feijiev, are you sure an unknown creature has crossed the White Sea and the White Sea to get here, and is currently in the waters around Angel Island? The priest named Feijiev responded affirmatively, stating that the news should be accurate, as both the patrols in the White Sea and the White Sea had discovered this phenomenon. It is a gigantic creature with a tiger's head that burst through the cloud sea, and according to our deductions, it is currently near Angel Island. We must strengthen our patrols. Gonfuer immediately stood up from his seat and instructed Feijiev, I understand. You go summon the soldiers in the city and form a patrol team. I will personally lead the patrol along the shore. I'll go lead the team. This may be a dangerous individual from the Blue Sea. No need to say more. Since I am the god of this nation, I have the responsibility to protect its safety. If I do not take the lead at this moment, how can everyone else feel at ease? At this moment, Yunfeng and Yamato were still unaware of the chaos their arrival had caused among the residents of Sky Island, as the two were happily eating on the sea. Wow, this shrimp from Yunfeng is so chewy, and the meat is especially tender, much better than the shrimp from the ocean. Of course, the shrimp we just caught should be a specialty of Sky Island, the express shrimp. They usually run around in the sea all day, so the meat is naturally good. At this time, on a watchtower on Angel Island, a soldier spotted the ship Shiri and Feng Hao through his telescope and immediately ran to report to Gonfuer. Yunfeng also noticed the forest in the distance. He knew they had arrived at the coast, and the forest far away was the evidence. All right, mealtime is over. It's adventure time now. After feeding the remaining special shrimp meat to the guide bird, Yunfeng placed the shrimp shells in front of the carnivorous plant, saying, Go ahead. The shrimp shells are rich in calcium. Yamato was also gazing at the lush green forest, his eyes sparkling with wonder. How magical it was that trees were actually growing on the clouds. He just wondered if there were any fruit trees. Yunfeng did not answer Yamato's question, but squinted his eyes and stared at the coast. He noticed many winged inhabitants of the Sky Islands standing in a row on the shore waiting for them. These people were all dressed in uniforms, presumably the military attire of this place, each holding a long spear made of shells, looking serious and on guard against him and Yamato. As soon as the sunlight and wind ship docked, a man stepped out and smiled at the two. Someone Yunfeng recognized as the Sky Knight Gonfuer. Our scouts have just discovered that a beast resembling a tiger has broken through 2 layers of clouds. We are unsure if this is related to you, and how you 2 guests arrived here, Gonfuer said. Observing Gonfuer's tone. Yunfeng knew that this guy did not want to escalate the conflict. Since he was warmly greeted, Yunfeng naturally would not act aloof. The recent incident was caused by me. I flew the ship up from Qinghai. The cloud layer above blocked my path, so I used my abilities to carve out a passage and burst through the clouds. If it caused you any trouble, I can only apologize. However, we have no malicious intent. We are adventurers from Qinghai, and we came here to explore after hearing rumors about the Sky Islands. Yunfeng's way of speaking was also very polite, which made Gonfuer and the soldiers' attitudes much more relaxed. However, out of curiosity, Gonfuer still asked, I wonder what this guest means by pulling the boat up to fly. If you want to know, I can demonstrate it for you. Just don't be afraid, Yunfeng replied. Gonfuer nodded, then I will trouble you. Yunfeng instructed Yamato to dock the ship properly, then jumped down from the sunny day and transformed into his beast form mid-air, becoming a ferocious beast radiating overwhelming ferocity. The soldiers on Sky Island were all startled by this scene, their spears aimed at the beastified Yunfeng. After flying around twice, Yunfeng landed and reverted to his human form, while Yamato had also docked the ship and came to Yunfeng's side. Gonfuer quickly waved his hand, signaling some soldiers to lower their weapons, then said to Yunfeng, Welcome to Angel Island. I am the god Gonfuer here. If the two guests are really just here for adventure, we welcome you, but we have our own rules, I hope. Before Gonfuer could finish, Mu Yunfeng interrupted him. I know about that. The entry fee, right? Wait a moment. I'll get it for you. Having read the original work, Mu Yunfeng knew that every person from the Blue Sea entering Sky Island had to pay an entry fee of 1 billion ik, which equates to 100,000 berries. He and Yamato were not short on money, and having just won several hundred million berries at the casino, there was no need to let such a small amount disturb their enjoyment. So he directly handed Gonfuer 200,000 berries. This is the entry fee for the two of us. Please convert the extra into ik for us. It'll be more convenient for shopping later. Gonfuer was stunned looking at the berries in his hand. There was indeed an entry fee for Sky Island. However, after seeing Mu Yunfeng's strength, he dismissed the idea of collecting the entry fee since strong individuals have privileges wherever they go. He originally wanted to say that as long as the two didn't cause trouble on Sky Island, all their expenses would be covered by him. But even if he said it, given Mu Yunfeng's character, he probably would accept it. As always, Mu Yunfeng was not used to accepting others' goodwill. He didn't like being indebted to others. He preferred to accept malice, as he would return it with even more malice. Gonfuer casually handed the money to Feijiev and personally led Mu Yunfeng and Yamato with 2 guards. At this moment, a young soldier puzzledly said, "Isn't Lord Gonfuer being too enthusiastic? They're just 2 Blue Sea people. Is it necessary to personally lead them?" The high priest looked at the soldier. "You kids are still too young. Did you see the weight of that ship? Do you think you altogether could lift it? That man flew that ship up from the Blue Sea. Do you think he is weak? Living here for so long. Haven't you heard of anyone tearing through the White Sea and flying up? Those 2 are obviously super strong people from the Blue Sea. Their friendly attitude doesn't mean they want to get angry. Lord Gonfuer's warm reception of them is entirely necessary. If you really anger them, do you have the confidence to deal with them? There are rumors of a strong person from the Blue Sea who can destroy an island alone. I think these 2 are that kind of strong." After hearing the high priest's words, the young soldiers understood who they had just faced. Sky Island occasionally had Blue Sea people visit, but encountering such hardcore individuals was their first time. The high priest looked at the dejected soldiers and comforted them again. "Don't worry about them. No matter how strong they are, it has nothing to do with you. Your only task is to guard this Angel Island. Now go exchange these berries for ik." After hearing the order, the soldiers took the berries from the high priest and headed towards the temple of Angel Island. Upon entering the town of Angel Island, all the residents gazed at Mu Yunfeng and Yamato with shock. After all, Gonfuer, who was accompanying them, was too recognizable. At that moment, 2 soldiers also approached Mu Yunfeng and Yamato with the exchanged ik. After checking the amount of ik, Mu Yunfeng felt the pain of the people of Zimbabwe. Then Mu Yunfeng looked at Gonfuer and said, "Let's explore on our own. If you stay by my side, we want to be able to look around at all. Don't worry, we want to cause any trouble." Gonfuer nodded and replied, "All right, let these 2 guards help you carry things. If you get tired of playing, you can come to the temple to find me. I will prepare accommodations for guests there." Mu Yunfeng looked at the banknotes in his hand, each worth 100 million, and for the first time felt that earning 100 million was a small goal. After Gonfuer left, Mu Yunfeng and Day entered a department store, with the 2 guards following behind them. Mu Yunfeng roughly understood Gonfuer's meaning, although these 2 said they were helping Mu Yunfeng and Day carry their bags. There was actually a flavor of monitoring them. After all, 2 super tough individuals had come to their territory, and anyone would feel uneasy about it. Although the 2 entered a department store, half of what was sold inside were shells. When the shop assistant saw that Mu Yunfeng and Day were not from the Sky Island, she actively approached them. "What can I help you with? I'm a staff member here, and you can tell me what you need. I will recommend the items you want." Hearing the shop assistant's words, Day asked, "Why are there so many shells here? What are they used for?" The shop assistant was very professional. Upon hearing Day's inquiry, she showed no displeasure, but patiently began to introduce the shells one by one. "These shells are the specialty of our Angel Island. You could say that our daily life here is inseparable from these shells, and they have various uses. This is a large heat shell. It can store heat to cook some food." As the shop assistant earnestly explained, Mu Yunfeng and Day gained a general understanding of the shells from the Sky Island. These shells were divided into 2 categories, living and combat types. The first category is for daily use. Besides the heat shell, there is also the flame shell, which absorbs heat and then spits fire, portable gas stove. The wind shell can blow wind, but its power is not strong. The amount of wind stored depends on the size of the shell, small fan. The double wind shell has a similar function to the wind shell. When two are connected and fixed in a specific way, they can shake while blowing wind, oscillating fan. The cloud shell can create clouds of fixed shapes, which can be used for construction and can also form clouds for people to ride on, balance scooter. The sound shell can record and play sound, recorder. The image shell can record images and can be used in conjunction with the sound shell, video recorder that cannot record sound. The water shell can spray water and is used for firefighting, portable fire extinguisher. The light shell stores light. Pressing the top of the shell will make it glow, solar lamp. The flying shell allows warriors from the Sky Island to perform jumping actions when placed in their shoes, spring shoes. The second category is for combat use, most of which Mu Yunfeng had some impression of, as they had a high appearance rate in the Sky Island arc. The slash shell absorbs slashing attacks to deal slashing damage. It is a shell introduced from outside into Sky Island, Skypea. The impact shell can absorb impacts and then release them with a very strong backlash. The repulsion shell is equivalent to 10 times the power of the impact shell, and its backlash can be fatal. It is a nearly extinct type of shell. The laser shell can accumulate energy and, when conditions are met, can shoot out a powerful laser that can destroy a tree that several people can hug. The flash shell can release a strong flash forward in an instant. The flavor shell can store and release scents, and it can also be used to store toxic gas. After seeing these items, Mu Yunfeng really felt like he was shopping in a department store. Because here, there were ovens, fans, gas stoves, air conditioners, and even cameras, lights, and fire extinguishers. Day looked at the shop assistant, who had her back to them, and noticed her cute little white wings, instinctively reaching out to touch them. The assistant said, "Please don't touch my wings casually. Our wings are very sensitive." Day smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I just couldn't help it, but they really feel amazing." Hearing Day say they felt great, Mu Yunfeng also felt a bit curious. He vaguely remembered seeing before that the wings of the Sky Island people were merely decorations. He had thought they were just ornaments, similar to wings, nails, or hair. But now the shop assistant's expression confirmed that these wings were indeed a part of their bodies and had flesh and blood. Perhaps these wings were similar to ears. Although they couldn't fly, they undoubtedly had a sense of touch. This made Mu Yunfeng begin to wonder what these wings were truly like. He smiled at the shop assistant and said, "I'm also very curious. Can I touch them just once?" "Of course not. I can pay. I don't want money." Mu Yunfeng has always believed that money is not everything, but it can solve most problems, just like with duo Fuliang and Minga. If there is something that money can accomplish, it doesn't necessarily mean it's impossible. Perhaps it's just that the amount of money offered is insufficient, or maybe the shop assistant doesn't just want money, but wants more. Then, Mu Yunfeng directly took out 500 billion X and placed it in front of the shop assistant. 500 billion X, can I touch it or not? The shop assistant hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of money. Please be gentle when touching." Mu Yunfeng revealed an evil smile. Then turned to Yahiro. "Yahiro, don't be polite. Today it's on me. Feel free to touch." Subsequently, a brutal scene unfolded in the store, and the female clerk experienced 10 hellish minutes. Even the guards accompanying Mu Yunfeng and Yahiro couldn't bear to look away. After 10 minutes passed, the female clerk pulled out 2 tissues to wipe her tears. In those short 10 minutes, she gained a lot but also lost a lot. She obtained a sum of wealth that was a fortune for her, but lost something called integrity. Of course, Mu Yunfeng and Yahiro were the same. They lost a bit of money, but gained satisfaction and the thrill of spending. Then, the two of them splurged in the department store, buying every shell they could see, regardless of whether it was useful or not. After all, such things were not available in the sea, even if they couldn't be used. It was good to display them on the ship. Looking at the 2 large bags of shells and the empty shelves, Mu Yunfeng finally experienced the joy of being wealthy. Seeing the 2 guards who had been following them, Mu Yunfeng handed them a handful of coins. "Gentlemen, could you do me a favor? Please take these shells to our ship, but just leave them on the deck and don't go near the 2 flowers on the ship." The 2 guards were meant to serve Mu Yunfeng, so they naturally complied, carrying the bags towards the shore. After the 2 followers left, Mu Yunfeng and Yahiro completely entered tourist mode, aimlessly wandering around the Sky Island. Mu Yunfeng even inquired about the name Enel. However, he received no information. In the original story, Enel ruled the Sky Island and seemed to have done so for several years. Although Enel forced gone down from power, it was surprising that no one here knew his name. It seemed the only option was to go to Burka to continue inquiring. Mu Yunfeng wants to know whether Enel ate the Rumble fruit during this period. If he did, he could find a way to have Enel captured by Kaido. With some proper training, he could become a little Kizaru. If he didn't eat it, that would be even better, as the Rumble fruit would still be on this Sky Island. While a devil fruit doesn't determine a person's upper limit, it can determine their lower limit. As long as someone has eaten the rumble fruit, even if the user is not very capable, their elemental transformation ability, super speed, and strong attacks would allow them to navigate the first half of the Grand Line with ease. Mu Yunfeng was planning for Enelu and the Thunder Fruit while inquiring about who the best cloud artisan on the island was. After all, the specialties of the Sky Island were not just various strange shells, but also a variety of clouds. In Mu Yunfeng's memory, there was a type of cloud called Iron Cloud. Iron Cloud could be transformed into all sorts of weapons, which was a great resource. Although he already had the soul-disrupting halberd, having an additional weapon for self-defense wouldn't hurt. The Iron Cloud weapons were the best choice, as they could be carried around in cloud shells, making them lightweight, discreet, unpredictable, and perfect for surprise attacks, which suited him well. After some inquiries, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato arrived at the most famous cloud artisan on the island. It was said that the weapons crafted from Iron Cloud by this person were the best and the most expensive on the island. The work of a cloud artisan was just like their name implied. They were craftsmen who processed clouds, similar to carpenters and blacksmiths. But they only used clouds to forge various weapons. Mu Yunfeng and Dai entered the house and saw a young girl who was bored, leaning on the table. Upon seeing the guests, she quickly approached them and asked what Mu Yunfeng and Dai needed. Mu Yunfeng smiled and said, "We are people from the sea below and do not know what is special about the clouds here. Can you explain to us what kinds of clouds there are?" The girl promptly began to explain several types of clouds commonly found on the Sky Island. Rope cloud, a cloud that resembles a thin rope. Very difficult to see due to its slenderness. However, it is extremely strong, and if one unfortunately gets entangled in it, even an adult man would find it hard to escape. Swamp cloud, a cloud that has properties similar to a swamp. Once trapped in it, one cannot escape by their own strength, making it a potential trap. Iron cloud, a cloud with properties like iron, weighing nothing, capable of being manipulated into different shapes, and can also serve as a trap. After explaining, the girl asked about their needs. Mu Yunfeng, being extravagant, said, "Nothing special, I want the best, the most expensive, something that is the treasure of the store." Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, the girl happily ran to the yard and soon returned with an old man who had somewhat gray hair and a muscular build. She pointed at Mu Yunfeng and Dai and happily said, "Grandpa, it's them. They want to buy the treasure of the store." The old man looked at Mu Yunfeng and asked, "You want to buy the treasure of the store? My treasure is quite expensive. Are you sure you can afford it?" Mu Yunfeng also said proudly, "Humph, you look down on us too much. I'm so poor that all I have left is money, right, Dai?" Dai also shrugged off the ick he was wearing and said, "No matter how many treasures you have in your store today, we can buy them all." The muscular old man then said, "Well, just wait. I'll show you a few of my proud creations from my life." After the muscular old man left, the girl apologized to Mu Yunfeng and Dai. "Please don't mind him. Grandpa just has a strange personality, but his craftsmanship is definitely the best on Angel Island." Mu Yunfeng smiled at the girl and said, "It's fine. As far as I know, people with abilities often have strange tempers. Your grandpa's bad temper clearly shows he has real skills. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to keep this shop going." At that moment, the muscular old man took out 3 items: a pair of gloves adorned with 5 differently colored small shells on the back, a pair of pendants, and a strange handle. "These are the 3 pinnacle items of my life. Let me demonstrate them for you." The muscular old man then picked up the handle to showcase it. In his hands, the handle transformed into a 1-meter-long knife, then into a large knife over 10 meters long, followed by a whip, a Grim Reaper's scythe, and a shield. After seeing this, Mu Yunfeng asked in confusion, "Is that it? Can it only transform into 5 forms? I remember someone else's weapon can change into many more." The muscular old man, hearing Mu Yunfeng look down on his masterpiece, instantly became angry. "You filthy outsiders, do you understand the art of cloud crafting? Is having more transformations really better? The key to iron cloud processing is quality, density, power, toughness, and responsiveness. Every aspect of this weapon is top-notch. Of course, I could add more forms, but that would compromise its overall quality." Seeing the old man suddenly furious, Mu Yunfeng had no choice but to apologize. All right, I was wrong. I'm just an ignorant outsider. Now I know your weapon is the best. Can you tell me what the functions of those cute pendants and the infinite gloves are? Let me take a wild guess. The gloves aren't for snapping fingers, right?" Hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, the muscular old man was clearly taken aback. "Snap fingers? I'll just show you how to use it." He put on the gloves and waved his hand at Mu Yunfeng, who then felt something wrapping around him. The small shells on the back of these gloves contain cloud shells, which hold extremely fine and tough cloud ropes. The user can control them through the gloves to bind enemies, and with just a bit of practice, anyone can master it. Mu Yunfeng exclaimed in shock. Isn't this glove from Little Doflamingo? No, isn't this the Imperial artifact, Metamorphosis Crosstail? Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of those present, Mu Yunfeng casually added, Don't mind me. I'm just making a random comment. So what are those two pairs of pendants? They can't be hairpins, right? The muscular old man chuckled proudly, and then hung the two pairs of shell pendants on his shoulders. With a gentle touch, iron clouds surged out from the two shells, enveloping the upper body of the muscular old man. Soon, armor made of iron clouds appeared on him, consisting of shoulder armor, chest armor, back armor, and a waist guard with a large white cloud iron cape fluttering behind him. Mu Yunfeng observed that the craftsmanship of this armor was indeed perfect, but he couldn't help but complain that if it also had knee pads, battle boots, an iron skirt, and a helmet, it would be perfect. The muscular old man, seeing Mu Yunfeng still nitpicking, picked up a knife made of iron cloud and wanted to throw it at him, then shouted in rage, What do you know? Combining two iron cloud from the Yunbei to create a single item. Do you have any idea how difficult that is? On the entire Angel Island. Only I have mastered the iron cloud fusion technology. Look at the fit of this armor. On the entire Angel Island. Only I can make armor from cloud iron. Setting aside the defense, just look at how cool this iron cloud cloak is. Day's eyes lit up as he looked at the armor made of iron cloud. So cool. I want to buy it. I want to buy it. How much is this? The muscular old man calmly stated a number that left Mu Yunfeng unsettled. The armor costs 10 trillionik, and the weapon and gloves are 5 trillionik. Mu Yunfeng was taken aback when he heard the amount. Are you muscle-bound old man, a shady dealer? These add up to 20 trillionik. Do you know what that money can buy? You could buy 2 beautiful mermaids in the Shambody archipelago. Oh, looking at your expression, you can't afford it, can you? If you can't afford it, then just leave. You were just bragging about being able to buy anything. I thought you were a wealthy person? Nonsense. How could I not afford it? It's just that who would carry that much money with them? At this moment, the girl also said to the muscle-bound old man, Grandpa, why don't you lower the price a bit? The price you're asking is too high, which is why they can't be sold. The muscle-bound old man was very stubborn, saying, This is my hard work. It's definitely worth 20 trillionik. Are you asking me to sell my hard work at a lower price? That would devalue my treasure. Even if it can never be sold, I will never lower the price. At worst, they could be my burial items. If you two little brats can't afford it, then you should hurry and leave. Seeing the old man's arrogant attitude, Mu Yunfeng directly looked at Day and said, Go back and bring 300 million berries. I'm not only going to buy these 3 items, but I also want to buy everything else. Forget it. I'll go myself. After all, I can fly, and it would take you too long to walk. Muscle-bound old man, wait for me. I'll be back soon. After Mu Yunfeng left the shop, he immediately entered his half-beast state. Moments later, he returned carrying 3 large bags of berries and threw them in front of the muscle-bound old man, staring at him with an arrogant look. Money? I have as much as you want. This is 3 billion berries, which is 30 trillion ikes. Why don't you count it? Today, I'll show you the face of a wealthy person. How about selling your granddaughter? If you do, I'll take her with me. Upon hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, the girl immediately ran behind the muscle-bound old man, saying, Grandpa, don't sell me. Seeing that the girl took him seriously, Mu Yunfeng could only laugh and say, All right, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, young lady. Mu Yunfeng indeed kept his promise. When he and Deha left, the shop was only left with the muscular old man and his granddaughter, and the two happily closed the shop door. After returning to the ship, Mu Yunfeng saw the shells placed on the deck by the guards. He and Day had almost bought all the specialties of the Sky Island today. Then, Mu Yunfeng used those shells to make simple modifications to the ship, installing a large hot shell as an oven in the kitchen and putting light shells in the rooms for himself and Day. On the 3rd floor of the Shiri and Fenghao, he installed image shells and sound shells for monitoring and placed flash shells on the deck for parties and dancing. After modifying the ship, Mu Yunfeng also attached the weapon shell he bought from the muscular old man to his waist, while Day hung the 2 pairs of armor shells on his shoulders. The glove-shaped shell naturally belonged to Mu Yunfeng, as it would probably not be useful for Day. He might even end up tying himself up with rope shells. After organizing these items, Mu Yunfeng walked up to Day and said, Let's go to Ganfuer. Day looked at Mu Yunfeng with some confusion. Isn't it time to eat? What are we going to that old man for? 2 reasons. First, I want to inquire about a person. Second, to get a free meal, otherwise I'll have to cook again. Upon arriving at Ganfuer's shrine, Mu Yunfeng and Day were brought before Ganfuer by the guards, who had prepared a very sumptuous feast of Sky Island specialties to entertain them. During the meal, Mu Yunfeng casually asked, Mr. Ganfuer, do you know someone named Inalu? He should be a Sky Islander without wings. Hearing the name Inalu, Gonfuer visibly paused. Oh, why would a guest mention this name? Aren't you here for the first time? I know this name for some special reason, but I cannot tell you the reason. However, I mean no harm. I only want what's best for this person. Then Mu Yunfeng thought to himself, sending Enelu to be trained by 100 Beast Kaido is better than leaving him here to upgrade for Luffy. Yes, that's it. Gonfuer, I'm sorry, but I haven't heard of this name, and there is no one named Enelu on Angel Island. If there isn't anyone on Angel Island, then is there someone named Enelu in Baika? Gonfuer paused for a moment. I don't know if Baika has an Enelu. Since you asked this question, you probably already have the answer in mind. Why ask me again? Mu Yunfeng also started to laugh. Haha, I'm mainly here to mooch some food. Asking about Enel was just a casual thing. After leaving the Sacred Palace, Mu Yunfeng took Yamato and flew towards Baika. Although he didn't find out Enel's name on Angel Island, he did learn about Baika's location. After a journey of several dozen minutes, Mu Yunfeng and Yamato saw a small island, which was much smaller than Angel Island. After landing on the island, Mu Yunfeng quickly took Yamato into the town. Apart from being smaller, Baika was not much different from Angel Island. Mu Yunfeng scanned the street and quickly found his target. Without a word, he pulled Day and headed towards a bustling tavern. During this time, Day looked at Mu Yunfeng in confusion, wondering why they were going to eat again after just finishing a meal. Eat? What are you talking about? Can you think of anything besides eating? I'm going to the tavern just to gather information. After all, taverns are filled with all kinds of people, making them the best place to obtain news. Once they entered the tavern, Mu Yunfeng casually found a seat and ordered a specialty drink called Union Wine. When the waiter brought the drink over, Mu Yunfeng took out a handful of Ixi and placed it in the waiter's hand. I want to inquire about a person named Ainolo. Do you know anything about him? After accepting the Ixi, the waiter thought for a moment and replied, I've heard the name Ainolo before. He seems to be a peculiar person around here, but I don't know where he is. Oh, that's fine. I just needed to know he is here. You can go back to your work now. Just after the waiter left, a drunken man stumbled over and generously sat down next to Mu Yunfeng. Just when Mu Yunfeng was about to teach the drunkard a lesson, the bearded drunkard spoke up. You're looking for Ainolo, aren't you? I know where that weirdo is. If you buy me a drink, I'll tell you everything about him. Smack! Mu Yunfeng directly slapped a handful of it onto the table and then said to the drunk man, this should be enough for you to drink many times, right? Tell me everything you know about Enelu, and it's all yours. The drunk man laughed. Haha, you really found the right person. There are not many people familiar with that freak on this island, and I should be one of the few who knows him best. Yamato, confused, also asked the drunk man, why do you call him a freak? What kind of person is Enelu? Enelu has been an orphan since childhood. No one knows who his parents are. He was adopted by a priest here, but that guy has been particularly arrogant since he was young. He looks down on everyone except the priest who adopted him. Everyone initially felt sorry for him because of his background, but he refuses to accept anyone's kindness. He even harbors resentment towards those who help him, believing everyone is beneath him and unworthy of pity. Gradually, everyone stopped paying attention to him. However, the priest, for his own good, would occasionally bring him to the town to interact with others, but in recent years, he has been unwilling to listen to the priest. We haven't seen that freak for nearly a year. The last time I accidentally saw him in the forest, his wings had disappeared and turned into 4 strange drums. It scared me quite a bit. Just when I was uncertain if I was seeing things because of drinking too much, he vanished in the blink of an eye. And I haven't gone back to that forest since. After hearing this, Mu Yunfeng sighed inwardly. It seems Enelu has eaten the devil fruit. The evidence is too obvious. And his wings turning into drums is proof. As for the wings of the Scipions, Mu Yunfeng has his own insights. Their wings should be a product of the food on Skypiea, resulting from some special substance in the food. Although there are also theories about moon people in the past, the Sandians came from Qinghai, and they also have wings. Moreover, they have been enemies with the Scipions from the start, so the possibility of hybridization is low. The food reason is the most likely explanation. Their wings are similar to human nails and hair, but with sensory functions. Enelu, this guy, must have melted his wings into 4 thunder drums in order to better utilize the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit. In the original work, Enelu already possessed the ability to transmute with lightning, so it is entirely possible that he used this ability to integrate some metals into his wings and then forge them into the shapes he wanted. According to Mu Yunfeng's judgment, the drums behind Enelu are large batteries designed to unleash powerful moves instantly in battle. Just like Mu Yunfeng's white lightning, when using white lightning, he needs to condense and compress the ice flame in his body in advance, which takes time. Enelu's Rumble Rumble fruit should be similar. Small-scale discharges do not consume much time, but large-scale lightning strikes should have a process of charging before discharging. The thunder drums behind Enelu likely skip the charging process. The charging occurs within the drums, allowing him to unleash powerful moves without any delay by guiding the stored lightning from the drums. However, after learning from Yamato and the shop assistant about the wings, it turns out that Scipion's wings have sensory functions. Enelu actually forced his wings to be melted into thunder drums, which must have been an extremely painful process. This guy Enelu is quite the masochist. According to the drunk man's description, Enelu now seems to be in a stage of being a big childish brat. Mu Yunfeng has experience dealing with bratty kids. A good beating will do, and this little girl can testify to that. Initially, Mu Yunfeng thought Enelu became a god after eating the fruit. But now it seems that Enelu's becoming a god should be related to the priest who adopted him. Currently, Enelu is dissatisfied with the priest's constraints on him, feeling that these Scipions are beneath him. However, because of the priest's presence, Enelu has not done anything outrageous. Mu Yunfeng even imagined a storyline. One day, the priest kicked the bucket for some reason, possibly related to Enel. The people of Baika would definitely curse Enel as an ingrate, and in a fit of rage, Enel would destroy Baika. To prevent anyone from daring to speak ill of him again, he would take his subordinates to Apaya and become a god. Then, feeling too lonely in his invincibility, he would want to build a spaceship to create chaos elsewhere. This is almost a perfect closed loop. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng felt he shouldn't have the surname Mu. He should be named Idagawa, Detective Idagawa Yunfeng. He then looked at the drunken, bearded man who had finished telling the story and asked, I understand Enel's experience now. But where is he? That guy? Behind Baika Island, there's a forest, and in the center of that forest is a cabin that belongs to the old priest. You can go there to inquire about Enel's whereabouts. After leaving the tavern, Yamato also followed Mu Yunfeng to find Enel. Who is this Enel? You asked about him when you were on Angel Island. Why are we here looking for that guy? Mu Yunfeng organized his thoughts after Day's inquiry and then explained to Day. Enelu is a Logia-type devil fruit user, the Rumble fruit, which can be said to be one of the top-tier Logia abilities, not at all inferior to the abilities of the three admirals. I want to see if I can capture him for your father, as long as your father trains him well. This guy might become the only one who can counter Kizuru. Kizuru, didn't you say he is the most troublesome admiral? If Enelu can counter Kizuru, it seems we have to take action together. It's not that troublesome. Right now, he definitely can't compare to Kizuru. Kizuru could easily crush him. After all, he doesn't know Haki. Otherwise, with Haki added to his abilities, how could Luffy possibly win? Even the Sun God wouldn't be able to withstand it. And, judging by the bounty in our sea, this guy is probably only at around 400 million berries in strength right now. Who is Luffy? I've heard you mention this name several times. Mu Yunfeng scratched his head and said, You don't need to pay attention to Wang Lufei. He is a friend of my dad, which makes him my Uncle Wang's son. Dado looked at Mu Yunfeng with a puzzled expression. When my father brought you back, didn't he say you had no parents? Bang! Mu Yunfeng turned around and punched Dado, saying that was because my parents had an accident. That's why I don't have them. Can I really not have parents forever? Can people just pop out from between rocks? I get it now. You are Sun Wukong. Bang! Dado covered his head and glared at Mu Yunfeng. You hit me again? If you hit me again, I might hit back. If you acted like a normal human, would I hit you? I kind of regret it now. I shouldn't have gone to sea with you. Maybe I should find a chance to leave you behind and go have fun by myself. Don't leave me behind. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Mu Yunfeng once again spoke with the demeanor of a victor, saying, It's good that you realize your mistake. Let's continue our previous conversation. Where do we leave off? Enel. Speaking of Enel, he has a bounty of 400 million, which is quite strong. That guy who can generate heat has a bounty of only 300 million, right? But how are we going to find him? Mu Yunfeng smiled mysteriously. No need for us to look for him. I estimate that our conversation has probably been overheard by that guy. If he has the guts, he'll come to see us himself. If he doesn't have the guts and wants to hide, we won't be able to find him either. As soon as Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, he and Day simultaneously noticed something and looked towards a tree not far away, because something had appeared there. At that moment, a man nearly as tall as Mu Yunfeng jumped down from the tree, and the 4 distinctive thunder drums on his back confirmed his identity. A man from Qinghai. Why would someone from Qinghai know my name? Since you were able to find me, you must also possess the ability of the Heart Network. Mu Yunfeng directly spoke. The Heart Network? No. Our ability is much stronger than the Heart Network. It's called the Internet, also known as Observation Haki. This ability, where we come from, can be mastered through training if you have the talent. However, you are quite special. It seems no one in Sky Island can use Observation Haki. How did you learn it? Are you some kind of genius who understands it without a teacher? Eneru arrogantly raised his head and looked at Mu Yunfeng. Training? Why should I train? This ability is something I was born with. What do you think? The skills you need to work hard to master, I can grasp naturally. Isn't that a bit unfair? Mu Yunfeng looked at Enilu's proud demeanor and slowly raised 2 middle fingers at him, then directly launched into a tirade. Where you pretend to be, huh? No wonder the people of Skypiea don't like you. You're just a pure, stinking bastard. It's just a basic observation hockey. What's it to show off? I'm also a Conqueror's hockey user, you know. And in my opinion, your observation hockey is very primitive. You don't know how to train. If it weren't for the Thunder fruit enhancing your observation hockey, that little bit of yours would be nothing. Enilu provocatively looked at Mu Yunfeng. Are you saying your observation hockey is stronger than mine? Of course. Don't you think so? Day chimed in. It's definitely you, Mu Yunfeng. This guy is just bragging. Hearing the mixed teasing from Mu Yunfeng and Day, Enilu's temper flared up. He had already thrown the priest's advice to the back of his mind. I see. You're here to fight me, right? Mu Yunfeng also responded lightly. The term fight doesn't quite fit. It's only a real fight when 2 people of equal strength are involved. If you and I were to fight, it can only be said that I am here to teach you a lesson. Hearing Mu Yunfeng's blatant mockery, Enilu burst into laughter. Ha. Teach me a lesson? Do you know who I am? Just me standing here for you to hit. Do you really think you can hurt me? Seeing Enilu's attitude, Mu Yunfeng turned to Day and said, Go, give him a couple of slaps to make him remember, but don't forget, he's a Logia user. Day nodded and walked up to Enilu, who looked down on Day with a contemptuous gaze, completely disregarding her. Who is Day? She wouldn't take this kind of insult lightly. Noticing Enilu's expression, she raised her hand and slapped him twice, sending him tumbling. Enilu, getting up from the ground, looked dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock as he stared at Mu Yunfeng and Day. How is this possible? How could such an attack hit me? It can't be. Mu Yunfeng burst out laughing when he saw Enilu's expression. Haha, you silly bird actually didn't dodge, standing there to be hit. Are you planning to make me laugh to death and inherit my Huabei? You remind me of a saying, if you're wrong, you must admit it. If you know you're wrong, you should correct it. When getting hit, stand at attention. If you dare to act, you must take responsibility. In this world, if you're wrong, you must admit it. When getting hit, stand at attention. You don't need to sulk over there. Just now, when Yamato hit you, he used armament hockey. Ordinary people really have no way to counter nature-type devil fruit users. But there are many ways to deal with nature-type users where I come from. Do you still think you're invincible? In our eyes, you're just a clown. Hitting you is as easy as hitting a child. Do you want to give it a try? Seeing Mu Yunfeng mock him without restraint, Enel continued to hold his head high and act tough. You can only hit me. Do you really think you can defeat me? Want to have a fight and see? Mu Yunfeng heard Enilu's words and took out the soul-breaking spear from his back, pointing it at Enilu. Are you good at fighting? What is the point of being good at fighting? To survive, you need strength and background, and I have both. What do you have to compete with me? If you want to fight, that's fine, but fighting is meaningless. How about we bet on something? Enilu looked at Mu Yunfeng with a puzzled expression. Bet? What does that mean? A bet means a stake or something similar to a constraint. Here's the deal. If I win, you become my little brother, and I'll find you a good teacher. If you win, you can make any demands you want. Enilu thought for a moment and nodded. If I win, you two have to be my slaves and must obey any of my commands in the future. Okay, Enilu, I have a question for you. Do you want to be a god? A god? Not really. Right now, I just want to become stronger. Maybe being a god in the future wouldn't be bad. In the future, you want to be a god. You just want to be the little brother of the big boss. By the way, Enilu, you will keep your promise, right? Of course, but I won't lose. Will you keep your promise? Not necessarily. Whether I keep my promise depends on my mood. After hearing Mu Yunfeng's response, Enilu was stunned for a few seconds and uncertainly asked, Isn't a promise something that must be kept? Why does it depend on your mood? Since you have no intention of keeping your promise, why are you betting with me? I'm the kind of person who judges based on the individual. For those who value promises, I will naturally keep my word. For those dishonest scoundrels, why should I keep my promise? All right, don't dwell on that too much. Aren't you supposed to fight me now? Go ahead, let me see how much strength you, little Niji, have. Enilu didn't make Mu Yunfeng wait long. He released a lightning bolt the width of a finger, striking towards Mu Yunfeng's chest. Mu Yunfeng directly took out a cloud shell shaped like a handle, intending to block Enilu's attack with a shield-shaped cloud iron, but an awkward scene occurred. The handle in Mu Yunfeng's hand, shaped like a cloud shell, did not transform into a shield, but rather into a death scythe. Sizzle. A lightning bolt struck directly at Mu Yunfeng's chest, causing him to exhale 2 puffs of white smoke from his nose. Just as the air suddenly fell silent, Enel burst into laughter. What are you doing? You talked a big game, but is this really your level? Did you come here just to make me laugh? Yamato also approached Mu Yunfeng with a puzzled expression, asking, "Why didn't you dodge just now? That simple attack should have been easy to avoid. What are you doing?" At this moment, Mu Yunfeng felt embarrassed to say that he wanted to use a shield-shaped iron cloud to block this attack, but due to his lack of skill, it was already too late to dodge. Silently, he took off the cloud shell shaped like a handle and the gloves, placing them into Day's hands. "Please help me put these away." Then Mu Yunfeng turned to look at Enelu, who had been laughing heartily, and he laughed even louder to drown out Enelu's laughter. "Ha ha! What are you laughing at? I just wanted to experience the power of your lightning. That's why I didn't dodge, but now it seems it's just a tickle. Compared to the thunderous gossip of a certain uncle I've faced, your lightning is simply not impressive. That uncle's purple lightning is more than 10 times stronger than yours." Mu Yunfeng casually swung the soul-ending halberd, delivering a slash as he spoke. Enel seemed to have anticipated Mu Yunfeng's intentions, and with a flash of lightning, he appeared right in front of Mu Yunfeng, then provocatively looked down on him. "See? Even if you can hurt me, what good does it do? With the speed of the heart network combined with the thunder fruit, you can't hit me at all, as long as you can't land a hit. Your haki is nothing to fear." Mu Yunfeng did not retaliate with words, but instead planned to wake up Enelu's slumbering soul with action. He raised his hand and thrust the soul-ending spear towards Enelu's head. Enelu had anticipated Mu Yunfeng's move and simply tilted his head to avoid it. However, Mu Yunfeng's knee simultaneously struck Enelu's abdomen. Enelu instinctively bent over, and then Mu Yunfeng's left hand, an extremely tricky angle, landed a hook punch on Enelu's chin, directly sending him flying. Mu Yunfeng's current strength is at the viceroyal level. Even Enel 10 years from now won't be a match for Mu Yunfeng, let alone this Enel who hasn't turned dark yet. Mu Yunfeng did not take the opportunity to pursue Enelu. After Enelu landed, he was once again shocked. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why did my observation haki foresee your actions? I actually shouldn't be wasting my breath with you. I understand that villains die from talking too much. But you're not my mortal enemy. You're my future subordinate. So let me give you a lesson. I've told you before. Your heart network is called observation haki on the sea. You were born with observation haki, which proves that your observation talent is indeed very high. But your observation haki is incomplete. True observation haki is not just about predicting a person's movements, but also predicting all the factors around you that are unfavorable to yourself. You need to understand this, because there are no methods to train observation haki here. Your haki has gone astray, or rather, taken a different path from others. Your rumble fruit ability has mutated alongside your observation haki, but it is undoubtedly a beneficial mutation. I have my own insights on this. Although lightning is primarily destructive, it also carries many other abilities. For example, the intense flash during a thunderstorm, the ear-piercing sound of thunder, the immense thermal energy produced by lightning, and the magnetic field associated with lightning. I suspect your brain waves have been enhanced by the magnetic field associated with the rumble fruit, which, combined with your innate observation talent, allows you to receive signals from others' brains. I just confirmed this because every movement a person makes is directed by the brain. After the brain issues a command, the body translates that command into action. Since you can receive others' brain signals when someone intends to attack, you know how and from what angle they will strike, making it easy for you to dodge. Perhaps your heart network is useful against others, but it is completely useless against me. As for why you didn't predict my knee strike and uppercut, the reason is simple. I've been training since I was 6 years old, and I've been fighting since childhood. Defeating enemies has become instinctual for me. That knee and uppercut were instinctive reactions. I didn't even need to think about it. Therefore, you naturally couldn't see my thoughts. Of course, relying solely on physical instinct to defeat you is unrealistic. However, I have more than one way to make your heart network ineffective. I've already said enough. You better perform well and make me happy. Mu Yunfeng's words not only left Enel dumbfounded, but even Daya beside him had stars in his eyes. Although Daya didn't understand concepts like magnetic fields and brainwaves, it didn't stop him from feeling that Mu Yunfeng was impressive. Seeing Mu Yunfeng's aloof attitude, Enelu inexplicably felt a wave of humiliation and raised his hand to unleash a lightning bolt as thick as an arm towards Mu Yunfeng's chest. However, Mu Yunfeng could see through Enelu's attack without using observation haki. In a flash, Mu Yunfeng dashed in front of Enelu and kicked him away just as Enelu had raised his drumstick above his head. When Enelu stood up again, he was once more shocked. "You guy, weren't you just going to use a weapon to cut me? Why did you suddenly kick me?" Your heart network was deceived by my brain. The idea of using the soul-severing trident to cut you was just a misdirection. When you raise your drumstick to block, you fell for it. This is what I mean. Why can you do one thing while simultaneously doing another without any warning? Is that so difficult? I haven't even trained this ability, and I can do it easily. It's just a trivial matter like fighting with both hands. Do you really need to be so surprised? Although Mu Yunfeng kept mocking Enelu, his movements didn't slow down. With a wave of his hand, several slashes aimed at Enelu's chest. At this point, Enelu realized that his heart network was not only ineffective against Mu Yunfeng, but could even be used against him as a misdirection. In a flash of lightning, he appeared more than 10 meters away. After their exchanges, Enelu understood that in terms of physical skills, he was no match for Mu Yunfeng. The only way for him to win, or to ensure he wouldn't be defeated, was to use the speed and lethality of the Thunder Fruit to maneuver around Mu Yunfeng. Naturally, Enelu's thoughts couldn't escape Mu Yunfeng's perception. Seeing Enelu create distance, Mu Yunfeng swung his halberd and unleashed, tearing the sky. At the same time Mu Yunfeng attacked, Enelu had already jumped onto a large tree to dodge the slash, but the other trees in the forest suffered, all toppling down one by one. Mu Yunfeng muttered to himself, still a little short. Simple actions like throwing punches or kicking can be executed instantly without thinking. However, powerful moves like this must be conceived in the mind before they can be used. Once I reach the realm of no move surpassing a move, my strength will elevate to a new level. But forgetting the learned techniques is harder than developing new ones. If one isn't a genius like Zhang Wuji, then one can only train hard to ingrain these moves into their bones. In the distance, Enelu couldn't hear clearly what Mu Yunfeng was muttering about. However, he understood one thing. Mu Yunfeng could only rely on instinct to execute simple moves, while powerful techniques required mental deliberation. Just when Enelu thought he had found an opportunity for victory, Mu Yunfeng shattered his illusions once again. As a thought flashed through his mind, Mu Yunfeng instantly entered a half-beast state, and countless pale white flames erupted from his body, tightly enveloping him. Compressing the ice flames within, Mu Yunfeng opened his mouth and unleashed a white energy pillar, shooting toward Enelu's chest. Ice flame white thunder. Enelu saw Mu Yunfeng in his half-beast form and was still pondering what type of Zoan user he was. But upon seeing the energy pillar, Mu Yunfeng spat out. The hair on his back stood on end. Relying on the speed of the rumble fruit, Enelu narrowly dodged Mu Yunfeng's attack. And upon seeing the ground freeze where the energy pillar passed, he was grateful for his quick reflexes. Had he not dodged at the critical moment, he would have surely turned into an ice sculpture by now. He truly felt a sense of defeat, realizing he was not Mu Yunfeng's match. Mu Yunfeng doesn't care whether Enelu's emotions are low or not. Anyway, his mood is very high at the moment because he guessed correctly again. Enelu's heart network can be isolated. In the original work, because Luffy was inside Orochi's belly, Enelu's heart network did not detect Luffy's presence. That's why Mu Yunfeng covered his body with ice flames, trying to block Enelu's heart network from probing. But he undoubtedly succeeded at this moment. Just as he had guessed, Enelu could only receive signals from other people's brains because the magnetic field of the rumble fruit enhanced his observation haki. At this moment, Mu Yunfeng wrapped his entire body in ice flames, which caused the magnetic field around him to be in a chaotic state, making it impossible for Enelu to accurately receive the signals from his brain. Looking at the somewhat disheveled Enelu, Mu Yunfeng began to take on the role of Teacher Mu again. Enelu, you rely too much on your mind network and fruit abilities. Kinbunchiko Haki is meant to assist in battle, but it is not infallible. Even the future you foresee can change, let alone just commands from others' brains. In battle, the situation can change in an instant in countless ways. Not only can Kinbunchiko Haki, but even your eyes and ears can deceive you. So, you need to learn to think during combat. You must judge for yourself whether the information you receive from Kinbunchiko Haki is trustworthy, and whether your eyes and ears are deceiving you. Today, let your elder brother show you what true combat is. However, Mu Yunfeng's teachings sounded completely different to Enelu. A person who was clearly younger than him was teaching him how to do this, and that in a teacher-like manner during battle, which the proud Enelu could not accept. Is this guy ever going to stop? He just keeps talking, it's so annoying. If you want to teach me, defeat me first. With 2 thumping drum sounds, Enelu took the initiative to launch an attack. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Seeing the electric beasts pouncing towards him, Mu Yunfeng showed no intention of dodging and also unleashed 2 ice flame beasts to counter. Spear technique, draw the vermilion bird. Spear technique, draw the white tiger. Enelu's Thunderbird and Thunder Beast clashed with a vermilion bird and white tiger conjured by Mu Yunfeng in midair. And Mu Yunfeng seized the opportunity to rush in front of Enelu, sweeping his spear horizontally. Thunder Alloy Shield. After Enelu used Thunder Alloy, the drumstick in his hand transformed into a shield made of gold, which he then positioned across his chest. Clang! Mu Yunfeng's halberd struck directly against Enel's golden shield, leaving deep gashes on the shield with the sharp, soul-devouring halberd. Enel was also sent flying by this immense force. During Enel's backward flight, the shield in his hand transformed into a drumstick, and soon the sound of drums echoed as a thunder dragon surged towards Mu Yunfeng. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Halberd technique, drawing the Azure Dragon. As the two divine dragons collided, Mu Yunfeng accelerated again, charging full force towards Enel. Meanwhile, not far away, he was perched on a large tree, recording the battle between the two with a sound shell and a video shell. The battle between Mu Yunfeng and Enelu was not particularly dangerous. However, the clash of lightning and the fierce beast formed by white ice flames was highly captivating, more shocking than any movie special effects. As Mu Yunfeng charged towards him, Enelu crossed his arms at chest level, adopting a posture similar to that of a Kamehameha wave. 50 million volts, discharge. A lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, shot out from Enelu's hands. Mu Yunfeng glanced at the lightning column but did not dodge. Instead, he covered his head with his arms infused with haki and charged straight in. Zila. After witnessing his lightning strike, Enelu first displayed an expression of disbelief, then sighed in relief. However, just as he relaxed, Mu Yunfeng burst out from the lightning. Thanks to his haki and his abnormal physique, the 50 million volt lightning did not harm Mu Yunfeng. The only effect was to singe and curl the hair on his chest and the beard by his mouth due to the high temperature. Seeing Mu Yunfeng withstand his lightning unharmed, Enelu had no other thoughts at that moment. He just wanted to escape the range of Mu Yunfeng's weapon. This was because Mu Yunfeng's soul-cutting halberd was already covered in haki and was slicing towards Enelu's waist. Enelu dared not hesitate. His entire body began to elementalize. But at that moment, Enelu's observation haki told him it was too late. Before he could fully elementalize, Mu Yunfeng's halberd would slice him in half at the waist. A sense of death he had never felt before instantly enveloped Enelu's entire being. In Enelu's spiritual world, a massive halberd seemed to tear through the heavens. He could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded before him, with a glaring blood-red character for death emblazoned on the halberd. In that moment, Enelu's mind was flooded with memories. Scenes of the wild grass he had to eat as a child to survive, the moment he was taken in by the old priest, and the day he consumed a strange fruit at the age of 10. Mu Yunfeng did not know that his spear strike had turned into a revolving lantern for Enel. Of course, Mu Yunfeng never intended to kill Enel. After all, if Enel died, the rumble fruit would also disappear. Just as Mu Yunfeng's soul-severing spear was about to cleave Enel in half, he suddenly twisted his wrist, causing the spear to rotate 90 degrees. And the blade that was meant to strike Enel's waist instead slapped against his side. Enel, struck by the blow, flew dozens of meters away like a golf ball, with the lightning emanating from him shattering trees along the way. As Enel stood up again, he spat out blood. Mu Yunfeng's strike had still injured his internal organs. However, at that moment, Enel's heart was filled with the joy of surviving a near-death experience, completely ignoring how battered he looked. Enel felt an unprecedented fear towards Mu Yunfeng, even thinking about fleeing. However, due to his prideful nature, he decided to fight back before escaping. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Enel's body began to discharge electricity wildly, and then he started to swell into a gigantic ball of lightning. Gradually, limbs and a head appeared on the lightning ball, and a giant, electrified Enel manifested on the scene. Seeing Enel use this move, Mu Yunfeng was surprised. He remembered that this was Enel's trump card against Luffy, even though he was defeated instantly. But he didn't expect that Enel had already developed this technique now. It seemed that after becoming a god, Enel had become complacent, thinking he was invincible, and had only focused on building spaceships to roam elsewhere, neglecting to improve his own strength. Mu Yunfeng, being a person who values talent greatly, feels it is his responsibility to constantly challenge Enelu, keeping him in a state of being oppressed, so that he understands the saying, there's always someone stronger, and there's always a higher mountain. This is to urge Enelu to become stronger. Upon seeing Enelu in his gigantic form, Mu Yunfeng does not want to lose momentum and fully enters his beast transformation, locking eyes with Enelu, who is transformed into a 10-meter-long Qiongqi. In his Thunder God form, Enelu pushes his left hand into the void, sending a massive column of lightning energy shooting towards Mu Yunfeng. In his Qiongqi form, Mu Yunfeng exhales a highly compressed icy flame, and as the two energies collide in the air, ripples form in the atmosphere. Nearby, Yamato is watching with great excitement, capturing the battle scene from various angles with sound and video shells, planning to take them back to show Runty and Maria. The three in the forest are unaware that the islanders on Baika Island are frantically fleeing towards the sea, as they perceive the battle in the forest to be no different from the legendary apocalypse. Whether it is the lightning casually unleashed by Enelu or the icy flames spewed from Mu Yunfeng's mouth, both are seen as disaster-level calamities by the islanders of Baika Island. Initially, they were just curious about why the animals on the island were fleeing in panic. However, as a section of trees collapsed and an energy column shot out from the forest, freezing the tallest clock tower on the islanders realized the danger. Everyone, without taking anything, rushed towards the shore, intending to escape to other islands for refuge. Only one person headed towards the forest, the priest who had adopted Enelu, disregarding others' advice and running back alone. While others did not know about Enelu's abilities, the priest did. He understood that the lightning in the forest belonged to Enelu, and the white energy column battling him. Although the priest did not know who that was, he roughly understood that Enelu was in danger. At this moment, the battle in the forest was still overwhelmingly one-sided. Although Enelu had used his trump card, he was still being completely crushed by Mu Yunfeng. Enelu, in his Thunder God form, had an incredibly powerful attack, capable of destroying a large swath of the forest with ease. However, in this state, Enelu could not elementalize, as he was already in an elemental state. While his attack power was enhanced in Thunder God form, he lost his greatest trump card, speed. Although Mu Yunfeng had entered the Qiongqi form, his speed was not diminished in the slightest. Coupled with his wind control ability, Mu Yunfeng was several times faster than Enel. After dodging the lightning pillar that Enel casually struck out, Mu Yunfeng directly circled behind Enel, delivering powerful claw strikes imbued with haki that left several large wounds on Enel's back in his Raijin form. When Mu Yunfeng bit down on Enel's shoulder in Raijin form, Enel's massive body exploded in an instant, and a flash of lightning shot off into the distance. Mu Yunfeng understood what was happening. Enelu had clearly run away. Without any hesitation, he activated Dance of the Wind on his body, transforming into a half-beast form to pursue him. Seeing Mu Yunfeng and Enelu rushing off, Yamato also chased after them with Sound Shell and Image Shell, fully immersing herself in the role of cameraman. A flash of lightning appeared in the middle of the street, but there were no pedestrians around. Just as Enelu was wondering where everyone had gone, a slash aimed at his back came down. After dodging the slash, Enelu saw Mu Yunfeng standing on a nearby rooftop. Without hesitation, Enelu transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already by the shore, having learned through the heart network where the islanders had gone. However, he could not sense the location of Mu Yunfeng, who was wrapped in ice flames, through the heart network. But Enelu believed that Mu Yunfeng would soon be following him. Enelu's heart network, enhanced by the Rumble fruit, could cover the entire Baika. As long as he wanted, he could use his ability to reach any place. However, the distance between islands exceeded the capability of Enelu's heart network. Therefore, he could only teleport within this small island and could not reach other islands. Like the Rumble fruit, the Flash fruit could only hover and teleport. Otherwise, why would Enelu spend 6 years building a spaceship? He could just fly wherever he wanted. Enelu stayed by the sea for about a minute, and then another slash came down towards where he was standing. Mu Yunfeng had caught up again. After all, Baika was not large, and it wouldn't take much time for Mu Yunfeng to fly around at full speed. Watching Mu Yunfeng chase after him again, Enelu felt like crying. He hadn't done anything particularly special today and had inexplicably gotten entangled with Mu Yunfeng. But no matter how unhappy he was, Enelu had no choice. He couldn't fight back and could only run away. With a flash of lightning, Enelu disappeared again by the shore. Mu Yunfeng did not hesitate, turning around and chasing in the opposite direction. He had no intention of giving Enelu time to recover his strength. As long as Enelu was on this island, he wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. Mu Yunfeng was very confident in terms of stamina. Even 3 Enelus tied together wouldn't be able to outlast him. The stamina and recovery ability of a Zoan-type user were no joke. Enelu had barely been there for a short while when another slash aimed at his landing spot came down, and then Mu Yunfeng, with a beaming smile, chased after him. Soon, a flash of lightning and a half-beast figure were darting all over Baika Island, and at every stop the two made, a slash would shatter the ground beneath them. This kind of chase lasted for over an hour, and when Enelu, who had taken on a human form again in the forest, realized he was completely desperate, he knew he couldn't run any longer. Accepting this, Enelu simply gave up and sat down on a remarkably smooth stump that had been cut. resting for a few seconds before Mu Yunfeng appeared in front of him. Run, huh? Aren't you quite the runner? If this were Russia, I might not be able to catch you. After all, the land area is too vast, but on this island, where can you run to? And this distance you ran is a bit short. Is it because you don't have much stamina? You should learn from me. Look at me. I've been chasing for so long without even breathing hard. Looking at Mu Yunfeng in front of him, Enelu touched the wound on his back and shouted at Mu Yunfeng with a determined tone. What the hell do you want? I don't even know you. Why have you been chasing me for so long? Are you sick? Do you really want to oppose me, Enelu? Seeing the exasperated Enelu, Mu Yunfeng chuckled. Hee. How do you know I'm sick? Before I crossed over, I lived in a hospital. Besides, why am I chasing you? Don't you know? Our battle isn't over yet. Do you remember our agreement? If I win, you become my little brother. So, are you going to be my little brother now? Or do you want to keep fighting? Be your little brother? Are you dreaming? Since you want to keep fighting, then come on. Mu Yunfeng glanced at the slightly out of breath Enelu and said, your physical condition is still a bit lacking. However, since you couldn't win against me just now, you certainly can't win now. Since defeat is inevitable. Why do you still want to fight? It's just a joke. You only gained a little advantage during the sparring and thought you could definitely win against me. If you have the ability, then come at me again. Mu Yunfeng shook his head helplessly, then inserted the soul-devouring trident into the ground, covering his fists with domineering energy and charging towards Enel. About 10 minutes later, Yamato arrived within Bei and Qiongqi. By this time, Mu Yunfeng had already sat down and transformed back into his human form, while Enel lay motionless on the ground, bruised and battered in the distance. Yamato looked at Enel and then at Mu Yunfeng, wondering what had happened to this guy. Mu Yunfeng casually replied, oh, it's nothing. Maybe I just got tired from running and fell asleep. Looking at Ainelu's condition, Yamato raised his head and said, do you think I'm stupid? This guy was clearly knocked out by you. Since you've already seen through it, I find it hard to believe you're not stupid. While the two were bickering, an old man stepped out from the nearby bushes. He appeared to be in his 60s, and upon seeing Ainelu lying on the ground, the old man shielded Ainelu behind him. Who are you two? You were the ones who caused the disturbance on the island, right? What do you plan to do with Ainelu? After seeing the old man's actions, Mu Yunfeng guessed the old man's identity. You must be the priest who adopted Ainelu. I mean no harm to Ainelu. We were just sparring. The loser is to become the winner's subordinate. Now, as you can see, he will be my subordinate from now on, and I will take him with me when I leave Skypiea. What? You want to take Ainelu away? Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose in capturing Ainelu? Seeing the old priest's wary expression, Mu Yunfeng had to explain, old man, don't get agitated. Ainelu's fruit abilities are very strong, and this small place of Skypiea is limiting his development. I'm taking him to the Blue Sea for his own good. I believe that taking Ainelu away will be beneficial for him, for you, and for the entire Skypiea. You know Ainelu well. After all, you raised him. Ainelu has always been quite averse to the others in Baika, and you know this. Right now, Ainelu is not causing any trouble, but that's only because of your presence. If one day you pass away and there's no one to mediate, Ainelu will definitely have conflicts with the others. Given Ainelu's strength and temperament, what do you think will happen? After our recent contact, I also understand that although Ainelu is a few years older than me, he is still very much a child at heart. A strong child like him, if he ever loses his constraints, would be a disaster for Baika. I am clearly a normal person, so it would be most appropriate for me to take him away. After Mu Yunfeng finished speaking, the priest also fell into deep thought. After a few minutes, the priest raised his head again, sighed, and asked Mu Yunfeng, if you want to take Ainelu away, then take him. But you must ensure that you won't harm him. Mu Yunfeng glanced at the unconscious Ainelu lying on the ground and patted his chest to assure him. Of course, if I wanted to hurt him, I would have done it just now. Although he's a bit injured now, it's not serious. He will be fine after some rest. The priest finally made up his mind, saying, you're right, Ainelu may not belong here. But are you sure he is willing to go with you? It doesn't matter whether he wants to go or not. I will just throw him into Qiongqi. When the time comes, what can he do if he has no one to rely on? If he refuses to join me, then I won't care about him anymore. After chatting with the priest for a while, the old priest invited the two to have a meal at his place and then led the way, with Mu Yunfeng dragging Ainelu behind him. Soon, they arrived at a small wooden house, and after placing Ainelu on the bed inside, the priest went out to buy some things, while Mu Yunfeng took Dea back to the ship. After all, fighting with Ainelu had made Mu Yunfeng dirty, and his clothes were damaged during the battle. Once back on the ship, Mu Yunfeng casually tucked the phone bug from the living room into his pocket and went to the bathroom with a new set of clothes. While taking a shower, Mu Yunfeng dialed the phone bug, and soon a young boy's voice came through. Hello? Is this Brother Phone? Why are you calling back? Oh, it's Xiaopei. Why are you the one answering the phone? Where's Run-T? Sister went out to have fun. I'm at home washing her clothes. Brother Phone, did you call back for something? Xiaopei, don't wash the clothes for now. I have a very important task for you. Can I trust you? Sure. Just tell me what it is, Brother Phone. I will do it well. Xiaopei, take the phone bug with you and rush to Kaido as fast as you can. Then hand the phone bug to Kaido. I have something very important to discuss with him. As soon as Yunfeng finished speaking, the sound of a sliding door was heard from the phone bug side, followed by the sound of running. After just finishing a shower and returning to the room, the phone bug emitted a devilish laugh. Oh, lo, you little brat. How dare you call me? Where did you take my Yamato? What do you mean you're Yamato? He's my Yamato now. By the way, I won't call you boss anymore. How about I call you dad like Yamato? Kaido was stunned for a moment upon hearing Yunfeng's words, then seemed to realize something and yelled at Yunfeng, "You brat, what do you mean by that? What did you do to Yamato?" Living together as a man and a woman, it's inevitable that there will be some sparks. When you can't sleep at night, just guess for yourself what happened. By the way, in 2 years, I'll bring your grandson to see you. Yunfeng's words had not yet finished when a voice from the phone bug came through. It was Jin's voice. Lord Kaido, please calm down. It's useless to crush this phone bug right now. With that little brat, Yunfeng's character, he might just be joking with you. I'm not joking. I acted impulsively. Kaido fell silent for a moment before angrily threatening Yunfeng. Since it has come to this, there's nothing I can do. Although I have high hopes for you. Brat, you actually did such a thing to Yamato. I will not forgive you. Next time we meet, I will smash your head. After hearing Kaido's anger, Yunfeng's mood noticeably improved, but he still teased back. Who knows how long it will be until we meet again? And you're actually threatening me? I definitely won't meet you before I have the strength to defeat you. And don't think you can see Yamato either. After saying this, Yunfeng hung up the phone, then stretched lazily and lay on the bed. A few seconds later, he slapped his thigh and sat up. Damn, I was so busy joking with Kaido that I forgot the important matter. I was looking for Kaido to talk about Enel, right? Boruru. The phone bug that Yunfeng had put aside rang at that moment, and Yamato immediately burst in through the door. Why is the phone bug ringing? Who is calling again? Yunfeng placed his hand in front of his mouth and made a shushing gesture to Yamato. He could guess with his rear end who was calling. Of course, it was Kaido calling back to scold him. However, when Yunfeng answered the call, the expected scolding did not come. Kaido spoke in a deep tone, "Kid, come back. Bring Yamato back to Wano. As long as you return, I'll marry my daughter off to you. Let you two get married, and you'll be the general of Wano. That guy Orochi is useless. Although I don't know how to manage a country, I believe you, kid, can definitely do better than Orochi. You'll be the one to transform this country into what I want it to be. Plus, the sea is very dangerous, especially the Grand Line. The climate and environment there are too chaotic. A newborn in that environment can easily get sick, and neither of you knows any medicine. So, come back." Hearing Kaido's words, Yunfeng was stunned. He thought that mentioning taking his grandson to see Kaido was obviously a joke, but now Kaido was clearly serious. Had he gotten drunk again? At this moment, Yunfeng decided to think from another perspective. If he had a 16-year-old daughter who ran off with a boy, and months later that boy told him they had a child, would he believe it? After thinking for a moment, Yunfeng nodded in his heart. The answer was yes. He would believe it, and he would definitely beat that boy up if he had the chance. At 16, something like that could be considered normal. But Kaido's words just now were clearly not a joke. He had even decided to marry Yamato to him, which must have come after intense psychological struggle. If Yunfeng told Kaido that he was joking at this moment, Kaido would certainly be furious. However, if he really did that, he could forget about marrying Yamato in the future. Moreover, thinking worse, if he made Kaido so angry that he might actually come after him, Yunfeng could only change the topic now. Let's talk about the marriage thing later. The reason I called this time is to tell the boss something. This time, I've recruited a capable subordinate for our pirate crew. If someone named Enel goes to Wano in a while, don't be surprised. That's my new little brother. You can have Brother Jean teach him hockey. That guy has a lot of potential. Kaido asked in confusion, capable subordinate? What do you mean by that? You went there to recruit another little brother? Yunfeng proudly said, do you know about the Sky Island? I'm currently on the legendary Sky Island, where I met a nature-type thunderfruit user. I ended up beating that guy up, planning to recruit him into our pirate crew. You understand the potential of the thunderfruit, right? If developed well, it could become. Yunfeng's words had not been finished when Kaido directly interrupted him. He didn't care about his subordinate's words. He wanted to know how their child was doing. Seeing that the topic shift had failed, Yunfeng had no choice but to say, that child is not here for now, but if you're anxious, I'll hurry up. You little brat, how dare you play with me? I warn you, if you touch Yamato again, I'll break every bone in your body. Hearing Kaido's threat, Mu Yunfeng began to provoke him again. What can you do if I just touch you? Yamato, come here and let me pat your head. By the way, do you want to talk to your old man? Yamato shook his head, clearly realizing that Kaido was angry. Oh, Yamato doesn't want to talk to you. Then I'm hanging up. When Kaido saw that the call was hung up again, he directly threw the din mushi away. Fortunately, Pejuan was quick enough to catch it. Otherwise, the din mushi would have been ruined. At this moment, Yamato curiously asked Mu Yunfeng, are we getting married? Why does my father want me to marry you? Mu Yunfeng shamelessly began to coax Day. It's nothing, your father just thinks we are a good match, and he knows I am a man worthy of lifelong commitment. That's why he wants you to marry me and be my wife. Day, you know what marriage means, right? Of course I know what marriage means. But why do we have to get married? What do we do after we get married? Upon hearing Day's question, Mu Yunfeng was silent for a moment before explaining. How should I put it? After getting married, the two of us will live together every day, eat together, sleep together, and then spend the rest of our lives together. We'll be together every day, eating and sleeping together, just like we are now. That's right, and also not right. Right now, we're more like roommates, but after marriage, we're supposed to sleep in the same bed. Sometimes we do sleep in the same bed, don't we? That's different. Back then, it was just sleeping. After marriage, we can do things beyond just sleeping. Forget about that for now. Your father said that after we go back, he wants you to marry me. What do you think? Don't tell me you don't want to, Mu Yunfeng warned. If one day I marry someone else, I won't be able to eat with you or go on adventures together anymore. I'll be living with that person. Hearing Mu Yunfeng's words, Day immediately grabbed his arm. No, you can't marry someone else. We've lived together since we were little. You can only marry me. We have to be together in the future. Seeing Day's expression, Mu Yunfeng smiled with satisfaction. All right, since you've performed well, I will reluctantly marry you. When we go back, I'll have your father prepare the wedding. But being the general of the kingdom of he is quite troublesome. I just want to be a lazy person. Being a general will definitely be very busy. However, the governance philosophy of the kingdom of he is indeed lacking. I can take this opportunity to make some improvements. Day looked at Mu Yunfeng curiously. Do you want to be a general? It's not about wanting or not wanting. If we want to treat the kingdom of he as our base in the future, the current situation isn't acceptable. I must improve the kingdom of his attitude towards pirates. Day pondered and said, I don't understand what you're saying, but it's clear that the people of the kingdom of he really hate pirates. They can't possibly improve their attitude towards us, right? Mu Yunfeng confidently said, there is nothing impossible. This matter is difficult to say, but it is also simple. Humans, in any situation, always think of themselves first. The reason those people hate Kaido and Orochi is not because they are loyal to Kazuki Oden, but because their lives have become harder under Kaido and Orochi's rule. If I can make their lives better than they were under Kazuki Oden's rule, even if Oden comes back to life, they won't let him be the shogun again. Most people only care about their own well-being. They don't care who rules this country. Whether it is Orochi, Kaido, or Kazuki Oden, they will support whoever makes their lives better. There may be die-hard supporters of the Kazuki family, but that is just a small part. Take the Akazuya 9, for example. As long as the people of Wano willingly accept our rule, then the Akazuya 9, who want to overthrow us, will no longer be seen as heroes in the people's hearts, but as thieves. They will be seen as thieves who want to take away the happiness that the people have worked hard for, the Akazuya 9 bandits. And we can even rewrite history. In the new history, Kazuki Oden will be the tyrant, while we will be the heroes who liberated Wano. Decades later, newborn children will firmly believe in this history. At this moment, Yamato was dumbfounded. The ideas that Mu Yunfeng instilled in him had reshaped his worldview. After hesitating for a moment, Yamato spoke up. Mu Yunfeng, you are a supervillain, aren't you? Upon hearing Yamato's words, Mu Yunfeng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yamato, there are no villains or good people in this world. Perhaps what I'm doing is despicable, but it cannot be said to be a bad thing. The people of Wano are living very hard lives, and this hardship constantly reminds them that they were happy under Kazuki Oden's rule, making them long for Oden to become shogun again. However, as long as I can establish a country that makes them even happier than before, what difference is there between me and Kazuki Oden? Even if I fabricate a false history, they will gladly accept it to maintain their current lives and to avoid living so hard. As for whether Kazuki Oden was wronged, that has nothing to do with them. As long as they are happy, that is enough. Besides, I have long had ideas to improve the current situation in Wano. Whether it's Kaido or Orochi, their use of human resources is a complete failure. It's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. They capture young and strong individuals and forcefully exploit them in the quarry. This is the worst strategy. Jobs in the prisoner quarry are not particularly dangerous or require much skill. As long as we offer generous compensation, there will definitely be people willing to work hard. But Kaido makes those people do heavy labor and then doesn't even let them eat enough, which causes a person who could work for 10 years to be rendered useless after just 2 years under their hands. Isn't that a waste of resources? Yunfeng got carried away while talking and started chattering incessantly, while Yamato on the side was left dumbfounded. Yamato had long been confused, but seeing Yunfeng's high spirits, he felt embarrassed to interrupt and could only brace himself and continue listening. Yunfeng also noticed that Yamato's face had turned pale. He knew that what he said today was probably as incomprehensible to Yamato as listening to a foreign language, because in his previous life, he really enjoyed playing simulation and management games. Therefore, in Yunfeng's view, building a land of harmony was quite similar to playing a simulation management game. Yunfeng no longer intended to torment Yamato, so he asked him, "Yamato, what do you think? After hearing so much from me, have you learned anything useful? Or is there anything you don't understand and want to ask me?" Yamato thought for a moment and then cautiously asked, "So when are you going back to Wano? Although I don't understand much of what you said, you still seem to want to become a general of Wano, right?" Yunfeng also explained that it's not that I want to be a general of Wano country, but those things I mentioned must be done by someone. Because in my view, relying on violence to suppress will eventually lead to problems. But look at your father. He doesn't seem capable of managing a country. So these matters can only be handled by me. I certainly don't want a day when your father suddenly falls from power, and then I have no backing. As for returning to Wano country, there's no rush. I haven't had enough fun yet, and the things I mentioned need at least a few years to accomplish. So let us wait until we've had our fill of fun before going back. Fortunately, Orochi is not a wise ruler under his governance. Wano country will definitely get worse and worse. The worse he does, the more it highlights how well I can perform. The more someone is in darkness, the more they yearn for light. The more difficult life is, the more they cherish the stability that is hard to come by. So there's no need to rush. Let Orochi mess around for a while. It's useless to talk about this now. Let us go to Appiato and bring back some specialties, and then we can pack up and return to Qinghai to continue our adventure. Yamato looked at Yunfeng in confusion. Didn't we already prepare the specialties? Is there some special shell? You don't understand. The specialties I'm talking about are not shells, but the golden bell and the historical text. We need to take these 2 items with us. Yunfeng didn't explain too much to Yamato and brought him to Appiato. After circling Appiato twice, Yunfeng found the ruins of Shandola and the temple that was half buried by the island clouds. Naturally, their actions caught the attention of Appiato's guards. But due to Ganfuer's orders, no one stopped them. Upon arriving in front of the temple, Yamato quickly circled around like a hunting dog. Yunfeng found nothing here. No legendary golden bell, and none of the historical texts you mentioned. Yunfeng patted Yamato's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, if I say there will be. There will be. What did I ever say otherwise? Follow me." After bringing Yamato into the temple, Yunfeng took out the soul breaker spear from his back and dug a hole in the ground inside the temple. The 2 then leaned down to look, and what they saw was not soil and island clouds, but a special space. Yamato, looking at the space below the hole, asked, "How could this be? Why is there another space down there? What does it lead to?" This hole leads to the golden city of Mandora. This Appiato is the golden city that disappeared 400 years ago. It was pushed to the sky island by rising ocean currents. I think the island clouds of the sky island split Mandora into 2 parts. What is above are just the tops of some buildings, while the real Mandora is beneath this hole. Yamato's eyes began to sparkle. Yunfeng, you are amazing. You know everything. Should we go down for an adventure? Of course we should go down for an adventure. Otherwise, why did I bring you here? After exchanging a glance, the 2 jumped down. Once they arrived in the space below, Yunfeng and Yamato walked down the stairs. After passing through a long corridor, they were stunned by the scene before them. In front of them was a complete ancient city, with houses, streets, fountains, and steps, all constructed entirely of stone, with no steel or wood at all. They felt as if they had returned to the Stone Age. Yamato looked in shock at the buildings before him, took out his sound shell and image shell, and transformed into a photographer, starting to capture the scene in front of him. All made of stone, these are houses from hundreds of years ago. I need to record them all and show them to Maria and Runny when we get back. Seeing Yamato take out the sound shell and image shell, Yunfeng praised him. "You actually carry these things with you. But you did well this time. I bet even Kaido would be shocked by this sight." After casually wandering for a while, they were attracted by something. A nearby group of buildings was shining with golden light, which captivated their attention. As they approached, Yunfeng was again stunned. In front of them were also some ancient buildings, but these were all made of gold. Both Yunfeng and Yamato had seen gold before, but this was their first time seeing houses made of gold, golden bricks, and gold-paved steps. Yamato, while recording everything with his sound shell and image shell, exclaimed in shock, "It's really all gold."